I'm saying they are. They're telling you things they don't know the answers to. I'm telling you I don't know.
I mean, that's fair, but what do you believe then? What do you think?
Oh, personally, I'm more of an idealist than a materialist, and so I'm perfectly okay with available free space and rendered reality ending at any arbitrary point, much like a simulation where you just walk and then eventually you reach a point where you can't walk anymore, much like the boundaries of a video game. That's completely congruent with my worldview.
So you think that there's like a barrier around the world that you can't pass?
No, I just said I'm okay. I'm okay with that. I'm okay with that being the end of reality. I'm okay with it being an invisible force field. I'm okay with it being an omnidimensional transmutation. It doesn't. None of those things matter.
I mean,
it's kind of like if I started asking you, Bullets, it's kind of like if I started asking you what's at the end of the universe. You wouldn't be able to tell me. And if I asked you what's beyond the universe, you wouldn't be able to tell me. That doesn't stop you from believing in the universe, right?
Wait, are we on the universe?
It doesn't matter. The point is you can't answer those questions. The same questions that I don't have answers for in my worldview are the same you don't have answers for.
Yeah, but I can answer the question I'm asking you.
No, you can't.
Yes, I can. I'd say the word that the Earth is a sphere, and if you walk for until you try and get back to the same place you were, you'd probably get back.
Right, so you get back. Right, so your claim would be the Earth is a sphere because I could walk in one direction and arrive at the same place. Therefore, I know the Earth is a sphere. Okay, let me give you this logic worm. The Earth is an omnidimensional hyperplane in which the edges of the plane transmute themselves through the higher dimensions so that when you walk in a straight line, you just arrive back at the other side of the plane.
So you just teleport back to the other side?
Yeah. And how you know that is if you walk in one direction, you arrive back where you started. Now, we would both have in that claim that we arrived back where we started. So
would it be
by just using that
teleport back to the other side, or that we just went in a circle?
Well, let me explain it to you. It would be reasonable that you're traveling around a globe, arriving back where you started, if the ground was actually curved, which it isn't.
No, continue.
Yeah.
Sweet.
Like I said before, when you measure the water, it's not curved. So your claim that the reason why you arrived back where you started is because the ground is curved is false. By the way, you can arrive back where you started by just traveling in a circle, dude. You don't have to go around a sphere.
You're going to be changing your direction there, you know?
Okay, well, let me answer this question then, my friend. According to you, if I go in one direction and I arrive back where I started, that means the Earth is a sphere. Why don't you go ahead and tell me when anybody in the history of mankind has made such a journey?
Okay, sure. Let me search it up.
Yeah, good luck.
Has anyone ever?
That's the polar circumnavigation.
Gone around the world by various means. 1 second. Let me give you a specific name.
Search up one more. Search up the one more orbit mission.
Yeah, search up one more orbit, dude. Go for that one.
Dude, you and your friend literally rejected me based on giving me a Mercator map. You're a clown.
Dude, did you actually see the path of the one more orbit?
Yeah.
Really? And you think it's a true circumpolar navigation?
He walked around the Earth. Kind of funny.
Oh, so how did he go in a straight line? What, did he walk through the oceans?
Huh? I mean, I'm not sure.
Bro, your claim is that you're walking in a straight line, arriving back where you started. Unless he walked through the oceans, he didn't do that.
Mm-hmm. How about Amelia Earhart, the first woman to fly solo across the Atlantic? She
across one ocean. Across one ocean, dude.
Solo around the world. No, she flew around the world.
Okay, really? Did she travel in a straight line the entire time?
Yeah, I didn't search that up. Let me see somebody who traveled in a straight line. Ooh.
The fact that you are researching it is just
it says no person has ever flown around the world in a straight line, as this would be physically impossible. Fair.
Oh, there you go, brother.
However, Steve Fossett
completed the first solo non-stop around the world flight without refueling in 2025. So Steve Fossett. So he was just in the sky the entire time. Only Steve Fossett route.
That was the thing that I was about to say. That the fact that you were researching, the fact that you were researching it is just surprising.
Wait, what do you mean?
The fact that you were researching if someone traveled around the world in a straight line was something surprising. So you should, before the AI tell you that, as a human, as an intelligent being,
I was searching up.
It's the same thing. So, as a human being, you should know that it's impossible to travel in a straight line around the world. And the fact that you proposed it as a proof, that was also surprising.
Wait, what?
What? You forgot already?
No, I was just searching something, so I wasn't really focused on you.
That someone went around the world in a straight line.
Oh no, it's just that was like a hypothetical. Did I say somebody did that before? I don't think I did. I think that was just like me saying something hypothetical.
No, you didn't.
Yeah, so it was more like a hypothetical again. But my point is that if they did, my reasoning and my logic would come to the conclusion that they would probably come back to the same place. And he also agreed, and he said that if they did come to the same place, it would be something about them teleporting back to the other side.
Right, but why did I say that? But why did I say that my interpretation would be more true than yours? I gave you a specific reason.
Wait, did you say mine was more reasonable though?
No. No, I said it is reasonable, but not true. And there's a reason I said it wasn't true.
Wait, is yours more reasonable?
Yeah.
Yours is more reasonable that if I walk in a straight line, I'm going to teleport to the other side of that?
Right. If I walk in a straight line and I arrive back where I started, it's more reasonable that I teleported than I went around a globe because the ground isn't curved. That's the reason I gave. Your reason would be more reasonable if the ground was curved, but since the ground is flat, the only way to arrive back where you started is some kind of dimensional loop.
Wait, have you ever been on an airplane before?
Dude, airplanes don't have anything to do with this, bro.
They kind of do. I'm just asking you a question. Have you ever been on an airplane before? Have you ever had like a window seat? You know when it's at its peak and it's at its highest, have you seen the horizon?
Dude, when I looked out, all I saw was flat.
Really?
Yeah.
Are you sure, bro?
Yeah. In fact, not only did I see flat, but I saw different lawns and different fields and plains, like all looked like a checkerboard.
Bro, be honest.
Yeah, that's what I saw, dude.
Come on, bro. Come on, bro.
He thinks he. Never mind. I'll let you. I'll let you play a little longer. Go ahead.
Yeah, have you never seen the curvature of the Earth?
Dude, why would I see any curvature? Why would I see any curvature from an airplane window? That makes no sense.
Yo, it went like this. You sure about that, bro?
Yeah.
Yo, look at the links I sent. That kind of seems a bit curvy. I don't know, man.
Hold on, brother. You don't have an embed, so let me embed it for you. Dude,
Sure.
are you trying to tell me that you think that's what you see from an airplane?
I mean, that's what I literally saw. I mean, actually, don't worry. I'm gonna be on the.
That is not that, dude.
I'm gonna test it. No, I'm gonna test it. Don't worry.
Holy
when I'm at the peak, I'll make sure to take a picture.
I've been on multiple flights and I've never, ever seen anything like that, Bullets. Please stop kidding yourself,
No
bro.
way.
Yes,
no way.
How about you have a look at the fisheye lens that you're probably using?
Yo, you're fucking lying.
Yo, not fucking lying, bro. I've never seen anything that ridiculous.
Bro, come on, bro.
Hey, as a matter of fact, hold on, friend. As a matter of fact, we can show you something almost 4 times higher than an airplane.
Wait, really?
Hold on, brother. 4 times higher than an airplane. From a opening door in a stratospheric capsule showing a flat horizon. So which are we going to believe? Your low altitude curved horizon or a high altitude flat horizon?
Can I see it?
Oh, absolutely. It's called the Red Bull Jump by Felix Baumgartner.
You gonna send a link?
Yeah, hold on, bro. What do you think this is, bro? You think I just got links? Do you think I got links coming out my fingertips? What do you think I'm chatting away on ChatGPT and Google right now?
Yes.
Dude, I'm gonna go back to our server and I'm gonna get the juicy goods, bro. Hold on, bro.
Wait, am I bugging or can I kind of see a curve?
You be bugging.
I kind of see a curve. Can't lie.
What are you kind of set curve on now?
How fast is this going? Is this sped up? Yeah, it's sped up.
What, did somebody already post it?
That's like a video. I think it's a...
No, I just posted the YouTube.
270,000 feet high YouTube live.
No, it's not 270, it's 70. The 2
270,000.
No, the 2 is wrong. It's 70,000.
Oh, 70,000.
YouTube maximum altitude is 70,000. It's a spy plane. It's
how about
3
this?
Times higher. It's more than 3 times higher than
Wait, how about this?
an airline airplane.
All right, hold on. I'm gonna have to take a pause finding that for you. I'll be right back.
That one you showed on Forbes. Why is the rope on the side of it bent like a banana, dude? Shouldn't that be straight? Maybe you should look into fisheye lenses before you go throwing these mad photos at us.
Pretty flat.
Yeah, I'm just going to pretend no one else spoke, and I'm going to say pretty flat after I was asked to check out fisheye lenses. Yeah.
Oh wait, fisheye lenses? Oh wait, you asked me
that? That Forbes one that you just posted up. Look at the rope that's supposed to be straight and vertical.
Which one?
And it's bent like a banana.
Wait.
Yeah, sure.
Wait.
Yeah, no way.
Wait. Are all ropes supposed to be vertical and straight?
Well, if you've got something suspended from it, it should be straight. Yeah.
Flat Lloyd just sent a good picture 9 minutes after the hour, so you can see that footage from the surface compared to when they were in the sky. So the same curvature.
Fair. Where? Hey, there's pictures without fisheye lens. Let's see. High altitude pick of horizon without fisheye lens. Oh, apparently this rocket went 295,000 feet in the air. So. Yeah, I don't know, man. That kind of looks. That kind of looks like a curve, to be honest. I don't know. Yeah, guys, you want to check out my video? You know what? This VC got dead, bro. There's like 100 people in there, but nobody's talking. I mean, you guys can check out that video. Have a good day, man.
Couldn't believe it, it's the same video we've seen a couple of days ago. I don't think it passed then.
What I missed?
He ran away.
Oh man, I was
Dump,
just gonna put my laundry.
dump the Kip, was it Doughertis rocket launch to 56 mile amateur rocket launch on us, then ran off.
Interesting. Yeah, that broke him. And the video clips from high altitude balloons without fisheye lens broke him. He ran away.
He is what I would put in the category of classic Google Earther.
That's nice, Google Earther.
Didn't you hear how fast he was typing?
Yeah, bro. I wanted to say that. Very seldom they don't even hide that they are not informed, and they research afterwards after they make their claims.
Oh man, what you're trying to say is we should remarket our public awareness as a keyboarding class.
Get some more volunteers.
180 words per minute could be yours. Join now.
Yeah.
Dude, keyboarding was my nemesis when I was in high school. Go ahead.
Wait, so which like map projection do you think is correct? Out of curiosity.
They're all correct, as long as you use them for their correct intended purpose.
Wait, so how are they all correct per se?
Well, it's just a tool. You don't use hammers to swat flies. every single map was specifically designed for a given reason. If you use that map outside of that reason, it's probably not going to be useful. Like, you're not going to use a mag deck map to go down the street for your groceries.
Right. So when we're in the military and we're doing military ops, we use the military grid reference system, right? Those are the maps we use. They're terrain feature accurate, plus or minus a certain tolerance, right? So those are pretty accurate. So are they correct? What does correct mean?
Well, I was more so curious if you reject the globe model, like how the coordinate system would work for you. Because I know that you say you trust it, but the way that that's derived is from a globe model.
What coordinate system?
Well, when you do WKID 1019, which is what you were using before, right? That's projected from a globe. It's a satellite reference grid system.
You talking about the military grid reference system? Is the WKID? Is that what you're trying to say?
Yeah.
Cool.
No, I'm saying here, look at the chart.
Okay, what does that have to do with anything?
Well, the way that's derived is from a globe projection. So I was wondering, like, if you believe in these coordinate systems, you said that they're accurate, but I was curious why you believe they're accurate. If the fundamental way that the data was derived is wrong.
Dude, you can have any conversion from any coordinate system.
That doesn't answer the question. Like, why do you believe it's accurate if you reject the way that it was derived?
Dude, I could care less. When I use the map, it's terrain accurate. It's accurate to the terrain in front of me.
How is it accurate if you reject the way it's derived?
We don't reject the way it was derived, because how was it derived?
It's derived from a globe model.
And how is the globe model derived?
That has nothing to do with the fact that he's saying he trusts these coordinate systems.
Yes,
it does. Yes, it does.
Well, the globe model today is done by satellite.
No. How was it derived originally?
That has nothing to do with modern cartography.
It has to do with everything.
No, modern cartography
if you're basing it off a model, how was that model derived?
Listen,
we don't. The current one is projected off of their globe. They take the distance from the satellites, the distance from the Earth.
You've made it off a globe model. That's great. You've told us that. How was that originally derived?
If you're asking how they drew maps 600 years ago, that has nothing to do with...
No, I didn't ask how they drew maps. I'm asking how that globe model, the same as Big Daddy was derived.
I could find the mathematical proof. I can't explain that off the top of my head.
So it's just a mathematical construct. We might be getting somewhere here.
The bottom line...
but why does it work in reality, right?
Bottom line is the latitudes that are on a globe are derived from elevation angles to the celestial bodies in the sky. Specifically polarity, that's what they say. So it's derived from elevation angles off of the horizontal Earth, not the curved surface Earth, like you just tried to spin.
So you're saying it's a ball.
I didn't hear him say that.
That's essentially what he inferred.
No, he didn't. No.
If he's saying that it's purely based off of the elevation levels relative to celestial bodies, even though the model requires a ball based on the formula, He just said the elevation levels in this case relative to those bodies, so a sphere, right?
Wrong.
So how would that calculation work then, in this case?
How are those elevation angles done, mate? Just go back to basics.
No, because it's not done based on like, it's not done like that. It's inferred by a ball.
You're assuming it's inferred by a ball.
Okay, and in the chat he just said yes, assuming our current understanding of trigonometry works. Oh, sorry, never mind. Unrelated. Ignore that. Wait, so how am I assuming that if like these grid systems are derived from a ball?
The ball itself were derived from the sky.
Exactly.
So how is the data on your end? You say that you trust it to be correct. If it's derived through something you call wrong, why does their math work?
Did you not hear what old mate said?
No, I did hear you, but what you just said was bullshit. But how do you?
So why? So instead of calling him out and say, mate, I think that's hold on.
You didn't tell me something that was
stop.
true.
Instead of calling that what he said out and say, listen, mate, I think that's not true or bullshit or whatever you want to word it. I've got no problem with that. Why did you just instantly revert back to another part of your conversation like as if nothing was said? Why not call him out on it? Bro, I think that's bullshit.
Question.
Please restate it.
I just re-asked the same question.
You just reset is what you did.
Why are you
So
trying to, like,
Necros,
shut this down?
he thinks you're bullshit. I think it was Necros. Might have been Migo, I don't know, I've not on another page. So your ball model that all this other stuff was derived from was originally derived from the sky. You didn't like that bit? You don't trust it?
Say the sky. No, nowadays it's done by calculating the distance between a base station and a satellite. So you can calculate like a travel time. We know how long the signal takes. Like, what are you on about?
So signal point A to point B equals curve.
Well, if we know how far away the initial object is, right? Like,
well, how do you know that? You just infer
you
more
measure it
inferences,
based on the signal travel time.
Okay, so you've got a satellite at point A, you've got a travel time of A, satellite moves, you've got a travel time of B. How are you getting curvature out of that? All you've proven is satellite moves.
Because you do it at 4 points.
Okay, all you've proven is satellite moves 4 times.
No, this wasn't about curvature. Where did I mention curvature? I was asking you about why you trust satellites.
Why would I care?
I was curious about why you trust satellites. That's why I was asking about coordinate systems. That's why I was asking about GIS. That's why I was asking
why would I care about trusting satellites? Oh no, I don't trust satellites. Therefore, my life's going to change. Yes, I do trust satellites. Here we've got
this has everything to do with your world.
What's the difference?
When it comes to the math that I've seen that they use for satellites, the adjacent is flat. So, whatever.
It's not hard to get a flat tangent.
Watch a video of a math professor talking about satellites and the timing and the formulas or equations or whatever they were, and specifically was like, well, obviously the Earth's not flat, but for these purposes, to get this angle, we're just going to treat it as such. So, you know, yeah. I don't have a problem with satellites.
Okay. Well, at least you gave an answer. By the way, Matrix, like, chill out, dude.
What's your problem now?
Dude, if you don't want to answer things, just say that. You don't have to, like, yell at people.
Oh, you think I'm yelling? Sorry to inform you, but my voice is this level all the time. You didn't know? Oh, well, maybe you should hang out a bit more. You might have realised it.
I've joined here twice, and you sound like you've been angry the entire time.
So, one could probably go, holy shit, his voice is like that all the time. Congratulations.
Well, Matthew, why'd you give up so easy?
On what?
You're about to tangent up the place.
Oh no, somebody
Oh,
was
hold
just
on.
saying that.
I gotta mute this kid real quick. Stalin Volcano, you're hot micing, so let us know when you got control of your mic. Go ahead.
Oh, I was just saying that we Globers can get an adjacent that is a straight line by just getting a tangent. So it's okay that the Earth is a globe. We can still do angles.
So you're not measuring the globe then, you're just measuring this theoretical spot in the sky.
I mean, for elevation angles of stars, you just measure how high above the horizon it is.
Referencing the flat plane that you stand upon.
Referencing a theoretical tangent that intersects with the globe is what we would say. But you could ignore all that. And
if
just
you're
do
doing
zero
theoretical
angles.
stuff, Matthew, you're not measuring the ground.
Right.
The whole
and you can
purpose
do it
of this
without
is to
reference
measure
the ground
your
at all.
position. Well, if you're not referencing the ground, what's the point of doing it, Matthew? Think about
Well,
it. You're not referencing the ground. What you are trying to do is find your position. So if you're not referencing the ground, where's your position? Magically in space? Over there to
No,
the
I mean,
right a bit
like-
further?
Well, like if you're an aircraft in World War II, they would do navigation, celestial navigation, without reference to the ground by, figuring out where they are in reference to the zenith distance.
And then they'd use a dip angle to reference the ground. Oh dear.
You can get the zenith distance
or sea level.
without reference to the horizon.
So the dip angle was just for practice for mathematics.
It's just easier to do it that way, but you don't have to do it that way, is what I'm saying.
Right. So the dip angle again's just for practice. Hey, we want you to waste your time doing this whilst you're dodging gunfire and making sure your plane stays in the air.
No, it's just to get it more accurate.
Well, maybe your dad will let you suck his dick. Who knows?
Profound.
Friends. How's it going, friends?
It's chilling.
Anybody know what acute epididymitis is?
Nope.
God damn.
I'm guessing it's more attractive than ugly epididymitis.
Acute meaning like swollen. And epididymitis is a gland. That's okay. Yeah. Swollen epididymitis. Fuck me, man. I'm in so much pain, friends.
Sorry to hear that. That sucks.
Hey, fuck you. Hey, that's my natural reaction to you, Matthew. I'm sorry.
It's okay.
I know you are. It's all good. No one asked you, Matthew.
Hey, Matthew, you want to do a...
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Go ahead. No, go ahead. No, you go ahead.
Yeah, Matthew, you want to do a collab sometime on some of the crazy spiritual beliefs of people that hang out in Globe Earth, Flat Earth communities?
That would be interesting. Yeah.
Well, yeah. Go ahead. Sorry.
Can't wait to tell you about the giant eternal circumcised weenie. That's a crazy one.
My favorite was Q-Op a couple days ago saying, this whole thing about the Islamic idea of virgins in heaven is because Jesus told us the parable about the 10 virgins waiting outside for the wedding and didn't have enough oil. I was like, what are you talking about? It has nothing to do with it. But he was just convinced somehow.
Crazy.
That was Q-Op.
I got a joke for you, Matthew. How do you know that Christianity is the one true religion?
Because it's the most rational explanation. But so I don't know why.
Because it's the only conception of heaven without women.
What do you mean? I don't get it.
Well, you just got through telling me that in this other religion, you're promised women. In heaven, you're not promised women. Because every man knows that a bunch of women isn't heaven.
Yeah, it's pretty fucking hellish, if you ask me, man. One is hard enough, buddy. 72? Holy shit. It's a good point.
Anyway, it's just a joke, so it doesn't need to be theologically accurate.
Right.
I mean, shit. It's kind of fucking truthful. I mean, they're that sex starved that they need that kind of like motivation. That's crazy. No, because from my experience, after so much, sexual encounters, there's limits, Oh, there's limits. Friends, there's limits. When you're a young buck, you think there ain't no limits. But let me tell you, there are limits.
And there's definitely periods of your life and an age you reach where it's like, who cares, man? Who cares?
Well, yeah, exactly. That's the one thing.
Yeah, I got more important things to do.
All right. But I mean, I like it. It's not like it's not good. This is great, but I'm just saying, like, I don't understand why. There's a lot of dudes that are so focused on that. It's just, I'm like, bro, like, well, I can see why. It's because the lack of, supply and demand type situation. You know, I get that. Some guys are thirsty as fuck, boy. So they'll create
So
all
what you're
kinds of
saying is
stories. Go ahead.
you're saying is that they lack curvature in their lives, much like the Glovers.
Yeah, you're right. They lack a lot of that curvature. Don't remind me of the curvature, bro. Oh, fuck, the curvature's so good. Fuck. Bro, especially when you come really close up to that curvature and really fucking, like, how do you say it? Like, really take a good
Measure
good
it with a laser. Measure it with a laser.
No, you bring your eye so close to the curvature, right? Just to like, what do you call it?
Wait a minute, dude. If you get really close to curvature, it looks flat.
No, it's still curving, bro. I swear to God. I did that
I don't
experiment on
know.
her ass.
The Glovers would like to contend with your claim.
Well, fuck, man. Okay, well.
Because they claim that the only way to know it's curved is to look out and see that it's flat, and then see something that you can't see, and then that proves that the thing that's flat is curved.
And they all need to find a bubble ass girl, right? Spend a night with her, and then bring your face right up to her ass.
All right. We're still in prime time, bro. We're not in the
Oh, my
after
bad,
hours.
man. Oh shit, my bad. I'll keep it a little PG. Fuck it. But you know what I mean. I admire the curvature from really close up. That's what I was trying to say. Yeah, I bring my eye up so close to that curvature, and I just admire it. It's just phenomenal. I look at it from every fucking angle. I swear to God. And I'm in like just awe how good it is.
All right, listen up, dude. I got to get to the
Yeah.
store and get some ice cream before it closes. Now, don't
Right.
turn this into an X-rated place while I'm gone.
Oh, come on, man. You know I like doing crazy shit. Oh, man, you know me. Okay, Matthew, what's new? Any progress on that globe?
I don't really have
Still
any
the same
new
old shit.
ideas.
Okay, cool. That's what I thought. There's nothing new under the sun, my friend. Remember
That's
that.
the truth. I know.
And when we mean under the sun, the close and local sun, not some 93 million mile away sun. Because you're not really under that. Right?
Yeah, at night. It's nighttime for you, right?
Yeah, but the sun's further away. This doesn't matter. It's not on the other side of the ball.
Where do you think the sun is right now?
I don't know. They know where it is. China or some shit.
It looks like it's right over Indonesia right now. But the question is, where is Indonesia? Which direction from you?
Well, I don't know. That's a good question. Probably I have to go north. And then eventually south.
Yeah, I think it's over Indonesia, but I also think the reason we can't see it is because it's on the other side of the world, so it's below my feet or below the horizon from my perspective.
Crazy math, yeah.
It is all. I know you say it's crazy, but it is also with all those cultures that believed in flat Earth, like in the ancient times. They also thought the sun went under the Earth.
I don't know. That's speculation, bro. You can't verify shit like that.
Well, you can just read their
Well, how?
cosmologies.
Oh, yeah, cool. Yeah, okay, cool. That's interpretations, first of all. That's not fact. You're interpreting some fucking interpretation of language or drawings and of hieroglyphs or some shit. Come on, bro. It's just made up stories, bro. Who are you trying to fucking fool?
Oh yeah, I'm not trying to use that as evidence. I was just saying that the idea that
I'm just saying, even if you were using that as an evidence, I'm just saying it's like speculative fucking garbage.
Right. It's not evidence. It's just saying that other people also thought that the sun went under the earth, including the ancient Mayans and those people.
So you say?
I mean, I think they said it, right?
Well, I don't know. So you say that they said it, but I wasn't there. Were you there?
No.
Oh, okay. So how do you know?
I mean, it's just, how do we know anything from history?
Well, there you go. That's a good. That's why I don't trust anything in history. That's number one.
Okay, but you can like have good guesses. Maybe you don't know for sure, but you can have good guesses based on their evidence and what they wrote.
It's like AI illusions, bro. It was an okay guess, friends. Right?
Well, I mean, I think that there was a president of the United States named Abraham Lincoln, even though nobody alive has ever seen him. But there's good evidence that he existed, so, you know.
Yeah, that's more modern with like actual like maybe photography and shit. There's photos of this guy. Right?
Right.
Okay. What about the Mayan shit?
They left behind writings carved into their rock, and
it's all interpretation.
I can't read it, but some people can.
Well, that's what you think they can, but they can't. They're lying.
The people who are reading the Mayan rocks are lying?
No, their interpretations are wrong, and if they're telling you that it's true, that's wrong. It's a lie.
Oh, so you don't even know what they're saying, but whatever they're saying, it must be a lie, right?
No, the interpretation of what I don't care what they're saying on the walls because you'll never know.
How do you validate it? It says squiggle, squiggle, squiggle. It's translated as your birthday's in August. So how do you validate that squiggle, squiggle, squiggle actually means that?
Exactly my point.
But the problem is that you don't know even if they were those who wrote those things, because like in what happened in Egypt, there is writings that are coming after those who built those things and wrote the first or carved first hieroglyphs on the walls. So you don't know that writing and that story that is written there is who wrote it. Is it those people, the Egyptian, or some people after that? Because there is proof that some hieroglyphs were written after the build of the pyramids and were newer than the old hieroglyphs, and you can see the distinction between them. If you go to those sites, you can carve your story. Next generations, 500,000 years after today, when they will read that and translate it to their language, they will say that those who build those things have a different language, have two languages.
Anyways, Matthew, you were just proven wrong by many people at once. It was crazy. How do you feel?
I feel fine. I was just saying that Mayans have a history, and I don't think I was proven wrong. I just think several people said that we can't know for sure. And I'm be like, okay, yeah, we don't know for sure.
You're such a weasel, bro.
What, by admitting that we can't prove history? That's not weasel. That's just history.
No, initially we're fighting that.
I wasn't saying.
Yeah, you were.
I was saying.
No, you're claiming as if it was fact, whatever you were stating. Until I pointed out, no, bro, all that shit you're saying is all speculative garbage.
I don't think it's speculative garbage. I think
Yes,
it's
it is.
reasonable to assume.
Somebody
that,
told you just that you don't even know what time those fucking drawings on the walls were even written, right? It could be somebody else completely. It could be just all nonsense. And then some assholes like squiggle, squiggle, squiggle. Oh, yeah, interpretation. Squiggle, squiggle, squiggle means this. You know what I mean?
And the big problem is that you can't carbon date those carvings. You can carbon date the material where it were carved, but you can't carbon date the carvings. So it will be just a giant exclamation there.
Well, I'm not an archaeologist, so I don't know how they date it.
No archaeologist can know those carvings from where they come. Who is the one who carved them? The texts. What was it? The builders? Was it some people who came after the builders?
Welcome.
What up? All right, we're all from different places, right?
Maybe.
Yes.
Yeah.
Let's ask an important sociological question. So, if a store says they're open till 10, should their doors be unlocked until 10?
No.
Yes.
9:59, they're closed.
If it says 10
Motherfucker wants
o'clock
to
on
go
that
home.
sign, then if you walk in at 5 seconds to 10 o'clock, they should serve you.
Listen,
Yeah, it depends on if it's a restaurant or retail store. That's a good question, though.
Yeah, but some restaurants actually put up a sign, service
private
stops at
businesses are different.
9:30, and they allow you to continue eating, even though they won't serve you.
Is it a private establishment or is it like a main chain?
That's a good point. What makes it different
Because
between the two?
private establishment, private people do whatever the fuck they want, essentially. They can close it whenever. The actual chain, they'll actually have like what do you call policies in place where they can't do that shit.
Well, don't you think if your intention is to not serve people for a period of time leading up to when your closing hours are, that you should notify everyone that that's the case so that nobody shows up in the window of not being served or not being allowed in? Wouldn't that be fair to the customer?
Yeah.
Now, I'm not talking about, oh, something happened, we have to close early. I'm talking about just your day-to-day activity. It's like
I mean, do they close every day or no?
Go ahead.
Do they do that every day or no?
Yeah, let's say they do it every day. They lock the doors 10 minutes before closing. So if you look up on Google, if you look at their store hours on the door, it just says 10. It doesn't say we lock up 10 of 10. So I'll give you my view, then you can give me yours. My view is if they intend to lock the doors early as a routine operation, it should be stated so that nobody shows up after that time expecting to get it in based on a closing time. All right, go ahead.
Well, I gotta say, is just some people, depending. Like I said, if it's a private establishment, they don't give a fuck. They'll just close whenever. I've had that happen to me. I'm like, okay, cool, whatever. I'll go somewhere else. You know? I mean, do you live in like a major city or no?
I mean, not really. It's
So
pretty decent, but not major, no.
What's the nearest store next to you?
Walmart. Well, the nearest big store is Walmart.
Walmart should be still open, no? Oh, fuck this acute epididymitis, man. Why does it hurt so much?
Put an ice pack on your balls, buddy.
you know what acute epididymitis is?
Yeah.
It's inside chat. Of course we know what it is.
Fuck, bro. It's the worst.
Couldn't figure out by the way you pronounced it, but once I looked it up, I'm like, oh, that's what he means.
Well, how do you pronounce it? Because I had doctors pronounce it a million different fucking ways to me too, bro. Epididymitis.
Epidemius is the chords. Epidemiitis.
It has a D die,
Yeah.
Epididymitis, epididymitis.
Yeah, it's a weird pronunciation. It's not a word you say every day. So.
Yeah, fuck acute. That's the worst.
Dude, go back to the doctor. Ask him to check your spin bar key.
My what?
Your spin bar key.
What the hell's that?
Hey, you'll have to look it up. The other guy looked your word up.
My what spin bar key?
Yeah, your spin bar key.
Okay, you gotta write it down because I don't know what that is.
Man, you didn't write yours down, sucker.
Well, it's all written in the side chat. Anyways, listen, friends. It sucks
Anyways,
having
bro,
this
yours
shit.
sounds self-inflicted.
How is it self-inflicted? Bro,
Well,
it's not. It's not. Trust me, it's not.
Well, so someone else caused it.
No, man, it's not an STD infliction, bro, because the first time I got this, I was fucking not doing anything with anybody. I promise you that. That was the crazy part. And then I go to the doctor, I'm like, yo, I promise you, whatever, man. You don't, it's irrelevant. I know my story. You don't have to fucking believe it or not. Anyways, because I wouldn't even care. If I was fucking a whole bunch of bitches, I'd be proud of it. I don't give a fuck. Listen, so I wasn't fucking for a long time, and this shit happened. But there's reasons why. I had fucking hernia around that area. There's different reasons why it could fucking happen. They fucked up my shit. Or just, yeah, man. It's just, oh, yeah. So the first time I went to the doctor, they ran a full cystoscopy on me, right? The first time, literally, went to the fucking doctor because blood was shooting out. It was crazy. Because I was in shock. I'm like, what the fuck is this? This is the first time in my life anything like this ever happens to me. So I rushed to the hospital because my balls are like fucking the size of grapefruits. Or at least the one that's getting affected the most is the size of a fucking grapefruit. I'm like, holy shit. Impossible to sit, impossible to fucking walk anything. So go to the doctor. They run all the blood tests, everything. I'm clean as a fucking whistle. The only thing they found was E. coli. E. coli in the tract. So it's like it got infected with E. coli. And I'm like, what the fuck? What happened was it probably something shot back up the fucking pipe. And then it got infected. So yeah. Friends, it's no bueno. I don't know how many people ever got that. That's the thing. The doctor said it's actually pretty common with men.
Well, there's a lot of ailments that are common with men that they don't even care about because they're too tough to notice.
Well, that's true. But if you're tough enough to fucking walk around with swollen balls, bro, you're a fucking gangster, yo.
They're not swollen. They're really that big.
That's the running joke at work today. You got big balls. I know how it feels to have big fucking balls. I'm like, bro, shut the fuck up. The big ball jokes. I get the biggest balls of all
Speaking
right
of
now.
knowing how it feels, yeah. Speaking of knowing how it feels not to have big balls, kind of like Globers.
way to bring it back. Amazing. Fuck.
Well, actually, when you think about it, sometimes their balls are more swollen than others because, like, if they see an object in the distance that supersedes their geometry, they just inflate the size of their balls.
That's true. Like 10 times.
Right? I mean, it's always a different size, isn't it? Sometimes it's little, sometimes it's big. So, for example, they'll show us curvature from an airplane window that makes yours tiny, and then they'll show us no curvature from like way up in the near stratosphere, and then the Earth looks massive. So it's like, which is it? Is it big Earth, tiny Earth, swollen balls, normal balls?
Kiva, that's it. That's me right now. That's funny, bro. I gotta smoke my joint too. That's it. I gotta smoke my fucking joint. Oh, you reminded me. That's so good. I remember that episode too. He fucking microwaved his balls to get fucking medical weed. That's too funny. But it's okay. I need to smoke my weed anyways, right? Because the balls. But I gotta quit the weed. I think the weed affects my balls. Friends, I think smoking too much just affects the cardiovascular system in general, right? So it's best not to. Like anything. Especially if you're chronic. With me, I have an addictive personality and I smoke too much. So gotta stop. Can't just smoke a little bit.
Yeah, I know a dude who got ball cancer.
You know that's
Lance
horrible
Armstrong.
because fuck. I don't want to lose my balls, friends. I love my balls.
Maybe just got blue balls.
I think that's the problem. I think if I blue ball, it'll get worse, man. It needs to release. It needs to keep coming out. Fuck, man.
Dude, am I going to have to cut you off?
No, it's over. Don't worry. It's all cool.
No, I meant, am I going to have to cut you off?
Definitely.
Please don't slip my balls off. Yeah, I'm actually. If it doesn't get better tomorrow, I'm probably in the morning gonna go straight to the hospital.
Yeah, dude. First thing you go in, dude, you say, "Listen, it's an emergency. It's dangerous down there. Can you check out my spin bar key?"
Shut the fuck up, spin bar. My spin bar key. Funny guy. Hey, listen. Hopefully, I don't have to, because it's been like a few days, and the worst is over. I think because it was really bad like 2 days ago. Fuck, and I still work through all of it too. I was like working through all the time. Hey, we got a Glober in the house. Hey, CG, what's up, guy? How's the Globe doing? How's it treating you?
The globe is globing, man. It's globing. Yeah, it's nice and circular.
Okay, see everybody attack. The Glober in the house. Attack. He left before the attack started, friends. What's going on?
Because you want to do attack, dude. Why would he stick around to get attacked?
I was like a joke. You know, I guess he couldn't get a joke. Jesus Christ, bro. That's the female version, right?
Well, it refers to that, but it also refers to the test, which is a test of the elasticity. So it's an elasticity test.
Anyways, that's not for me, man. Why would you make that joke? Okay, friends, what's gonna happen soon? I'm gonna go through withdrawals again. I'll probably be on Discord talking mad shit, because that's the only thing that makes me like go through the withdrawals easier.
Withdrawal from what?
Marijuana.
Oh.
Yeah, I gotta quit. Like for real. I gotta start running and shit. I gotta get the cardio up. Fuck.
Dude, I got to start doing all that too, because not because of anything like that, but just because I'm getting old. I got to get my my peripheral arteries and veins pumping.
Yeah.
That PAD, bro. That PAD, Holmes. You know what I'm talking about?
Bro, I'm almost 40, man. That's what I'm saying. This acute.
Yeah, bro. You might as well get started on that, bro. Before you get to 45, man. You got 5-year head start.
Yo, the problem is I've been bad. That's the thing. This whole summer I was partying, not just with marijuana. I was partying with alcohol, you know. So the alcohol really caught up to me, friends.
Dude, I heard you even snorted. I heard you even snorted some Globe for a few days there.
No, there was no globe snorting, bro. I don't do that shit. I don't do anything up my nose. That's for the weak people. I don't do this shit. It's horrible. Have you ever met people that did too much? They're not real people. They're fucked.
I've never known that I have, but I thought that I have, and they look like they're auditioning for a apocalypse movie.
Well, the biggest tell of a chronic cocaine user, especially after like many years, it's
They still believe in the globe.
100%. Cocaine users are fucking the most scared, paranoid people in the fucking world. So yeah, they don't go against authority, which is the funny thing. So they'll fucking do the one thing that is illegal, right? And everything else will be straight for them. And the crazy part is while they're doing the blow and they get really paro after like a good amount of fucking lines, they're in their apartments fucking looking through those fucking shades, checking if the cops are outside every fucking 15 minutes. That's how paranoid these motherfuckers get. Stupid.
All right, Dr. Eric. I think, did he just join? Dr. Eric Nepute, or Nepute, or Nepute, or Nepuetete.
Oh, we got a Dr. Eric in here? Holy shit.
Yeah,
Friends.
man.
We're going to have to ask him some questions about his globe. He probably believes in it. Most doctors are globers.
Is it possible on a flat Earth to make 3 90-degree turns and wind up in the same place you started?
It's a fucked up question, bro.
Yes.
Really?
Yep.
How's that possible?
Fuck, I mean, what are the legs?
Hold on, brother. On the y-axis.
On the y-axis.
Yep. So I jump up, and I do a triple gainer, and then I land back on the ground.
Interesting.
Yeah, he's funny as fuck. Hey, yo, my friends. Okay, explain to me how you're doing these 90-degree turns. Are you doing like equidistant from each other, or what? What's going on, bro?
Yeah, each line is the same length, but there are 3 90-degree turns. And it can be done on paper flight charts.
It's a cool story, but so let's say I go 100 meters one way, and then I turn 90 degrees, and I go another way 90 degrees, and I go another 90 degrees. In reality, what am I supposed to achieve here? In reality,
So, in theory, you would think that would just
I
make
said in reality.
like an incomplete square, right?
Well, in reality, what does it make? Because I just did
In
100.
reality,
I went 100 meters one way. I did 90 degrees. I did another 100 meters. I did another 90 degrees. And in reality, what did I create?
A big lightning bolt.
a U.
Right. So what's
But
the problem?
if you do it over 5,100 miles each leg,
And that's the cool story that you're gonna have to fucking prove, yeah?
I can prove it.
Show it. In
What's
reality.
that?
Not some fucking drawings. In reality, my boy.
Flight charts are reality. That's what pilots use.
Flight charts are not reality. Flight charts are fucking charts, my boy.
Hold on, let's let him have a look at his flight charts. What were they referencing in order for them to know that they'd turned 90 degrees? Were they basing this off compass bearings?
They used a square.
They used a
You're gonna
square.
Oh wow, dude!
Yeah, like
an
a measuring
airplane used a square. How is that done? That's weird.
Yeah, I'm in. Popcorn ready?
This guy said flight charts are fucking reality. That's crazy.
No, I'm interested. I'm intrigued how a square was used in this process. I'm intrigued. Tell me more.
So before a pilot takes a flight, they have to chart it on a flight chart first. And of course, nowadays they can use digital ones, but back in the day they used paper ones. So you could do it on either, but this one is on paper. I posted the video.
A McToon? You fucking posted a McToon. Okay, cool. That's unbiased information.
Well,
Okay, cool.
it doesn't matter who,
No, it matters. It matters when it's a fucking staunch Glober. It does matter. It's biased as fuck. My boy.
You can just look at the flight chart.
Listen, my friend. Doesn't matter. Biased as fuck. I've talked to many fucking real pilots will tell you it's flat, my boy. So McToon ain't shit here.
It's not about McToon. It's about the flight charts. He didn't.
I'm telling you, pilots will tell you it's flat. Real pilots that do the flights every fucking day.
Well, Wolfie's a pilot.
These flight charts, Cuba, what map are they referencing on these flight charts? Because a lot of older maps used to be AEs. Now, the problem is with an AE, if you go fly along, turn, say start at the North Pole, fly out 100 miles or 1,000 miles, pick your number, turn 90 degrees, fly 1,000 miles, turn 90 degrees. When you actually draw that out, because the reference point, you're actually turning more than 90 degrees because of where your center reference point is. It'll throw it out of whack. So you guys are claiming, hey, look, we make triangles, but in reality, this is not happening. So drawing it on paper is one thing with an offset reference point, but doing it and then getting back to the same spot. So are they actually flying it? But not, and here's the problem, but not referencing the compass bearing, because if you do this off a compass, this is what's going to happen. Because you're not following a straight line. Your baseline is not straight.
Yeah, he didn't use the poles.
So what did he reference then?
Reference? Like which
Well,
map?
he's got to reference something. How does he know he's made a triangle then? What is he referencing? Is there dots on the ground that he's flying over? What is his reference points? He just gets a bit of paper, draws a triangle and says, ta-da, triangle?
No, I mean, he has 3 coordinates and 3 90-degree turns.
Based on what map?
Let me check what map it is. 1 second.
Wait, Matrix, you never watched it? You should watch it.
Hells no.
You should watch it, bro.
McToon. He makes me sick.
Just scroll through it so you can see what he made. It's a really cool arts and crafts. Okay.
Really? Has it got crayons in it?
No, it's got giant curved sticks.
Oh, I better have a look then. That was like 13.5 minutes. Yeah, I'll have a look.
Hey! I knew giant curved sticks would attract you.
But good luck though. Good luck in your endeavors.
On what? Proving the globe?
Whatever the fuck you're trying to do.
Thanks.
You ain't gonna prove it though. That's why I give you a good luck.
Well, if you can make 3 90-degree turns, that's proof.
That's not proof, man. That's some fucking stupid shit. Measure directly the fucking ground and show me curvature, please. Right. Because these guys go off into fucking space, fucking stars, fucking airplanes, all this shit, but can't really talk about the actual fucking point.
I mean, it's like physically impossible to make three 90-degree turns on a flat plane and wind up at the same place.
Huh. Show me you doing that in reality.
You weren't joking about the bendy sticks. He. Holy.
Yeah. Bendy sticks. Yeah, he went crazy. Listen, friend, your reality is the fucking ball. That's the problem. And then when you're gonna do your little thing that you're saying in reality, it's not gonna come to what you expect it to be. So ain't no fucking ball.
I think it would, if I had enough fuel, which would take a lot of fuel.
One of your problems with your triangle, Cuba, is triangles are a two-dimensional shape. You believe it's a triangle wrapped around a sphere, so it's not two-dimensional. It's become three-dimensional now. It has depth. So it's not a triangle.
Right, and that proves that it's not a flat Earth either.
No, that proves that you haven't made a triangle. So if you're claiming that we can do 3 90-degree turns and make a triangle, this is incorrect. Because you're also adding depth to the problem.
The point isn't that it's a triangle. The point is that you made 3 90-degree turns.
No, that is the point. It's a triangle.
No, it doesn't have to be a triangle. The point is you make 3 90-degree turns and you wind up in the same spot. That cannot happen.
You're not making clean 90-degree turns, though. You're trying to put a two-dimensional item onto a three-dimensional item and claim that it's three-dimensional.
Well, the Earth is either two-dimensional or three-dimensional, right?
So how are you proving curvature? So you're not allowing for the depth. You're not allowing for the plane to dip its nose to go around, to navigate around the ball. All you're doing is going, hey, look, we're doing these turns based off what reference system?
The only way to wind up in the same place with 390
it's not a triangle. So use a claiming triangle. It's not a triangle. It's three-dimensional. It has depth.
The point isn't whether or not it's a triangle. The point is, did you arrive at the same place with 3 90-degree turns? That is possible.
So they're not 90-degree turns then, because they have depth. They're not straight lines. Not triangle.
No, they are 90-degree turns.
They don't look like it.
Because if you turn 90 degrees and then you keep walking along a globe, right? You can turn 90 degrees on a globe.
Well, you've got to prove the globe in the first place.
And that's how you prove it, by going...
So you're affirming the consequent.
No, because you take 90-degree turns. If you wind up in the same place, it's a globe. If you don't, it's a flat Earth. There's no other option.
Yo, bro, do it.
It's impossible to do on the flat Earth.
Do it. Do it on your reality.
It's not impossible. Just grab an AE map. Start at the North Pole. Fly out 1,000 miles. Turn left 1,000 miles. Turn back again 1,000 miles. You will land back to where you started using an AE map.
I'm excluding the AE map, or I'm excluding the North Pole or the South Pole. It can't have either one of those on one of the 3.
Oh, now he's gonna chuck something else. Where was this exclusion when you first started?
Well, that was an exclusion on the original challenge video, but I didn't mention it.
So this is all mapped out, and who's actually done this?
Nobody.
Other than just lines on a bit of paper. Oh, so this is all theoretical.
Well, it's just theoretical.
We've made a great big model, and we think it's going to work, and therefore it does.
No, people use those flight charts every single day so that we know that they're
okay. Yeah, cool. People use flight charts, but has anyone actually flown this great big wannabe triangle?
No, but nobody's ever tried to fly using flight charts and failed.
So your point now is null and void. What you've assumed something. So if you've got to validate it. I've got no problem with your claim, but validate it. If someone had actually flown this shit, I'd go, okay, that's fucking mad.
If flight charts were unreliable, pilots wouldn't use them.
No, we're not talking about flight charts. I'm happy for the flight charts. We're all good using those. I'm asking, this great big triangle that you call, has someone actually flown that?
No.
Right, so you just got an empty claim at the moment. When someone's actually done it, get back to us.
an empty claim on navigable flight charts that are used every day for
I
flights.
don't care about whether the flight charts are navigable. I don't care if they glued them together and made a big sculpture out of them. Oh shit, they did. What I'm after is, at the moment, you've got an idea. You've made a big sculpture and you've got an idea, right? And you've got this, let's do a particular thing. Now I'm after the action. We need to go out and do it to confirm that this is true and correct.
I mean,
you follow?
That would be very expensive.
We've got the idea. That's great. We've made a claim. That's cool. Now we want to validate said claim.
But like, do you get how, like, if you can navigate on one flight chart, right, and you paste them together in the exact place where they are?
I understand what you're doing. I've got no problem with that. The flight charts I'm good with. They've been using flight charts long before I was born, mate, and they'll probably continue to use them well after I'm gone.
So, like,
I've got no problem what you're suggesting. The theory behind it is great. Cool theory. Now let's put it into practice. See if it works.
Can you think of any reason why the triangle thing would not be valid?
Well, go and do it then.
I mean, you'd have to make stops because, there's not enough fuel for the whole.
Doesn't really sound like a me problem. You're the one putting forward the idea. Go and get it done. Get back to us, and we'll go, oh, wow, he did it. Or, sucks to be you, you failed. Either way, it's, yeah. At the moment, it's just this cool idea.
I mean, you agree that flight charts are legit,
I don't have a problem with the flight charts. I've made that 100% clear.
Okay. So then the burden of proof.
What you've done is you've got multiple flat pieces of paper. You've glued them together into what should be a spheretard. So now we go out and test it. Fly along that flight path. What was that? Test it out. See if it works.
Well, it definitely will work.
Well, do it. And you'll definitely see. And it'll definitely be confirmed.
Yeah, but I'm not a pilot.
Sounds like you're making excuses.
He listen. This is his psychology. He needs something he can hold on to, right? To fucking make it, keep it a globe, right? So he needs something that nobody can do or nobody's ever done to. And then, like, he hooked his claws into it, and he's like, he's not gonna let go. So whatever, he's fucking lost. He's lost in the sauce, friends. All good. Glober. That's all I have to say at the end. Glober. Bro, my ball sack is just in pain. Ah. And I don't do drugs, friends. I stay away from opiates.
These flight charts use the Lambert conformal conic map.
Great, post it in the side chat. You should just start fucking posting everything you say in the side chat. Yeah, like, bro, every time, just screenshot whatever you're on, post it in the side chat, boy. Let's do it. Don't just say shit, because every time you say shit, it just starts upsetting me, because you still haven't proven the first thing.
Well, I'm just letting you know what map that flight chart used.
I'll post it in the side chat. Let's go.
All right. That's what it's based on.
I can say shit, and if it upsets you, that seems like a you thing.
Listen, Catman, who the fuck are you?
I am the guy.
No, you're not the guy. First of all, yeah, exactly. You're the prick that was not here for the whole fucking conversation, and you come in here talking like you're tough shit. Shut up, Mr. Pussy.
It has nothing.
Hey, pussy.
To do with being tough.
No, he might have bulletproof.
Okay, sorry. Okay, my bad.
He might be the one.
This guy's the other one. Oh, the other one. Okay, pussy. Let's go.
Flamingo Boot, do you have any proof of this so-called globe that we're supposed to live on?
I mean, I've seen pictures from outer space.
Oh damn. That's worse than fucking the other guy. Holy shit.
Well, I mean, a picture's worth 1,000 words, so.
No shit.
What do you guys have?
Let your imagination run wild, especially when you're drinking.
So these pictures, how have you
so what if I'm drinking? What do you guys have?
I'm not worried about you drinking. That's cool. You can go and have a drink. That's great.
No,
These pictures that you've seen from space, how have you validated them to be true, not true, or anything otherwise?
Yeah, slow your words.
I don't really care. It seems to be.
Well,
it seems to me that when they went to the moon back in the day, that I mean, we've seen a full picture of the Earth, and it's spherical, right? It's not like a flat thing sitting on top of a turtle or no.
Moon landings are proven fake, boy.
Input your latest meme, right? It's not that.
Even mainstream media knows that the moon landings are fake. Well, he's talking about fucking people taking pictures
mainstream
of
media knows that the moon landings are fake. Could you please point me towards that mainstream media that says the moon landings are fake?
Yes.
I'd like him to validate his pictures, but he's just going to all of a sudden get someone else to validate
Just Google it. That's mainstream media.
Nah.
Yeah. Just Google it.
No, it seems like crazies like you say the moon landing is fake. Right.
Triggered you. He's an old drunk.
You should just Google it.
You should just Google it,
but
bro.
you're crazy, right? You think the Earth is flat, so therefore you're crazy.
I know. No, I know it's flat. Therefore, I'm not crazy. Knowing it,
right? You know it's
different.
flat. Therefore, the
100%.
moon landing was fake, dude. You're crazy.
Well, the moon landings are fake for other reasons.
What I'm saying
moon landings are fake for other. Why are you trying to interrupt me, boy? You shouldn't drink too much, boy.
No,
you're slurring your words, boy. Yeah, like I was saying, the moon landings are proven to be fake. It's all staged. What's up?
Right.
Yeah.
So, what I'm saying is, shit, you fucked me up.
Right.
You're lucky I'm drunk.
No, it's because you shouldn't be fucking talking when you're a fucking drunk alcoholic.
Oh, what
you
the
make
fuck?
No
I shouldn't
sense.
be talking. What are you trying to saddle me down to the?
It better you not fucking talk. Coming in here, slurring your fucking words, interrupting conversation, trying to prove yourself some shit.
What conversation were you guys having, but other than circle
exactly, buddy?
You were circle jerking.
No. See, you're an alcoholic. You don't understand. It's fine. You wouldn't remember past 5 minutes.
Right.
So what's the fucking point of even talking to you? Yeah, I know you agree. So what's the fucking point of talking to someone that's going to forget? Best for you to fucking
trying to provide content, right?
Nobody wants your fucking content. Trust me, nobody likes alcoholics.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Fucking pussy.
What? I get more pussy than you do. You fucking.
No, I guarantee you don't.
No, yes, I'm.
I guarantee you don't.
I guarantee if you don't bring it back to FE, you should probably get muted.
Same broad every night. You wouldn't understand.
Buddy, trust me, the monster, the hippopotamus that you're fucking every night, buddy, it's not even worth fucking. Surprised you can even give it up with your alcoholism. Oh, wait, you don't. I bet she cheats on you too.
I mean, you guys can laugh and make jokes, but again, what was the last time y'all been laid?
So he's not the guy with proof of curvature. Bugger.
I told you he's an alcoholic. There's no reason to talk to him. Keep it on mute.
Don't. You'll get red flagged again.
For what? Calling him an alcoholic?
It's not really the topic of this server, is it?
I understand that, but there's like terms in service agreements and this shit. So like the drug abuse or whatever,
Yeah, that's,
right?
That's
Isn't,
great.
it's
Yeah,
not,
don't go there. Just, stop it. You're in enough pain as it is. You don't need a red flag added on top of it.
Yeah, my ball hurts. That's true. My left globe is hurting, friends.
Oh, look, Ice JJ's in. What's today's wild claims, Ice JJ? Satellites with lasers?
Can you tell me how you think a 24-hour sun is possible?
How I think a 24-hour sun is possible.
Or do you believe that's possible?
Well, you have no idea how many times I've been told by Globers, like yourself, that it is impossible for the sun to set on a flat plane. You wouldn't believe it. These guys went down to Antarctica and they witnessed the sun not setting. So I can only come to the conclusion, if it can't set on a flat plane and they witnessed it not setting, then we must be on a flat plane. 24-hour sun on a flat plane explained. Cheers, bro.
But can you answer the question?
I did. Explain the 24-hour sun on flat Earth. Did it quite cleanly.
No,
Pretty good explanation. Kinda got it fucked up.
No. I asked two questions. You didn't really address the
You just don't like the answer. You're expecting me to go, oh no, it can't be done possible.
No.
Well,
okay, fine. Then let me clarify. The first question was more specifically, how can you account for our observed observations around the Earth, or wherever, what do you think it is, of the sun, and given the fact that there is a 24-hour sun? And the second question, which should have been the first question, is, do you believe that there is an experience, that there is a 24-hour sun somewhere on Earth?
well, number one, do I believe there is? Well, we know there is. We've actually got some of the guys on the panel that pop in and out every now and then that live in the northern regions and have seen it. They'll happily video it for you if you ask them nicely. So we know that that is a thing.
And how would that be possible if it was a clock?
How would what be possible if it's a clock? Well, it's not a chicken
24
sandwich if
hours
it's a clock, then, is it?
Well, the rotation of the sun, if it's a small body, not however far away, how would it be possible for it to be in the same spot or above, lighting up the same place for 24 hours?
Well,
given that
it
it's
must be
going everywhere
possible. And the reason why it must be possible on a flat Earth is because the Earth is measured as flat. So flat Earth. We see 24-hour sun, so it's possible.
No, but it doesn't seem possible with the flat Earth.
Well, it is because the Earth is measured as flat. So
No, but
whatever
not
the
saying
sun
how it's
does,
possible.
Ice JJ, whatever the sun does above the Earth is a sun problem. If it does a figure eight or a triple backflip, that's cool. I've got no problem with it. But you complaining that it can't be a 24-hour sun because it's flat, well, it could be a 56-hour sun for all I care. The ground is still flat. The sun has no bearing on the shape of the ground. So flat, curved, square, triangle, lots of hills in between, still not going to change what the sun does. You seem to be trying to tie the sun back into the globe model and going, well, this can't work because, well, the ground is flat, the sun does what it does, and that's that.
Yeah, but what the sun does contradicts the idea that it's flat.
No, it doesn't. The sun does not contradict anything. The sun just illuminates the portion of ground that it's above.
Yeah, that explanation falls apart under observations, assuming the Earth was one flat sphere.
Assuming it's a flat sphere. Well, I don't assume it's a flat sphere, so we've got no problem.
A flat surface.
So how does it fall apart? We've got the ground measured as flat. Okay, that's solved. We don't have to worry about that one. And the sun does what it does. What's the problem?
Yeah, we can see where the sun is in different places, and we can see where it goes. And its trajectory...
Can you? So tell me, once the sun leaves your house, where does it go?
Well, there's other people that can also see it. And so they can tell you when it leaves their perspective.
So you haven't tracked it in complete. So you just...
No, we have. That is how you...
No, not we, you.
No, but it takes more than one person. Like, you need to know... Yes, I mean, you can do it yourself with angles.
Sound like you're breaking down here because you don't know.
What? It's that our observation of the sun...
We've got the ground. Let's just break this down into JJ. Two separate things. Number one, the ground. The ground is measured as flat. There's no measured curvature. We all know that. You pretending otherwise is just you having your
There is measured curvature. But,
right.
Okay.
So number two, you've got the sun, which is a totally separate thing from the ground. Now, the sun does a triple backflip. It does 3 circles and then goes away. It doesn't really matter because the ground is not affected by what the sun does. You seem to think it does. Sun does what it does. Ground is measured flat. 2 separate entities.
Okay, if you were looking at a mirror and the mirror was showing you that you have, under your belly, there's like a lump, but you can't see it because, like, assuming your belly is like very big, so you just can't see past it for some reason. But you can look in the mirror. The mirror
This is a very long way of saying, "Hey, you're fat." But anyways.
No. I mean, like, this is more of a self-admission. Like, I'm not fat at the moment. Look, whatever. So if you see it in the mirror, you would trust that that's still an accurate way of, you could use a mirror to reflect light to look at yourself, to have an image of what you look like.
And how is this analogous?
That we can do the same thing with the sun and planets.
Yeah, how is this analogous to the Earth and the sun? So you looking in a mirror, looking below your belt, is how is this analogous? I don't know.
Well, that's more analogous with the idea that we can shoot light back and forth towards mirrors very high
we're talking about the 24-hour sun. We're not talking about mirrors and lights and weird things. I want to know how you, looking in a mirror, down below your belt level, is analogous to the sun over a flat Earth.
Okay, yeah. The mirror analogy.
What's the comparative here?
The mirror analogy is not better for that one. I'm not great.
I'll let you try again. That's all right.
My point was a matter of perspective. You can use perspective to determine. You triangulate perspective with angles, with distances. This is how how would you measure how far things are? You go places and you measure. So if you use the sun and use light.
Okay, where have you gone and what have you measured?
No, but it's not me we're talking about.
So you haven't. Oh,
but it's not a personal thing. I'm saying what you keep
using these hypothetical we
humanity,
but I'm not interested in these crazy hypotheticals. I want to know what actually has been done.
I'm saying
I like it when people come in and say, "I've been out and done this and I've done that and we've tested shit." I love that, man. I think it's great.
Out of curiosity, do you not have any curiosity about where stars go, or like what the trajectory of things are, or what's happening, or do you just not have any curiosity about what's happening there?
I do have curiosity about
like. It doesn't sound like it. Could I ask you, what do you think's happening? Like, what are the trajectories of the sun?
What would you prefer me to do? I'll give you a choice.
Tell me.
I can lie through my teeth and say exactly what you want to hear, or I can say I don't know because I've never validated it. Which would you prefer to hear from us? Just bullshit and lies, or us being honest?
Well, I would actually prefer this, which is, can you explain what your perspective has been looking into this issue?
So you don't want to answer my question. Do you want the truth or do you just want bullshit?
No, I don't want bullshit, and I want your perspective, like your experience on looking into that issue. When you say there's nothing, you don't know, but there is.
Well, okay, then you want my experience looking into that issue with the sun. My experience looking into the sun is I actually went and purchased a light meter so I could take energy readings in lux. What happened was I would spend a couple of days testing. So every half hour, testing, taking readings, and then I would plot these readings out. Now what would happen then, there's a thing called the inverse square law, and as you know, if you get further away from the light source, the energy levels deplete, and as you get closer, they increase, yeah? And there's a very consistent pattern. Double the distance, 1/4 of the energy. Double the distance again, 1/4 of the energy. Very, very consistent. Now the issue is, when I take a reading of say 130,000 at my lunchtime, 12 o'clock, at 6 o'clock in the evening, which is 6 hours later, I'm getting a lot greater than 1/4. So that means the sun has to have moved, according to the inverse square law, something like 180 million miles. Do you believe that's what's happening?
Speed of light, or the movement of this?
No,
like the speed
the light
of the sun?
source. The light source has to actually move away. So when you've got the inverse square law, so say you've got a cigarette lighter, you've flicked it, locked it down, so there's a little flame sitting in front of you. You hold your lux meter, pick a random number, 1 foot from that little flame. Now if you double your distance, it'll give you a reading. Now if you go to 2 foot, you've doubled your distance. On that reading, it'll now go down to 1/4. The energy readings off that are 1/4. Alright? So, if you take a reading at lunchtime of the sun, so 12 o'clock, take a reading, and it gives you a reading of 100,000, for example, at whatever time it is when that's at 1/4, so when it goes down to 25,000, that means the sun or Earth has doubled their distance apart. Now we're told that the Earth is 93 million miles away from the sun. Yeah? That's what we're all taught with the helio. So that means in order for this to continue and the inverse square law to be true, that means it's got to double its distance. So between, when I take my readings, between 12 noon and 6 o'clock in the afternoon, we have moved an extra 90 million miles. So either one of two things are happening here. The inverse square law is incorrect, which I bloody doubt, or someone's lying about the distance to the sun.
I think you may
what's
be
really interesting,
or you're misunderstanding.
What's really interesting, I'm misunderstanding. How can I misunderstand it? I turn the meter on and go lock hold. I hold it up to the sun and it gives me a number. Yeah, the numbers. We know that the inverse square law rings true. I've tested it. I set a lamp up on my kitchen table, held the meter 10 centimetres away from it, and then took it to 20 centimetres, and the energy levels did drop down perfectly. It was just blew my mind seeing it done in real time.
Yeah, but it also drops down because when you shoot it at lunchtime, it's directly above you, so there's not much scattering. But when you shoot it,
well, if you're going to use, here's what's really interesting. This is where it starts to get interesting. If you're going to use the excuse of angles and things like that,
it's not an excuse. It's like
how's this? At winter time, you're actually closer to the sun. So at 12 noon, you should be getting a higher reading. This is not what happens. Yeah, that's right. All of your shit's messed up. When you start looking into this properly and you realise that all these things are backwards, and you'll get Matthew will turn around and say, oh yes, but in wintertime, you've got to allow for the 23.4 degree tilt. The tilt ain't going to save you. You are supposed to be about 3 million miles closer. So that should be a significant difference. So when you take into consideration the fact you're on a ball that's rotating, it's got a radius of 3959 miles, that is only 0.004% of the 93 million mile distance. So when we rotate, we shouldn't even hardly register the fact that there's a difference in energy levels at all. So what should happen?
Of course it does.
Early in the morning, when we hit sunlight, it should be full power. And it should be full power all day. And then at night time, when it goes away, off. That's what should happen.
No.
Yeah.
If it's tilted 23.5 degrees on relative to orbit,
23 degrees is nothing. You've got to remember what you're comparing is 3,959 miles to the 93 million miles. So at that distance, the energy levels would be just, there'd be no change. 0.004 of 1%. There'd be no change.
No. That's not true.
I've already graphed all this shit out, mate.
That's not true. I'm looking online, and the calculations for the inverse square law on Earth's orbit would say that it would be 7% stronger in January than in July. But that's not what determines this, like, the season for the given hemispheres. Like, we have a tilted axis.
We're not talking about seasons. Don't jump off to other weird things. We're talking about lights. You wanted to know what I'd done. Boots on the ground. That's all.
No, but I meant in terms of like the trajectory of the stars and the sun, like what you think is what you think it is, like mapped out, like because like everything else uses around.
What do I think they are? Lights in the sky. I'm not really that into it.
Where do you see they go?
I'm not an astronomer or anything.
They go.
Well,
everyone
the sun comes up in the east and it goes to the west. Once it's out of my sight, I don't know. I've never hopped in an SR-71 and chased it.
But there's but everywhere in the world there's cameras that looking up.
But everyone's got cameras. So
yeah, you can look at other cameras.
So everyone's got cameras, so therefore I have to know everything about the stars and the sun and the moon and all this other shit that you might be interested in.
That you can easily see what other people are seeing once it goes out of your perspective.
Hold on, Matthew, then explain why in wintertime. In wintertime, you're closer. You should get a higher reading, as per the inverse square law.
Yeah, so you're right. The inverse square law says, like you said, about 7%.
Yeah, you're missing the fact. Summertime compared to wintertime, there's a approximately 3 to 5 million mile difference. It is the wrong way round, mate. At summertime, you would expect to be closer to the heat source. You're not. You're further away at summertime and you're closer at winter. So when you take your readings, the numbers should be the wrong way round. They're not.
No, because the distance, the change in distance.
Yes.
No, the change in distance.
JJ, you don't know what you're talking about.
The change. You haven't even heard of it.
JJ, trust me, you don't know what you're talking about.
You don't even know what I'm going to say.
I know you don't know what you're talking about because I only just explained it to you 4.5 minutes ago.
What? I'm responding to what you just said now. The change in
at wintertime and summertime, the alleged heliocentric model is basically an egg shape.
Okay,
yeah,
I'm saying that.
At your summertime is when you are the furthest away from the sun. At your wintertime, it's when you're the closest to the sun by approximately 3 to 5 million miles difference. Okay,
yeah, and
so
winter,
summertime. Now, JJ, here's a question for you. Have you been to a campfire before?
Yeah, yes, and I'm
excellent.
Winter.
So you've been to a campfire. When you were getting too hot, JJ, when you were getting too hot, did you move closer or further away?
I can't finish a single sentence here.
I want you to answer the question. When you got too hot at the campfire, did you move closer to the fire or further away from the fire?
I'll come back when you want to.
You're a coward. You just realise what's going to happen. And Matthew, stop confusing these kids.
Would my half a sentence confuse the kids? Like when you asked the question?
Yes. The kids, Matthew, I don't know if you've been in here a lot at all the last week. That kid is an absolute scatterbrain. He normally comes in and has an absolute meltdown. And you adding your 10 cents worth in with your, don't forget about your tilt and all that bullshit, didn't help him at all.
Yeah, good luck with the white knighting, Matthew.
Well, the inverse square law doesn't count for 7% of the sun's light. However, axial tilt accounts for many times more than that.
So let me get this straight, Keeper. What you're claiming is an axial tilt of 23.4 degrees, which equates to about 800 miles. So on one hand, you're going to move 800 miles closer, and on the other hand, you're going to move 3 million miles further away. Now, which one is going to have more of a difference? The 800 miles or the 3 million miles?
800 miles.
You're an idiot.
It's just a fact.
800 miles will not affect a heat source more than what 3 million miles would. So I'm going to ask you, Keeper, let's go. If you go to a campfire, you're sitting in your position, you're having a great old time, and you're getting too hot, do you move closer to the fire or do you move further away from the fire?
I tilt 23 degrees away from the fire.
Nice one, kebab boy.
You can prove this with solar panels. If you put a solar panel directly towards the sun, it's way more efficient. If you tilt it a little bit away from the sun, it's way less efficient.
We're not talking about solar panels, we're talking about you. Collecting photons and heat radiance is different.
No, it's exactly the same.
No, it's not. It's different.
Yeah, it kind of is the same.
It's the amount of light that reaches the source.
Off a flat panel. You're not a flat panel. Not comparable. So I ask you again, so stop being a slime and just please stop that. They'll just mute you, mate. So, you're at a campfire. You're too hot. Do you move closer to the fire or further away from the fire?
Further away.
Well, according to your heliocentric model, moving further away makes you hotter.
No, it depends on if there's things in the way. And
there's nothing in the way between you and the sun.
Actually, when you rotate on an angle, the way, if you, in the noon,
it's a spherical object. It's not a flat object.
Yes, but
you guys have been telling us. So there's no rotating away from it.
Tell me, how far does the sun rise above the horizon at noon on winter?
How far does the sun rise above the horizon at noon at winter?
Yeah.
I think you might want to restate that.
How far above the horizon does the sun get?
No, not repeat. Restate. In a different way. So you don't confuse yourself. Please.
What was confusing about that?
How far does the sun rise at noon? Well, at noon, it's straight above me.
In winter.
Summer, winter, it's above me head at noon.
Okay, and this is the same everywhere? Because I'm looking.
Well, you didn't ask if it was the same everywhere.
Okay,
you asked what happened for me.
Okay, what? 40 degrees north latitude, the sun's about 30 to 35 degrees above the horizon at noon on winter. And then, whereas it gets up to 75 degrees in other seasons in summer. I mean, so like obviously you're getting.
And so, what does that prove?
It proves that you're getting less sunlight.
Yes, but the problem is, even though you're claiming that angle tilt, I've got no problem with you claiming your angle tilt. Your angle tilt will move, right? If you draw out the heliocentric model in its entirety. All it'll do, if you rotate the Earth as a ball, so I'm going to assume it's a sphere, if you rotate it 23 degrees, it'll only offset you what? How many miles will it offset you? Assuming the sun is in a fixed position, the Earth is a fixed position, and all we are doing is rotating the Earth. How many miles difference will that put you?
Less than 1,000.
I don't know, but it
800. 800 miles is all the difference is. So, when you consider 800 miles as a percentage of 93 million miles, it ain't going to make any difference.
That's right.
That's the thing is, when you're tilting away from the light source, it's not about the distance. It's about you're actually reducing the profile of how much light can even hit the surface.
Exactly.
You're supposed to be on a sphere. You're not using a flat surface. There's no rotate. It's all the same.
No, it's not the same. Because
you claiming angle differences ain't going to mean shit. Wait, listen, you claiming angle differences don't mean shit when it's a sphere light projecting from a sphere onto a sphere. Your angles mean nothing.
They do matter. If you shine light onto a ball, all sides of the ball that get light are not going to get the same amount of light. Like, it's a cutoff.
Half of it gets lit up.
Yeah, it's not
and
winter all
the
around the
barriers,
world.
you get less light the further you go. The more curved.
The northern hemisphere is tilted away, so it gets less light. The southern hemisphere is tilted towards, so it gets more light.
800 miles. So you telling me that 800 miles difference, so this is the problem. You're saying an 800-mile tilt has more of an effect than a difference of distance of 3 to 5 million miles. Also take into consideration the inverse square law.
Yeah, it has more of an effect because, again, 93 million miles, 3.5.
It should have the same effect as per energy levels.
No, it doesn't.
800 miles is 800 miles. 3 million miles is 3 million miles. You've got to remember, you're not projecting the light on a flat surface. You are projecting it onto a sphere, allegedly.
Yeah, it's a fraction of a difference. The distance of the sun is not the issue. It does not matter as much as the angle at which the light is hitting you, because if it doesn't hit the whole surface, no matter how strong it is, it's going to fuck up. You're not going to get much. It's going to get, it has to get around the fucking globe. Like, that's
when
you guys got no idea what I'm talking about, do you?
When you walk away,
I can tell that because you keep going back to this tilt.
When you walk away from
You've got is your tilt. 800 miles is not going to have as much of an effect as 3 million miles.
3 million miles? What? We're not talking about...
That's right. That's what I'm trying to get through your head.
This is not about...
JJ, the heliocentric model points out that we're supposed to be 93 million miles from the sun. Allegedly, between summertime and wintertime, there's a difference. Allegedly, there's a difference of about 5 million miles between summer and winter.
If you were to face a light and then turn yourself to like almost 90 degrees, and then you move, and then you compare that, how intense it is in your eyes versus moving back many steps and looking straight at it, that's going to be turning around. Even though you're closer.
Yeah, but the difference is, JJ, the difference is you turning slightly sideways and moving closer. If I was to use a high-powered torch, you would have to actually be moving about 40 miles closer.
So what?
You're not just turning sideways and going, hey, look, it's not brighter. You're also moving 40 miles closer and then saying it's not brighter. That's what you're doing.
This is why, like...
JJ, you're missing it. All you're doing is going, I believe Globe, he's wrong. JJ, you have what's called flat earthers are wrong syndrome.
No, this is why looking at the sun directly is so bad. Like, why would looking at
the distance you're moving, JJ, 5 million miles. Do you even comprehend how far that is?
Yeah, so
you're saying 800 miles.
Of the
800 miles has more of an effect than 5 million miles. That's what you're telling everyone.
No, I'm saying the angle.
Yes, that's what you're telling everyone.
No.
That angle equates to 800 miles.
No, but it's not about distance. It's about angle. It's about how it actually hits you. The distance is not relevant here. It matters less.
Okay. JJ, go and draw on the United States a line where the sun travels. Then draw another line 800 miles difference from it. Because that's the difference you're talking about. That's it.
Stuff like that, and
that's all you're talking. So that means in that distance, yes, that means in that distance, there'll be massive temperature variations according to you.
It's not
800 miles, 23 degrees. That's all it is. No, you're the one that can't comprehend what's going on.
It is.
All you're doing is, I believe in the heliocentric model. 23 degrees is going to cause this. It's not, mate. That's the problem. And you claim 23 degrees. Check this out. This is what's going to spin you out. In summertime for me, I witnessed the sun setting about 43. Not 23.4 like it should be, 40. And it comes up at 36 degrees offset at the other side, not 23.4 degrees in comparison to winter. What you guys claim for the heliocentric model and what's happening in reality aren't matching up, bro.
Can I try to explain?
To them, go for it.
Sure. Their matrix is right about the distance to the sun follows the inverse square law. There are three things that affect how much sunlight an object receives. One is the distance that does follow the inverse square law, but also the amount of atmosphere between the object and the sun, and that's determined by how high of an elevation angle the sun is at the time. And then also if the object, like a solar panel, is directly aimed at the, perpendicular to the sun's rays or at some angle. So those three things determine how much heat you're going to get on that surface. If it's the ground we're talking about, then it is at it's never directly under the sun unless you're at the equator at noon or something like that. But all three have an effect.
Exactly.
So all three have an effect, but he didn't say which one would cause a greater effect. You just jumped straight onto the exactly because a glober put one part of your point forward. So which one has the greater effect? 1, 2, or 3?
In this situation, it is the angle.
Now validate that.
The fact that
Now validate it. No, there's no facts.
The measurements you gave.
You've got no facts. JJ, post up your facts. JJ, if you're going to say the fact that's cool, you can say that. I want you to post up your data that backs it.
I mean, the stuff you said that you documented backs it.
Yeah, so number 3 has the greatest effect. It can go from 0 to 100%.
Exactly. Like your view of the sun.
Well, it's only going 23.4, and that's only equal to 800 miles.
Like the existence.
You calculated that out yourself, Matthew.
The existence of nighttime disproves your point.
The existence of nighttime disproves my
93
point.
million miles away.
JJ, the existence of nighttime proves that the inverse square law of your bullshit 93 million miles is incorrect.
No, it doesn't.
Yes.
No, it doesn't. Because if you're
JJ, you can do the maths for me.
Looking away.
JJ, stop looking away. Listen carefully. I'll read the fucking data out. Light meter readings. Here we go. Get me big page out. There you go to sheet 1.
If you look in the opposite direction.
12 noon. Here we go. 12. Yeah. Oh my God. 12 noon. 130,500. You better write that down. You got it written down?
What do you say?
130,500. 130,500. That's 12 noon. Yeah?
Go on.
Right. Now at 6 p.m., 828.
Yeah, keep going. Just keep going. I don't.
Now this is where you get to grab the inverse square law. So what we do now is we go. This is what we're taught. We are 93 million miles away from the sun. Yeah. You've got a rotation of 3959 miles, which is only 0.004 of 1%. So as of 0.0041%. You should expect to see a power change inversely of 0.004 of 1%.
Wait,
now the problem you've got over the 6 hours, over that 6 hours, you've just rotated 1 quarter.
Could you explain the 0.04%, 1% thing?
Okay. 3959 divided by 93 million times 100 over 1.
39 and 59 what?
The claimed radius of the Earth, 3959. So what you're doing is you've got to work out how far you're going to move forwards and backwards in relationship to the sun. So as the Earth rotates, you're moving closer. So at sunrise, you're the furthest distance away from the sun. And as you rotate closer and closer and closer, you are now 39, 59 miles closer to the sun. And then after 12 noon, you're getting further away again. Does that make sense?
Yeah, but if you're on the other side
Excellent.
of the...
So that distance, good, I'm glad you are. So that distance that you move towards and then away is only 0.004 of 1%. Now, the inverse square law, double your distance, 1/4 of the power. So just to put this in perspective for you, we took a reading of, I did, 130,500 at 12 noon. Now, at 1730, it was 31,100. And then at 1800, it dropped off to 828. The reason it dropped off, though, hard at my sunset is because I've got buildings and shit on the west of me.
Repeat those two measurements.
The problem you've got is if you follow the inverse square law, distance and energy. This is what we're comparing. Energy levels to distance levels.
Can you just repeat what you just said there?
What you're comparing, don't spurg out. So the first one, 130,500. 130,500.
Yeah, that's at noon. 6 p.m. is 828. Wait, what is 6 p.m.?
828.
And then at 1730, it's 310,000? 311,000? What do you say?
I don't know why you're getting all hung up on this. What you've got to do now.
I'm curious what these numbers are.
What you do now is the distance from the sun, the 93 million miles, right? In order for you to get 1/4 of the power, that means the sun would have to be double the distance. Okay? So that means in order for you to get to 50,000, all right, so you're saying the inverse square law is incorrect. That's what you're saying.
No. The inverse square law applies to a light against a going directly hitting a surface. The issue we're talking about here.
You've just jacked this. You're off in the weeds.
No, the issue
in order for you to get JJ, please listen before you make a fool of yourself, and you want to listen to Matthew too. In order for you to get one of the power, you have to double your distance from the light source to where you're taking the reading from. So that means the alleged claim is 93 million miles. So that means for us to go down to 1/4 of the energy, the distance would have to double to 180 million miles.
So
in less than 6 hours.
JJ, let me explain.
Several things that affect how much
hold on
light
a
hits
second.
you.
Let me explain what Matrix is saying. He's saying that he's using a light meter that he's pointing directly at the sun, right? Right, Matrix? In each of
correct.
So there is no angle consideration to be taken into effect here because he's pointing directly at the sun. He's saying that he got a measurement that was 1/4 as much as it was at noon. I think the reason for that is not because of a change in distance, but because it's going through more atmosphere. So I think that explains it. But it doesn't.
Well, the problem is, Matthew, this is the kicker, and this is where it comes interesting. Why, when I point straight up in winter time, don't I get higher readings than I do at sunrise at summertime? Where it's going through the most atmosphere. JJ, shut up. Where it's going through the most atmosphere at sunrise and sunset, I'll let you have that. So at winter time, at 12 noon, when I'm pointing straight up, why is it that the summertime morning ones are higher than it is at winter time at 12 noon when I'm going through the least atmosphere?
So you're saying you get a higher reading in the summertime, and what's the elevation of the sun at the time?
When it comes up, when it rises.
And extra confidence.
So you're getting a higher number there than in the winter when the sun is high in the sky?
Yep.
Yeah, I wouldn't expect that. I think.
Well,
the,
me myself, I didn't either. That's the problem. I would have expected, okay, there's a lot more air between me and the sun early in the morning as opposed to straight away at noon. We both agreed that that's what we would expect to see.
Right.
But you get higher readings. On a couple of those summer days, I was getting higher readings first thing in the morning than what I got at the peak of the day in wintertime. It's crazy.
Yeah, because notice at the peak of the day in wintertime how far the sun goes above the horizon.
An extra 800 miles.
Summer.
No, like from your line of sight.
JJ, he's saying that in the winter, when the sun is higher off the horizon, he was getting lower numbers than in the summer when the sun was lower off the horizon. Right?
Okay, that's what you're saying? Is that the claim you're making?
Yes, that's what happens. This is what fucks up your whole globe thing. You guys make the claim that extra atmosphere causes extra readings to fuck up. Okay, I've got no problem with that. But when I compare extra atmosphere to the peak of the highest reading that it should be, and we compare winter to summer, all of a sudden, summertime sunrise early in the morning, you're getting more burn than you are at the peak at 12 o'clock at winter time. Now, the problem is when you do your 23 degree tilt, so now let's allow for your tilt, it's an 800 mile difference.
Yeah, so you're right. The tilt has hardly anything to do with it if you're pointing your instrument directly at the sun, because you're tilting it straight towards.
It negates it, that's right. So no tilt needed. I'm pointing directly to the sun,
that.
so...
My guess might be, I wonder if it has to do with the humidity and the high atmosphere, like if there's more water
Well, there's bugger all humidity where I live.
Well, yes, light.
But anyways, it'll give you something to think about while he's having a meltdown. I had to go and mow my lawn.
Okay.
It'll give you a light refraction. He's just going to go off light refraction. That's great. Anyways, go and grab a light. JJ, go and grab a light meter and do it yourself, mate. Anyways, I'm going to go and mow my lawn. I'm going to go and mow my lawn. Peace, guys. Have a good one. Thanks, Matthew.
I think it's more likely that his light meter just wasn't designed to be pointed directly at the sun, and that's why it's giving erroneous results.
Yes, it is.
It's meant for household type lighting.
No, it's not just a household one. It's actually got a switch on it that you can stack it up real high. It goes up to like 600k quite comfortably.
And there's clouds, and there's factors, and there's many things. But if you look at consistent measurements, like there's no reconciling it with the flat Earth. Like the funny thing about this Discord channel is that it's like constantly focused on like these scripts about the globe, but there's constantly concessions that kind of completely demolish the idea that it's flat. Like nowhere in these calls have I ever heard like demonstrable flatness that has been verified and all this stuff. It doesn't reconcile.
But yeah, in the winter, due to the axial tilt, you are receiving less light, even if you're pointing directly at the sun.
Just because you're going through more atmosphere, you mean?
Yeah, probably. But like for example, solar panels are less efficient in the winter, even when pointed directly at the sun.
So I would expect that if the sun is 30 degrees above the horizon in winter and 30 degrees above the horizon in summer, that you should get the same readings. In fact, you might get a little bit more in the winter in the northern hemisphere because we're up to 7% closer to the sun in the winter.
No. Okay, so when the sun is low, it passes through 2 to 6 times as much air.
Right.
And they love, like the thing that they love, in fact, there's a guy in here, I think, named the Rayleigh criteria. Yep, there he is. Rayleigh criterion. They love the Rayleigh criterion. And the more molecules you have, and when you have 600% as much air and molecules, the Rayleigh criteria, you have something called Rayleigh scattering. And that is, and you're scattering and absorption. So that happens when you aim it at an angle. and also, or yeah, and when the sun is lower, not even as much about the angle. When you aim directly at the sun, but it is lower, not directly over above you. And in winter, it does not get that high.
At what point is it 30 degrees in both the winter and the summer?
I don't know.
Yeah, no, there are times during the day when the sun is at 30 degrees above the horizon in the winter. And there are also times during the day in the summer that it's at 30 degrees above the horizon. Probably earlier in the summer than it is during the winter. But the point is, I would expect to get the same amount of radiation based on the angle of the sun above the horizon.
Wouldn't they still be in different parts of the sky?
They'd be at a different, maybe a little bit more west or a little bit more south or something. But as long as they're 30 degrees above the horizon, shouldn't they be identical?
Well, wouldn't it pass through more atmosphere if it's like farther away from noon?
Yeah,
yeah.
Depends
Colder
on the
and dense
angle above
atmosphere
the
holds
horizon.
more humidity, which is water, and more haze.
That could be. That could account for it.
I guess. I think most likely just probably wasn't a extremely precise measurement. You know what I mean? Different conditions.
Then you also have stuff like clouds. Like, it is so much, and human error to say the least.
It's probably a lot of variables that weren't the same.
Yeah, but I also think his numbers didn't line up with what he was saying because he was refusing to give the rest of them. And then he kind of knee-jerk explained some precipitous drop in readings at one point, which, of course, on a flat Earth map, if it's a flat surface and it is an orb that is going around, you would not have such exponential drops. Just doesn't make any sense.
If only I could be so grossly incandescent.
It's deeper though. It's not actually about. If you really get into it, which not really allowed in this channel, it's more religious and political than you think. It's less about actual Earth. Ask them. They're very strong. There's a lot of research that's been done, and I would say it lines up exactly with what I've seen. Where they think things come from, what their views are on religion and politics. You're going to get the same answers out of most of them, and it's very specific.
Wait, are you suggesting that there is no natural explanation for a flat Earth with a dome and 4 pillars underneath, and water's above the dome?
I'm not making any great. No, my point is more nuanced. Yeah, I understand. It's that
I could totally see that happening in nature just by organically on its own.
No. I get the sarcasm. I know I'm not saying anything groundbreaking here, but there is a specific theme. Like, it's not like someone has a belief that's just inconsistent with everything. It's more there's a specific political and religious cause or precursor. There's nothing to do with it, which I think is interesting. Like to the degree to which, if you were Hindu or some certain sect or many other sects of Christianity, certain sects of or Judaism, like, depending on your religion, or who you voted for is the strongest indicator, and also age, and not age, but who you voted for, or whether or not you voted for Trump is one of the biggest. It's weird. There's a very specific resurgence in these views, then there are specific demographics or causes for why. But I've seen the argument that it's like a rejection of science or like consensus, or the idea of established truth. I don't know.
Well, I think what typically happened was, there were probably Christians who did not believe in evolution based on the Bible, and then they saw like, okay, well, four corners, the earth has a firmament, blah blah blah, and so they probably applied the same heuristic to that as they did with evolution, and basically say, well, I'm going to believe the Bible over science.
Yeah, this is a bit more. This is very more specific than that. This is not about one specific religion. It's more about a rejection of established knowledge, or it's really
what knowledge might that be, Ice?
The collective, the stuff that has allowed us to talk right now on these phones. Collective information that humanity has gathered.
Like what?
Well, yeah, there's conspiratorially minded. They've probably, started off with like 9/11, and then they graduated up, up the ranks.
You're right. And there is research into 9/11 as actually being one of the biggest gateway conspiracies in America.
Guys, I've been sitting here for 5 minutes, and I've yet to hear you guys make any point except for these guys that I think they think this way.
Well, this is what we hear most, 99% of the time otherwise. It's a brief respite.
What do you mean? Most of the time I'm hearing arguments on specific points, right? Not about people.
No, most of the time in this call, or this channel, you'll see people attacking them and muting.
Well, people will get attacked
other people
in terms of their based on their argument, like little
no, not based on their argument.
Yeah, because it's the argument that triggers maybe a small personal attack, right? To try and spark the guy into reconsidering his wording or reconsidering his point. Right, but it's about the points. So can you guys make a point? Like, for example, right? If I'm gonna say, like, if I were to say here, right, that Ice, you sound like a retard. Okay, I'm not attacking you for the sake of attacking you. I'm pointing out that hey, what you're saying right now, and what you guys are talking about right now has no point, and that is my point. Right? So can you address that point? Maybe start making a point of for yourself and realign the conversation in this room. You have other people listening in, man. I don't think they want to hear you crying about it.
Fair enough.
That was the voice of pleasure, everyone.
I will leave. Does someone want to make a point?
Yeah, that was the voice of pleasure and the voice.
Every time I make a point, it just gets hand waved away. But I can try to make the point I made earlier, which is 3 90-degree turns, and you wind up in the same spot on flight charts.
Is that an
that
idealized?
could happen on the AE map too. That's not exclusive to the globe.
But here's one question. I would
give me the map. Give me the map you cited.
But who's actually done that?
MC Toon and Wolfie both charted it on flight charts that are used daily for navigation by pilots.
Okay, so nobody that you can point out to has actually gone out in the real world, traveled 6,000 miles in a straight direction, right, without deviating left or right, and then pivoted on a dime. I'm exaggerating, but you get my point. Went another 6,000 miles or whatever north, and then pivoted again.
So are you denying?
I think everybody. The thing is, I think everybody who would argue against you in this room is well aware of this idealized sort of geometric principle based off of your worldview. That's not a problem, right?
It is a problem.
The issue arises when you make the claim, "Hey, this is actually representative of reality." And people have actually done this to validate this, that this actually matches reality. That's where there's some gripe.
But not
But it does match reality. It does match reality. And like, for example, you have in order to believe it. Like right now, we've already gone over.
Hang on, Ice. Does that mean that you can actually point to someone who's done this to confirm it?
Yeah, and you're going to call them a liar, I assume?
No.
It's an institution.
Dude, don't
What are you
poison
gonna...
the well. I'm asking you for the evidence. That would be really, really nice to see.
I have an answer to that, but first, are you denying that flight charts are navigable?
No, I'm not denying shit, dude. I haven't seen shit. I've heard the statement, but no one's ever provided any evidence to support it. So I'm just
I can provide evidence of the flight charts, and if you believe that flight charts are useful for navigation, then you'd have to accept the flight that's been charted, right?
I'm asking for someone who's gone and done 3 90-degree turns and ended up back in the same point.
I have an equivalent example. It's called the Pan Am,
right?
The Pan Am Flight 50. Okay, it was a polar circumnavigation, which is impossible on a flat Earth. There you go.
Which pole?
The North and South Pole, all the way around the Great Circle.
What did they do? Explain.
They flew all the way along a longitudinal line, the prime meridian and the anti-meridian, from the North to the South Pole and all the way back in one big circle, which is impossible on a flat Earth. It's only possible on a globe.
So going around a circle, going around the center point of a circle is impossible on a flat surface?
Right, because a flat surface can only have either latitude, right? It can't have longitude as well.
Why? What do you mean?
That goes all the way around because it's a flat Earth, right? Assuming it's a circle, right? It would only have one dimension for circles to encircle it, but a globe would have 2 dimensions for circles to encircle it. So we have latitude and we have longitude. You can go in circles around a flat Earth, sure, but not longitude.
So you mean to say that someone's basically gone east or west directly, landed back where they started, and also went north and south and went backward and came back where they started?
Yeah, there have been circumnavigations in both directions, north, south, and also as well as east and west.
Okay, I'd like to see the north and south one, please. That would be really cool to see.
Sure, I'll just post the video here in the chat. 1 second.
I want a video. What do you mean a video?
And hold on, you said I was going to
film himself for 14 hours or 18 hours?
You said I was poisoning the well because I had said we can give you people. You're just going to call them all liars.
I didn't call anybody a liar, dude.
Or not use the word liar.
I didn't call anybody a liar.
Hold on. Or not use the word liar, but insinuate that they're deceiving you.
I'm not insinuating shit, dude. I'm asking for clarification.
I said no. I said that's what I said. That you accused just be a poisoning well because I predicted.
I'm not accusing anything, dude. Stop projecting onto me, or you're gonna be fucking muted. I'm sick of your horse shit. I'm asking for clarity.
So yeah, I posted a video showing the path around a globe that the Pan Am Flight 50 took. And if you're interested in more details, you can just search up the Pan Am Flight 50.
Cool. Okay, so how do we validate that he did actually take this route? And it's not just a map that's or some lines drawn on a curved surface, to represent an ideal that people think that he actually did.
Well, it's well documented historically. You can obviously deny anything, but it is well documented.
Okay, so the validation is it's stated on this document or in this piece of paper, or so-and-so confirms it or says it's true. So it's true?
Well, I don't know the exact authority that certified and charted and checked and all the cross-reference all the details, but
Okay, so in this even just the thumbnail, right? The guy actually went over Antarctica straight down the middle, according to this. Okay, this is the first I've seen of that because other people have brought in, somebody did north and south, north to south circumnavigation, but they started in the north, went down to the south, and basically kind of turned around. They did like a giant loop and went back up, and they called that circumnavigation, north to south. When that's not what would constitute that in any sense if they went east to west, right? If you go east, pivot around, and then go back, that's not circumnavigation, right? You know what I mean?
Yeah, that was called the One More Orbit mission or whatever, and yeah, that one is not as clean of a circumnavigation as the Pan Am 50 was.
Interesting. Okay, so I'll have to check this out.
And you say, how can you confirm these distances? Like,
then it still stands. You know, like there's issue actually confirming this. You know what I mean?
No, there's not. Again, you're asking for greater and greater and greater burden. It is sea lining. Yes, you are.
No, it's not sea. Okay, can you define sea lining for me, please? You're using that buzzword now a little bit more frequently. Go ahead.
Yes, it's when you keep asking incessant questions and keep asking people for evidence on every single word and thing they say, without actually addressing the points that they're making.
Did I ask for every some clarification or whatever for every single word that the guy said?
we are at like the 5th iteration of you asking to validate or verify something you're talking about. Like,
dude, the root conversation. I had to repeat myself. What's wrong with that?
No, but the Pan Am thing was an example.
With me asking? What is wrong with me repeating the question that I asked initially that didn't get answered?
No, it's the problem is that the problems that you would ask. The problem is that you would ask
not like
4 or 5 other.
We're not 5 levels deep into validating something, which in and of itself is not wrong, right? So you're like, quivering.
No, but it's incessant. No, yeah, we are actually.
I actually just asked for validation of the same thing because the first time I asked it, it was not answered. So you're accusing me of deliberately doing this just to obfuscate or some shit. No. When in reality, this hasn't even been validated.
The original question, the first question you asked, the first question you had asked in response to him was, "Can you give me an actual flight or something that's done this?" He gives you Pan Am. Then you're like, "Okay, well, tell me about." Then you're like, "Tell me about the actual things. Walk me through what happened." And then he does that.
What's wrong with
and then you're like,
dude?
"Okay, well, then how can you confirm? Can you validate? And can you actually do this? And how do you know it's true?" And then he's like, "Well, we can trust
do you have a problem with me inquiring about these details, sir?"
No, but now it's like we've lost track of what the initial actual
we did not
was.
We did. Hang on, no, dude. Don't say we.
Then what were you responding to when you were asking for Pan Am?
You may have lost track. You may have lost track.
So what was Pan Am an example? Like, why would you ask for Pan Am as an example?
I didn't ask specifically for this. He brought it up.
Well, not for Pan Am, but the question you asked.
Now, you know what? Fuck this shit. Ice, don't speak for Kiba. I'm speaking to Kiba. Okay?
Fair enough.
Like, dude, Kiba, did you have an issue with me inquiring about this?
No, I just feel like when you're saying how can you validate, how can you verify?
Ice, shut your fucking mouth. I already told you, dude. I'm not speaking to you. I'm speaking to Kiba, man. Kiba, do you have an issue asking for these details?
No.
Okay, so Ice, shut the fuck up. God damn it. Have you guys been listening to this all day or something?
There is one more detail I want to provide, but I'm trying to look it up because there's some official organization that they submitted their findings to that basically certified that it was legit. I'm just trying to figure out which organization that was.
Okay, that's cool. So I'll have to check this out. Appreciate that. Is anybody else who's in here now familiar with this material? Already? No? Okay, so it might be new for everybody. Very cool.
Yeah, but the problem with this, regardless, even if they were to record a live stream of 24/7 of them doing it, then the video could be doctored, right? It could be fake, it could be CGI, whatever. So the only real way to prove the globe would be a demonstration that you yourself could carry out, right?
Pretty much.
So you don't have to trust somebody else.
Yeah, that's why most people wouldn't even entertain this at all. Right? And I can recognize why, right? You just pointed it out yourself. So I'm going to at least entertain, even just for fucking entertainment, right? But I'll consider the points, and I'll put it on ice or whatever until, either I see something or maybe somebody else has already seen it and might bring something up that I haven't considered. It's a point, man. It's your claim. that this is legit, and that's cool. I can't refute it. I haven't even seen it yet. So what am I going to do?
Although I do have something that you yourself could do fairly easily.
Okay. So why don't you bring that up? Is it stronger than the other one?
Well, because you were asking about like flights specifically, so that's came to mind. But
okay, I don't remember asking about that specifically. I think I inquired about it because you brought it. But I have no real interest in flights in general, so I don't know myself to ask that. But I kind of forget now because we're neck deep into it.
I brought up the 90-degree flight, and then you asked if anyone had done that.
Yeah.
I said no, but this is similar to that.
Good point.
But anyway,
based on that, that's cool. Thank you.
So something that you could do yourself is, all right, if you're on a flat Earth, I know a lot of people like to disagree, but this is a fact. This is just perspective. The higher altitude you go, the horizon will always meet eye level. But on a ball, the horizon will drop below eye level the higher you go. So if you take the app Theodolite, you can actually measure the drop in horizon, the angle, and there's a simple formula you can calculate the radius of the Earth. And this equation works on both a flat Earth and a globe, because if you do it on a flat Earth, you'll find that the radius is infinite due to dividing by 0. And that's an equation that Al-Biruni came up with a long time ago.
Okay, so that part's inconclusive. It's not really helpful.
How is that inconclusive?
Because if you get a result that says either which way, depending on how you use the formula or how you assume something, right? Maybe I just didn't catch what you said.
There are no assumptions. It will give you the correct radius, which for a flat Earth that would be infinite, and for a globe it would be 3959. So you're going to get one of the.
So how do you get a result? How do you know which result you're getting is legit? What was their result, and how did they get to it?
3959, and they went up a mountain.
Okay. Based on what? This is Al-Biruni's thing?
Yeah. And anybody can do this. It's easy to do.
Okay, so you're invoking Al-Biruni as proof.
Well, he came up with the formula, but the formula is based on trigonometry, and it's really simple. It's just triangles. You can look at there's like an infographic that'll show what the triangles represent, but the formula is very simple, and it's a legit equation.
All his measurements, it was flat and horizontal. He only added the calculation of a globe because he had pre-assumed that he was on the globe. But all his elements,
right? If you presume that you're on a ball, right?
No, there's no presumption.
You're on a ball first, and you have radius. You have to presume that the light is approaching infinitely far, right? So as to get parallel lines, he has to make those assumptions first.
This one isn't. That's the Eratosthenes. This has nothing to do with parallel lines. This is just.
What I mean. Al-Biruni is different. Al-Biruni he measured the height of the mountain, and then with trigonometry, all horizontal. And then he went on the mountain. He took a measurement to the horizon, and he calculated how much is the radius. So it was all calculation, but his measurements, it was all flat and horizontal. There was no curvature in it.
And I would ask, did he take into account refraction?
Back then they didn't have refraction, I guess.
So you would wonder, right? So any replication of that today, they would probably do, right? Do they get the same result? And how do they calculate that if they do?
So you want the equation? It's radius equals.
Okay, so right.
Yeah. Height times the cosine of the angle divided by 1 minus the cosine of the angle.
Right. Okay, cool. So again, he's solving for an R.
Right. And
he has to presume there's an R in the first place.
No, because a flat Earth has an R, it's just infinite. And you will get that result if you're on a flat Earth.
Yeah, right. Okay, there you go. Wait. He will get a result if it is infinite?
Yeah, the result will be infinite because it will end up dividing by 0, and a 0 goes into a number infinite times. Hence, that's why it would be a flat Earth.
Okay, I see what you mean. Okay. But the thing, but think about this, right? So, like with Eratosthenes, right? If you're on a flat surface and you do Eratosthenes stuff, you get a result in the end also. But that result kind of is moot, right?
Well, the problem with Eratosthenes is, like you said, the parallel lines. We have to assume that the lines are parallel. But with Al-Biruni's method, you don't have to assume that at all. It's just triangles and angles.
Right. So with Eratosthenes thing, okay, you have basically two assumptions: that the light is parallel or close to as possible, so as to make it, basically effectively that for calculations purposes. But the second is that you're on a ball in the first place. Okay. So I can grant you that, for example, if you take the Eratosthenes thing or the Al-Biruni's thing, and their results kind of coincide, right?
Which they do.
They're high, right? So they'd be highly suggestive of the case that we're on a ball. Okay, so they're a good calculation or a good estimate based off of the parameters that are already assumed or already known, or a mix of both, right? Okay, but to calculate it, it kind of gives you more like a blueprint or an idea of what would be, but it's not a direct measurement. So even after employing this method and or Eratosthenes method, okay, there must be another way to confirm it directly. Otherwise, they're just kind of like best guesses. You know what I mean?
So the only possible way that Al-Biruni's method could be wrong is that if you find some way that the horizon could consistently drop with altitude just based on refraction instead of geometry, which that has never been demonstrated to be the case. Because on a pure flat plane without refraction, it will rise to the level. So you'd have to demonstrate not only can
I'm not sure about that, man. I'm actually not too sure about that. Okay.
Yeah,
as you increase in height, right? Think of like a side view of like a triangle. The top part of a triangle increasing in height, right? Your hypotenuse increases, right? So the distance to any particular point, right, increases, and we know that there's a limit to our vision through air, right? Because of what is it called? The extinction coefficient. I forget the official term, right? But there's only air is very, very transparent, but it's not perfectly transparent. You see what I mean? So at some point, you're going to be looking down at a certain angle through a certain distance, to the limit of from your particular vantage point, and whatever you're looking at, if it exceeds that limit, I think it's 200 or 300 kilometers or something like that, light just will not traverse through it.
Right, but that point always rises.
So as you increase in height, okay, that limit, that threshold, anything beyond that will just not show up. So what does show up, the closest part to you, it'll kind of just fade down and decrease in altitude also, or in angular view also.
Yeah, but just due to perspective, the part that you can see will still rise to eye level. That's just how perspective works.
No, it doesn't.
Do we have a demonstration?
As you get more elevated, it does not do that like you guys claim. A lot of people say that, but I call bull. The reason I say that, if you are on a flat plane, like a chessboard or something, and you grab yourself a laser pointer, hold it perfectly horizontal, parallel to that chessboard, and that laser pointer, the dot will go above that plane. There will be a gap between the laser and the plane. So if your eye level is still horizontal and you're not looking at the horizon, it's horizontal. So forget what's underneath. Just keep your eye level horizontal. You will have a gap between where your eyes are aimed and the ground. So yes, the ground does drop away on a flat surface. And you can test this easy. Get a large table, put it against the wall, get a laser pointer. Hold it horizontal, lift it up. Does the laser pointer go above the table? Yes, it does.
Yeah, but we're talking about the perspective due to the shape of the eye.
You were talking about...
Yeah, well, you're not talking about perspective due to the shape of the eye. You were talking about doing measurements based off of. And you ran it through a model. You didn't actually do measurements, it's just modeled.
And that's what Alberoni did. He took measurements of flat horizontal height of the mountain from sea level. And then he assumed that he's on a globe, and he calculated and he figured out the radius. The same Eratosthenes. He thought that it was on a globe, and he measured everything flat and horizontal. But he calculated the globe. He put in the calculation to get the globe, because that's what he was.
Stop making shit up, dude. Stop making shit up. Just be clear. Don't say that he measured flat and then calculated globe. Just give the argument.
Yeah, but he added after he measured the Earth flat. He calculated after that. He didn't measure any globe. He didn't measure any curvature. That's what I'm pointing out. All his measurements were and level.
So if you've ever been in a long hallway, you'll notice that the ground appears to go upwards, right? Due to perspective. You ever notice that?
What's that? No, what is it? Okay, say it again.
So if you've ever been down a long hallway...
Yeah, that's because you're standing in the middle of it. Check it out. Inside chat, I've just posted up off every one of you guys' favourite site, because Matthew loves this shit, from ws.stupidity. See how all the red lines of the convergence points are above the horizon? Guess what? That convergence point is the same elevation as the person witnessing them. So, the convergence point is based upon your elevation above the surface. So if the surface is flat, the convergence point is going to be above that, with perspective inclusive. Does that make it easier for you?
If I may just quickly, if that's the end of that point, Matrix, I think you came in right at the end of the other point that I couldn't address. I thought I'd look into first before talking about it, but I want to ask you if you had seen this one before. At 30 minutes past the hour, Kiba posted a supposed...
Oh, there's a video. Hold on, I'll watch it.
Yeah, a supposed Antarctic traversal, kind of like a quasi circumnavigation north-south without
oh, is that the one something?
30 minutes past the hour.
Yeah, there was a name for it. One something. What is this from, Kiba? One globe transit or something. There's some name for it.
What you're referring to is called the one more orbit, but what I'm referring to is Pan Am Flight 50, and it was a true polar circumnavigation all the way around, not.
Oh, well, so I'll just take your word for it. How about you post up a link to that instead of just a CGI graphic? Because at the moment it's just a claim. Someone's put a CGI graphic and you've said, hey, this is true. So now I just have to accept your word for it. That's great. I'd like some data to back it.
The CGI is just plotting
Kiba, I'd like some data to back it.
Right.
So at the moment I've got your word saying, hey, this is true. Okay? I'd like something to back it because I don't trust you. No offense.
Right, I kind of asked for the same thing, but then got accused of sea lining because I'm asking, clarifying questions.
Well, have a look what they've provided there on the video is a see-through ball. So,
yeah, of course.
Okay, I'll give you a globetard. We live on a globe.
Yeah.
Why can't I see through the ground? So we know it's CGI.
Yeah.
So this is not going to suffice.
Of course not.
I'd like some more data.
That video wasn't
the company that did it.
It was just a visual aid.
Yeah, that's fine. It's an ideal, perhaps, at this point. It's all we know. An idealized rendition of what they, think actually happened if projected onto a ball. That's fine. Can we just inquire about the details of that to confirm that it is actually indeed a ball? Oh, I better not ask too many questions because Ice JJ is going to get mad at me for sea lining.
Well, Kimba's got the proof. Let Kimba tell you. He'll tell you the proof.
Of course, I'm waiting for it.
Yeah, I'm trying to find the official documentation. I'm not sure. I don't want to just give you the first thing off of Google. I'm trying to find the best source.
Yeah. Well, we would have thought that you would have done that, beforehand there. Otherwise, it sounds like you're just taking it off at face value.
I am.
Oh, well, shit, dude. It's not very helpful.
But the guy sounds trustworthy.
Okay. To you. Well, at least we know that, it's not confirmed yet. So go do your homework, and then we'll talk about it when you're done. Yeah.
Kimba, this globe idea is so stupid, dude. I'm just going to lay here on my couch, not moving, and you're going to try to convince me that I'm moving. It's just retarded. Just stop being retarded.
Yeah, humans don't sense movement.
What a load of horse shit.
Start moving my couch while I'm laying
Humans
on it.
detect a change in acceleration, so acceleration or deceleration, and or a change in vector. Allegedly, you're supposed to be on a ball tard with a constant change in vector. You would feel it, Matthew. So please don't put your lies in.
What you described is correct, that humans have a sense for acceleration. So we can sense acceleration but not movement.
Acceleration is movement.
No, it's not.
Are you fucking insane, bro?
What? Why would a mathematician say something like that? That acceleration is not movement.
Because they took physics 1.
Acceleration. All right, say it again. Say acceleration is not motion. Go ahead, say it.
Oh god.
Acceleration is not the same as motion.
Oh my god. I guess when I've got my foot down on the pedal in my car, I'm going from 80 to 100, I'm not moving.
No, you're not in motion at all. That would be silly.
And also, I just want to point out, Matthew, that nobody even brought up about humans feeling it. I just said, I just said, period. Amen. I said I'm laying on a couch. I didn't say I should feel it or shouldn't feel it. I said I'm laying on a couch. I am not moving. That's it.
Yeah. So, but you're not moving how?
Because motion is relative.
Okay.
Relative to an inertial reference frame. Inertial would be constant, not accelerating. And then you denied that the motion, an accelerating reference frame would be calculable. I don't know why.
No, you can calculate it. It'd be below our ability to sense it, is what I'd say.
Sense it. Nobody says sense it. It will be measurable. That's all. But the thing is that I'm laying on the couch. Nobody can measure the motion of, the motion or the acceleration because it's not there. Or if it is there, nobody's measured it to prove that it's there. Either one, whatever one you want to take. But yeah, it's just, to Kibo, it's just a silly starting point to say that when I'm sitting still, that let's just pretend that I'm in motion, and let's just beg the question and prove that I'm not in motion. Why should I prove that I'm not in motion? What gives you the inclination that I am in motion, that I am accelerating? The fact that I'm fucking horny. Ah. Like should I weigh all ridiculous ideas that maybe my couch is an octopus? Should I think that maybe my couch, like, prove me wrong? Like, is my couch a potato? Prove me wrong. Should I entertain these ideas, and why?
Dude, what the hell are you talking about?
Why should I entertain the idea that my couch is in motion, that I am moving? Why should I entertain that? What gives you the idea I should entertain that?
Who are you talking to? You're just
Well, you. I'm talking to you. I'm talking to you right now.
For what? I didn't even say anything.
But it doesn't matter. I'm talking to you now. Now I'm talking to you. Why should I entertain the idea that my couch is in motion?
I don't know. Why?
Like according to the principle of sufficient reason, what gives you a sufficient reason to propose the idea that your couch is in motion?
I didn't say your couch was moving.
Okay, so you're stationary.
Who's stationary?
You. When you're not moving, you're stationary.
If I'm not moving, I'm constantly moving.
Okay, so when you're not moving, when you're asleep and not moving.
I have sleep spasms.
All right, you're done. Okay. All right, next. Nobody? All right, so the guy who has sleep spasms. Okay. Your ice cube in the refrigerator, is it moving?
I'd assume probably not.
Okay, so it's not in motion. Does it give you any inclination or any reason to maybe even postulate that it's in motion?
I have no idea. I'm not watching the ice cube.
Okay, but the ice cube that's in the refrigerator, should you entertain the idea that it's in motion?
I can't see it. I have no idea what it's doing.
All right, you're done. Anybody else?
What? You asked me a question.
All right, anybody else who knows what ice cubes are doing in the refrigerator? Like maybe they got maybe they have a refrigerator that has like I don't know, a piece of glass on it or something. Anybody else? This guy doesn't know if ice cubes are moving. Like, think about how retarded you are that you think ice cubes are moving.
What
You're
is
like, I don't know if my ice cubes are moving.
Well, I can't see into the fridge right now.
Yeah, I know. You can't see into the refrigerator, therefore, you don't know if your ice cubes are running around, high-fiving. Anybody else with like a serious mind who doesn't think their ice
I mean,
cubes are
like, the
high-fiving?
ice cube is dead and alive at the same time, unless I look.
All right. So no reason to believe that it might be possible that your ice cube is orbiting, right? Like your ice cube's not. Do you believe your ice cube's orbiting?
Orbiting what?
Just orbiting in general. You don't know what yet. Just perhaps
Things
it might
orbit
be
like
orbiting
other
something. Yeah. So your ice cube, it could be orbiting or not.
I mean, I can't see into the fridge. I'm not looking in the freezer right now. The ice cube could.
All right. Open your refrigerator and let me know if your ice cube tray with like a bunch of ice cubes is orbiting. Let me know.
I'll be back. Let me go check real quick.
All right. Come back. All right. Yeah. Check it out and come back.
Be warned, bro. It's probably like Toy Story. They're going to stop moving as soon as the light comes on.
That's exactly what's going to happen.
Okay, so when I walked up to it, I heard a noise in it. But then I opened it, nothing happened. It was just
All right, look on the bottom. Look on the bottom of the ice. Look on the bottom of the ice cube. Does it have the name Andy written on it?
No, I mean, I think it could have been that because it makes ice. The fridge makes ice. It could have been just dropping ice in there. I think the ice was moving at some point. But I think after I opened it, it was stopped. But I did hear a noise. I think it makes ice.
I'm in, dude. I believe you. Therefore, we live on a globe. I hear you, bro. That's the key. That's just what it is. Yeah.
What does that have to do about a globe?
Buzz Lightyear will let you know. He'll let you know all about it.
I'm confused. I don't know what ice in my fridge has to do about a globe.
All right. Do you believe that you live on a spinning, orbiting globe where water at rest curves and flows uphill, or not?
flat.
Okay, good. Good boy.
What does that have to do with the ice moving?
Yeah, the ice is not moving. We know the ice is not moving.
It moved at some point. It didn't just spawn. It just didn't appear.
No, we're done. Listen, we're done. Let's stop it. We're going to get ridiculous. Stop it. This is getting ridiculous.
Like MTV.
Somebody else is going to step up, and they're going to prove the globe. Me and you, we're just going to chill. Yeah, we're going to chill.
Don't prove the globe, please. Are there any globe tards in chat right now?
Yeah, I don't think you can prove the globe.
Exactly.
There's things that you can prove, Matthew. Like you can prove that water, right, at rest will not flow, right, and then you can change like 2 points, right? You can create a slope to create 2 points of different elevation, to create a slope where water will flow. You can prove that. Yeah. That's something you can prove.
I would say some more that you can demonstrate that.
Yeah, you can prove it. Yeah. Like the slope intercept formula, you can use that. You can use rise over run to prove that a surface is sloped, and then you can place an object or water on that slope, and it will flow downhill. You can prove that. So then that would imply that if I had the points right that at equal elevation, that the water would not flow, and that would just be a straight line, flat.
Very interesting.
But so now that we've proven slope, and we've proven that things that are on a slope surface flow down, and that implies that the Earth is flat. Where do we go from here?
Yeah, because water wouldn't stick to a ball.
Has nothing to do with it. Well, I could get water to stick to a ball. It's no problem. But what I can also get,
like a gallon of water to stick to a ball.
Yeah, I would say it probably has a limit. Yeah, I haven't seen that demonstrated.
Because you can't.
No problem. Yeah, but what I can do is I can create a slope surface, which is flat, and if I have 1 point or a change in elevation, 1 point higher than the other, that will create a slope where water will flow downhill. Yeah, we know that's a proof. You can prove it. And if I prove that, then the Earth can't be a globe. So where do we go from here, Matthew?
I'd say basically look at all the evidence and see which explanation works best. That's the way to do it.
It's just this one thing in like a vacuum. I have this one thing in a vacuum where I've created a slope and water flows down the slope. Now what do I do? I look to other things that would disprove it? Or what do I do?
Yeah, look at all the evidence and see which explanation works best.
Okay. All right. Re-explain to me the slope.
Maybe you should look it up. Maybe you should look up how the people who are proposing this ridiculous thing defend it.
I am. I'm asking you guys right now. How do you defend it?
No. I implore you, if you really actually care.
No. Don't start it, JJ. Stop sidestepping. You've done enough of that. Just get straight to it.
Oh my god.
Oh my god. Somebody else is going to have a little
My
cry.
point is you're asking Googleable questions, like easily Googleable questions.
So easily Googleable then.
Googled it.
Bro, what do you mean? You're talking like you keep going forth asking between elevation and altitude. Like, which word do you want us to focus on right now?
Yeah, bud, pick one.
Fucking pick one, because I can go back to this and you're all over the damn place. You want to sit there and tell other people that they're fucking sea lioning, but you don't know which word you want to fucking use, whether you want to use altitude or elevation.
I use both to make it easier for you guys.
Use both, because I'm a
He uses both so he can switch comfortably between them.
No.
Whenever it suits him. Yeah.
One of them
So
said
pick one.
altimeter. One of them said altimeter, do altitude.
Pick one.
Altitude.
All right, we'll stick with that then. There you go, level.
Altitude. Okay, so earlier on in the chat, he asked, you're in a plane. How do you know your altitude? With an altimeter. Duh. Okay, it's from 0, right? From 0 feet off the ground. That's what it would be. 0 feet, and then it starts going up. What do you want?
Do you know why it goes up?
Based off of air pressure. Yeah.
Yeah. Yep.
And why would air pressure tell you how high you are?
Why don't you just go and Google it? I thought this was Googleable.
Exactly. Because air pressure. Because air pressure.
Because air pressure proves a globe.
Has a gradient.
Yeah, air pressure no, it doesn't. It doesn't do that.
There is more air pressure the lower you go.
JJ, we've already had this discussion. I'll give you your gradient. You can have your gradient. But you need air pressure in the first place to have an air pressure gradient. See how the one follows the other? So no air pressure, no gradient.
Yeah, there is air pressure.
Good boy. He's learning. And what do you need to have air pressure, JJ?
Can I get a drum roll, please?
Walls.
No, I'm not hitting the soundboard.
You could say a container, but you're misreading
a container.
You're misunderstanding.
Good boy. Oh no! So you're telling me now what the new definition of gas pressure is? Gee whiz! I wish Jedi was in here. He'd rip you a new one just for practice.
I'm saying that you're misunderstanding.
You're saying a lot too much. Well, if we're misunderstanding the definition, do us all a solid and enlighten us on the truth.
Right. So gas pressure doesn't require you're in a box. It requires.
So how do you read the pressure then? How do you read the pressure if it's not contained?
Hold on. What you have with Earth is you have.
No, we're not talking about Earth. We're talking about gas pressure.
You have gravity, which pulls things downward.
Where did gravity come from? PV equals nRT. I don't remember the G in that.
Where do you think the 9.8281 comes from?
Not from fucking gas pressure, that's for sure.
Where do you think? No, exactly. Yeah, it describes.
We're talking about gas pressure. We're talking about gas pressure, not gravity. So where did you get gravity from?
Because gas pressure.
You just randomly pulled it out of your ass.
Gases are made up of molecules. These things.
And molecules are affected by gravity.
Yeah, because these things have weight.
You don't even know what gravity is, so stop running around in circles. You'll only make yourself
dizzy.
They
have weight. Yeah, if they have.
You're talking about gas pressure, not gravity. Get back to gas pressure.
Yes, and the reason there is a gradient is because
of pressure. You've already established this.
No. The pressure gradient.
Yes. This was recorded, JJ.
God,
you just said 2 minutes.
Holy shit, you're annoying.
So are you. Shut your pie hole. The reason I do this to him is because he always gish gallops and jumps onto other things, Buzzy. He's supposed to be telling us about how our definition of gas pressure is incorrect. And so far, we've got fucking gravity and molecules and all this other shit.
Yeah, those things have weight to them.
Who was asking for that record about the polar navigation?
DJ or 20?
Yeah, because I found it. I'm posting it right now. He's still here.
Excellent.
So this is the official organization that certifies these records, and this is the record for that specific flight.
Okay, the fact that there is a gradient, which is what an altimeter.
JJ, if you're going to use the statement, if there's a fact, back it with data. Post it up.
Altimeters. The method of measuring altitude that they put forward in the chat. The reason those work is because.
No. Why the fuck is he off mute?
I didn't do it. Obnoxious. How long ago was he muted? Because it unlocks after like half an hour or 40 minutes or some shit.
It might have been that. Yeah, I muted him because he was being obnoxious and interrupting Kiba and I.
Typical.
Yeah, fuck that, man. Get the fuck out. Why are you still here? What a clown. Get the fuck out.
I just posted that record you were asking for earlier, by the way.
I'll have to take a look. Where is it? What's the timestamp?
10:11 p.m. or I guess depending on where you are. I'll post the link.
Oh, there you go. FAI.org. Okay, got it.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's the organization that certifies these records. And the record is for speed around the world over both the Earth's poles.
So where's the rest of the information, where we did it and all the other stuff? So this is just a certification crew. I'll tell you something now. Here's $5 million. Can you tick this for me? Fucking oath I will. So
yes, it lists.
So what you've got is a group of people that think they live on a Baltard, not proven yet, and then someone saying we've flown pole to pole, and this proves what? That they've flown pole to pole, or that the ground is a particular shape. Or did they fly pole, around, back to the pole again? So that data's not on here.
All the way around, yeah. It says
San Francisco and return.
Yeah.
Via geographical North Pole.
Yeah, so that means they started in San Francisco and they ended in San Francisco, but between that they went.
They haven't gone over a globe. They've done a big circle, the same as the one global, whatever it is, exactly the same. They're both. You can compare them both together. So they've certified that they've gone over these areas, but they haven't gone in the methodology that you're expecting. Maybe if I word it like that, it might be easier.
Impossible on a flat Earth.
What would be impossible on a flat Earth?
You can't go from Cape
You're telling me I can't fly from San Francisco up over where the alleged North Pole is, London, Cape Town, and then where they claim the South Pole is, and then back again? What a load of horseshit. They're just locations.
You can't go
They're just
from
locations,
Cape Town.
mate.
You can't go from Cape Town to the South Pole to Auckland on a flat Earth. That's just not possible.
Maybe if you have a look at a map that shows their actual flight as opposed to just the wording. Because what you've done in your head, you've pictured dead straight lines between all these. And most people do. It's a natural thing. If I give you two destinations, most people will go, there's a straight line between A and B. Everyone does it. It's not out of the ordinary. But in reality, was it a straight line? Or did they curve around Antarctica and then fly back up? So this is what we need to know.
Cape Town and Auckland are on complete polar opposite sides of the flat Earth.
And Antarctica is supposed to be a big fuck-off island in between. So did they fly around that, backed up? This is what I'm trying to get to. Was it a straight line or a curved trajectory?
No, it was a straight line because it says they went through the geographic.
How do you know?
Because they said they went through the
It doesn't say that. It just says we went from point A to point B. It doesn't say if it was a squiggly line, a straight line, if they did 6 circles. It doesn't state any of that. It just says these are the destinations. Okay, I've got no problem. They flew over those. What they did in between, it does not state.
That would be insane to go all the way around a flat Earth just to
all the way around a flat Earth.
You could not do that in the time span that they achieved that.
Well, you better get us some more data. You've given us, these guys said they did it.
I mean, no amount of data is going to be good enough because there's always going to be some doubt. Where it's
you haven't provided any. So at the moment, zero data is zero. So at least give us something, please. See, all you're doing now is poisoning the well. Any amount of data will not suffice their needs. Okay, so the well's poisoned, and now in your mindset, it doesn't matter what fucking data you put out, so I may as well not put any out because they're not going to agree with it. If you don't put any data out, you're not backing up your claim, it's worth the paper it's written on.
This is an official certification of a world record. So they checked all of the...
So there would be more data, there'd be flight charts, the whole lot. Where is this?
It's impossible to go from Cape Town to Auckland on a flat Earth.
It's impossible to what on a flat. Can you show me how that's impossible?
Yeah, the AE map.
Oh, you mean
UN.
the flattened out globe? That's your globe.
Yeah.
If something's wrong with it, then something's wrong with your globe.
Do you realize Cape Town and Auckland are completely on the opposite side of a flat Earth?
You do realise that the AE map is a squashed out globe? If it fails on the AE map, it fails on your globe. You do know that.
Yeah.
Okay, show me where Auckland and Cape Town would be on a flat Earth. I mean, it's literally the farthest possible flight you could ever take on a flat Earth.
All I want is your data to show the flight plan of all this stuff. They would have mapped all this out. I can tell you now, if they're doing a world record, it's not just a case of, hey, certify this for me. Every minute detail, when the pilot took a piss, which way he shook it when he was finished. Every minute detail of this trip. How much fuel was put in, where and when it was put in, where they stopped, how long they stopped for, which way the wind was blowing, how hard it was blowing. Every single scratch would have been documented if it's a world record. All you've got is the, hey, we did it. Tick. I want all the nitty gritty. All the information that leads to this.
Well, I'm sure that exists somewhere on the internet. I don't know where it is.
What are we waiting on?
Whose turn is it to speak?
Proof of the flat Earth.
Matthew's proof of curvature.
Matthew? Matthew, you are proof of the flat Earth. I actually have a pleasant little screenshot from you when I was asking you about proving a globe Earth, and you said, no, we can't prove the globe.
Yeah, we can't prove the globe. We can only provide good evidence.
Too bad you don't have any evidence. No substantial evidence.
I think we have sufficient evidence. I know you disagree, but I've listed lots of evidence, but I guess you don't buy it. That's fine.
No, it's just that every piece of alleged globe evidence is what would be called forgery of evidence and is not substantial to the globe case.
Basically.
Yeah, that's where we disagree. I think it is pretty substantial.
All globe tard evidence is just fake.
That's because you have a belief, Matthew. We've already established that. You have a belief. And we already know what the definition of a belief is without evidence. Okay, so
a belief describes somebody's mental state towards a alleged fact, right?
No, it's having faith without evidence. You're accepting something without evidence. That's what belief is. You know this. We've been through this.
Belief describes whether somebody thinks something is true or not.
Yeah, belief is accepting something without evidence, right?
No, I don't think it has to do with evidence specifically. It's just whether you think it's true or not.
Okay, so I've got it right here. From Oxford. Belief, an acceptance that a statement is true or that something exists without evidence. You're just accepting it. You're just going to accept it.
No.
You added without evidence? Is that what you did?
I mean, that's the whole point of being a flat earther, accepting bullshit without evidence.
You caught us. Shut it down, boys.
Yeah, shut it down, boys.
So what proof of Baltardia do you have?
Dude, the most reliable evidence, which is NASA.
Okay, yeah, great. So you're just a blind believer? Another sheeple for the masses?
There's videos, okay?
Oh yeah, there's also videos of green screens and wires and all sorts of other natural fuck-ups, which is spectacular. Yeah, fucking oath from NASA. They posted them up themselves. We collect them for our own entertainment.
So you're saying there's a video out there that proves NASA fakes their videos?
Yeah, there's heaps of them.
I've got it right here. NASA shows their true colors. Why in the hell did this woman turn blue? And then you see the wires that are holding her? Literally, it glitched out. Here you go.
Dude, it's just science.
They've been busted using all sorts of shit. CGI, green screens, wires, the whole kit, mate. Just on that ISS thing.
There you go. NASA shows their true...
He run off.
Of course. Because
Didn't want to see it. Yeah.
You don't have anything that proves that NASA fake stuff? Yeah, I do, right here. And on my last YouTube account, which unfortunately got shit canned, I had stacks to the freaking roof of NASA fails. A huge playlist, thousands of videos supporting the flat Earth and showing that NASA's a bunch of liars, along with a bunch of other space agencies. Space is fake. It's a lie. Time to wake up. The fantasy.
It's common knowledge at this point that space agency and the entire world is lying.
What was that?
Not according to that last chap.
What?
Well, that last clown thought that NASA was all real. That there's no fakery, no lying, no problems.
Every single government agency, almost all these quote unquote scientists, they're all lying. But people just can't see it.
Yeah, you know who Michio Kaku is?
I have no idea who that is. A real person, or is that a name you just made up?
Do what? Yeah, I'm just making up names and spitting them out just for funsies. Yeah, no, Michio Kaku is he's a astrophysicist, and it's really funny because he says, "Well, in my field, nobody uses the scientific method. It's leaps of logic. It's guesswork. We fly by the seat of our pants." Holy crap!
Yeah, I believe it.
Amazing. He also had said that in cosmology, that being the heliocentric cosmology, they are off by 1 to the 120th or something like that. It's like one with like 120 zeros behind it. And he says in science, when there is a mistake of, or an error of 1 or 2, he's like, we call that bad. When there's an error of 10, we call that horrible. And so, yeah, they're not doing science, these astrophysicists.
Yeah, because like a lot of people point to Neil deGrasse Tyson, but he's just like a shill.
Yet Neil deGrasse Tyson is just as retarded. He's the worst. The worst. Him and Bill Nye were seen at the Emmys. They're at the Emmys together. Why? Why? Because they're actors. And let's not forget how the astronauts of Apollo 11 have their stars on Hollywood Boulevard. Because they're actors. Pretty damn simple. You start putting the clues together, you connect the dots, and it becomes very self-evident.
What's up, everybody? How you doing?
Are you here to prove the the globe Earth, or what? We're waiting.
Not him. Oh, we definitely gonna prove the globe Earth. Womp womp womp. Bro, I'm here to defend the truth, bro. The facts. Definitely not a globe.
I like Talon's flat Earth picture.
And Matrix, I love it. You laugh. You're like, not him. You're barking the wrong tree on that one.
Which video did they specifically ban you for off of YouTube? Did they say which video?
Me?
Yeah.
I just woke up one day and my whole account was banned, and they wouldn't show me what the hell it was.
Huh. And usually they email you and say, like, this is the video that, violated our terms or whatever.
Not for a while.
No, they didn't. They just
shut your account down, and then it's just bad luck, Charlie. Deal with it.
They just shut it down and they said, we terminated your account because it went against our community guidelines or whatever, right? I'm like, it's just flat Earth and NASA stuff.
Well, that's weird. Wonder if it was I'm
the first flat earther to have their YouTube account kiboshed because of flat Earth. Like, they took that shit to Congress and said that, yeah, anything that's flat Earth, we're going to put a tag over it that says that this is disinformation, that it's misinformation, it's archaic, and then we're going to bury it in the algorithm. That should happen in Congress.
1984.
He said, yeah, so wait, you mean to tell me you're just going to censor if something says the Earth is flat, we're going to censor it? She's like, yes, we want to promote authoritative content. Authoritative. They want to promote content that tells you what to think.
But why haven't they banned Eric Dubay?
I don't know. He's he's had a ban before. I know that he has.
Maybe he's like controlled opposition, so they allow him.
I don't know.
They do pick and choose who they want to suppress. That's for sure. And on the other side of that coin, they promote people that are going against the the position. So that should tell you something. That should be a red flag, bro. Like, just even if you're in that position of the of the opposition, like that should tell you something.
Yeah, I have 600,000 subscribers, so I'm getting promoted.
Yeah, when I type in flat Earth on YouTube, the first thing that comes up is some Professor Dumb Dave BS. Not Eric Dubay. It's Professor Dum Dum. Not Eric Dubay.
Before you have a meltdown, right? You trigger someone else.
It shows you what they want to promote the most.
Ricardo's in channel? Yes, he is. Ricardo, on that video you just posted up, or that link to YouTube at 32 past the hour, just pause it anywhere and have a look at the actual curvature rate that you've got there. What I want you to do is complete that curve and make a full circle out of it. So you can understand how busted up these fisheye lenses and things really are.
Hey Matthew, is your channel about the flat Earth? Or like
I have a couple. I have a couple of videos there, but it's mainly prank channel.
Yeah, it's mostly mocking flat Earth. Yeah, exactly.
No, it's not mocking.
So you see, I still have a point. They're still pushing authoritative content for what they want you to hear, what they want you to see. Right? That's why when anybody types in flat Earth, it's all a bunch of anti-flat Earth bullshit. Literally, one of the first videos I get is Professor Dum Dum.
Yeah, that's 100%. If you show any interest of flat Earth, the algorithm is going to send you every video that's going to quote unquote debunk flat Earth. And you can even search by like verbatim the title, and it will still show you Professor Dave and all these other numbskulls that are going to say how it's not a flat Earth. Even though, and you won't find that video that you're looking for. Not at first, at least. It's buried.
Yeah, I've been through that where I have typed in the exact title. I memorized the title of a certain video and put it in my notes for later, and then I go to type it in, and it's like, it's not there. They try to act like it doesn't exist. It takes a lot of digging. So much digging. They bury all of the flat Earth channels.
That should give anti-flat earthers a red flag in their own, logic and understanding and reasoning, to realize that this is definitely an orchestrated, agenda being pushed. It's a paradigm being pushed. And if you go against that grain, you're not going to get as many clicks because it's buried. 1,000%. They bury it. They're hiding the truth. That's what it comes down to. Sad.
Is everything that YouTube deprioritizes in their algorithm true?
Say that again. Is everything they do?
So like everything that YouTube, tries to make people avoid watching, is that all true?
A lot of it, a lot of the truth that's on there is buried. So I guess to answer your question, it would be yeah, it is. And there's clear evidence that they do. Like I said, you can search verbatim the actual title of a video, and that won't now mind you, back in the day it used to. And then, matter of fact, I found a loophole. The way you can come to that video is if you change the search or the filter, and you put to the most recent post, you would find that video. But when I started to say that online in Discord, guess what they did? They somehow changed it to where they then even took that away from you, to where even if you change the filter, it still would not present it. You literally had to have the link itself, and then it will show you. And that's a red flag to everybody. It should be, at least. You should put aside your bias and realize, wait, why would they have to do that?
The problem is they don't put aside their bias. Like, think about it logically, everyone. You type in flat Earth. Do you honestly all believe, this is specifically aimed at the Globers mainly, do you honestly all believe that Professor Dave should be the first thing that pops up when you type in flat Earth?
Yes.
You're an idiot.
I don't think so. I think it should be both.
It should be.
Why would think about it? You've just typed in flat Earth. Why would someone who's anti-flat Earth be the first result that comes up when you've typed in flat Earth?
Exactly.
Because YouTube wants to promote anti-flat Earth ideas over flat Earth ideas.
There you go, Matthew speaking truth. Thank
Matthew's
you.
on it.
Yep. Thank you, Matthew.
But also because Professor Dave is extremely charismatic, handsome, and talented.
Professor Dave is a doorknob.
Wow. No, the fact of it is that the algorithm pushes people to see his videos first, and he gets a ton of views only because it's the first thing that's presented. So then when you have a true curiousness into the subject, you're going to be steered to something that will then ostracize you and ridicule you if you think this way. It's tantamount to them saying, you are stupid if you think this way, and here's a guy that repeats that very set claim, and he will tell you flat earthers are stupid and here's why, and yet blah 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 blah. But it's like, dude, come on, man. Like, what he says is debunked.
Well, I think YouTube just shadow bans every conspiracy, regardless of whether it's true or false.
Right now, what they've got to the top is, TFE, the fraudulent expedition. It's the very, very top video. When you type in just flat Earth to YouTube, this is what you get.
How is it fraudulent?
It was fake.
The fraudulent.
So let's just if we took off all the limitations and all the bullshit, we know it's on there. If we took that off and you typed in flat Earth, what do you think would come up first? I'm going to say not Professor freaking Dave.
You know, the algorithm that is clearly, it has a bias. The algorithm in itself should be a red flag, because talk about gatekeeping, talk about trying to steer people away from the truth, like by their own volition. Like, it's clearly that's what it is, bro. Like, how do you not see that if you can't see that? That's my question to people.
Well, in their minds, they're steering people away from falsehood.
Yeah.
How do you know that?
Okay, no, hold on, Matrix. That's fair, right? Because there is truth in what you just spoke. But to claim truth as a falsehood only because you're protecting a narrative, that doesn't make it fair to when truth is presented, even though it will counter the argument. That's the whole point. It's not fair that it does that, because it's then creating an echo chamber within its own system, and it's keeping that narrative propagated. And that's the problem.
Yeah, I mean, I would prefer a open, free market of YouTube videos, but the liberal, sort of people, they prefer censorship because they feel like if they let something false spread, it's going to make the world like stupider or something.
The first thing for me was Answers in Genesis. than Odd TV than Eric Dubay.
Well, there's truth in what you said, and I can agree with you, because you can't just go off and say, "Hey, drink watermelon juice and you're going to cure cancer." I get why they're trying to limit people's, false claims. I get it, but the problem with that is that there is then truth being expelled, and that's censored to the same degree, and that's not cool. Just like when COVID-19 happened, I don't want to talk about it because obviously that's something we don't talk about on the server, but it is relatable because then guess what? They censored it. And now years later, we now know why they censored it. Because there was truth in what was being presented.
So with this censorship, what they've done is they've assigned themselves the arbiters of truth.
Exactly. Right. And that's not cool. Because now it's a form of dictatorship. Like, oh, you're going against me?
Here's something to think about. Let's just say tomorrow, for whatever reason, a new person gets put into that political position. So now we have a new arbiter of truth. And that new arbiter of truth happens to be a flat earther. What do you think's going to happen with all you lot, with the current censorship?
Yeah, be silenced real quick. What they'll do is
this is all based on people's subjectivity. I hate anti-flat earthers. I'm the new arbiter of truth. I'm going to get through. Okay.
Yeah.
Then next year, someone else gets voted in. I'm a pro-flat earth. I'm the arbiter of truth. Screw all your globetard stuff. It's flat. Here's the proof. We're unlocking the lot. See how easy it is? Just by changing one person. Just by them controlling what they see or don't want to see as the truth. It's just up to their personal opinion.
And Matrix, what that creates is for their position, it allows them to then censor anything that goes against their position. And that's our reality right now. This
I'm retarded.
Okay.
Okay, next.
We appreciate the admission.
Yeah, yeah, right. Okay, I mean, he's speaking truth, I guess. Awesome.
Yeah.
Well, here's a question. If let's say if you became the CEO of YouTube, would you ban Professor Dave or like shadow ban him?
No, but I'd unlock all the other algorithm bullshit that's controlling everything. It should be just a free market. As long as you're not putting forward videos that harm people. So if you're, same as what we've got on here, if we have the intent to harm, then bam, get out. We don't want that bullshit.
Well, Matrix,
but if you're just putting out information for someone to decide for themselves whether it's true, false, and or otherwise, I don't have an issue with that.
But Matrix, the problem is they have deemed, even into the level of the highest, politics that we have, to the highest degree, they have deemed what we are talking about as harmful. And that's the whole point. They're calling our truth spilling of the facts.
This is where you need to break it down. Harmful to whom? So what we've got now, exactly. Yes.
Exactly. Yes.
Because why? Because now teaching people to critically, well, don't worry about their narrative. People are starting to think critically. And the government doesn't like when people think. They want a nation of doers, not a nation of people that think. Because if they start thinking, they might realise the government's not exactly doing what it should be doing. And we can't have that now, can we?
Well, here's the problem, though, is Professor Dave is harming people by preventing them from discovering the truth of the flat Earth and thus unlocking, the societal benefits that would arise from that.
So let me ask you something, okay? So if we can take a stance and a position that logically is going against the narratives that we've been indoctrinated with, how is exposing the falsehoods in those claims harmful if it's a position of trying to help people to see it. Just like Matrix said, the only reason why they do it is because it's only harmful to their position. It's almost a dictatorship at this point if you speak against the narrative. And that's the problem, because now they're silencing those that have another opinion. And like he said, it shouldn't be that way. Everybody should be able to express their opinion regardless of how one powerful entity is trying to be the arbiter of truth and is now striking down anybody that's going against that. And that's the problem. Do you agree? Yes or no?
I agree, but wouldn't it be even better if the arbiter of truth actually had all of the truth?
That's fair to say and allude, but the point being is that we are talking about the fundamentals of certain discussions, to where we can point out why it's not what we've been told. But if we're silenced to even express that, that's a red flag. Why are you stopping us from pointing out the discrepancies within its own model? Because this mathematical construct can be debunked by the same math they utilize to construct it. So then why are we then allowing, as a peoples, for that to even exist? Now, the naysayers would say, oh, well, we're protecting people from, going off into La La Land. But they themselves are in La La Land with their claims. Do you get that?
Yeah. But let's say, for example, if I knew everything that was true and everything that was false with 100% knowledge, wouldn't it be better to ban the falsehoods to avoid people learning, false things, even if it's like fairly harmless?
If that was the case, then they would have to. If they took that position, then they would have to ban anything that's pseudoscience. And unfortunately, for that position, 90% of it is pseudoscience. It's not even but they label it as science. Therefore, they state it's fact. So that's the problem, because that's what we're dealing with. You have to understand that.
Right, but I'm saying, like, imagine if it was a flat earther who was like an oracle and he like knew every possible truth and everything that was false, right? Like, wouldn't it be better if he could be the one banning false things because he knows what is false?
No, because you're cutting out freedom of speech.
Right.
Just because you don't like what they're saying doesn't mean they don't have the right to say it.
Right. So it's a double-edged sword, right? It obviously is a double-edged sword, because at the same time, if you're trying to talk about freedom, then you know what? Globers should have a freedom as well in that same aspect, because they have a core belief of what they're saying. The point being is that let's have the discussion to where we're pointing out as an arbiter of truth in itself, in the essence of it, and we're able to point out the flaws and the things that are contradicting. But the problem is they cut out that, they shut that down, so they don't want that argument to happen. We're okay with the argument happening, because that allows us to then express the truth and then show it. Because go ahead.
I think you were having feedback.
I'm sorry. Am I still feedbacking? I'm sorry.
No, you're good now. You're good.
Okay. I'm just saying, like, you can't just shut the point being is that you can't shut down one's voice. And I'm all for letting somebody speak the falsehoods, because it allows us to point those falsehoods out. But if you're silencing my position only to make your position more credible, that's not fair and it's not right. Because we can talk to you about formulas. We could talk to you about the laws of physics and pressure and hydrostatic equilibrium, and we can show you how XYZ grid is the Cartesian coordinates, and this is how operations work for certain systems and missiles and military usage. But the problem is that the algorithm will shut you down when you point those things out, just only because it's contradicting to their position. And that's the point. You get it?
Yes.
And I'm sorry if I'm slurring, but I'm on my 30th beer, so I'm a little tipsy. Sorry if I'm slurring. My apologies.
Did you for real say 30th?
Yeah, I'm about to crack open my 31st once I finish pounding this bad boy here.
Oh, you go, champ.
You're joking, right?
He said, fuck it, it's Saturday.
Yeah,
No,
brother. Like, come on now. Let's go.
I don't think you can hold that much fluid.
That's easy.
What?
Peeing
What?
after every 2 beers.
Hey, man, you just got to keep it flowing, bro. That's what I'm going to say. Yeah, keep it flowing. It comes in, it goes out.
Yeah, I learned never to drink diet soda on a road trip because then you have to like stop every 5 minutes to, use the little room.
That's some wisdom right there. Yeah, like I've been telling people how the mathematical construct is debunked by its own mathematical construct because we have observations to plug into the formula of how we can calculate the radius. And when you think about it, it destroys the globe. We know that the radius equals the distance squared minus the height squared divided by 2 times the height. When you plug in those numbers of the Black Swan, 10 miles away, that's 10, d squared would be obviously 1 mile is 5,280 feet. When you square it, it's 58,800 feet, right? Minus the height squared, that'd be 1 foot because it's a 1 foot observer squared. Anything times 1 is 1, right? So when you think about it in reality, in the math that they've utilized for their own construct of a 3,959 mile radius, it comes down to a radius using the Black Swan of 264,400 miles. And then when you calculate the circumference of that, which is 2 times pi times the radius, that's giving you a 1.6 million mile circumference. You know, in your own paradigm, that's not what it is. You guys have a 24,901 mile circumference. But if you plug in the numbers, that's not what it is. This is how the globe has been debunked, using the math that they prepared for themselves.
If you found a 1.6 million mile circumference, didn't you just prove the globe?
No, it debunked the globe of a 24,000 mile circumference, 24,901 mile.
You just proved that there's a larger globe.
Are you serious, Kiba?
Yeah.
No. No, I'm pointing out that mathematically,
basically, with that circumference, that large one that you give us, that means anything up to that would be debunked.
Correct. This is how we know it's not a 24,901 mile circumference, because we have observations that debunk the radius of 3,959 miles. We're with that formula, we can then plug in these numbers and give us a 264,000 mile radius. But in your own paradigm, you'll be like, no, it's not that. Because all the math has to equate to a 3,959 mile radius. But with the observations, it debunks that. That's the point.
The circumference of a flat Earth would be like infinite.
Well, that's the point. And this is why when I talk about the military that uses Cartesian coordinates for their XYZ grid,
Can I ask why you still have to insert an R value and then times it by 0? Why wouldn't you just go, it's got a slope of 0, done, as per the slope intercept formula?
Right, yeah, but if you find a circumference of 1.6 million, then that's...
Yeah, we're not finding any circumference, we're finding 0. So why do you have the necessity to insert R and then times it by 0? Why wouldn't you just go leave it out?
Well, on a flat Earth, you should be able to use a telescope and see China.
No, that's false.
Just because ground flat, therefore infinite vision. How do you link the two together, bro?
Well, the moon is extremely far, and yet we can see it with a telescope. So why can't we see China?
Because at ground level, air is opaque. So there's only a certain distance you can see before it just turns into just a wall. And you've also got angular resolution. So your ability to resolve an image. So once you get below a certain size, certain angular size, you wouldn't see it. So what in China are you specifically looking at? So have a look at the distance and have a look at the angle that's created. What is it? 0.002 or 0.02? Something like that? Anything smaller than that, you ain't seeing.
On the globe model, you can see the Great Wall of China from space, so we should be able to see the Great Wall of China.
That's not at ground level. So compare the ground level.
That's taking a picture from a high altitude. That's not equivalent because you are talking about taking a photo from a high altitude and then you can see it. That is not equivalent to when, like Matrix is saying, we're talking about from the ground. When you're on the ground, when you're on the
sea level,
of the earth,
horizontal at sea level. About the best you're ever going to see is just under about 300 kilometers. What's about 180 mile?
Yeah, but even with a weather balloon, I still haven't seen China.
You're not on a weather balloon. You're at ground level, sea level, bro. Just one thing at a time. We're not trying to fry your head. We're trying to help you out. At sea level, looking horizontal, due to the opacity of air, you can only see so far. For example, do you know when you're underwater and you can only see so far and then it turns into black?
Exactly. So,
same thing. Just it happens over a further distance. That's all.
One of the best examples is our military's radar. Okay, they can spot out an enemy. They set up a perimeter using the AN Spy 1 radar. They can see 250 miles in all directions from its position. Now, on a globe, that is impossible because you wouldn't be able to see it because it's now dipping below your curved earth, your pseudo curved earth. But the fact that they can do that, it debunks the globe. It just represents, like, if you're in a large body of water, like in the pool, okay? Like if you're in a large pool, you have water that's flat, right? In all directions, it's planar. And this is why even the ECEF, that's baked into the calculations of their own systems, it's literally meaning like the earth is the center and it's not moving in its own formula. So if you can see 250 miles away, that is not a globe. That's a planar XYZ grid. That's how they're able to do it. That's how they're able to defend the ships in the middle of the ocean. If you can't grasp that, and if you want to hand wave that, well, whatever. But that's reality. That doesn't work on a globe at all. It debunks the globe. You get it?
Yeah, but you're assuming away refraction.
No. It has nothing to do with that. The radar system that has the capabilities to spot an object on a XYZ grid, and this is very important. The XYZ grid is a Cartesian coordinate system to where it has a flat plane. That's the X value, and then everything to the Y and Z is going to be an elevation of that X value. So when you have something seeing in the sky, it's still going to be ascribed to from a position of an X position, a baseline. Water, if it was curving around like the falsehood of a globe Earth, then you wouldn't have the capabilities to see something 250 miles away because they brag about how they can see a buoy, right? As a matter of fact, no, greater than a buoy. They say they can spot a golf ball 250 miles away. That's how strong our technology is in our military. You can't see it on a curved Earth because technically the radar system, if you had a body of water that's bending around a curve, well, then it's cut off at a certain distance. And let's say the radar, the AN Spy 1 radar, if they're seeing 250 miles away, that's a planar position. Not globular position. No, that's where we tell you guys that's where it's debunked. And you have to recognize that because that's reality. That's literally how they operate. That's how we're defended. That's how we're protected. That's how they're able to do it. And if you took that radar, which is typically from 40 to 60 feet high, okay, because that's how high the destroyer is with the radar system, let's just give it an average of 50 feet above the surface of the water, and they're seeing 250 miles away. Do you understand that mathematically that can't work on a globe? Do you get it? I don't know if he gets it or not. I don't know. Maybe he does. Maybe he's just sitting in silence because
I know what he's doing, bro. He's lining up. He's just pulled his head back, and he's just about to bark out refraction.
No, maybe he gets it. Maybe he's realizing, like, holy shit, this guy's onto something. Maybe. I don't know. Maybe. I'm fingers crossed. You know what I mean? Like, hopefully he gets it.
Don't put your head back too far.
Have you tested this radar yourself?
I don't have to test the radar. I have to look at what they tell us. And then I could plug in the formula of what they've given us. That's why I'm telling you, it's a mathematical construct. But the math in their own paradigm debunks their own paradigm. Because technically, you can't see it.
So I should just trust the data that the U.S. government gives me?
Actually, no. Because matter of fact, they're giving you what they are allowing you to know. Do you understand that it's classified information to actually how far they can see? So technically, to give you a reference, in my old server in the asylum, we had this gentleman. His brother is in the Navy, and he said, actually, we can see up to 350 miles, but that's classified. And they say on Wikipedia, it says it goes up to 150 miles. And then there's reports that they've even recorded 250 miles, but the true position or the true view of of the radar is greater than that. It's just classified. It only further debunks the globe because you can't see 350 miles on a globe because that 350 mile marker would be blocked by the curvature of your own Earth, and that's the point. You get it?
Well, they claim that they've gone to the moon, but maybe that just means they're actually able to go even farther, all the way to Alpha Centauri, but that's just classified.
Well, now we're getting into the realm of space and violating, so many laws. Yeah, it's all Narnia at that point. But for you to say that we know the distance of the moon is X amount of miles away, well, that's part of the paradigm. That's part of the story. That's the lore. That doesn't mean that it's actually that distance. It's just according to their understanding of how they're presenting their model, that's what it has to be. Because mathematically, that's where it makes sense mathematically. Go ahead.
When they say, "Oh, we're able to see 250 miles," maybe that's information's not intended for you. Maybe that information is intended for their enemies, and they're like over exaggerating to make themselves seem stronger.
No, not at all. Because if that was the case, we wouldn't be okay. Let me give you a real world example. Okay, so there was a time, I think it was 2023, when the USS Truman was off the coast of Yemen. Okay, and there was a destroyer. It was USS Carney. And what happened was the Houthis, they launched 2 drone missiles. One went 18,000 feet and one was 10 feet above the surface of the water. They call that sea skimming. They try to avoid the radar when they keep it low to the altitude. So that way they think that we can't pick it up. But lo and behold, our technology, we definitely can pick it up. And they protected the USS Truman from being struck because they shot that thing down. Now, when they realized when that was launched, it was only 75 miles away. But mathematically, 50 feet above the surface of the water to spot something 10 feet above the surface at 75 miles, that debunks the globe, because technically that missile would have had to have been mathematically 1,200 feet in the air for it to see it. And this is where we are going to tell you, this is how we know that the Earth isn't a globe. Because even in the old math, even in their own math, it debunks the paradigm. Because they were able to register that missile that was 10 feet above the water from 75 miles away and shoot it down as it got closer. Then there you go, bro. You either believe that to be true or you hand wave it because it destroys your narrative and you can't accept it. That's the facts.
Well, here's the thing. Radar is a form of light, and so therefore it could refract.
Oh, Matrix called that. Hey, one for Matrix.
I told you. I'll tell you why. In the last week, there's been 3 of them that have come in, and it doesn't matter what observation you put forward, what laser test you put forward. As soon as anything optical, they've nearly snapped their neck trying to throw the word refraction out hard enough and fast enough. They can't get it out quick enough. Every single one of them, all 3 of them. So this is something interesting to have a little bit of a think about with your refraction. The military did laser tests, tri-band laser, so it's a three colours. What they were doing was testing for accuracy of these lasers over about 42 mile. They did the calculations and allowing for refraction between these 3 specific colours, they estimated something like 30 to 40 feet separation, which is not very good if you're trying to be very accurate. When they finally did the test, they were out by 36 inches of the 3 colours. Over 42 miles. So you with your refraction means nothing. If at 42 miles, it's out by 36 inches. So when we do a laser test at 30 miles, that 36 inches is now down to 27, 28 inches. So your refraction, the other day I gave you 10% inaccuracy. So at 30 mile, we should expect to see a deviation of 600 foot. I'm more than happy enough to give you 10%, but if you want me to drop it down to 30 inches, you'd probably be better off going with the other one, mate.
I need 5,000%.
You guys with your refraction have no idea. You've got this crazy idea that refraction allows you to see these bullshit astronomical distances around some curve. No. Refraction will give you, at best, 10%.
So one thing I want to talk about refraction to like any surveyor, you know, that's worth, you know, their weight. They will tell you that there is a formula that they include, but that formula is only included of an object you can see. Now, technically, we're talking about things that you shouldn't be seeing because technically they should be now hidden behind this globe mountain hill of water that you think exists. So when you induce this refraction, that is only according to what you're actually visibly seeing, but you have to realize that it's ass backwards if you're trying to make it make sense to something you shouldn't be seeing. Now, technically, if you're going to look at something and say it's 7/6R, which is standard refraction, we can even go higher for you. 4/3. That's radar calculation, radar engineering. They have a greater refraction index when they're calculating it. But you have to realize that when you start ascribing things beyond the horizon and lifting them up into view, you are literally trying to equivocate a refraction that is impossible. It's now giving you these numbers like to not 7/6. You're giving it like a measurement of 8, a whole number 8 of refraction to allow you to see it. Now maybe it's going over your head because you don't understand how refraction actually is calculated. But the KR value or it's called the coefficient of refraction. When you look at it, it's actually asinine to say I can see something beyond a point where it's now hidden from my view. You are falsely equivocating this refraction because that's not how it works, brother. Refraction is only equivocated to something that you can see. It's like it's tantamount to you being hidden behind a wall, right? I can't calculate refraction to you because you're hidden. You're behind the wall. You're blocked. You're obstructed. But the second I can see you, now I can account refraction to you. But that's what Globers don't get. And it's weird to me. It's like, what the hell do you guys, what aren't you seeing, bro? What aren't you getting? Oh, yeah, I'll shut up. I'm talking too long. I'll mute up.
Yeah, thank God. Thank God that you did that.
It's just incorrect because refraction can go around a curve.
But not to the levels that you require. This is the bit you're missing. I've got no problem with refraction, the bending of light as it passes from one medium to another.
That's all you gotta do.
Alright, you can just be quiet.
I guess
I have no issue with that, Cuba. You saying refraction, yep, Snell's law, the bending of light as it passes from one wave, as it passes from one medium to another. Okay. I know I've got no issues with it. What I do have issues with is you guys going, just closing your eyes going, la 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 la, refraction, it's going to save me because it's my get out of jail free card. Fuck you, flat earthers. Mate, that's all you keep doing. Every single time anyone makes laser or long-range observations, but refraction, it is not a get-out-of-jail-free card. The refraction levels you require are over 1,000%. That's the levels you require for some of these observations that we've got. You don't have that.
I guess you missed the point when I said you can only ascribe refraction to an object that you can see. You cannot ascribe refraction to something that you can't see. Once you can see it, you can apply the formula of the way you're going to see it, but you have to observe it. So when we're setting up a building and we have, a column, and then the reason why we're going to ascribe refraction is because we understand that light does bend to a specific point that we're looking at, but you still have to see it to ascribe that formula. Now, what Globers do, and it's so disgustingly misrepresented, they're going to ascribe refraction to something that you shouldn't be able to see. It's now blocked. The key word here is obstructed. If it's obstructed, you can't account for refraction to something that's obstructed because you can't see it. What aren't you grasping, brother?
He's desperate. Let me ask him something because he was just wondering why I can't see China. Well, with all your refraction, why can't you see China, Kiba?
That's a good point.
Because it's not a...
Because what? No, just refract it.
The refractive index isn't high enough that, so...
Oh,
Push the slider up. Push the slider up.
Yeah, keep going.
we can only get
waving away refraction, Kiba? Why can't you see China?
Our model...
You do know, Kiba, you do know...
now.
On that refractive slider that you guys keep cranking up, if you go all the way to the top, that makes it a flat earth.
Hey, Matrix, the irony is this, Matrix. The irony is this. They have to ascribe the black swan to see 10 miles at a 1 foot observer. They have to ascribe a refractive index of negative 150. Now, the funny thing about that, they are proving concave Earth, and they don't even realize it. Because now, when something goes up in the negative, they're literally supporting a concave Earth. It's fucking hilarious, bro. They don't get it. It's hilarious.
That makes no sense.
Guys.
I agree. It doesn't make sense because if you have...
One sec, guys.
Say that.
I've been listening on YouTube. He just put his foot in it, guys.
Way in it.
Okay, old horse. What did you ask him? Why can't he see China? Right? What did he say? The refractive index isn't high enough. What have we been asking him specifically, and all the other ones? What's that one
For the
question we've been
refractive
asking?
index.
Well, what's the limit?
Maximum
percentage.
So
yep.
He just said it's not high enough. He's invoking.
So he knows
right now. Because if you say it's not high enough, then that means you know how high it goes.
Nah, his entire charade is getting worse by the day.
So that was
he'll
my
be
question.
silent, and then he'll say something else. Let there be silence until he can try and answer this.
I didn't say that it's impossible to have enough refraction to see China. I just say that we haven't had enough.
Now he's backtracking.
So disingenuous, dude. Look at yourself in the mirror, Kiva. Get over yourself, dude. You're a liar.
And rowing backwards. Let's get out of this shit creek.
I think he's a concaver at this point. Honestly, that's just my personal injection.
Yeah, he's desperate.
If the conditions were just right, then we could see China.
Oh my God!
No, you're not going to see just China. Wake up yourself.
You can't get out of this, dude. You're so full of shit. No offense.
The funny thing is that I think you truly don't understand how refraction works. When you are dealing with refraction indexes,
They don't APOC. The APOC, it's just a get out of jail free card. For some reason, all these globers, these clown shoe wearing idiots, have got this idea in their head. If they strut on into any FE channel, as soon as any observations are put down, doesn't matter what it is, whether it's a black swan, whether it's some muppet holding a laser, it does not matter. They're sitting there going, wait for it, refraction! And off they run. That's what it is.
Matrix, that's why I'm saying they don't understand what the true value mathematically that refraction is representing. If you can understand, brother, that refraction is ascribed to something that you can see, right? You have to have a straight line eyesight to it. But when it starts deviating from its position on an XYZ coordinate Cartesian system, this is when you start ascribing the refraction. But the point being is that you can see it. Now, you are saying, why can't I see China from wherever, like in your flat earth model? No, that's total nonsense. That is not refraction that you're ascribing to. That is, I know you could say you're wrong all you want, but that is facts. Because when you have an object 4 miles away from you, refraction could make it look like it's blocked to the horizon of the surface of the water. But
if
guess
I show
what?
you a video,
but guess what?
You're wrong.
No, you're not going to though. Just hear me out. Just hear me out, bro. Just hear me out. Okay, I'm almost done. There's a boat that's 3 miles off the coast. It's anchored. It's not moving. It's not going away from you. It's not coming closer. At a certain part of the day, it looks half blocked. Okay, you could only see the top.
I was just looking for it. I know the one you're talking about. I was just looking for it. It's in my list here somewhere.
Yeah. Okay. You could only see the half of it. But if you wait 3 hours, you can see the entirety of the boat. You can even see the red line of the bottom of the boat that's touching the surface of the water, because now the refraction has now lowered the water, which is an optical phenomenon, by the way. Now you can see the entirety of the boat. Not because it was behind the globe model, it's because the refraction was lifting the water to your perspective, and now it's blocking it out. What don't you understand about that?
Maybe if he had the video, he'd probably understand it when he saw it.
Okay. Let me look for the video. I think I have it on my favorites. I could post it.
Albums, collections, and favorites. Let me find it real quick.
DJ uses it a fair bit. It's pretty cool, actually.
Yeah, I think DJ. He even thanked me. He's like, "Hey, thank you for that video. That's a really cool video." I'm posting it right now. It's being uploaded. It was on April of 25th of 2023. This guy he recorded how the boat looked like it was blocked by the curves of the earth. But then if you just wait 3 hours, you can see it entirely. And again, that's real refraction, brother. Like that's reality. But just check it out. I posted the video. There you go.
Here we go. We got a comment from one of our favorite viewers. Refraction bends light so much that you can't make any useful observations of Earth's shape that rely on horizon videos. Well, that also goes for you guys too. So how can you tell it's a ball?
So no boats going over it then?
Nope, no
You
boats.
can't use boats going over the horizon?
Exactly.
Just press play on the video that I posted, bro, and hopefully that helps you. If you cannot grasp reality after that, I don't know how I could help you, bro.
I posted a video showing you can refract over an obstruction.
Oh my gosh.
Okay, let's
He's so hung up on it. He's just got this idea. It's his get out of jail free card. Doesn't matter what you guys say, what you guys do. You could actually grab him by the scruff of the neck, drag him out, and measure the fucking ground and show him there is no curvature, and he'll just still bark refraction at you.
Matrix, let me point out a very, very key point to the video he pointed out, okay? You have to understand, brother, this video that a lot of Globers use, guess what? That clay that they set up, it's not on the surface of the propane tank or that little canister that they have. It's literally like 6 to 10 feet in distance. It's not on the surface of the can. It's behind. That is representing perspective. And yes, you're right. If you add this cold gas that's going to change the way you see something, and then optically it comes up into view as it was obstructed by the canister. But that's apples to oranges, because that clay that's 10 feet away from the can, it's not on the surface. And our whole point is you cannot, even mathematically, you can't ascribe how you can see the surface of the canister on the other side of it that's blocked out from the horizon of it, because technically anything calculated by that baseline would be zero. And guess what? You cannot calculate refraction to zero. That will give you a zero value. Dude, I don't know how else to tell you at this point. You either get it or you don't. And you use this as a proof, but it's actually a debunking of your own position, because you are comparing apples to oranges at this point, bro.
Actually, APOC, you know the Sky Free video with the little Lego blocks?
Yeah.
Why wouldn't he have just used that?
yeah. Because it will destroy the paradigm.
I don't know who told you that you can only see things refracted with a direct line.
Honestly, Kiba, you should be banned until you present your film of China from your backyard.
Yes, I want to see China from the US from 1 foot observer height.
Nigger.
Or give a maximum. Has anyone ever done that, Kiba? Has anyone ever seen China from the USA, from the ground level?
Well, Sarah Palin saw Russia from her house.
No,
China.
Here we go.
No, that's not what I asked, bro. Not what I asked. Not what I asked.
I'm not aware of any observations of China.
All right, is that because it's impossible?
Is it?
I'm just saying, in theory, it's possible. I haven't seen it done.
No. In reality, not in theory. In reality, is it possible?
I don't know.
Yeah, you want to find out. You want to go and find out.
It's possibly possible.
Yeah. Do you rely on the experts by any chance? You believe in science? You believe in the science?
Yeah.
Yeah, go find out what to say about it. Come back.
Yeah, it's really easy, bro. Like, I don't know what you're not getting, but like the debunking is like it's very, very easy, bro. Like, I don't know, bro. Like, where's your mind at this point, bro? Like, you're either cog dis and set in your position, and you cannot understand at all how it's not what you've been indoctrinated with. By the way, we were all indoctrinated with that paradigm. By the way, the only difference is we escaped it. We realized the flaws in logic and reason and understanding of how those things don't comport to the very set positions that they've placed before us. We've debunked it.
Maybe he's got like a globe tattoo or something.
What
Just
up,
one of you,
Oran?
someone, Kiba, like Mansky, any one of you, go to your experts and please find out for me what they say about the maximum distance or the maximum amount of the surface of the Earth that you could possibly ever see due to refraction. And give
So
it to
just
us.
because you found one expert who said 15% doesn't mean that's
No, bro. I want to know what the consensus is.
Well,
what they consider to be like within possibility.
Whatever the farthest long distance observation you guys have ever seen, that's as far as we can see with refraction.
What a crock of shit!
Hey, do you, okay. With that being said,
so hey, APOC, check it out. So today, the longest range, the longest range observation is 20 mile. Okay, refraction deals with that. Then all of a sudden tomorrow, someone comes out with a 40 mile observation. I'm going to push the slider up.
Exactly. That's all they do.
Yep. Sharpshooter fallacy.
Here's
Wherever
the funny
your arrow lands, I'm going to draw a target around
it. Here's the funny thing about it, okay? Again, you're ascribing refraction to an object, even in your own paradigm. It cannot be ascribed to it.
I disagree.
I know you do, and that's okay. But I'm pointing out.
I don't think that's even the official.
I'm pointing out a fact to you. You cannot ascribe. Okay, let me give an example. Okay,
I understand what you're saying, but I just don't agree with it.
Okay. Let me give an example. Okay, in your paradigm, we're gonna equate this to this position. If we were both on a hill, okay, and we're at the top of the hill, and we walk away from each other. Now, obviously, our perspective, you will be going lower, and I will be going lower. And now you're going to see my feet, but eventually you won't be able to see my feet because there's an obstruction between us. That we're going to call that the top of the hill, okay? Now let's say I walk so far away from you, you can only see my head, and I can only see your head, okay? But in your globe paradigm, you will mathematically equate how now you can see my shoes. Mathematically, but not in reality, because you will never be able to see my shoes as you went beyond the globe, beyond the hill that we're on. If you can't grasp this,
I disagree.
Okay, well then I know you're coming from then. No further.
According to atmospheric refraction, you can see over the curve at least like.
But you don't have atmospheric refraction because you've got to prove the ball tart in the first place.
Do
you know that? In order for you to insert atmospheric refraction, you need an R value. Without an R value, you don't have atmospheric refraction.
I have proved the R value.
You have said there's an R value. You have not proven the R value.
No, Main Surveyor did an observation where he calculated the R value based on Al-Biruni's equation.
Which he inserted refraction into. So he is what? Use refraction, insert it into my observation, and then claim that there is curvature. So he's used an R value to back up his R value. That's what he's done. So that is a fail.
It's circular reasoning. Do you understand? Okay.
So you haven't proven an R value. So let's get back to the original one. You need atmospheric refraction. That's what you're begging for at the moment. You need an R value prior to your atmospheric refraction.
No, all you need to calculate the R value is height.
You need the R value prior to the refraction.
Yeah, and
okay? What you're doing is using the refraction as an excuse for the R value, which you're then picking up and reasserting back at the start. Round and round we go. Circular reasoning. You're not dealing with models, we're dealing with reality.
I don't think he understands the formula.
He doesn't. He doesn't get it.
Do you understand that refraction is a number times the radius, which is okay? Radius is the R value that. Hold on, listen. Matrix is pointing out that in the calculation, in the formula, there's an R value. Okay, let's say 7. Let's say 7/6R, which is standard refraction in the index, and that R value is a 3,959 mile value. Okay, so they're taking 7/6R times that value. But do you understand that we have observations that destroy that value? Do you understand that?
That's the minimum.
But hold on. Do you understand?
How did you get? Hold on. How did you get the minimum? How did all of a sudden 7/6R becomes the minimum? Because you said so.
That's standard. It goes even more extreme than that.
But no. But do you understand?
Hold on, APOC. Hold on, APOC. We have been trying for the last 5 days to get this extreme number out of him, and he won't cough it up. So how extreme does it go? Give us a number.
A K value of 1.
Does it go high enough to see China?
Yes, it could hypothetically.
No, well,
hypothetically.
No.
You're so full of shit, dude.
Wait, hold on.
Yeah, exactly.
Hold on. When you say K value, you're just saying the refraction value. Now, I'm going to tell you right now, on record, and when I say on record, I mean an actual surveyor that's turned in paperwork of what's going to get stamped off and validated in a professional sense. The strongest refraction they've ever recorded is between 4 to 5. The number value is 4 to 5. Do you understand that we have observations that are greater than that? Now, I told you earlier, you would literally have to calculate it to a level of a negative 150 value. Do you understand that in its own calculations is going to now? Do you understand how that? Do you understand how that now is now a concave Earth? Because what you're doing is you're taking something on the other side of an obstructed, position of the horizon.
Okay, so Kiba, the short story is you're claiming refraction. The highest ever happened is 5. You need negative, what was the number? 150.
Yes.
You need negative 150 in order for the black swan to come. It's the black swan that you're referring to, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah, you need negative 150 for the black swan to work. That's what you need.
That's concave Earth, by the way.
This math is ridiculous.
I agree.
The math might be ridiculous, but that's the problem. This is what you keep telling us. You claim refraction. This is the mathematics that goes with it.
No, you're doing the math wrong. You're doing the math wrong. Nope.
Okay, let's get it right. No, he said we're doing it wrong. Please enlighten us how to do it correctly.
Let's hear it.
You never need a negative number to get the black swan. That's absurd. Yes,
you do. Yeah, I'll tell you why you do. I'll tell you why you do. Because anything positive in the formula is what's dropping away from you. But the fact that you can see something 10 miles at a 1 foot observer, you have to lift it up. And on the XYZ value, that creates a negative position. As you go up, that's negative. As you go down, that's positive. That tells me you don't even understand your own paradigm. Because
I don't know what value you're referencing, but I'm talking about the K value, which goes from 0 to 1. It doesn't go to negative or even higher than 1.
I agree. I 1,000% agree with
APOC, the only thing he knows about the K value is when you get on Bisland slider, you slide it across. That's all he knows about it.
Okay, so let me educate you real quick, okay? That slider they are calculating when they're talking about a positive value, that's a drop because it's positive when you go down, it's negative when you go up. So technically, if you're seeing something 10 miles at a 1 foot above the surface, when you bring it up, you're not in the positive, you're in the negative because now you're going upwards on the Z, okay, of this axis. So why I say 150 is because mathematically, that's what you would have to accommodate for your position of a 3,959 mile radius. So you have to bring it up in a negative fashion because now you're going opposite of the positive, which is downwards from that Z position. So this is why I'm telling you, bro, you are now a proponent of a concave Earth. Because only in a concave Earth would you get that value. Do you understand this? Because it's going upwards. Do you understand that?
No, the larger the number, the larger the apparent or the radius of the Earth.
Yeah, okay. Which way is the ground bending? Up or down? You're claiming refraction. Refraction either bends things up or it bends things down. One of those is positive, one of them is negative. So stake your claim. Which way is the ground? Bending upwards, in which case it's a negative number, or is it being pushed down, in which case it's a positive number? Which way is it going? We can see the horizon. We can see the horizon beyond the oil rigs. So that would mean the horizon is up, so that's a negative number.
Exactly. That's exactly, bro.
That's not how math works.
Exactly how
That's it.
works.
That's all he's going to do. Wait up. I'll just wave my hand. Nuh-uh.
You don't know your paradigm, bro. I'm sorry that we know your paradigm better than you do. And hopefully you can set aside your bias and listen and learn how we're telling you it's not negative 150. It's just the fact that you can see it. And
what is the unit?
What was
you
that?
Said negative 150, but negative 150 of what?
Okay, Keeper, let's just rail this straight away. See how you can see the horizon behind the oil rigs? And it annoys you? Whatever your excuse is. You can have your refraction, whatever your bullshit excuse is, you can have it. The problem you've got, if you go and watch the video, just to the right-hand side of the oil rigs, I think it's about 27 or 29 miles away, there's an island. You shouldn't be able to see that shit at all. So you're worried about 10 miles. I've got refraction for 10 miles. How about you start calculating? How about you start calculating for the refraction for 29 miles?
If we saw China
at 1 foot,
affect me one little bit, I wouldn't even be phased.
We're talking about the black swan. Why do you have to bring Chinese into it?
I'm just saying, it doesn't matter how far you go. We're still.
You're talking about something not part of the conversation. In the black swan, you keep claiming refraction. Every time someone mentions observation, refraction. Well, now that you've got your maximum of 4 or 5 and you need at least 8 to get to the oil rigs, how are you going to explain to us the 29 or 27 mile away island to the right-hand side?
Refraction.
You're a fucking tool.
Look, let me explain.
Just real quick. For the audience. When you mention K value, I want the audience to understand. You are talking about the refraction coefficient, which is a calculation, which I know what you're talking about. Now, what Matrix is trying to point out to you, even to the level of giving the value an 8, do you understand when you plug in that formula of, by the way, 8 has never been recorded in history of man because the highest is 5. Now, if we go to 8, do you understand that would still have to necessitate a radius of 207,000 miles? Do you understand that?
What is 8? You're talking like 0.8?
Okay, Keeper.
No, not 0.8. 8.
Do you know, Keeper? He doesn't understand how it works. He mustn't understand how it works. Keeper, in order for you to get your refraction, your K, all they do is assume a ball and they go, oh look, a higher refractive index. Let's make the ball bigger. So instead of our formula being 1.22, that blows out to 1.34. That's 10%. Okay? So when I say to you, you can have 10%, we go from 1.22 up to 1.34.
Yeah, that by the way, that's radio engineering, by the way, Matrix. That's where they get radio engineering. The refraction index is 1.333. So you're spot on.
But I don't think he understands how it actually works, where it's getting inserted.
So. Yeah,
so all they're doing, when they have the ball, so for us, we've got, assuming it's a ball with a radius of 3959 miles, at your elevation of 1 foot, the formula is 1.22 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. We know what the observer's height is. It's less than 1 foot. So we're capping it at 1 foot, just to make it easier to do the maths. So you want to throw refraction in there. Okay, I'll give you your 10%. Now it's up to 1.34. So 1.34 times the square root of 1 is 1 equals 1.34. So the horizon should be at 1.34 miles inclusive of refraction.
Exactly.
It's not. It's beyond 10 miles.
Exactly. And in that, if you plug in those numbers, Kiba, if you plug in the numbers in your own paradigm mathematically for the formula to even calculate the radius, you have to understand that this gives you, even with that most extreme that he's giving you, that's still a 66,000 mile radius. That debunks your 3,959 mile radius, because that's the value that we're giving it. We're ascribing to it mathematically in your own paradigm. Do you understand that?
It's a 1.6 million mile circumference ball. I'll accept that.
No.
This is the problem. This is where this is what they don't understand. Okay, you do realise, Kiba, that the R value is the cornerstone to all of it's the first stepping stone in the astronomical ladder, or the cosmic ladder. That is the key, the lock, everything, the linchpin, whatever you want to call it. Everything is based off Earth's R value. So if you want to change the R value to 1.39 million, or whatever crazy number you threw at us, that means every other thing now has to be remodified to suit.
Okay, look, I have other evidence.
In other words, I don't want to listen to that because I just want to preach my own shit. You listen just to respond, bro.
I have other evidence other than long distance observations that proves that we're living on a globe. So any long distance observations, I just believe they're happening on a globe. So it could be as far as China. It could be as far as you want. I can see the back of my head and we're still on a globe.
You're an idiot.
Yeah. Why are you in here? So what you're saying to us, I'll cut that out. I'll tell you what you're saying to us. Fuck you. I don't care what you say. It's a globe. You've got no proof that can satisfy me. Fuck off. That's what you just said.
Refraction is a satisfying explanation. You're going to have.
No, it's not. Because refraction. No, it's not. Because refraction, again, bro, for the 10th time, refraction is a.
Hey, Pop, you haven't been here for the last 5 days. We have been over it with this one, with Mansky, and with JJ Icefish. The three of them are just these broken fucking records, brother. Round and round and round. You can tell him for the next 4 hours straight. Mate, we've been through this over the last couple of days, over and over again. This one will leave, the next clown will come in, and it'll be, hey, look at this observation, and he won't be able to say it quick enough. Oh, mate, they're just broken records.
So we're dealing with a brick wall.
Oh yeah, he's just openly admitted. He's just openly admitted by saying any long-range observation he sees globe. So he may as well not be in here. He's not going to bring anything to the table.
It's amazing, right? I mean, I hope that people with half a brain can understand the things that we're pointing out, bro. Because these guys, the anti-flat earthers that insistently say that it has to be a globe, they are so wrong, dude. I hope the listeners are listening and observing that, because hopefully this guy's going to create more flat earthers than we are.
Yeah. See, Ricardo's still having a meltdown.
Yeah, they don't get it, bro. I mean, we pointed out the fact. Actually, I'm very curious to what Matthew thinks about this because Matthew's generally always honest. But what do you think about it, Matthew? Mathematically, because he's a math teacher. What do you think about it?
Yeah, I think that I agree that my belief in the globe is so strong that squinting at the horizon and noticing these tiny differences isn't going to change my mind. And I do think that the angle doesn't have to change that much. I'm not super familiar with these refraction coefficient equations, though.
They just assume a bigger ball. That's all they do.
Okay, yeah. At the end of the day, all you can do is mathematically say it has to be a bigger ball. But the problem you guys have is all your math is derived to this 24,901 mile circumference. It blows it out of the water when you think about it logically, because we could plug in the numbers mathematically, and it's now even to the most highest extreme, bro, to the level of 8 of refraction, you're still going to have a radius of 33,000 miles. Now, if you want to say, okay, I believe that the ball is 1.6 million miles in circumference, well, then guess what, gentlemen? You've debunked all of the math in your own paradigm because everything's ascribed to that 24,901 miles circumference. I don't know what you guys aren't getting to where this is why we have a position of saying, obviously, it's not a globe that you've presented. Not saying it's not a globe. We're just saying it's not a globe of 24,901 miles. That's it. Now let's go from there. Mathematically, in your own paradigm. Let's do that. That's all I'm saying, bro. It's a reckoning. And you either understand it or you don't. It would have to, it constitutes that position. Like literally. I don't know how to help you guys.
But it's not the globe anyway. It doesn't matter the size.
The mathematical construct has been debunked by its own paradigm, by its own formula, by its own position. And that's what's comical. Because we can show you that truth. We can plug in the numbers. It's not what they've told us. Wake up. Let's start there, gentlemen. Let's start with, okay, I get it. It's not what they told us. Now what is it? What is it now? Let's go there. Let's now tackle that position. Well, clearly it's not a globe of 24,901 miles, which is the position that you guys hold. Let's go, bro. Like, come on. Let's talk about it.
I don't know, man. That video of the rocket I linked. I see a curve, guys.
Do you understand that every
fisheye lenses, guys?
Do you understand
until it gets high enough?
Do you understand?
This is idiot number 2.
Okay, that's fair. That's fine. I love it. I will accept the challenge. Do you understand that there are no horizontal lines on the surface of a sphere? First, let's start there. Do you grasp that? Yes or no?
Yes.
If you zoom in far enough on a fucking ball, you're going to see a horizontal line.
Oh, telescope boys. Let's have a go.
Understand scale, but that's how it works.
Okay, so let's talk about the scale, okay? Let's talk about that scale. Now, we can, I'm glad you said that, because we can apply a mathematical construct to this scale. Yes or no?
What the fuck are you talking about? Are you a fucking retard?
You don't even understand what I'm saying. That's comical. Okay, do you understand that you're talking about a scale of measurement? Do you understand how in its own calculations, it can't be that scale? Do you not understand what I'm saying? With
you don't see curves until you get high up in the sky.
The caveat, no, I'm not talking about the sky. I'm talking about the surface. The caveat is the observation of 10 miles away from a 1-foot observer. Do you understand this? Yes or no?
Bro, I'm not listening to your fucking numbers.
Say another one. I'm just gonna hand wave.
Yeah.
Matrix, all you guys do is That's your entire flat Earth argument.
Unfortunately, you're not able to even recognize or grasp what we're telling you. I get it though, because what we're saying destroys your globe model. You can't accept that. I get that. I accept that, bro. Welcome to the club of anti-flat
Horizon.
Yes, it was debunked by I don't know.
Where's the horizon, Mansky?
Do you understand, Mesky?
Where's the horizon? Mansky,
all you guys have is nothing.
Where's the horizon? You can do this in front of the oil rigs, in between the oil rigs, or behind the oil rigs.
Matrix, I'm not playing your game, dude.
It's not a game, it's a question.
Do you understand, Mesky? Do you understand? You cannot have a horizon on the surface of a sphere. Can you comprehend this? Do you understand that the only way do you understand that the only way you can have a horizon is if you cut the ball at a point at the radius of it to where you can now ascribe a horizon. Do you understand this? In other words, let me give you an analogy. In other words, if I'm on the top of an orange, I cannot have a horizontal position. Now, if I cut the orange in half, now I have a horizontal position. Do you understand this? Yes or no?
Bro, word slop.
No, you don't. That's fair. I
think
maybe you should have kept it easy, Mansky. Maybe you should have just answered where the horizon was.
OG, bro. The international community of experts with decades of experience versus Discord Goblin.
International community of experts.
So you're telling me that because they've conceded.
Hey, Bob, who's these international community of fucking experts? I want to know more. Mansky, who's this community of international experts?
They're called priests. They're the priests. They're the priests of the religion. That's who they are.
Okay, Matrix, I have a question for you.
No, you haven't answered my question yet. I asked you where the horizon is. Is it in front of the oil rigs, in between the oil rigs, or behind the oil rigs?
I'll mute myself. You're not going to let me ask you anything.
Wimp.
Nancy.
I love it. I love it.
No,
and
you
you've
guys
never
always need to pull the conversation back to your script.
If you can't
Apok, idiot number 3, just answered.
nice. I love it.
He's yours.
If you can't understand how there can only be a horizontal on a planar surface, then I can't help you to understand this concept. If you are stuck in your paradigm and you will not accept the fact, and when I say fact, I literally mean it's a fact, you cannot have a flat position on a curved ball. If you can't grasp that, we can't help you, bro.
Do you understand this? You can, and you need to comprehend that.
If you cut the ball in half, then you can. I agree with you. But you take your measurement
not a complete
from
ball.
The center of it.
It's not a ball. Not a complete
I agree.
Sphere. Not a perfect sphere. It's not a perfect sphere.
Well, the problem with that, JJ, if it's not a perfect sphere, that means there's going to be some spots that are slightly flattened out and other spots which are more accentuated. So you're going to have more sphericity for us to debunk.
I just want everybody to clip that point where he said that you can't have it on a ball. I appreciate that honesty.
I did not say that. Wait, what?
No, you did. You said you can't have it on a ball, and
Apok, I forgot to mention about this one. He forgets what he says a lot.
I see it in real time.
Freudian slip he had.
Yeah,
what was the
in
slip?
real time, he literally said it.
Slip? What did I say?
You said okay. Let me repeat you. Okay, you literally said that you can't have the horizontal position on a ball. You literally said that.
I did not literally say that. Clip me. Yeah, go find it. I did not say that.
Okay, okay, hold on.
And he's gonna suck.
All right, I'm gonna mute myself real quick. I'll be right back. Hold on.
Oh shit.
Yeah, I quite clearly said that the Earth is not a perfect sphere, and that you're going to have position points that are not perfect sphere.
Don't be backpedaling now.
But
he'll find it.
No, I hope he does, because he'll listen to me.
What? So to prove you wrong?
Saying it's not a perfect sphere is a cop out.
No, but that's not. But that's not. Yeah, no.
Yeah, but that's not the
reason. That's a cop out. That was the intent.
That would be a cop out if it was to say
you saying it's not a perfect sphere was a cop out.
I was pointing out that your question, your statement, it's impossible to have a flat surface on a globe or a ball or whatever. I'm like,
that's not what he was saying. So you're not listening again.
Well, you or him. Someone said that, and that's what I responded to.
You're responding to just weird shit in your imagination. That's what's going on here.
No, it's not. No.
Yeah.
Someone said it's impossible to have
that on a
have what?
Sphere.
And that's the bit you didn't listen to. You just started blurting shit out, hoping shit'll stick, and Apoc's gone, no, I'm going to check this
flat
out.
Surfaces, like.
And now he's trying to unwind it.
He's trying to remember what was actually said.
No, I remember.
Yeah.
Pompous little pricks. I mean, no offense, I suggest, JJ, but take a step back, dude.
What?
What?
You're just a young schmuck. I mean, I was there once too, but luckily I didn't have access to Discord to let the entire world know what an idiot I was.
Right, yeah. I wonder what the world... Yeah, you say the world. It's like the world uses flat earther as a pejorative. Like,
yeah, it's because they're dunce.
Yeah, the whole world.
Narrow-minded dunces.
Okay, so why are you appealing to the world?
What?
Why are you appealing to the whole world can see this if the whole world thinks flat earther is ridiculous? Flat eartherism is insane.
Am I not part of the whole world?
Yeah, but then, I'm saying, why are you referencing the whole world then?
I don't know. Why not?
Well, that's a good reason why not, because most of the people in the world believe that the Earth is not.
So why not? Why not? That's a good reason why not. My God, child, start answering.
I'm saying you don't realize how blindly ignorant and arrogant you are, which is sad.
Oh. Apoc, how did you go?
He literally said
Says
it's
the
not
guy
a ball.
rejecting...
He literally said it's not a ball, and I agree with him. I posted it. He literally said that. I agree with him. I clipped it for you. You literally said it's not a ball. I agree with you, bro.
It's not a ball, and then I said sphere. Like a ball isn't a perfect sphere. Like it's not that hard to understand.
Bro, I clipped you saying it's not a ball, and that was my contention here. And I agree
your contention was that I said you can't have a flat horizon or surface on a curved ball. It's like on a ball. It's like.
And then you said it's not a ball. No. Pay attention to your words, because words have meaning.
Yes, you're referencing. I did say the Earth is not a ball. It's not a ball. A perfect sphere.
I agree. I agree.
Was that there was a perfect that you cannot have a flat thing on a ball. Like that's a different thing than what we said.
Okay. Do you understand? If you had an orange, okay. I'm trying to break it down like I'm talking to like a fifth grader. Okay.
You say this, but
listen carefully. Listen carefully.
You will know what the science. Okay, go on.
Just listen. Okay. Just listen. Okay. Pay attention. If you have a ball, okay, you cannot have a horizon that is a 360 degree around you because you're on a ball. Now, the only way you can have a 360 degree horizon around you, you would have to cut that ball in half or a quarter or a third or a fifth, whatever you want to represent that as. Because the only way you can have an established horizon that's 360 degrees around you that's flat, it can't be a ball because you're on the surface of it. And that's the way you're observing it. Do you understand this?
That was 360 degree horizon?
Yeah, do you understand what that means when I say that? It's like, okay, okay. If you're okay, for instance, if you're in the
360 degrees,
listen, if you're in the ocean,
angular measurements will measure.
Listen, if you're in the middle of the ocean, okay, and then you see all around you in a 360 degree view, It's flat. It's straight. It's creating a position of a horizon in all positions around you as you spin in a circle. Do you understand that
Yeah,
you
do
are
you
now?
understand them? Do you understand the
Hold on.
size of the Earth?
Just let me finish. Let me finish. Do you understand that you are not on the surface of a ball? You are now in a position to where you're either halfway or a quarter or a third of a ball, because the only way that can be represented is if you cut the ball off. That you have to cut off the tip of the top where you're standing. Do you understand this?
I don't think you understand how big the Earth is and how the positions of the and how the positions of these things don't line up with, like, they don't.
Forgot to mention APOC. Most of the time, he's still talking when he gets red flagged.
So you don't understand what I'm saying.
He's got an issue where all flat earthers are wrong syndrome. All three of these have. They're all little mates, and I know because they text message, DM each other. Because
oh my God,
there's only one of them that hasn't come out with one very particular argument. All three of them have come out with other arguments that are the same. One of them is yet to do the last argument. So it's not that I haven't been keeping track of this.
It's amazing. It's amazing that I can be on my 34th beer and still like get and understand what I'm saying. And these guys might be sober as fuck and they don't get what I'm saying. It's amazing.
APOC, it's not that they don't get what you're saying. It's just, I don't want to listen because all flat earthers are wrong syndrome.
You're right about that, brother.
I JJ, normally his debate tack through you. But I think you've got that covered.
yeah, you're right. You're right about that, brother. God, that's funny, bro. It's comical.
See, look here. The problem is you don't know what you're talking about. Wrong. JJ has a discussion with somebody else. JJ proven wrong. JJ has discussion with APOC. JJ proven wrong. JJ, you're the common factor here.
he's lost, bro. He's lost even in his own paradigm. He doesn't get it, bro. He just doesn't get it. He can't grasp it, bro. It's amazing. It's literally it's comical, bro. We have the clown card. Matter of fact, I have a video for that, bro. Like, I love it, bro. Hey, kudos to everybody, by the way, still representing the truth, bro. Like, I miss y'all, bro. It's been a minute since I've been in the server. Kudos to everybody, though. Check it out. I got a video for you guys. Here's the Globers.
Clown car on. Come on. I know which one. I think I know which one it is.
It's the video, bro. Station wagon, bro. Let's go.
Oh, no, that's a different one again.
The Globers are here. A bunch of clowns. They don't get it. They don't want to get it. They're stuck in their
That's paradigm. A lot of clowns.
That's a lot. Yeah, right, bro. There's a whole lot of clowns.
Okay, to answer this question, what's a satellite?
Okay. He's going back to satellite mode. Look out. He's going to get you, APOC.
No, I just want to know basic stuff. Basic stuff. Do you know what a satellite is?
Yes, I do. I used to work with them a long time ago. What's up?
How do they work?
They transmit audio and video. What's the contention?
Well, someone got salty that I used that framing. How do they transmit it?
Dude.
By the repeaters. But go ahead. They literally. Okay, let me give you an example. Okay, I could set up a satellite dish on the ground. Right, it's probably like 9 feet in diameter. With the whether I'm transmitting at C band or KU band, doesn't matter. We're gonna point it to something in the sky, right? And then all of a sudden that signal is transmitted, and then all they do is relay that signal, and then it's a downlink, right? I'm the uplink, they're the downlink, and we can reverse that. I could be the downlink, and somebody else is uplinking it. But the point is that we're sending signals up and down. Is that fair to say? What do you think about that?
No, I agree. But there's people here that disagree that we're using satellites above us.
Dude.
That's not what our disagreement was with. Stop lying.
Confused.
So do we all agree that we are using satellites above us to transmit information?
There are things in the air. You think when you say satellite, that means that you've got a tin can orbiting ball.
Okay, well there we got.
You just don't shut up, do you?
Not all of us. Okay, not all of us believe in satellites.
Have you ever thought to use your ears and listen instead of just blah 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 blah?
Let me give him an example, okay? Let me give him an example, okay? Let's say we're gonna get a 1 mile by 1 mile football field, okay? Now we put a drone that's 5 miles above us, okay? Now on this football field, I'm going to send up a signal to the drone, and that drone is going to relay that signal down to another satellite dish positioned on the football field that's 1 mile by 1 mile, and they're going to receive that signal. Are you going to disagree with that concept? Yes or no?
No, but the drone would have to have a mirror or something to send the signals or relay it to the other thing.
I agree. But do you understand though? Now this is where I gotta I'm trying to extend an olive branch for you, bro. Do you understand that has nothing to do with the shape of the Earth because we're on a 1 by 1 mile squared field that is planar. Do you understand that?
Do you think they're drones?
These people are bricked. I'm sorry.
Is that what? Do you think they're drones? I mean,
see that APOC? Just because you were using the analogy of a drone, all of a sudden now satellites are drones.
Well, because APOC. Look. I agree with everything that you described, but the issue is that there are people here who do not believe that we're using things above us to transmit information. They think it's ground.
Not in the methodologies that you are prescribing.
They call GPS ground-based positioning. They
because that's what it is.
Okay, but they don't even.
What is it referenced from? JJ, what is it all referenced from?
Globe.
Okay, no, bro. Do you know what? Okay, hold on. Slow down. Do you know what ECEF is? ECEF. Do you know what that is?
No.
Okay, go ahead and Google it or ChatGPT, whatever. Do you understand what ECF is?
Yeah, I see it. Yeah.
Okay, so ECF, you do realize that destroys out the gate. You do realize that destroys your globe model, right? Because
how is that?
It's Earth centered, Earth fixed in the mathematics of it. So in other words, you have a thing way up above in the sky, and they are now calculating its position, but it's centered and it's fixed. There's no movement. The Earth isn't moving. It's the center of all the universe. So
do you think the Earth is the center of the universe?
These hold on, in your own paradigm of which they ascribe the mathematics and the algorithm to this equipment that they're using, it is literally Earth-centered, Earth-fixed.
They use point of reference.
Exactly.
Point of reference.
Exactly. And that point of reference is a position on a planar Cartesian coordinate system, which is the XYZ value. Do you know what that represents? Yes or no?
Yes, I do.
Okay, so if you have an object above the football field that we're talking about, and we're literally saying the football field is the center of what we call the what's the word I'm looking for? It's the fuck, I went blank. God damn it. It's the when you have a position and it's, oh my gosh! Hold up. Give me a second. I'm gonna get it.
Datum? No.
Oh my god! I hate when I drink too much because I get really.
Looks like 34 is the limit.
No. Believe me, I got a lot more. But hold on though. A reference frame. There you go. It's the reference frame of the position. Now, you do understand, if we're on a 1 mile by 1 mile, football field, we have a reference frame of something that's positioned above us. Now, remember, in the math, it's centered. So our reference frame is centered and it's fixed. It's not moving.
at all. It's a fixed position. So when we see something moving and transversing above our, horizon, then we can calculate its position accordingly, mathematically even, and we know where it is, and that's how we know how to point our satellite dishes to it. Because we know that there is this fixed position, literally ECEF. It's fixed, okay? Now, as we're looking at it, we can now beam down a signal as we shoot up because it itself is fixed, okay? It's stationary. Now, across this football field, guess what, brother? It's not a globe. It doesn't represent a globe because it's all based upon a Cartesian coordinates, which is the XYZ. Do you understand this, yes or no?
Yeah, I understand the words you're using, but I don't understand how being based on a Cartesian coordinate system for using certain things means.
Remember I said to you the other day, JJ, that it is just a reference system. You could post it on a banana or a peanut or a pretzel or a Dorito chip. Remember I said that?
Yeah, but I'm not using.
Yeah, what we're talking about is it's just a grid reference system. You can place it on whatever shape you like.
Exactly. And
so the satellites, all they see is X, Y, Z. They don't see, I'm definitely on a curved hard. No, they don't see that. They just see a grid reference system. Well, you're saying they do, but they're referenced from a Cartesian grid system. That's all it is.
That's what
APOC's just explaining to you, and you're just going, nuh-uh.
Do you understand that the mathematics of that said satellite in the sky is using... Okay, let me get a little bit deeper. I'm going to take you a little farther, okay? Do you understand that it's all based upon timing of an atomic clock, and that whole atomic clock that they're registering the signal and the speed of it, it's still based upon an XYZ grid? So in other words, if you have so we call them birds in the professionally, we call them birds, okay? So if you have 25 birds in the sky, okay, when you're pointing at one longitude and latitude position and you have a degree to it, let's say it's like a 53 degree up into the sky, and then as you arc across the sky, across the meridian of these satellites placed, you're still representing an XYZ off the planar system. That's how you get the degree of the angle, because angles are comprised of two straight lines. And that's how, if you call Landsat, I'm speaking of things you probably don't know about. You will literally have to call Landsat and be like, hey, these are my coordinates. This is my zip code. Now I'm going to point my satellite dish on the floor, on the ground. Where should I be angling it at? And they'll give you you could use your declinator, and you're like, okay, this is
today, Junior. Someone spit it out.
You're like, this is my declination. Okay, then you use this. Then you use this position, and now you're able to fixate on the thing in the sky, and that's what allows you to download the signal or uplink the signal.
And it has to be line of sight, right?
Yes, absolutely. I agree with you. It has to be line of sight. Now, the point being, though, is you're taking an angle to something that's in the sky. Now, once you are talking about it's transmitting a signal left, right, or anywhere else, it's still based upon, mathematically even, which is destroying your globe, it's still based upon an XYZ grid. It's a Cartesian coordinate.
Okay, so tell me this. You would be able to bounce a signal off something in the sky, because one, you are acknowledging that there are satellites in the sky.
Yes.
Other people on this call disagree vehemently. So that
incorrect.
I don't care. No, listen. I don't care what somebody else says and what their opinions is.
I don't care about that. I'm not holding you to it.
Okay.
He's a fucking liar. That's what he is.
Ice fish. It's the orbiting metal boxes that were
the radio waves or light travel.
Okay.
The speed, we know the cutoff.
Okay.
How far should we be able to see to connect to a satellite from one ground station if we live on a flat Earth?
Okay, you have to understand this. Okay, it doesn't matter in your paradigm. Okay, what just like Odha said, what you're trying to describe is that it has to be a globe in your paradigm.
I'm asking you, basic question.
He doesn't listen.
Hold on. But the reason why we're trying to tell you It's not a globe because even these very set instruments are based upon the timing of sending the signal upwards and downwards, right? From the terrestrial to the sky. You're still going to be having to, account that it's a position of an XYZ grid, which is not
So
a
how
sphere.
far away in the grid can they get for until they cut off on a flat plane?
Based on the power output.
Okay. Let me give an example. Let me give him an example. Okay. For instance, if I set up a satellite dish in California, okay, now the meridian of the satellites, they go from above me all the way to the East Coast, but technically, I can no longer fixate my position on a satellite that's over 3,000 miles away. It has to be. By the way, in the East Coast, even in Europe, they have their own satellites that they can fixate on, only because the way we can get that signal is going to be like you have to accommodate for how far we can transmit a signal to where it drops off. Because when you're dealing with signals, they're just let's say like a beam of information. Let's call it light. Let's call it light at this point. Okay. This signal is a light, but it still has its limits. And when you're looking at it on a planar surface, there's only so far you can transmit that signal. It's not infinite, even though they tell you it's infinite. It's false.
How far?
I don't know how far it is exactly. You could call Langsat and they'll tell you how far. But technically, the birds in the sky, there is a point to where you cannot pick that up because the way the signal attenuates, it does lose power over distance. So let's say at the furthest point, you're like, I could pick up something 1,000 miles away in the sky. And then when you get 1,000 miles away, you have to then point to another bird. So let me give you a real world example. When we were uplinking for the Super Bowl way back in the early 90s, okay? There's satellites that we fixate on in, but on the East Coast, to pull down the downlink, they were fixed on another satellite. The only reason why is because that signal was being relayed to it, so that way it can get to that distance. No difference in a ham radio. You do understand that with a ham radio, you can only go so far with it. And you have to include a relay, a repeater, as they're called, for that way the signal can go farther. Do you understand that? Because signals.
So when does it cut out?
As far as it can go.
APOC, I'll put it in English for you. What our little friend wants here is you to say this specific ground tower cuts out at 15 miles, 20 miles, 30 miles. He wants an exact number from you so he can hold you to something, which is ironic because he won't fucking give any exact numbers himself.
I want to know how far you think radio waves or light using from SLRI.
Radio waves are based upon, number one, the elevation of the broadcast tower. Number two, the frequency used. Number three, the power output. It is a combination of all those things.
It's the power output of. So when we're doing an uplink or a downlink, it depends on the amplifier that we're using to amplify the signal, or even amplifying it to receive the signal. So the whole point, bro, is that you have to understand all these things. Hold on, wait. Hold on, just listen. All these things are tantamount, okay? They're relying on the fact that that signal can propagate to a certain distance. And guess what? If we're too far away from a bird in the sky, then guess what? We cannot connect to it because it's too far away. Now, if you have way on the East Coast on New York, they can propagate their signal to reach the bird in the sky, and then it's relayed. That's the whole point of a uplink or downlink. It's tantamount to the power that you can do. Now, you do know, by the way, that legally, okay, according to the FCC, that you can only transmit a signal at with a certain power, because when you start increasing those powers to get a better signal, you do understand that they regulate it, because those signals can actually be harmful. Do you understand that? This is why they can't. This is why they can't transmit at such a high degree to where it covers all of the United States from a position way up in the sky. Because in order to even like receive or send, you would have to be boosting your signal to a power that is now harmful, not only to the environment around it, but also into the sky. Do you get that? Do you even know that?
Yeah. So what point is that?
I don't know the exact mileage, to be honest. I will concede to that. I don't know the exact mileage, but
because my point is once you understand the mileage, how far these things travel, how fast they travel, which we do know because we use them accurately and we pinpoint them all the time.
Right.
You can measure when do things start cutting off.
No,
you can see
all he has to do is measure, find out what an Earth curve calculator, JJ. On an Earth curve calculator, punch in the numbers. That's it. That's all you've got to do. Don't say no. That's all you've got to do. So here we are. We've got a distance that it stopped working. Yeah, you can shut up because your word count is off the fucking charts. You've got a distance where these so-called satellites, or what is satelloons, you want to call them, drones, who cares? You've got a distance where they stop working.
Yeah.
All you have to do is look at the Earth curve calculator and go, right.
Let me give an example.
But you can extend your
All you have to do is see if it cuts off beyond the horizon.
The reason elevation matters is because the higher you go,
the further you see.
Much easier. Right. All you have to do is punch in the Earth curve calculator, look at the number it gives you for the claimed distances of your satellites. Is it cutting off in front of or behind the alleged horizon?
Let me give it.
You're fucked.
Let me give a real world example real quick for the audience, okay? When you are in Southern California and you have the meridian of the satellites, of the birds in the sky, they have to understand that the further away the satellite is on that meridian, you actually drop dB. And the reason why is because that signal is not as powerful to pick up the furthest to the spectrum of the meridian. I don't know if you understand what I'm saying right now. Maybe I'm talking too technical, but that proves this is why Europe, they can't see our satellites that are directly over California. And even New York can't even see the satellites that's over California. Not because they globe Earth, but because the distance, it drops dBs in signal. You literally have signal loss the farther away that you're pointing to a bird that's above the sky. Now, these globers, these anti-flat earthers, they don't know this information. But I'm speaking to you from a position way back to when I actually used to work with this equipment for commercial and broadcast television.
You can't tell us when they cut out.
I don't know the exact number, but it definitely does cut out.
Okay, JJ, what? Hey, Buck, hold on. JJ, is it an exact distance you're after?
It's a speed or distance. Because I don't believe there's a distance where it just cuts out. There's a speed.
Well, when you're talking about signal strength attenuation, it is over distance. But, as you explained earlier, elevation of antenna, power output, frequency, all of these things will give you a different number. Exactly. So let's just assume, for example, JJ, you're not talking. So let's assume number one, the antenna's the same height. Number two, the output's the same power output. The only thing we're going to change is the frequency. These will give you different distances. And then when you start looking at polarization and shit like that, and it fucks all of your signal up, that's a different game altogether. Because certain frequencies don't like certain power outputs and or antenna lengths because they just don't work.
Yeah, no. If you know how fast radio or light,
and he's just going to double down and reset.
No. Then you know how fast. If you know how fast it moves,
the speed of your stupid device has got nothing to do with it.
It does. That's like
it doesn't.
It does.
It can either pick up the signal or it cannot. Is the signal making it? JJ, here's a yes or no for you. Is the signal making it to the device? Yes or no?
It makes it, and then it doesn't.
That's because the signal has a maximum cutoff range. APOC said he doesn't know.
Which is what?
Is this cunt fucking stupid or something? We asked him if he wanted a distance, and he said no. I wanted a speed.
Okay, well, I said I don't believe in the distance, but if you believe in the distance, what is the distance?
No. Slow down. It's not a fucking horse race.
What's the cutoff rate?
You know, it's like asking how far the light from a flashlight will travel. It depends on the battery, the size of the bulb.
Exactly. Why can't he get this?
Not all flashlights are built the same, just like the satellite in these distances.
Okay, so remember earlier when I said that the FCC regulates how much out power you can do? So let's say we have something, okay? Let me give you an example, okay? Let's say we have an amplifier, right? It could be from 100 watts to 10 kilowatts, right? And that's going to allow us to broadcast or receive a certain position, right? Now, you have to understand, though, that technically that power is going to give us like a 70 to 90 like dB, okay, of a signal, right? Now, the farther away you get, it's going to drop off. Matter of fact, there is a maximum to where you can no longer pick up that signal because the power is regulated and it cannot transmit or receive a signal coming that way, retrospectively, because it's regulated by the FCC itself. So when you're dealing with C-band, right, which is typically what we use when we're like broadcasting, I literally been a part of like the Super Bowl. I remember the Academy Awards. I remember the Oscars. I remember the soccer, the FIFA, like all these like really big major events on commercial broadcasting. But technically, we're always transmitting like 5 to 6 gigahertz, all the time. 5 to 6 gigahertz. That's on C-band. Now, if you increase it for KU band, now the only reason why we use KU band is now we're sending it to like Australia or to Japan. We're now transmitting a signal a little bit farther. That gives you like 14 to 15 gigahertz, bro. It doubles in distance because the frequency, just like Matrix fucking told you, the frequency does matter because now you could transmit farther away. Now, there's also KA band, which is something that we hardly ever used, but that would even double KU because now you're up to like 31 gigahertz. But the power of that is going to be represented by the amplifiers. I remember setting up an Earth station for Vandenberg launches off the coast of Pacific. We would actually literally have to tune in on the computer for the equipment, for the satellites, for the Earth station that we would position, and we would have to literally like put in what we're doing, and we would literally have to physically change from C band to KU band or KA band, and it was dependent on where we're sending our signal. And if you can't grasp that, bro, I don't know how to fucking help you. It didn't represent a globe Earth. It represented the way we transmit signals to a distance for it to be relayed from one satellite to another for the downlink. Because we were the uplink. When we did the Vandenberg base launches way back in the early 2000s, it depended on the power output. And bro, we had like 7 fucking amplifiers to fucking boost that signal when we're doing for KA band because we're sending it further away and we're sending it at a higher gigahertz of signal, bro. Like, what aren't you understanding right now? It has nothing to do with the fucking globe. Wake the fuck up, bro. I'm sorry, I'm getting a little drunk. I'm getting my 40th beer. I'll be right back.
Yeah, you still haven't told me when it cuts out, which is convenient because the very thing that you're talking about.
Now you're just trolling, dude. He answered you multiple times.
No, not for one thing. Like, for specific elevation, to be able to see the same elevation point, like as in you aim it horizontally,
or and you're 10 feet off the
No, you've
ground.
never done this. You're talking to a guy who has like 25 years experience of this. You've never even seen one of
Yeah,
these.
and I asked him questions he couldn't. I asked him basic questions he couldn't answer. Like I could ask him right now.
You blurted out the same shit over and over again, Ice Joe. Cutoff. What's the cutoff? What's the cutoff? You're not a broken record. We explained to you what dictates these cutoff ranges. If you don't like that, that's not an us problem.
Okay, how about this? If I gave you specs of an elevation and an outage or a voltage or whatever, would you be able to tell me what the cutoff is?
And what will you get out of having a cutoff range?
Mate, you sound like a fucking nigger, dude. Like,
I could test.
You're fucking
Yeah, you're fucking going.
Experience.
The nigger. Go fuck
aligns
yourself.
with what it would be if
literally
if we have a cutoff range of X.
Enjoy your trip, dickhead.
And
sorry about that.
And we stop receiving the signal at Y, and Y is less than X, then we know, and we get that.
Didn't I tell you this earlier? You look up the Earth curve calculator and you get your cutoff range, and if it's beyond the expected Earth curvature, game over. That's as simple as that.
No, but
the problem is, JJ, I'll tell you what the issue is, and I'm going to tell you right now. I can read you like a bloody book. As soon as we calculate the cutoff ranges for a given frequency, so we're going to go out, we're going to find out the power level, antenna height, all that bullshit, frequency, and we're going to give you the cutoff range, then you're going to jump on the Earth curve calculator and go, oh wow, the cutoff range, hey, shut up, I haven't finished. What'll happen is you're going to do all the calculations, and then you're going to jump onto the Earth curve calculator, and you're going to go, oh wow, the distance is beyond the expected curvature rate. The very next word that's going to come out of your mouth, refraction.
I don't understand the point you're trying to make here.
You've already got an escape card. You've used it all week. Have you not been listening to the bullshit that comes out of your own mouth?
No, refraction can only extend the reach of a signal from Earth by like at most, from what I've seen, like 15.
No. Hold on. You're false.
From what you've seen. Here's a claim. How about you back it up? From what you've seen or from what you believe?
No. This is not. No,
what you said before.
No.
What you're doing right now is called poisoning the well.
You're not going to.
Which is what you do every fucking day when you come here.
You're not going to account for refraction when you're dealing with radio signals and frequencies.
APOC, just as a fill-in, he wants the cutoff distance. So he said if he can give us specific radio antenna lengths, frequencies, and power output, he can give us. Can we work out the cutoff range? And I said to him, what will happen is as soon as we work out the cutoff range and then we apply the Earth curve calculator to that, and that cutoff range is beyond the claimed Earth radius, the very next word that'll come out of his mouth is refraction. I know it, and every other person that's listened to these three clown shoes over the last week knows exactly what's going to happen. He's already got his get out of jail free card, shining, wrapped in gold, covered in plastic to make sure it doesn't get wet, sitting there waiting patiently for any excuse to use it. What he's doing is making it unfalsifiable. So, doesn't matter what claim he puts down, refraction, fucking save me ass, refraction. It's disgusting. And now he's complaining about poisoning the well, which is exactly what they did yesterday. But he forgets that.
Yeah, I have a quick question for the panel.
Are we live?
Yes, I was just wondering. Hi, hello. Are we live?
Yes, we are live, young fellow.
Don to Marco.
Oh, you don't have sound phone.
Come on, man. They
There we
did
go.
me dirty, man. Thank you so much, Matrix, man. Oh,
I punched it in live and I hit another key at the semicolon next to it, and all of a sudden it's like, where's me answers? That's why I stalled.
you guys have a good day so far cooking globetards? I mean, JJ's muted, Mansky's muted. How long have they been muted?
Oh, JJ only about a minute and a half. He's just got to cool off.
Well, since I'm here, pop him off mute. Let's take a list. Let's talk to him.
Which one do you want, JJ or Mansky?
Give me both.
JJ ran away. He doesn't like you.
Well, fuck him. All right, well, give me Mansky then, our obsessed little lover boy. Go ahead and pop him off mute.
Mansky it is. Oh, there he is. It delayed. Mansky,
hey,
you're awake.
Mansky. How you doing, Bubba?
Oh, this is the guy that just posts the Gohan GIF, right?
And you love it. Let's be honest, you love it. Even your homeboy, your boyfriend, Mez, was posting it over and over again. It's clearly goated. It works. Hey, nothing gets you guys more triggered than that Gohan pointing and laughing. So, hey, that's what I do. It's straight from the cultural development department. You're welcome. Mansky, how you doing today?
Okay.
Okay. All right. Look, man, I just so like on a scale of 1 to 100%, how much is it a globe?
99.
So 1% flat Earth?
Yeah, I guess the possibility exists, but you just have to hand wave away so much. It's kind of ridiculous.
All right. Okay, give us one thing we have to hand wave. Go ahead.
Really?
Yeah, I mean, you said it. Why? What's the problem? Is there a problem?
Gravity. That's the big one.
Okay, what's gravity?
Yeah, I know the script. Come on, this is boring.
Okay, great. Wait. You know what? If you know the script, what's the answer?
If you knew the script, you wouldn't have said it in the first place.
No,
because you know the script.
Dude, if you know the script, then you know the answer perfectly. Go ahead.
I've spent enough time in here. I know the script.
Okay, great. That means you've done this before. So then, just quickly, what's the answer?
Yeah, I'm not playing. I'm reading something right now.
Obviously not scripted, then Mansky.
If you say you know the script, then you would be able to just quickly be like, "Yep, blah blah blah. Here's the answer. Done, dusted."
So I'll give you the answer since he doesn't want to. So the only thing that he said incorrectly was that.
Wait, no. We don't need you to pick up where he left off. We'll just ask you freshly.
It's not 99%. It's 100% a globe.
100%. Okay, and then so 0% flat Earth, and then why?
Because there's 0%. There's no evidence of flat Earth. There's 0%.
Okay, and I would ask you then, what is flat Earth?
Well, it's nothing. There's no such thing as flat Earth.
Okay, well, clearly there's a position on the table. Do you feel like you understand the position?
Well, I mean, there's tables that exist. There's level. There's smooth.
I'm asking you a question. You shouldn't be yapping. The question is this: do you understand the position? Are you still learning about it, or you don't know what it is? Go ahead.
I know the hypothesis. I know the idea, the concept.
Go ahead and provide it for us.
But it changes depending on who you're speaking with.
Go ahead and provide it for us. Go ahead.
What the flat Earth? Why would I talk about something that isn't that is 0%?
I'll ask you again, just so that you don't set yourself up for a trap.
Oh, you're talking about the script?
Why are you yapping? Because
are you talking about like the flat Earth script? Because
one more time. This guy's fucking unbelievable, dude. I'll ask him. Thank you, chat. Whoever muted him. We just want to know if you know what it is, you don't know what it is, or you're still learning. Which of those three options do you want to go with? Because we're going to hold you to whatever option you choose. Go ahead.
As far as what flat Earth is, I gave lots of answers, like the idea, the concept. But we live on a globe. The facts are that we live.
We just need that. We don't need the extra yap. We just need what flat Earth is. You're still learning what flat Earth is, or you don't know what flat Earth. Which of those three do you want to go with? Go ahead. Thank you, chat. For whoever's muting is.
I know what the words flat and Earth mean and how they go together.
Okay, go ahead and tell us what that means. Go ahead.
So flatness would mean, something that's level and horizontal. And Earth is the globe that we live on.
Okay, so when a flat earther says flat Earth, what are they referring to?
It's different depending on who's talking. There's no set.
We're asking you.
Nobody's giving me an actual shape of flat Earth. Flat Earth is just a description.
Just real quick. I got your answer. I calculated it. Just real quick. I calculated your answer. It's 2,400 miles from California. So 2,400 miles. That's why on the East Coast, when you do an uplink or downlink, as I have before, when you're on the East Coast, you cannot pick up a satellite the same way that you can from California, because there is a distance of 2,400 miles away. That's why it would be relayed to another satellite to downlink that signal. So that
He run away, APOC. APOC, he run away.
That what?
CB spoke to him and he ran. Little girl tucked his tail between his legs.
He ran away? My bad. Hey, what up, CB? What up, brother?
Hey, Pokemon, how are you, buddy?
You chased him away? No worries. So if anybody ever asks that question again, just let them know. It's 2,400 miles. That's why if you're on the West Coast doing an uplink or downlink, this is why you cannot fixate on a bird that's over New York. It only goes up to 2,400 miles. And that's due to the fact that the way we transmit that signal, it is dictated by the amount that you can put to a power that's going to transmit it, regardless, because it's controlled by the FCC. Anything higher than that, to get a further distance, is then technically illegal. You can't do that because the amount of power is harmful, not only to the station of where you're transmitting, but to everything in the sky. Like, they don't want to kill birds. Get it? Like, you can't do it. So that's the point.
So that's from the ground to something up in the sky 2,400 miles away, right?
Correct. You can't go further. You can't catch a bird. So, for instance, over New York, they have their own meridian of birds in the sky. Like, let's say we're fixated on G5 or T4 or G3, right? That's in our preview, right? Like, we have this amount that we can transmit or download from of the birds in the sky. Now, in order to get anything further than that, it's going to go beyond how much you can actually transmit with power, because the power that's equated to get that signal is illegal according to FCC, because they are not trying to let somebody broadcast at that level of power, because it's harmful at that point. Because
and what do you think the approximate elevation is for this object above New York City?
Wait, what? What do you mean?
You said transmitting from the ground in California to a satellite above New York?
Yes, it's going to be anywhere from 100 to 10 kilowatts of power. That's the most extreme that you can put your amplifiers to transmit or receive. And you have to understand what Matrix said earlier, that the way we do transmit signals, there's frequency involved and power that's distributed. No different than ham radios. When you're on the ground, right? If you're at your house and you transmit above 10 kilowatts of power, that would technically be illegal. You're not supposed to be transmitting higher than that because it's dangerous. Because amplifying a signal to that point, it creates a dangerous signal. Do you understand this?
No, absolutely. Okay. My question was, it's transmitting the signal from the ground in California to an object up in the sky above New York. What do you think the receiver's elevation is above New York that's transmitting down?
Oh, so you're asking where the satellites are positioned elevation-wise?
Yeah, what's your thoughts on that?
I don't know that specifically, to be honest. I don't know that, but I do know that if you're trying to place a satellite that's 24,000 miles away from you, from the Earth's surface, that is the falsehood that we're trying to explain to you, because that is now Narnia. Because you can't have something that far away because it's now going beyond this reality that we're in. But I get what you're saying. I get what you're questioning. But lo and behold, you're not going to put an object that's going to violate the thermal, the second law of thermodynamics. That's the point. You're not going to have this instrument in a realm that's Narnia. That's the whole point. That's the baseline of it.
All right, W. But I mean, guys, dude, you're letting this nigga off the hook, bro. We're cooking his dumbass right now. But if you want to finish up, that's fine. I don't even know who are you talking to? Because like we're trying to cook some ballers in here. I got
You guys are
smoke.
cooking a ghost.
Exactly, you're cooking somebody that's not even here.
I just
Somebody said that they understand what flat Earth is. I want to know what that is, bro. Because I don't think they know what it is.
They don't.
Yeah, of course they don't. So it's like
They don't. They don't understand. They don't understand how we can have technology that doesn't ascribe to a globe. It's just something on the XYZ coordinate system that's Cartesian. They will not accept that, even though they have to, because that's literally in the diagram of their own paradigm.
All right, well, let's let them dig their own hole. All right, so if you want to correct, if you want to correct them, please feel free. We'll tag you in. But the person that says, "Oh, I've heard many flat earthers say many things," okay, go ahead.
Well, that was my question when I was
Talon. We just need you to tell us what flat Earth is, and that's it, and that's that. Go ahead.
Flat Earth is, well, like I said, I'm a glober, so I said that
we know that, dude. I mean, so clear.
100%.
All right, how about this? Hold on, just stop yapping.
Mm-hmm.
How long have you been involved in the discussion? A couple months, couple years, couple days, couple weeks?
When I was here when you guys started, I've been in this channel for years.
For years. Chat, he's been here for years. So now, we just want to, since you've been here for years, then you clearly know what our position is. So what is our position? Go ahead.
No, that's what everybody's trying to find out, is that we don't know.
No, our position's very clear, very Hold on. Who should I call on? Jenna, Metatetrix, Apocryphon. Is our position clear or is it unclear?
It's very absolutely clear. Absolutely.
Very clear.
Very clear? Okay, so hold on, Talon, you just relax. So we got two flat earthers saying it's very clear. Travis, what do you think? Is it clear or unclear what our position is?
Crystal clear.
Crystal clear? Okay, so Talon.
Okay.
Do you know what our position is or you don't know what our position is?
No, I don't.
And so wait, how long you been here? Years? Couple months? Couple days?
Years. Right, I want to know what.
So you've been here for years. You've been here for years, and you don't know what our position is. Hold on.
What does that mean?
That's crazy.
Wait. So you've been here for years, and you don't. You've been listening for years, and you don't know what the position is, dude.
No. Yes, correct. No one has ever given me a clear shape of what the flat. What they mean when they say flat Earth.
Wait. Hold on. One more. I got a question for you.
Okay.
Is flat a shape?
Is flat a shape? No. Well, what do you mean the shape? It's not a geometric shape.
No. I'm not speaking Chinese. Is flat a shape?
No.
All right. So wait. So are we in flat Earth? Hold on. Are we in flat Earth?
Are we in
flat Earth server? Flat Earth discussion? Are we in a discussion about the flat Earth?
The title of the server is 24/7 flat Earth.
Okay. So would that be a shape claim?
That is a. What do you mean? Like two different definitions for shape.
Is flat a shape?
Is flat is shape is an adjective.
That's a question.
Bro,
like a square.
come on, bro.
God is
like a square is a shape.
Dude, honestly, you already. Yeah, I got your dumbass. Honestly, this is hilarious.
I don't understand. How do you have me? Like you didn't.
Okay, one more time.
You gave me like an adjective.
One more time. Is flat a shape?
Is flat a shape? No, it is not.
Okay, great.
Shape.
So, perfect. Sorry. So, what's the problem here?
There's 0% flat evidence for flat Earth because there's no.
Wait. Because 2 seconds ago you said like, oh, well, you're not telling us what shape it is.
Right.
Well, yeah. Duh. You just answered your own question. It's not a shape, dude.
Okay, that's why. Right, but globe is a shape.
Ta-da! You just figured out your own.
and we are debunking the globe. We are debunking the shape.
Hold on. How about this? What shape is the universe?
It's a hollow.
Ooh. Wait, what?
He said hollow. What?
It's a hollow sphere.
What?
It's a hollow sphere.
What? It's Big Bang. It's going out in every direction.
Hold on. Can you draw the universe?
The shape of the universe is a hollow sphere.
Draw it. Can you draw that for us? Just put it in the chat.
Draw a three-dimensional sphere. I mean, not really. I'm not really an artist.
What? Can you just like open like your notes on your phone and draw it and post it in the chat?
No.
So you're not able to draw anything?
We've already gone over this. We want to know.
Would you be able to draw a globe and then post it in the chat?
Do you know the difference between shape and geometric shape?
Hold on.
No.
So just one more time. What is the shape of the universe?
A sphere. It's round.
Do you have any citation for that?
The Big Bang. The Big Bang Theory.
Can you post a citation in the site chat?
You can Google Big Bang Theory. I don't have to cite
No.
Big Bang Theory. We're talking about shape, Calix.
Hold on.
Do you know what a geometric shape is?
Hold on. Wait, should I Google it for you? Because I'll Google it.
Yeah, go ahead. Google.
What shape is the universe? The universe is flat.
A flat what?
Do you understand where he's coming from, bro? Do you understand? Do you understand that everything you're talking about is going to represent a horizontal position? Do you understand that?
Dude, why don't you Google it? Tell us what it says. Hold on. This should be good. This should be good. Hold on, Talon. Can you pop open like Command T or Control T? Open a fresh tab and search what shape is the universe.
Let me tell you.
Bro, we don't need you to yap. Just search it. Can you search it for us?
Yeah, I'm gonna tell you. Like I said, it was round.
Wait, I'll just post a screenshot because you're gonna be dishonest about it. I'll just post a screenshot.
Oh, that's okay. I got it right here. There you go. There's the universe. Does that look flat to you?
Whoa! What does it say?
That's actually like 3 dimensions. So you got.
No, wait.
Up, down,
Did you do a search?
XYZ.
Did you search?
It's in the chat. There it is. Yeah, there you go.
Well, I did a search there. What is it? Can you read out for? Can you read out what it says?
You see that first one and the second thing right there?
Hold on 1 second.
Right there, buddy. Thank you.
Hold on.
Thank you. Welcome to the club.
Can you read out what I posted, please?
How do you get Globe Universe out of blotchy shit on a screen?
Oh, made it so you cut them off.
The simplest model is possible that the universe has different, more complex global shapes, such as finite donut, torus, that is simply too large for its curvature to yet be detected.
Wait, so one more time, can you read it from the start?
Yeah, it said. It says while a flat infinite universe is the simplest model.
Wait, just start from the front. Start from the start.
Flat. It is possible.
I'll read it for you since you're going to not read it. It says the universe is most likely flat.
Right, and it keeps going. A current consensus, but again, it's like
okay. And then at the end, it says it's simply too large for its curvature to be detected.
Model, but it's possible that the Earth is a more complex globe. Just like how when we were learning about the globe Earth, 5,000 years ago or whenever Eratosthenes was there, they assumed it was flat. And then,
so if you were to summarize, do you want me to summarize it, or are you going to summarize it?
I wonder if it keeps going. And then
hold on, Talon.
This globe is spiraling.
Talon, just relax. I can summarize it for you since you're not going to summarize. The first sentence says the universe is most likely flat. The final sentence is that is simply it is simply too large for its curvature to be detected.
I love that. I love it. I love
it. You know what's funny? Even in their own paradigm, the universe is flat. It's fucking. Wanna know why? Because they calculated it on the XYZ Cartesian coordinate. Get the fuck out of here, you morons!
Talon, I don't have any issue. I don't have any issue with it saying yet. I don't have any issue with it saying yet. But you're missing out the part where they say it hasn't been detected yet. So therefore, it's not been detected at all. So therefore,
that's exactly how we learned about the globe. But we did the same thing with the Earth. So
remember
even
when
on
you
the
said
Earth,
it was?
when we
Hold
first
on,
started
wait.
seeing curves,
Can we stop him for 1 second?
Curves now in the universe.
Can we stop you for 1 second? Can we stop you for 1 second? Do you remember the part where you said it was a hollow sphere, or what? Did you say it was a sphere or something? Where'd you get that from? It doesn't say that at all.
It literally
If there's
says
no
that.
curvature,
It says it's likely a more complex global shape. More complex. So once we get a clearer picture, it's going to be more.
it's possible. Wait, it's possible that the universe is different. But you said it was for sure. Like you said it like it was for sure,
on a
right?
globe, why wouldn't the universe also be a globe?
Well,
When
then
you
why
were
is it
first
flat?
question, Talon, why are you changing your mind now?
No, that's the simplest model. That's all we have. But like we figured that we
That's
learned
all we
about
have.
that.
So you've got a model that hasn't been verified.
enough to measure things. We were thinking we weren't sure if it was
Well,
flat
you
or not.
can't measure it.
Just like the universe now. So we are basically Eratosthenes now, where we only see a.
If that's all
No,
we
we're
have,
not
then
like
what
Aristophanes
bullshit are you
now.
making up? Holy dude.
They're just rambling on with some weird shit.
If that's all we have, then where are you getting hollow sphere from, dude?
Yeah. Where'd that hollow sphere go?
That's all we have.
Shared has a globe.
Hey, Talon, where'd that hollow sphere go?
There's a globe.
Where's the hollow sphere?
You've got a globe in your picture, buddy.
What
no, but it says it's flat. It said it's flat.
It says more. No. It is possible that the universe has a different, more complex global shape. It literally
Wait,
says.
here we go. Here we go. Here we go with the
More
bullshit.
complex shape
Here
is
we
more
go.
like
How is it possible?
Globe, because
Here we go with the
obviously-
Oh, so if it's possible, it's also not possible.
And like how
that goes
distant
both ways.
The
Like, I don't think
contradiction.
we're not looking at flat- our universe
Possible
isn't
talent means on the flip side, it's also not possible.
There's like a thickness to it. 'Cause
Oh
it's like
my
you can go-
God,
have-
bro.
There's a lot of space.
Where is he getting
Hey,
this shit from?
let me ask you this. Let me ask you this. Do you know how they derived that? Yes or no?
From Einstein's theory of relativity.
Wait, so you're saying that the whole universe is derived by Einstein's relativity? Is that what you're saying?
Well, because we know about the fabric of the universe, which would assume flatness. But like I said, we're like the Egyptians.
So in other words, So in other words, the paradigm tells you that mass is bending and warping of space, and that's why it's all in orbital, transverse and everything, all that bullshit. But when he asked you in your own paradigm, what's the shape of this universe that you're talking about? You said it's a globe. Although, if you look it up, they say it's flat. And the reason why they say that's flat is because the way they are taking angle measurements to everything in the sky, it produces an XYZ grid, which is why they're telling you it's flat.
No,
What don't you
that's all we have.
understand about that?
No, that's all we've detected so far. So we know we know we're floating on the fabric of the universe, and that may or may not.
Why are you adding extra shit? That's the question. Why are you adding extra shit then? If that's all we have, you're adding extra bullshit.
Well, that's the whole point.
Let me ask something. Okay, if I'm in North America and all my math is giving me a flat universe, you're saying that on your ball in Australia, that's way on the other side of the ball, they also are equating mathematically that it's flat. So where does the ball come into play?
Well, I mean, because of the Big Bang, it's going in every direction.
You're a fucking brick, bro. You don't even get where I'm.
You can see, and we can go all the different directions
So
in the
you're
universe.
saying the universe is hollow now?
We just don't know how round it is because it's because we can't really see that far.
Well, we know mathematically that it's not 24,901 miles circumference because the observations of 10 miles away from one foot observer, it would represent a 164,000 mile radius. So, which would give us a 1.6 million mile circumference. So, where the fuck do you stand in your own paradigm? Because you're all wrecked, bro. You don't even know your own paradigm.
I'm in longitude and latitude. I'm on a globe right now. But as far as the universe, we just haven't seen that far.
So where have you verified this globe that you believe you're on?
Eratosthenes was stuck. So, like, according to
where have you verified? Yeah, this thing doing way too much yapping. Still as bad as JJ. Where and how have you verified this globetard that you think you're on?
Well, we're talking about the universe at the moment.
Well, you keep inserting the globetard that you're on. I'd like to know how and where this was verified.
I love how he hand waved. I love how he.
That goes back to being 100% of the globe.
I love how you hand wave the fact that in North America on the globe, they have calculated a flat position, yet Australia also would account for a flat position. So that takes away your globe. Now, can you understand how if you had a planar position of continents, that's why they're all in their math, in their observations to the things in the sky are representing a flat position. Do you not grasp that? Yes or no?
What are you talking about, dude? You're just talking about. That's not even like what they're saying when they say the shape of the universe. Like that's within the shape of the universe. Like the stars and stuff are within the universe itself. The whole shape is unknown because we haven't traveled to the edges of the universe, so we don't know whether or not it's like a pancake or if it's an orb or if it's like if it's like I said, but within all the stars, but the whole universe is within that pancake.
So you don't understand what I'm saying, because if we are on a ball, okay, if we're on a globe, and the people on the top of the globe in their position, they are calculating it to be flat. Now, the other side of the globe, the bottom part, they are also seeing it to be flat. But how does that exist if it's a ball? Do you understand that the only way you can equate it mathematically is if the bottom part is on a planar position from the top part, and now everybody can conclusively come to an agreement that the way we are seeing things in the sky are representing a flat position. How do you not grasp this, bro?
Well, it doesn't. The stars represent a spinning globe.
God.
We're within the universe that we're in we're surrounded by other round objects.
No, so you don't get it. You don't get it.
All the planets are round. Everything's round.
Can you steel man what he just said to you about Australia and the planar? Can you steel man that?
Because I don't know if he's talking about the Earth itself or he's talking about the universe.
Can you steel man what he just said? Yeah.
Like he's dancing around three different concepts and he won't make it clear which one he's talking about.
Well, he'll tell you which one he's talking about, and then he'd like you to steel man it.
All right, which one are you talking about, dude? Are you talking about the shape of the universe itself?
Okay, let me say it again. Let me say it again, okay? Let me say it again, okay? Pay attention.
Yeah.
If we put a ball, okay, in our observation, okay? Now, the people on the top of the ball are saying it's flat.
It's what? What's flat? What is flat?
The universe. The universe.
The universe, okay.
Now, if we go to the bottom of the ball, they're also saying it's flat.
Okay.
Because they have a position according to their reference frame is now stating it's flat, right? So now,
what do you mean it's flat?
The universe. Yes. So now
we don't have the ability to detect the shape of the actual shape of the universe.
I agree.
Wait. Let me stop him right there, Pocketphone. Let me stop him right there. For the record, for the chat, did he just say that we don't have a way to determine the shape of the universe?
He did.
Yeah. Congratulations. This is exactly what a flat earther would say to you. We don't have the ability to determine the shape of reality. Ta-da! Like, there's really nothing else to say. There's no way to determine the shape of everything, bro. Like, the shape of reality. No. See, but you're not asking us for our idea. Like, you don't want us to just give you some random bullshit. We're going to be honest and say exactly what you just said, that we don't have a way to determine the shape of reality. I'm totally fine with that. We're simply referring to the surface of the earth, which is flat. That's it. The shape of reality is unknown for you, and it's unknown for me. So when you try to
agree with any of that,
okay, what's the shape of reality?
You do have the ability to measure the
What's
Earth.
the shape? What's the shape of reality?
The Earth is not. Well, now you're talking about reality.
Hold on.
That's
No, because bro, Talon.
Yeah,
You said you've been. Hold on, Talon. You said that you've been in here for years, and that you're familiar with our position.
Politics. Like you guys are just a guest in the politics server, so there's more than just.
I didn't ask you about that. I said you've been. How long you've been involved in the flat Earth discussion? You said years.
Since you guys showed up.
Yeah, that's what you said. That's what you said.
Into the server.
That's what you said. Yeah. Right. So how long has that been? Couple months, couple days, couple years, couple weeks.
You guys came back last year. You showed up last year.
Years. It's been years. That's what I said earlier, right? So either you haven't been paying attention, which is what it's starting to seem like, because what they're telling you is clear. You should know by now that flat Earth is not an Earth within a universe. Okay, what I'm telling you right now is that Earth is reality. Since it's not an Earth in the universe or a planet in the outer space or whatever, Earth is it. So,
so those are all pretty bold.
So I would hold on. Well, again, dude, you're saying you've been here for years.
Right. So I know what a claim.
Either you have not been paying attention. Talon, stop yapping. No, stop yapping. Stop yapping. You said you've been here for years. So, therefore, you should know that our position is that Earth is reality. Therefore, we're not going to be able to tell you the shape of reality. For you and for me, the shape of reality is completely unknown, dude. It's unknown. So when you say, oh, well, you need to know the shape. No, we don't. Just like you don't. Now, all we're referring to is the surface, and that's it. So when you say, well, you guys don't even know what shape it is. Yeah, neither do you, dude. We just went through that. Holy fuck. You said it was a sphere, then we Googled it, and it said it was flat, you numbskull. Holy smokes, dude.
The universe. We're talking about the globe is a globe.
Oh, bro. One more time.
Globe. The Earth isn't reality.
Hold on. Flat Earth. Hold on. Flat Earth is the universe, dummy. I don't know how else, like how more clear I could put it. Flat Earth is the universe. Is this the first time you've heard this? You said you've been here for years.
So, that's gibberish.
No, if someone's been here for years, they'd have heard that at least.
You said you've been here for years. Exactly, Matrix. Thank you.
So how do you explain Jupiter? The planet Jupiter.
Brother. Okay,
Jupiter,
let me say one. I'm gonna say one sentence. You tell me if you've heard it before, or this is the first time you've heard it.
Can you answer my question
Ready?
first?
No,
What's Jupiter?
I'm gonna say something. I want you to tell me whether it's the first time you've heard it or you've heard it before. Ready? The Earth is not a planet.
Jupiter is not a planet?
One more time. The Earth
I think this
is
guy's
not a planet. Yeah, he's got hearing problems.
The Earth is 100% a planet.
Hold on. Again, bro. We get it. You're an NPC. One more time. We just need you to answer whether you've heard this before or this is the first time you've heard it. The Earth is not a planet. First time or you've heard it before? Go ahead.
No. What? I've never heard.
One more time. It's either the first time you've heard it, or it's you've heard it before.
Earth is universe.
One more time.
He just put out a sentence. He wanted to know if you'd heard it.
Fucking shit, this guy.
No, I've literally never heard something so fucking stupid in my entire life. No.
Wait, but you said you've been here for years.
Yeah, I've never heard you guys claim that the Earth is the universe.
Hold on, let me ask 3 flat earthers and let me call three people out. Also, the chat, if you can get involved in the chat.
Why are you yapping
Talon,
so much?
Just mute Talon for us, like 5 seconds. Chat, let me start a poll here real fast. I'm going to start a poll. Chat, if you're listening right now, I'm going to type, is the Earth a planet? Yes or no? Please, chat, if you could get involved in the chat, post your answer there. And also, I'm gonna call on Apocryphon. I'm gonna call on Travis, and I'm gonna call on Metatetrix. Guys, go ahead. Is the Earth a planet? Go.
Absolutely not. It's not.
Definitely no. That's
I've heard that multiple times, and Talon's been here a lot longer than me, and the answer is no.
Now that I have a moment of silence, I gotta say, Creation Bear, that was just an epic takedown of that turd. That was a total roast. Nice job.
Now take on the Earth and the universe, all right? Or am I behind? Because I was listening on YouTube. Am I way behind?
Just a couple seconds. Perfect timing.
So what's his question he's
Right.
put up here? Which side has evidence of geometric shape of the Earth?
Well, I
Say that,
wanted
go,
to
mate.
answer CB's question. No, that's all right. I just wanted to answer CB's question.
Yeah,
So,
that's
'cause-
still
'cause
rolling.
Oh, this is
I'd
like
say-
it's like an ultimatum. It's kind of like a twisted ultimatum question.
Yeah, because I'd say that the Earth is not within the universe. Like that, it's that part that its structure, it's the part that we live on is like makes up a part of it. Like it's not independent of it. It's not inside of it. It's not like in a place with Jupiter. No, Jupiter's in the place, not where Earth is. There's only one system, the Earth, the Earth of Earth, right? So whatever system all this is, right? The Jupiter is part of that, right? And
amen.
Well, that we can tell, right? Maybe it's not. Maybe the Earth is a separate system. Jupiter's outside of the Earth system. I really can't tell you with any certainty, right? I can't. But that'd be my guess as to the sun, the moon, all the things in the sky, and that's an upper plane, and well, not that they're distributed in a plane manner, but the Earth is a plane, and then you got above that, right?
I'm going to step away for 5 minutes. I'm going to come back. I'm going to keep cooking. Travis, thank you so much for the compliment, bro. I really appreciate it. This is what I do, bro. I'm good for something, all right? I'll be back.
Cheers.
Talon's been here for years, and he still thinks that boats go over a water hill.
Not a hill of water. How'd I go? Did I do that really good, or am I failing at CB's voice?
The best part of the discussion is when you imply the math that they themselves would have to ascribe to. And when you inject the numbers in their formula, it debunks their own globe. And that's what I love when they try to, position themselves that they have the math. They have the answers to their math. But once they can establish the fact that their math debunks their position, it's really beautiful. And they will say, "Nuh-uh," and so many levels because it debunks them. And I love the conversation all the time. It's funny. It's comical.
So this Talon Peanut, what proof of curvature? Hold on. What proof of curvature you got there, Talon? Since you like talking.
He's going to tell you surveyors that survey the land, but not the water.
Well, he can tell me that if he wants. Mansky, you're hot mic, and let me fix that for a sec. Yeah, we're not doing stupid polls there. Go away. No.
Oh, am I unmuted?
Yeah. What's
What
your
was the
proof
question?
of curvature?
The trigonometric surveys of all the continents.
The trigonometric surveys of all the continents.
Correct.
Where'd you do that?
So,
what equipment did you use?
In these trigonometric surveys of all the continents, where's your data?
It's on the internet, publicly available.
Excellent. Post it up for us.
Okay, so what I'm hearing,
but your script is going to be attacking the corrections of the trigonometric survey. We've already went over this. I've been here for years.
what I'm hearing.
How about APOC? Shut up, APOC. Just wait. Excuse me for poisoning the fucking well, but I'd like to see the data first before I attack anything. if you don't mind. You can just tuck on along and get the data and post it up. After I've read it, I will then decide what I'm going to attack, and if I want to attack a particular component of it, I will.
So what I'm hearing is he's going to use the mathematical construct to prove the mathematical construct. That's what it comes down to. Matrix.
Well, that's what he's just posted up. Trigonometrical survey.
Yeah. He's
of
using
India.
Yeah, he's using a mathematical construct to prove it's circular reasoning. Because when surveyors...
Well, hang on a minute. Hey, have a go at this. Check this out. They're going to attack the corrections because I already know the script. They don't understand we can use the radius of the Earth to correct for deviations. So we're going to attack the corrections. If it's a ball tard and you've measured it, there wouldn't be any fucking corrections, Talon, you muppet. You're measuring it directly, not just throwing random numbers and then correcting it afterwards. So you wouldn't need corrections. So why are we correcting something that shouldn't need it in the first place, Talon? Better find out.
Good point.
Again, there's deviations in the trig survey, and so if you let me finish my sentence.
So why are we correcting something?
If you want the
why are we? Hold up. I want to ask the question: why the necessity for corrections if it's just been surveyed correctly?
Because when you survey something, they're over great distances. They're
yeah, but you don't survey over great distances. You survey over short distances because theodolites aren't accurate over long distances. We all know this. And anyway,
right, that's why. Right, you just proved why.
So that's why you've got to do short distances. So why are you needing corrections if you've just surveyed it correctly?
Because when you take two flat lines and you put them on the surface of a globe, there's going to be gaps underneath the two flat lines where they connect, and that's where you do the correction. So you get the curve. So you get the accurate distance of the curve.
So it's not curved then. So you're applying your corrections through a formula.
Right?
No, it's not curved.
Again, like this is
you saying yeah, it is curved and flicking your wrist and waving your little gold ring around. No, that's not proof of curvature.
Say this. How did I know you were going to say?
And how did I know you were going to say this? I didn't attack the
Yeah,
what are you claiming? I questioned why I didn't attack it. I questioned why the necessity.
Right, because there's deviations in the measurements.
So your deviations are incorrect then. Your measurements are incorrect.
Measurements are correct.
Yeah. Well, you wouldn't need to correct them.
But then you have
listen carefully, Junior. Listen carefully. For someone that's been around, you would know. If someone has been around long enough, you would know if you measure something correctly, you don't have to allow for fuck-ups, do you? You just measure it, get the answer, and be on your merry way. So, if you've had to allow for deviations, that means you're doing something wrong. You've fucked up the measurement, or it's not a ball tard.
I don't think he understands that. I don't think he understands that when you're taking an observation and you apply this formula mathematically to account for a curve, I don't think you understand that you are creating the curve mathematically in the construct of it all. Because no, you are. And the reason why I say you are is because when you take these positions in reality, you're not getting a curve. The only way you're getting a curve is mathematically, because you would add that to the formula of this object that you're seeing in the distance. Do you understand that?
That's proving me right, though.
No, it's not. No. It's not proving you right. It's proving you wrong to reality. Now, you can probably, put your position that because we come with this calculation, actually, technically, I'm not going to disagree with you on that, but you have to at least acknowledge it's a mathematical construct because it didn't drop away from you in distance, over distance, but mathematically it did. Now, if you were a bunch of
polygons,
I'm not talking about polygons. No, I'm not talking about polygons. What I'm talking about is that real-world observations. When you take a straight line to it and you get an angle to it, and then you account for refraction even, that's a whole nother discussion, you are not simply saying, oh, it has to be a globe. you are calculating that it has to be a globe. Do you understand that?
That's what I'm explaining. That's my point. Is it calculates a globe?
Okay,
you don't understand.
This is
so you're not measuring a globe.
Yeah, exactly.
You're calculating. You're not measuring.
Measuring a globe.
No, you're measuring angles and you're calculating a globe. You are not measuring curvature.
Exactly. An angle. So
he's just going to go exactly and pretend that you and me haven't even spoken, APOC. You have measurement. You have globe calculation. Can you comprehend that? Oh, he's crying again. Oh,
he can't grasp that. He doesn't understand.
So where is your talent? Where is your globe measurements?
What do you think I'm doing the calculations with? Like, where do you think I'm getting the numbers for calculating?
So you're calculating curvature. You're not measuring curvature.
With numbers that are gotten from...
Talon, are you calculating curvature or are you measuring curvature?
We're measuring curvature.
Liar.
With the calculation.
Oh my God.
So you're calculating for curvature. That's all you're doing.
With measurements.
So in other words, you don't have globe measured curvature.
No,
Full stop.
Let me give
that's exactly what's happening. You are calculating curvature and you failed.
With measurement.
Let me give
there's no measurements in this.
Let me give you an example real quick, okay? If I was to set up a
theodolite... didn't you just listen to what he was saying? He doesn't give a shit what you're about to say. He's just going to turn around and go, blah, blah, blah. Like the other clowns. I'm just going, la, 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 fingers in ears. I don't want to listen to APOC because he might be right.
But for the audience, let me just point something out. For the audience, let me point something out, okay? If I set up the theodolite, okay, and I have a point that I'm shooting to it, okay? This is a planar measurement, X, Y, Z grid, Cartesian coordinates. I see something over a distance and it has an elevation. That's the z-axis, okay? And I'm measuring it over an x-axis, okay? Now the y is the distance away from me. What they're doing is they're now going to apply a formula that's going to give me, according to their presupposed curve, of where it's at mathematically. But as Matrix is pointing out, it's not a measured position. It's a formulated, calculated position to represent the drop over distance. Now, the drop over distance isn't physical. It's calculated. And that's what Matrix trying to point out for him to understand. You are not having a physical drop calculated. You're having a formulated drop. Do you understand this? Yes or no?
But that's not true. The measurement, the drop over distance is being...
So make it true. Don't just babble on with bullshit.
I've been trying
make it true.
You censor me. You guys keep censoring me whenever
You're not censored. Yeah, but cut your word count down. We don't need the meta. Talent. Okay, Talent.
And do not censor.
Talent. We don't need your meta. If you've been in here for years, we know that Yap Yap gets silenced. Get straight to the point. You're claiming that calculations prove curvature. So how have you measured the curvature in the first place to validate the calculations?
You're calculating with the numbers that you measured.
How have you measured the curvature to validate the calculations?
With a trigonometric survey.
There you go. Exactly.
With the theodolites. You get numbers. You get a bunch of angles.
So it's calculated.
Exactly. You are exact. I agree with you. You are going to imply. Listen carefully.
No, not implying.
Listen carefully. No, no, 1000% you are. Listen carefully. What you're doing is you're taking a straight line to a point, and then you're going to add to it a formula that's going to calculate a drop based upon a sphere. But in reality, there is no sphere accounted for measurably. In reality, it's the calculation that makes it a sphere. Can you at least be honest with yourself and the audience?
dude,
that's
please
what you're doing.
Let me just ask you this. So, like, do you understand that the Earth?
In other words, I'm not going to answer the question. I'm just going to rattle on with my own shit. You were asked a question. Why do you choose to answer something that was not asked?
The question is invalid.
That's false.
You gotta let me
not
finish
invalid.
my sentence. You gotta let me finish my sentence.
Go ahead. Finish it. Go ahead.
You keep saying that I'm implying. I mean, you keep saying all these different things, but that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that we're making calculations with measurements. Can you say
you
that?
You don't make calculations with measurements. You make calculations from measurements.
Okay. That's fine. Okay.
So you're calculating. Calculating curvature.
They're just making repeated corrections until they get the desired curvature results.
Exactly. So let me ask you this, okay? When you have a spotter X amount distance away from you, okay? Are you telling me that they don't equate a curvature in the formula? Yes or no?
No, you're wrong.
Do they equate a curvature in the formula? No, that is fucking gibberish. They don't do what you just said because that's all.
That is wrong. No, I'll tell you why that's wrong.
They don't equate.
I know. Hold on. Listen carefully. I know that's for a fact wrong because
I'm not telling you that.
Listen carefully, okay? I know it's for a fact wrong because in the formula that they do use, you don't use it because you never fucking done this in your life. When they do calculate the drop over distance, they invoke a radius in their formula. It doesn't necessarily mean that there's a radius. It just means they're calculating a radius. Now, if you were to let me give an example. Let's give something that's 4,000 feet away from your position. Okay, you will calculate a curvature according to that distance mathematically. But in reality, when you transfer that line locally in small increments, you will not add up or equate the formula because it will be off. It will not represent the mathematical equation that's calculated for that from a position to this distance. If you leapfrogged it and transfer that horizontal line, you will not be at the same position on the latitude and the longitude in the Cartesian coordinates that we're actually using. You're not going to get the same exact answer. It will be off.
What's the drop over distance?
There is no drop over distance. That's the whole point.
But there is. When you measure it, there's a drop over.
Listen. Mathematically there is, but not in reality. There is no drop over distance. You're literally dealing with topography.
You're calculating.
Exactly. You are going to calculate it in the formula, and you're saying that it's this position mathematically. But in reality, when you transfer that horizontally and you're transferring, you're leapfrogging it, you're not going to equate to the same position that you did mathematically. It will be off. In other words, the NGS discs in the ground that tell you this is the elevation according to the globe model, they don't comport to where you physically transfer it. This is why there's always discrepancies in surveying. This is why when we are on a job site, listen carefully, when we are on a job site and we don't match the NGS disc that they tell us this is the elevation, you know what they do, bro? I know you don't know what they do. I'll tell you what they do. What they do is they fix it and they say, you know what they accounted for? I know you don't know what they accounted for. I'll tell you what they accounted for. They'll tell you there must have been a lot of refraction that day when they took that measurement. So this is why they correct it. This is why they try to put a fucking little wedge into their calculations, and they will comport it to what we can physically and reality ascribe it to, because that's the true position, but they will still adhere to your globe model. But they have to change it. You've never been on a job site where this happened, I guarantee you. And I'm telling you for a fact, I've been on job sites where fucking the surveyors will change it. They will change the benchmarks when we are proving to them this is not the elevation, bro. Because you have to recognize that this elevation, this presupposed elevation that's formulated, it doesn't match up to reality, bro. This is why surveyors have a job. This is why they're still in
Can you
business.
see what Travis says? Can you look at the last thing that Travis said about do any of the calculations used have the Earth radius in the math? So the thing about curves is that they're all every curve measurement is a
it's calculated. Thank you for enforcing
the fact. How do you measure the rate? How do you measure the diameter of a circle?
It's 2 pi.
So it's calculated.
Oh, wait, no, it's a calculation. Yeah. So can you or can you not measure a circle? So you can't. You notice how we can't measure a curve without calculating it?
It's 2 times pi the radius is the answer. Now here's the point.
Okay.
Now here's the point. You don't know the radius. It's just the formulated position.
How do you get the radius of a curve?
You could take distance squared times the height squared divided by the 2 times the height. That's
a
the
calculation.
radius.
How do you measure the radius?
Physically.
Okay. So how is that different from doing a trig survey on the surface of the globe?
The reason why is because once you implement those numbers with true observations, for instance, the black swan 10 miles away from the 1 foot observer, you will have a distance squared of 58,000 feet minus the height squared divided by 2 times the height. Do you understand that that equation gives you a 164,000 mile radius?
No, it doesn't.
Well, then you don't know the paradigm.
It gives you approximately 24,000 miles.
No, it doesn't.
The Earth curve.
No, it does not.
Earth's radius.
24,000 miles.
Reset Earth's radius. Must reset button.
I mean, you just made up the Earth's radius, right? Even though it's
no, he didn't. You weren't even fucking listening.
Dude, AI says they assumed Earth's radius going in and then made corrections to get the desired results.
Do you understand? Hold on, just real quick. If I was to walk into a classroom, okay, and I'm talking to a mathematician, and I asked him, how do I derive a radius of a circumference? He's going to tell me the radius equals the distance squared minus the height squared divided by 2 times the height. Now, we could plug in some numbers. With the black swan, if 10 miles, which is equivalent to 52,800 feet, because it's distance squared. Now, when you minus the height squared, which is 1, because it's 1 foot observer height, divided by 2 times the height, okay, that radius would equal a 1.6 million mile circumference. Because you have 164,000 radius, and you take 2 times pi times the radius, that gives you a 1.6 million mile circumference. In your own math, you are debunked. Do you not understand that?
That's a massive gish gallop, dude. You're gish galloping.
You're brick, bro. You don't even you are not even adherent to your own math, and that's funny to me. The only reason why you're not.
Hey, Bob, that was just a straight up denial. Nuh-uh, I don't want to listen to it. You should have saved your breath and had another beer, mate.
Exactly.
Yeah, keep going, Apocryphon. You're doing a good job there. Keep pushing it through.
I'm gonna grab my 41th beer tonight. Now, by the way, I mind the audience. My record is my record is 53 beers in one night. I'm at 41. Let's go. I'm trying to break the record tonight. And these Globers, they got me on that path, brother.
Don't break yourself now.
They got me on the path, bro. Hey, bro, I love it.
Yeah. So, is it Talon or Talon? Talon, or what your name is? You're in denial, so you're in denial, clearly. And the thing is, right, ladies and gentlemen, anybody who believes or thinks they're on a globe, you would have your proof. If you don't have it, it means you haven't gone out to check, you have no photographs, you have no experience of it. Because if you have experience, you're very eager to show that. That's what life is all about for everybody. Have you been to Australia? Yeah, I've got some pictures here. Have a look. There's where I was at the Sydney Opera House, etc. Here's when I was looking at the Dragon Boat Race at Perth. for example. You have your data, your experience. That's what he should be bringing. He's been living on the globe. Where's the evidence, man? See how they shut up now? Reality is spoken right there.
Yeah. When I break down their math, they hate it and they deny it at the same time. It's funny. It's funny.
Well,
that's
Jin,
the pain. That's the pain.
Jin, just for the quick catch up, is proof of Baltardia was the Great Trigonometrical Survey of India.
Thank you very much for that. Yeah, waste of time statement that he made. Thank you. What a wally. Honestly,
I can't believe that Globers, right, or better yet, anti-flat earthers, they can't grasp their own paradigm, and when we use it against them, they just say "nuh-uh," and it's funny.
90% of the time they don't know their own model. It's only 10% that know it, and then that they know their model, so they're clearly deceiving, clearly scalloping, clearly just cognitive dissonance. Willfully.
Let's do this. Let's do this. Okay, tell them. How do you calculate the radius of a sphere? Go ahead.
Oh my god, I don't know how to even explain that. It's not even like I just want to know what you think the radius of the Earth is.
Wait, hold up.
I just want a follow-up question without being censored.
Wait, hold on. Just
you keep pushing it. You keep deflecting.
It's flat. It doesn't have a radius.
There is no radius.
You just answer my question.
Let's take baby steps.
APOC, just hold up.
Yeah, please let me be able to ask a question while instead of you just yapping.
Talon, shut the fuck up. No, I can just shut you up. Talon, it's flat. It doesn't have a radius. There. Right. Your question's answered uninterrupted by anyone.
Yeah, and the question was malformed. What is the supposed radius of supposed? Has never been proven. It doesn't exist. You don't even know the supposed number. You don't know the circumference. You don't know anything. Go ahead. Sorry.
Now, what I'm trying to do is point out. Let's walk this like a baby, okay? Let's teach a baby how to crawl and then walk. Let's go through it step by step. How do you account for a radius to find out the circumference? Let's not just jump to the circumference because we don't know the circumference. Let's talk about the formula used in your paradigm, how to calculate the radius. Do you know that formula? Yes or no?
No, I just take the radius. I don't worry about the formula. I'll use whatever formula you want.
Okay, so the formula to find out. Okay, so the formula to find out the radius on a sphere is R equals D2 minus H2 divided by H2. So, with that being said, let's talk about it. Okay, we could plug in some numbers here, right? Because we have observations. Let's plug in the numbers. Now, the distance is 10 miles. 1 mile is 5,280 feet. Let's square it. That's 52,000 miles, right? Minus height squared, which is 1, divided by 2 times the height. Okay, with that being said, using your paradigm, using your math, that gives you a radius of 164,000 miles.
That sounds incorrect.
How is that incorrect? Do the math real quick. Do the math. How is that incorrect?
Like I said, the math has already been done. I'm not a mathematician, right?
Talon.
You're saying
do the math that was just put forward.
Any way to work?
Talon, you're sidestepping. How about you start listening? And instead of being a slimy little snake, you probably find the red flag won't come on. You, all of a sudden, are trying to mathematically calculate something that he wasn't even speaking about. Why did you start talking about things that he wasn't even talking about? Why are you answering questions that were not even asked?
That's like 3 questions. Which question do you want me to answer first?
Personally,
use your integrity and answer it yourself. Just answer the questions. Use your integrity if you have it. See what I mean?
APOC went through all that, and you just basically just went, I'm going to hold my hand up, fuck him, and when he's finished, I'm just going to start talking about something random. Why not just say, sorry, bro, I'm not interested? It'd be so much nicer.
Using the formula, what does that equate?
That was for a distance of 10 miles, wasn't it? That was? Yeah.
See, so that's your claim. I didn't make any of those claims. I didn't use your formula.
No.
It's not using your. You're telling me what my answer is.
Talon, where did he get it from? Instead of going, that's not my claim, and having a fucking cry about it, why don't you ask, where did he get the 10 miles from?
Yeah.
Okay, where did you get the 10 miles from?
The observation of the Black Swan, the oil rigs. Go ahead.
The oil rig. Well, what? So so you just cherry picked a random arbitrary distance.
I definitely include an actual observation so we can plug in those numbers. Do you understand?
Oh, so you're plugging in numbers that you want to plug into.
Black Swan.
No.
Talon, shut up a second. Black Swan is posted up in the side chat.
Yeah, you can't just like pull rant. You can't just pull
Horizon
out of your ass.
Horizon 10 miles.
Formula and then call
That's
it
not.
answer.
Hey, Talon.
He didn't.
Why are you talking? Talon. You're crying about the 10 miles.
Yeah, so
you are really struggling to use those flappy things on the side of your head. I done it. Ears. That's them. Start listening, mate.
Yeah.
Where did he get the 10 miles from? Off of the Black Swan, the oil rigs, the back one at 9.41 miles. We can see the horizon behind that. The horizon's more like 15 mile, but we're going to cap it at 10 because we're feeling generous and we don't want to make you look like a tough. APOC, continue.
So here's the point. Okay, we have a number to plug into the formula. Can you at least be honest with yourself and say, I'm going to calculate this formula according to the observation? By the way, 10 miles is a baby, soft little underhand lob to you because technically it's way further than 10 miles, but we're sticking with 10 miles just for you. We're trying to just get you to understand when you plug in 10 miles, it's going to equate to 164,000 mile radius. Do you understand this? Yes or no?
No, that's fucking gibberish.
Why?
Because you just took a random distance and put it into a fucking formula.
I didn't take random. No, I didn't take random. I took an actual observation. And I gave you a buffer.
Hey, Bob, hold your breath. Talon, give me one good fucking reason in side chat why we should unmute you. We just explained to you where that 10 miles was put. It's not a random number plucked out of the sky. It was there explained to you quite clearly from the Black Swan image where that 10 miles came from. And your response to that was, that's gibberish. So give us a good reason why we should unplug you and listen to more of your bullshit.
It's amazing, bro. The loops that we have to go through, that we have to jump through, bro. The firing loops in order for these numbskulls to even understand what we're saying, bro. It's crazy.
So let's have a read of the bullshit that he's posted up so far. Laugh my ass off. He literally just said random observation. Well, I'm glad you plucked the word random observation out of... This wasn't taken out of a random observation. Well done. We don't use random observations, we use accurate measurements. Well, obviously you fucking don't, because if you used accurate measurements, you wouldn't need for corrections.
Yeah.
So a good reason to stop censoring me is to show you're not bad faith and you're opening to listening to other ideas. Well, Talon, you're an arrogant bigot because you're the one that's not listening to others' ideas.
The whole point is that mathematically, we could plug in these numbers and they do not constitute a 3,959 mile radius. It's literally way beyond that. In your own paradigm, mathematically, you get wrecked. That's why I love that the math in your own paradigm debunks your own paradigm. And you guys will fervently disagree with this.
APOC, you reading the side chat? You guys proved me right. You'd censor me after using a script that misunderstands reality. So you've been censored because you used a script that misunderstands reality. Well, stop using scripts that misunderstand reality, you fucking idiot.
Oh my gosh, it's crazy, bro.
Yeah, the guy's desperate here. You know, you're speaking with reality. The distance is an actual place west of California. So it's there. There's a location there where you see these two. I think it's Sacramento or Santa Barbara, somewhere there. It's a real location. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you very much. Yeah, it's a real location. So I don't know why he's crying. It's a real location. It's not
because it wrecks his paradigm, and he can't. He
calls it a script. APOC. He's calling it a script. It's a formula. It's not a script. He gave you the formula to work out the radius, and you've been now weighed, measured, and left wanting.
It's literally their fucking formula. That's what's fucking crazy about it. It's literally if you went into a math class and asked the teacher, how do we calculate the radius of a sphere? Not even talking about the globe, Earth, that you believe in. They will tell you how they can calculate the radius of a ball. This is literally their fucking formula. The beauty of it is when we use it against them, clearly it destroys their fucking 3,959 mile radius. It's funny. It's comical.
Yeah.
They don't get it.
Yeah. Well, I think he does get it, and it's a painful realization. That's what it is, because it's highlighting the fact that he's been living a wrong lifestyle. He's had it wrong all along, and it's the flat earthers that are bringing that fact to him. And the realization of that is very painful. All you can do, if you've got integrity, you'll accept it. If you haven't, you're going to run away and be in denial and start making baseless claims as he's doing now. That's what he's exhibiting.
Now, pulling away from the formula and talking about reality, they have to understand it has nothing to do with a spherical calculation. It's just the fact that when the conditions are right, you can see a certain distance away on a planar XYZ Cartesian coordinate system. That's the whole point.
That's right. And the amazing thing is this, that you can choose just 12 inches and yet see 30 miles away from that distance. 30 miles. Just from
What's the other one they show up? 3 inches off the water and it's 13 mile?
Yeah. Amazing, isn't it? Isn't it?
You know what's funny, bro? Is they actually think that you can see the surface. And when I say surface, I'm applying it to a hill. They think that you can see the surface of a hill that is literally beyond the peak, the highest point to where you would actually start to calculate this. What they don't get, and I said it earlier, in order to bring an object above that reference frame of the peak of the hill would invoke a concave Earth, because now they are mathematically applying a negative reference frame to where they're bringing up the object to now you can see it, which calculates mathematically 150 negative. It's so fucking ironic that these globers are literally trying to, put their position.
And reality is what they're doing, aren't
they? What they're supporting is a concave Earth, and they don't even realize it. It's fucking comical.
They're living in a bowl. They're living in a plastic bowl. They're living in a box. Living in a cardboard box. They're living in a bowl. A plastic bowl. They're living in a bowl.
Exactly. They don't get it. They just can't. Now, if they had half a brain, they would realize what we're arguing, and they would realize, oh shit, that doesn't fucking make sense. And
Yeah.
then they could understand our position. Because what our position is that over a planar surface, things look down and things look up, but it's still derived from the baseline of 0 of the way we observe it. Not because the Earth is a globe or because it's concave. It's just the principle of it, the fact that it's the way light is bending in a distance. And it's still going to be accounted to an XYZ grid, a planar position. And these globers hate that fact. They seethe. They are drooling in their mouth because they can't accept it. It's fucking comical. Holy
Yeah. Yeah.
Talon never answered me, but I showed him something where there's a paper that says that the radius is allegedly 3963. And then I asked him, so what is the radius of the globe Earth, huh? He never answered me.
Yeah. Yeah, it was 2 points a question, and it's coming from a female as well. Too much pressure there. Way too much. You know? There you are. There's always something that gets in the way of their ego. Do you understand? Put that ego up very quickly. That's what's going on there. That's why he's not answering. He's embarrassed. It's an embarrassment. A woman's asking me a question.
That's why you guys are circle jerking each other.
I think one of our greatest examples are radar, because the distance that radar can pick up an object, it completely destroys the globe. It literally has to represent it because it's utilizing an XYZ grid, and you're seeing something 250 miles away by radar. Like, it so fucking destroys the globe. It's comical how they can try to like justify their position at that point. Oh my God, I love it.
They've got one in Australia that 2,000. The coast there somewhere. It looks out 2,000 miles. And what they try and say in like Wikipedia or other sites is that they're bouncing the radar off of the ionosphere, which is crap. It's a horizontal thing.
Exactly.
Horizontal linear.
It has exactly. It has nothing to do with the bouncing of a signal. It has to do with an actual fact. By the way, Jin, they will ascribe it to atmospheric ducting. But do you realize that atmospheric ducting is so unreliable? Yet our military uses that in their own paradigm for a global position. Do you understand that our military will never ascribe to that because
it's weak.
If that was unreliable. If that was the case, atmospheric ducting is so unreliable, then we would be getting bombed. We would be getting destroyed because we are using something that's inaccurate.
And the fact that the radar signal is making a round trip, so it would have to hit the atmosphere ducted on the way to the target, and then atmosphere ducted on the way back to the sending unit.
Exactly. Which is total bullshit. Total bullshit.
And can you imagine 2,000 miles of all this? What do you call it? Something ducting? Atmospheric
ducting. Yeah.
Yeah. That's ridiculous to think that's gonna. You're going to be able to see through that and deal with that and cope with that and manage to get through. It's just ridiculous.
Total bullshit.
Yeah.
Even in their own paradigm, they will state that atmospheric ducting is unreliable because the most simplest atmospheric change of temperature or even in like the gradient itself, it's going to throw it off. But do you seriously think, I'm saying this to a glober, do you seriously think that our armed forces are going to rely on something that's so unreliable?
Like,
unreliable,
get the fuck
and
out of here.
unpredictable.
Exactly.
Unpredictable as well.
There you go. That's the key word. Unpredictable. Because like that signal would scatter over distance.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Absolutely.
You wouldn't be able to calculate it if it's unpredictable. And that's what's funny about these guys. They don't get it. They literally don't fucking understand our position. They don't get how we're pointing it out.
They don't understand their own position. They don't understand their own position. 90% of the time, that's often the case. It's just that little 10% that do know their model very well, and then they try to deceive and double speak, and that's what they do, obfuscate. But the rest of them, like the one you're talking to, Talon, doesn't know his model at all. He doesn't know it. They're clearly obvious. Yeah. So well done, Apocryphon. You're pushing it good, man.
I always do, brother. I always do.
Yeah.
I only speak
Yeah,
fact.
I know. Yeah, man. Pushing it good, man.
Is Talon still here? Is he still here? Is he muted or what? What's going on?
Well,
Why
he
is
was
he
muted.
I'm still
Well,
here.
let him try to defend himself.
I'll be here as long as the globe is.
Well, the globe doesn't exist, so
it does.
you're not going to be here long. You're not going to be here long, then, are you?
What's
I'll be here
your
24
proof?
hours a
What's
day,
your proof?
7 days a week.
This would prove the globe.
You're
You're
gonna
going
stay
to
5
for a
days a
globe?
year.
What's your
Gentlemen.
proof for a globe?
Now that Talon's back, I really want to ask him the question.
Measurements, calculations.
I really want to ask him the question because I showed you that that graph that shows that there's the radius is reading is 3963, right? But you came,
I agree.
You came in with 3959. So I'm just wondering, what is the true radius if the Earth is a globe?
Well, I mean, if you're saying the most accurate current measurement is 5963, then I'll agree with you. I have no problem with adding.
Well, I don't know that it is.
No, you're right. I just looked at it. I looked it up on because you guys kept deleting my link with the actual radius, and while
I just explained to you. I just explained to you how the 3959 radius has been debunked by the observations of the Black Swan, with 10 miles observed from a 1 foot observer's height.
Well, that's bad math.
Mathematically, it debunks you. Do you get that?
That's bad math. You're doing the calculation wrong.
What do you?
Or maybe you should show him how to do calculation instead of talking shit and saying, "Nuh-uh, it's wrong." Why don't you draw it out and go through it with him? Show him where he's gone wrong.
Deleting it. You guys kept deleting it.
What's the math? What's the math? Go ahead. Go. What's the math? What is the math of seeing an observation 10 miles away with the 1 foot observer height? Go ahead. What's the math? Because I know the math. I already told you.
Right, the bad math. I already told you. Your terrible math.
I already told you. Distance squared minus height squared divided by 2 times the height. That is the formula that you would have to ascribe because that's your paradigm. That is your mathematical equation for the radius. Are you disagreeing with the radius?
No, I'm disagreeing with your math and your assertions.
Okay.
Okay, so you disagree with his math. Which component is incorrect?
All of it. I mean, he's using a
so just a nuh-uh.
He's using an oil rig as a.
No, he's not. He's using the distance. He's using the distance reference.
Using that.
He's using the distance Talon, don't do it. He's using the distance reference from that oil rig, which we've quite clearly given to you from 10 miles.
Okay, let's walk through it.
Why? The reason why is because the back oil rig at 9.41 miles, we've capped the horizon at 10 miles. We know it's further than that, but we've capped it at 10. Would you like it to be bigger?
You can do that.
Okay.
Yes,
let's say the horizon is 15 miles. Let's talk about it mathematically. Let's talk about it. Go ahead.
I got the simple answer for you. I put it into AI. It's the last screenshot.
Yeah, and remember, please remember that the formula being mentioned by Apocryphon is the standard formula that you would need, an operative word here, you would need to use. It's necessary to measure radius.
Just put it into AI.
That's a claim.
Yeah. Yeah, that's the standard.
Do you understand?
formula.
Do you understand the math, bro? Do you understand the math that we're equivocating it to?
I understand. I can understand your
the math's
equivocating,
wrong.
but I don't agree with your math because it's incorrect.
It's not my math. It's your math. What
No,
the
that's
fuck
no,
are
it's
you
not.
talking about?
I disavow.
Holy fuck! It's
It's
your
the globe-tard maths. It's how to calculate a radius.
So you
Dubbo?
disavow your own math?
It's the standard. Yeah, it's the standard you have to use.
So you
It's the
disavow
math.
your own math?
Yep, that
This is
Apocryphon, that's
amazing.
exactly what he said. He disavows his own fucking math. Can we clip that?
Yeah.
No,
Yeah.
that is
And
incorrect.
when
That's a
we- and-
lie.
hang on a
I did
second. And
not.
when we
I disavow
say
your
your
math.
maths, yeah, when we say your maths, we don't mean you in particular. This is the maths that you would need to use in your position. This is, like you need air to breathe, you would need this formula. We didn't make it up. It's not our formula. It's the formula that's been established in mathematics. It's almost a law. It's a law, in fact. You'd have to use this.
Do you understand that mathematically? Do you understand that mathematically the observed fucking distance with a 1 foot observer height would give you a 264,000 mile radius? Do you understand that?
No,
That's your math.
That's not my
Put it
math.
into
You're
AI,
the one who's
Talon.
saying the math, dude. I'm not saying any of that.
Put it into AI and ask it, Talon. I took
That's
a
your
screenshot of
fucking
when I
math,
did.
bro. That's your fucking math. That is the paradigm that you believe in. Because they've given the formula, not me. I'm just using the same exact fucking formula that gives you a radius. Do you understand that?
That's not true. You're not using
It's
the right
true.
formula or the right.
Okay, then stop. APOC, stop.
That's
If
just
that
theoretical.
formula,
We gotta
Talon,
theoretical.
shut up. Shut up or you'll get muted. Talon, you've just said that's the wrong formula. Please provide APOC with the correct formula for calculating radius.
Yeah. Please
Okay,
do
if
that.
you can just let
Everybody
me
just
have the
wait
chat,
now.
please. Well, let me.
Please.
I can't link in the chat. I'm gonna link it in the chat.
I'm sure you can speak it. You can get your word count out.
Yeah.
You can
Please
even-
speak it first.
You can even use
Are we talking about just basic
39
radius?
62 if you want.
Yes, we are. Are you disagreeing with the formula that in order to find the radius, it is the distance squared minus the height squared divided by 2 times the height? That's literally, if you were to walk in the classroom and ask a fucking mathematician professor, he will tell you this is the formula we use to calculate a radius. Are you disagreeing with it?
No, I'm fine with the regular formula for radius. That's a calculation that you would take measurements and you get the radius from those measurements with the calculation.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. What is it?
What the radius? 3,963 feet. Or is it miles? Miles.
Or is it miles? He
Did I say feet? I
says.
meant to say miles.
Yes. What is the formula to
3,963.
measure that? Can you give me the formula to achieve that number, please?
We just said it, dude. The radius is r equals h squared plus d squared over 2d.
Dude, I bought a telescope and was like looking at the moon.
That's nice.
Like that shit's 100% like round.
Just relax.
That's awesome.
Someone else.
That is
You wanna
so
say?
great.
Okay. Hold on. Just real quick. Are you denying the fact that when we plug in the numbers of the observed fucking actual event in reality, are you denying the fact that when we calculate that distance and height,
Can you lower your
are you
voice?
denying the fact that it gives you a
Shut the fuck up.
200,000 mile radius?
So when you plug in arbitrary numbers, then you'll get a random radius. Yeah, I agree with that. I understand.
Dude, when I was looking through my
Where did you get the term arbitrary numbers from? Where are you claiming that from, Talon?
You're giving me arbitrary numbers.
Hold on. Whoa.
No, we're not.
Slow down. We're not giving you arbitrary numbers. We're giving you actual numbers from observations. Do you understand this?
Right.
OG, have you ever looked
That's
through
an
a
arbitrary
telescope?
number. When you're talking about the oil rigs and you're saying that you're going to use those numbers, that's arbitrary.
Holy
So those numbers, 9.41 mile, is actually measured. You do know that.
That's what you're claiming.
Yes, no.
You're claiming.
You do
that.
know they are actually measured.
Your claim.
That's the fucking measurement. What the fuck you mean you're claiming it? That is the actual fucking measurement.
9.4. Talon, stop being a fucking douche. It's measured at 9.41 miles. We are going off the horizon, which is beyond 9.41 miles. Roughly estimated at about 15 miles. Like I said earlier, we are going to cap it back at 10
I don't think
miles.
Talon realizes that the number, right, Talon, the number we're giving you, these are GPS reference numbers of the oil rigs. They're there forever. They don't move. It's a real location. You can go there and see it yourself if you were to get on a plane and go to the location and make this observation for yourself, if you so wish. You can Google Earth it if you like. This is a real place. It's not arbitrary and just made up. And the distance is final. These are GPS coordinated numbers. You understand? Please don't be saying they're arbitrary, because they're not. It's just ridiculous. We don't do that. You know, and if it's an arbitrary number, we will tell you.
At this point, gentlemen,
you are telling me an arbitrary number.
At this point, gentlemen, we just have to disregard him because he is disingenuous in the argument.
Well, that's
Yeah.
You're not even looking at the material I posted the Black Swan
don't worry about it,
location for him to look at.
Hey, Talon, a quick one. Talon, quick one. Look inside, chat. Curvature not to see. Just posted up those arbitrary numbers. So get a life, mate. Jetstream, I know you've been hanging on. Sorry about that last clown. What did you want to ask, mate?
I was looking through a telescope, and I mean, yeah, man, it looks like round to me, dude.
Okay, it looks round to you. Hang on, it looks round to you, or spherical. That's what you already mean, spherical. But you don't know it's spherical unless you go there to confirm that. So what looks round is fine. It looks round. Is it actually? I don't know. I look through telescopes. I see what you see.
So we're in the same place then, though, 'cause neither of us know.
Correct.
That's correct. We don't know, and we've never made that claim. I've never made the claim to know what the moon is. I don't know what the moon is. How do I know that? I haven't been there to confirm what I see and my hypothesis and my ideas. I haven't done any of that.
Neil Armstrong and like Buzz Aldrin, they
never went. They lied. They never went to the moon. No man has left this earth and stepped foot on that thing we call the moon. No human being. We have nothing man-made.
I think they
there.
did.
No, well, you think doesn't count here. You think doesn't count. Nature.
I mean, what I think matters just as much as what you think.
I'm trying to explain to you. Right now, the nature of the vacuum, and then the space that's been described by the cosmologists, astrophysicists, theoretical physicists, scientists, professors, astronomers, the way they've described space, NASA was not prepared and will never be prepared to go to that environment. That's my knowledge. Okay, I know no man has ever been there, and I've seen what happens to materials that they supposedly use in a vacuum chamber of much, much lesser value. They call it a soft value of this of the Tor value. Okay,
you have no way of knowing that.
No way. No. When I'm finished, you can then speak. There is no way NASA ever went to the moon. The Apollo missions were a hoax, but you carry on believing.
I mean, you have no way of proving that, just as much as I have no way of proving that they did.
We absolutely know how they faked it. Matter of fact, there was a gentleman, okay, that he is a
Stanley Kubrick.
That no. There's a guy. Listen carefully, okay. There's a guy that came on Discord, okay, and in his career, in his profession. He can point out how the moon landing was fake because the way the camera was positioned and they had this like baked in background, and he literally, matter of fact, I have the video of it, but he literally demonstrated how everything about the moon landing was fake because it's not what they told us, because there was this backdrop in the film, in the viewing of where, dude, you know what? I'm kind of too drunk to say this,
Yeah, I mean, you have me hook, line, and sinker. A random guy on Discord making that argument versus a absolute ton of evidence that they actually did go to the moon. Yeah, that makes total sense, man.
So what's the ton of evidence?
Name one thing.
He points out how the video.
APOC, hold on. APOC, not you. The other guy. The jet stream guy.
So
what's one evidence?
You would need to have
just name one thing.
Hundreds of people to be involved in this vote.
No.
So that's not related.
Just name one thing.
That's literally what I'm doing right now, man.
No, you're not. Just name one thing.
You said there's a ton of evidence for it, so what's the evidence for it?
Yeah, give us one.
The amount of people that made that happen that would need to be lying, and in
people lying and not a proof of something happening.
Go ahead, Travis.
Well, I would like to address that. So 600,000 people worked on the Manhattan Project to make the the first atomic bomb. They worked on it for 6 years, 600,000 people, and only 8 of them knew what the final product was going to be. So it's easy for these people to keep secrets.
Yeah, but he said there's, we have all this evidence. Give us one thing. What's the holdup? It's been like
the people
3 minutes now? What are we waiting for? Can you just give us one?
Witnessing the spaceships going to space.
That didn't happen. So what's another? What's
And
one
now
thing?
another white knight.
How did that happen? You don't see like the
impacts, silence,
just going into space.
jet streams up,
We'll
not
cook
you.
in a
You can wait
second, just
patiently.
Exactly. So just one thing. We just need one thing. What's the problem here? Why can't you give us one thing? Crickets. All right, we'll just look the new guy. Go ahead.
Are you talking to me?
I mean, you're not giving us one thing, so we'll just move on from you to the next person. So,
I mean, I do.
Unless you have one thing, you got something.
I mean, no matter what I say, you guys want to agree. But I mean, there's lunar rocks.
We'll just move on.
The lunar rocks they brought back to Earth.
Oh wait.
Well, okay, let's go with that.
Were fake. NPR,
CB.
mainstream media said those were fake.
That lunar rock. What happened with that lunar rock?
Yeah,
didn't they donate one of them to a?
I mean, even to this day, you can.
Media says they were fake.
You can still to this day see reflective light on the dish that was left on.
Wait. Can you address?
What's that got to do with the rock?
Can you address the fact that mainstream media says the first thing that you offered to us was fake?
It's
do you want to put it in the chat? No. Whoa. It's not my opinion. Again, mainstream media, I'll get you at least 3 links. I'll put them in the side chat. Said that the evidence that you're putting forward is fake. This is on NPR, NBC. Let me just get it for you since you're going to call it fake.
I linked a screenshot showing that they all said it was fake from the mainstream media.
Why the fuck do you use DuckDuckGo? What the fuck is that?
Brother.
Don't worry.
Can you just address the fact that your own mainstream media is saying the evidence that you offered?
My own mainstream media. What do you mean my? What are you talking about? My mainstream media.
Wait, so, dude. Can you look in the side chat? Let's take a look.
I'm looking at it right now, bro.
Here's a link from NBC News. What else? What else do you want? Let's get. What else should we get here? On. Let's get NPR in the both list as well.
I think like during the Cold War, that if there was irrefutable evidence that the U.S. didn't actually go to the moon,
you're not addressing this.
Do you not think the USSR wouldn't have found that out and exposed that during the Cold War?
That's not evidence. Yeah. Oh, well, why didn't this happen? That's not evidence.
Yeah.
Bro.
I mean, and please don't forget that whilst the Apollo missions were on, Russia, they went to Venus, didn't they? So they claimed with their satellite probes.
Oh, yeah.
Okay? So they were busy lying to the world themselves as well. They're telling lies just like America's telling lies. So no. They're friends, frenemies. They're not enemies. Okay? The Cold War was just a hoax. Wasn't a real thing.
Everything's
there's
a hoax.
2 leaks in the side chat.
Everything's a hoax.
No. The thing that you said that there's rock collected, that was a hoax.
Yeah.
via mainstream news, dude. Suck on that.
Yeah, and then you've got what's his name, Bill Woods, NASA's rocket propulsion engineer. Okay, he stated that NASA has a piece of equipment that can take rocks from Earth and bombard them with radiation to simulate that they've come from the moon. They can irradiate the rocks. That's what he said. That NASA has that machine. And if you want to know the source, it's from the documentary called "What Happened on the Moon," Part 1. What Happened on the Moon's Part 2 and 3 by David Percy, award-winning film producer. Okay, they were scrutinizing the photographic anomalies, the radiation problem that should have been there that wasn't there, and then the problem with rockets. There you go.
What's that one?
And don't forget about the American Moon. It's a 3.5-hour documentary, I think.
Thank you very much. It's an excellent one. Yeah.
They have famous photographers.
Is
That like 30 years.
Is that like by John Sargent or something like that? Whatever that guy's name is.
I don't know.
It's a good one. Anyway.
Finish. They have famous photographers, like some of them, like 30 years in the business, and they say, "Look, I don't know if NASA went to the moon or not, but these pictures are definitely fake." And the guy says, "Well, these are the pictures from the Apollo mission." Thanks.
And these photographers from around the world, Italy in particular, they spoke up, and then they also discussed the phone call signal and the communication they had with Nixon and Neil Armstrong and the astronauts. And the time lapse was too short. It was as if they were in the same room speaking or next door. Okay, and then what did NASA do? They extended the gap between the conversation between Nixon and Neil Armstrong, for example. They extended the gap of silence there. So they were caught cheating because the original footage was still there. And they said, this is actually the real original footage. And, so they were cheating.
Do you think your queen killed Princess Diana?
Bro, dude, nobody cares. You're not addressing
I can't really answer that.
Shut the fuck up,
and
dude.
she's not my queen anyway. She was never my queen.
Don't buy into that.
I know. I'm just letting you know.
Ladies and gentlemen,
let's stick to the fact that NASA's clearly lying in so many fucking ways, bro. Like, just stop with the nonsense, bro. Like, if you cannot address the fact that they were caught, if you can address the fact that they were caught manipulating what we saw, right, in on video, where there's a delay, there should have been a delay, but they were answering in real time. Like, that debunks this whole notion of what they proclaimed it to be, bro. Like, come on, dude. If you're
I guess I don't really care enough. I think probably.
I know you don't. I know you don't. I know you don't.
Wait. You're here right now. You care enough to be here. If you truly didn't care, you wouldn't even be here. You'd be laying in your bed watching Netflix or doing whatever the hell you should be doing, whatever time it is where you are. If you truly didn't care, you wouldn't even be in this call right now. No, you do care. It's proven by the fact that you're here right now, right?
I think like what I would like is I just want to like find like common ground with you all.
That's cap, bro. It's always cap to say, "Oh, I don't care."
Here's common ground.
You're here, nigga.
Here's common ground. Will you at least admit that military uses a position that's not rotating and is the center of the universe?
Dude, that's too advanced for him.
Will you at
That's
least?
way too advanced for him.
I know, Stevie. I'm trying to extend an olive branch here, bro. Would you at least admit?
I don't feel like I've been like bad faith or like I've like mean to any of you guys, and you're being like an asshole to me right now, man.
No, hold on. Would you at least admit that when they talk about in regards to the Cartesian corners of XYZ grid, would you at least admit that in their own paradigm, in their own understanding, and the way they formulate this rocketry, that it is literally Earth-centered,
Bro,
Earth-fixed.
bro. APOC, that's too advanced for him, bro. That's
Hey, you know, he
you're
also
giving him
mentioned they
AP
were
calculus. He
reflecting
doesn't
light off
even
the moon.
understand basics, bro. That's AP calculus. That's too advanced, dude.
You're right. You're right. You're right. You're right. You're right.
You
You're right.
gotta meet him where
He's
he's
not
at.
ready.
Dude.
He's not ready for that
That's
smoke.
way too far ahead. Where he?
Dude, he said that they were reflecting light off the moon. Did you know that MIT was bouncing lasers off the moon in 1961? You can point a strong enough laser at any part of the moon and get a bounce back.
So I mean, I'm like, genuinely like, does this make you like a happier person, like talking about this kind of shit? And, like,
Now you're
I feel
asking silly
amazing.
questions.
Yes.
Now you're asking silly questions. Is it good to know the truth? Of course, it's good to know
Exactly,
the truth.
Jin. Dude, that's the best answer, bro. Jin, shout out to you. That's a great answer. Yes, it does make me feel good to be cozied up, booed up with the truth. Yes. I like the truth. I want to snuggle in it. Pause. I like it. Yes, it makes me feel good. Yes.
This truth.
Lies don't make me feel good. I don't want to be in lies. That makes me not feel good. So yes, it does feel good to be snuggled up next to the truth. Yeah, it does. Yeah, exactly.
So here's the olive branch. Here's the olive branch that I'm extending. Do you understand that in your own paradigm, they are using a Earth-centered?
And he doesn't know what that is.
Yeah, bro.
You're right. Okay. Do you know what Earth-centered and Earth-fixed means? Let's start there.
No.
Okay. So let me educate you then. Okay. Let me educate you.
That's like sociopathic, man. Like, this is insane.
Let me educate you, okay? Let me educate you. Okay?
How about we say, APOC, how about we slow it right down a bit? Just way back. Let's ask him what he's got going on. I don't think he needs force.
Yeah, you got to throw a couple whistles in there, bro. You got to click and whistle a little bit. Then that really sets the tone.
I was really trying, bro. I was really trying to extend that olive branch. I swear to God.
I know you want to school him. That's all good.
That's like a bridge that's not even fully built because he doesn't know how to cross it, bro.
Yeah, you're going in there with,
bro. I'm sorry.
Girders and shit, and you're calling it an olive branch. That's crazy, bro.
Yeah, exactly.
I can't imagine why like people view you guys as like a unlikable fucking.
We don't care how you view us, dude. What the fuck?
Yeah, come on.
We're not high school kids. We don't care about popularity.
I mean, you act like high school kids.
No. Actually, Travis, we are the cool kids because they're here at our party. We're drinking fucking. We got solo cups and shit. They're here at our party. Go ahead.
I mean,
wait. Hank, no. Hank wants to get in. Go ahead, Hank. Please.
Call yourself whatever you want. You're
no. Just
right
mute
now.
up, Glover. Hank wants to get in. Go ahead, Hank.
I just want to point out the inconsistencies. First, he says, like, fuck what you're talking about. I don't care what you have to say. Like, I don't really care. Then he tries to play the victim like we're attacking him or something. And then they call us a sociopath, right? But it's really interesting. We're not here saying fuck what you gotta say. Like we're in here like
that's all you guys have said is like
shut the fuck up.
Can I finish? Like you interrupt me proving my point. Like fuck what Hank has to say, right? So instead of like focusing on like people and like what they have to say and like psychology like a little girl, like why don't you actually like focus on the arguments? We brought up some facts that the moon landing rocks were allegedly fake according to like mainstream media, and that was right after the argument where he said, well, Russia would call you out for your fakery, but they didn't. So there goes that argument with the fake moon rocks, right? It wasn't Russia. I think it was Holland that called them out for the fakery.
It was.
Then we have to go into the whole Van Allen radiation belt, which I'm sure Jen has already done thoroughly. So you think like we can survive like all this crazy radiation going through the radiation belt for like 3 days there and back, and then not to mention the time they spent on the moon playing golf and shit. Like if you would just like open your mind instead of saying fuck all that shit you're talking about, like, you know, try to be like teachable, because that's a sign of intelligence. Like if you're teachable, capable of like learning something new and being open-minded, doesn't mean that you have to believe it. Just
and that's what
listen
you
to
guys
the
have been,
argument.
and that's what you guys have been to everything I've said is
Brother,
open-minded and
we know
teachable.
your worldview better than you. You can't teach us jack shit about
There
the
you go.
globe. We know
There you go, dude. That's
the globe
a microcosm,
10 times
a
better than you.
microcosm of exactly how you guys act.
Hold on.
Jetstream,
You can't.
we've got to be open-minded
You
and
can't say the
teachable.
same. No, bro, hold on. I got to get in on this. You can't say the same. You don't know our position at all. We know the globe in, out, backwards, sideways, left, right, up, and down. We could teach it to anybody.
Dude,
You don't know our
the only
position.
thing you know
We are
back,
not
left,
the
up, and down
same,
is a
dude.
Walmart fucking entranceway, bro.
Here we
Shut the
go.
fuck up.
Here we
Shut
go.
the fuck up.
So,
Dude,
Jetstream.
Okay, wait. What's the radius of the globe Earth? Go ahead. Go ahead. Fast. Go.
You want me to answer that?
Stutter, bitch ass nigga.
You want to answer
You don't
that?
know our fucking worldview. You don't know the radius of your own worldview, dude. Shut the fuck up, bro.
I don't know the radius of my own worldview.
One more time, quickly. What's
I
the
know,
radius
man.
of the globe Earth?
You sound like
he's trying to
you sound
AI
like
it.
Fast.
you sound like I
What's
touched
the
a nerve with you. Do you work at Walmart?
Okay,
Hold on.
No, he doesn't, Jetstream, but that's got nothing
What's
to do
the
with the price
radius
of
of
eggs
the
in
globe
China.
Earth? Fastly, go.
I don't know. I think I touched a nerve with this guy. He sounds like unfulfilled.
Radius, diameter, or
Jetstream, you failed.
What's the radius, diameter, or circumference of the globe Earth? Go.
I know what it is, but yeah, I want to hear what
Exactly,
I want to hear.
bitch-ass
I
nigga.
want to
You
hear
don't
what
even
you think
know,
it is.
dude. Shut the
You
fuck
don't.
up, bro.
You don't. You
You don't
don't.
even
You
know.
don't.
No,
You
I know.
Anyways, now that you have proven that he doesn't know anything about his globetard, now you said that you're not open-minded, or that we're not open-minded and teachable. I'd just like to point out for you, Jetstream, that we all used to be globers.
Exactly.
So who's
That's
not
right. That makes you the
open-minded?
bigot. That makes you the bigot, Jetstream. Not us.
Do you understand that the reason why we've come to our position is because we understand full-heartedly the position that we once believed in, and now the only way
I think you came to this position because of undiagnosed schizophrenia or like a mold outbreak in your apartment.
Now you're insulting us
Dumb.
now.
I don't accept that. You don't even know what our position is, stupid.
Listen. The only way we can now go against that position is because we know it. And the only way we can come up with our own positions now is because we understand the logical fallacies and the discrepancies of
Because you
the
exist
thing
in an echo
that
chamber,
we
dude.
once believed
You
in.
exist in an echo chamber.
Bro, we're in a whole other person's server. This
Yeah.
is not a flat Earth server. We're in a whole other server that's not ours, talking to people that are not flat Earthers. The fact that you're here proves it's not an echo chamber. You're a dumbass.
Exactly.
Yeah. Now, hang on, Jetstream. Look, you're throwing a lot of insults out here. We're not
That's
really
all
insulting
you guys have done
at
to
all.
me, man. That's all you guys.
No,
have
we
done to
haven't
me.
been insulting. Jetstream, we haven't been insulting you at all. You've been throwing insults at us, but not really addressing the questions you've been given. So, can you please answer the question? What is the circumference of your Earth? What is the radius?
Jin,
of
what
that?
are you
He doesn't
smoking?
know. Jin, it's
I
way
don't
too
smoke.
late. He doesn't know. Don't worry, Jin.
Yeah.
He doesn't know. We've already exposed his dumbass. He has
Right.
no fucking clue.
So he doesn't know what he believes, but he wants to tell us.
I gave him the answers to the quiz. Let's see if he remembers. What is the radius of the Earth?
No, he's way too cooked, bro. Don't worry about it. He's dumbass. He has no idea.
What's the radius of the Earth? We know it. Do you know it?
He has no idea.
Zero.
I think
not a
it's
sphere.
Jetstream. I think it's you that's been smoking, not me.
Dumbass, exactly.
Yeah, I don't smoke.
Jetstream, is it possible that you have received ideas, like ideas that you've gotten from watching TV or your cell phone or computer or whatever? You see the Earth as a globe and you see men walking on the moon and you conflate it with reality. Is that possible? That you've been tricked?
I mean, is it possible that you have gotten the exact same kind of like information from a different source, dude?
Actually,
no,
it
because
is
we
not
go
possible
outside.
that. Yeah,
we go outside and look at the Earth, and we don't experience a globe at all.
We don't listen to men. We don't see what you're gonna do. What you do all the time is you appeal to some sort of entities, these big brains that have figured it out for you. And we asked you earlier, Name one thing. Name one person. Name one entity. You couldn't name anything. So you're appealing to something that you don't even know what it is. We're appealing to the Earth and exactly how it presents itself, brother.
Can you
We're
just
not the
tell me
same, dude.
Can you just tell me what is it about the heliocentric model or the standard model of cosmology or the globe Earth that you're skeptical about? Anything?
Nothing. It fully accepts it.
What about the
Just blind
globe
faith?
Earth that I'm skeptical about?
Yeah, that's an interesting concept, right? Being skeptical of what you were told in government school and what you saw on TV.
I mean, for me, I don't understand the motive behind teaching people a lie about the shape of the
That's not what
Earth.
he asked you. That's not what he asked you.
Skeptical of flat Earth. That's flat Earth skepticism, bro. You did the exact opposite of what I just asked you.
You might have to put it in Chinese because he has no fucking clue what you just said.
Yeah, you guys are so nice to people that disagree with you.
Are you capable of critical thinking? Like, can you give me one thing about the globe that you're skeptical of? Nothing.
I mean,
Nothing.
There's nothing about
exactly. See, told you.
So you're just a true believer, like no matter what, like you're gonna go to heaven one day and live on Mars, and you're gonna eat rusty potatoes with Elon Musk, right? The whole
probably not. I don't really like Elon Musk, but I just don't really care about it personally.
Oh, so well,
You're
5 years ago
here
you
right
liked
now,
Elon Musk.
dude.
You were like, I'm gonna go to Mars. We're gonna eat rusty potatoes on Mars. Me and Elon Musk.
I never wanted
that was you 5 years ago.
Let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question, okay? In reality, okay? Let me ask you a question, like real talk. If you are transferring a horizontal line for thousands of miles, I know, but I'm gonna try here. Let me just try. If you're transferring a horizontal line for thousands of miles, where does your globe come into that play?
That's too advanced, bro. I'm telling you, bro. You're going way over his head. He's too dumb, bro.
I'm trying, bro. CB, I'm trying, bro. I'm trying to make him like the little hamsters in his head. I'm trying to get them spinning the wheels so that way he understands what we're talking about.
Can I ask him a
You gotta
simple
meet him
question? Let me
where
ask him
he's
a
at.
very
You gotta meet him
simple
where he's at. Go ahead, Travis. Yeah.
My simple question, Jetstream, is this. You're at the edge of a 6 mile wide lake. Your friend is on the other side of a 6 mile wide lake. You're fishing for something. How much curve do you think the globe requires between you and your friend that is 6 miles away across the lake? Do you think you should be able to see them?
Yeah, no, yeah.
Dude, I honest to God, man, I don't fucking care.
That was the simplest question ever. 6 mile wide lake. How much curve do you think the globe requires across it?
It's not
a couple
that simple, to be
inches,
fair,
a couple
Travis. That's
hundred
not that
feet.
simple. He has no fucking.
I don't give a shit, man. Honestly,
You do give a shit. You're in here talking about it.
You're in here.
I mean,
Is it you don't give a shit or you just don't know? If you don't know, you are allowed to say, I don't know. We're not going to crucify you.
Leave, I can leave.
Yeah, get the fuck out of here.
We just ask you the question, mate. Do you know? If you don't know, just say, I don't know. It's not a bad thing. You'd be surprised. Heaps of people have said, I don't know.
Amazing.
I just don't care. I don't think it's.
Why don't you care? Hold on. Let's get the psychology going. Why don't you care?
Okay, I like this. Yeah, go ahead.
Why don't you care about that?
About the shape of the Earth?
Yeah.
Yeah. Why don't you care about that?
Yeah.
So I don't think the average person has any way to prove that definitively going to space and looking at the Earth, and I don't.
Well, then how do you know it's a globe?
I don't think there's any benefit to dedicating so much of your time and energy.
If the average person can't prove it, and you can only prove it by going halfway to the moon, which nobody's going to do, then how do you know it's a globe?
I mean, that's my point right there. Is
no, it came out of my mouth. That's why it was my point. My point is you can't prove it. That's why it came out of my mouth.
You said what I was saying as I was saying it, dude.
Wait, can't.
Yeah, so if you can't prove that it's a globe, why would you even care? You would just be like, yeah, some people think it's flat. You can't prove it either way, so keep it moving. You you would go to like the Easter Bunny chat and be like, "Yeah, you guys are wrong. There's no Easter Bunny." Or you go to the Bigfoot chat, "You guys are wrong."
Earth is
a better question. A better question is, why do you believe it's a globe?
Ooh.
Because they saw it on TV. That's why.
Yeah.
Okay, wait. I have a question.
All right. Go ahead.
Like when people have like a weather balloon, right, and they float it up really high into the atmosphere, and then they have a camera strapped onto it, and they observe a curve of the Earth. What do you think
I
about
got a
that?
video
We can
for you.
expose him quick. We can expose you quick.
Here
Wait,
you go.
Hank.
Neil
Let me take
deGrasse
this.
Go ahead, Hank. Go ahead, Hank. Post it.
No, go
Hold on.
ahead. Go ahead.
Let me take this. What's the altitude? Go ahead.
I don't know. I've seen videos like that before. That's all.
You saw videos. So what's the altitude?
This is a question.
Yeah, you have no
bro.
idea what the
This
fuck
is
you're
a
talking
question.
about. So I would just
Are you dumb? I said a question. I said a question.
I'd pull back before you get
I don't know why you can't address like a simple question.
We can address it. No, hold on. I don't. Is that
Why are
somebody
you not
interrupting?
addressing my question then?
Is that somebody interrupting? You're gonna get exposed quick.
I'm not even confronting you. I'm just asking you a question. That's
Okay, well, I'm gonna ask you one more time. What's the altitude of the balloon?
Dude, you're
I don't
going
know.
back on his question to you.
Hold on. We don't need any white knight.
Video.
We don't need any white.
It's not a video. It's just from my memory, bro. Just from my memory.
Okay, from your memory, what's the altitude? Go ahead.
I don't remember, bruh.
Then shut the.
So you don't remember the very specifics of the video,
Okay,
but you can
let me
remember
see.
there's definitely fucking curvature.
Have you seen a video of someone have you seen a video of the Empire State Building? Have you seen a video of the Empire State Building?
Yeah, there's a big monkey climbing up the fucking thing.
Do you remember how tall the Empire State Building is?
You know what's funny? You know what's funny?
Hold on.
You know
How tall is it? Wait. How tall is it? See, shut the fuck up, bro. I don't know why are you bringing this dumb shit up, bro. Like you shouldn't bring stuff up that you have no idea what you're talking about. You sound stupid. All we have to do is ask you one quick question. You have no idea what you're talking about.
You know what's funny is that
no idea. What's the Empire Building? What's the altitude? No idea. Shut up.
Here's what's funny. Okay, when you take an observation from an elevation that's high up, you are going to establish a horizon in all directions, representing a flat planar position. Now, if you were on a globe, you wouldn't see it in the way they captured it in their own video, because you have to understand there's no horizons on the surface of a globe. You have to understand this. There's no straight lines on the surface of a globe. And if you can't grasp that, then you are too far indoctrinated with your head up your own ass that you're just hand waving logic and reasoning. Because technically, go ahead.
You got to keep it simple for these guys. They just brought up balloons in a building. All we need to say is a balloon in a building are not high enough to see curvature, which is probably what you're going to try to say. That we saw curvature from the building. We saw curvature from the balloon. No, you fucking didn't. We can get citations from your own scientists.
No white knighting. No white knighting.
I've already done that.
No,
so
it's
if you
me,
look in the chat, it's a video. It's a video of Neil deGrasse Tyson talking about Branson and what's his name going up 2 dimes above the surface of a classroom globe. So that's not high enough to actually see the curvature. And then he talked about the Red Bull jump, and he said that they use fisheye lenses. So if the Red Bull jump at 128,000 feet had to use fisheye lenses to trick the populace, then what do you think any other balloon is going to do?
Exactly.
Hey, Hank, another point to that is that if you think about it mathematically, when he
that's too big of a word for these people.
When he jumped from that
you gotta keep it simple, APOC, bro. Just keep it simple for them, dude.
Dude, it's like 6 times we tell you, keep it simple, bro, for real. Nobody understands. They don't understand what you're saying.
I know I sometimes I speak too far beyond them. I get that, but here's the point. In that jump, the Red Bull jump, you have to understand when they're looking down at planet Arizona or New Mexico, right? Because everything in all directions is New Mexico. That's planet New Mexico. But you have to understand that even their own position
if the world was spinning on a globe, the way he landed so many miles away from the original position where he started from, you understand, right? Mathematically, that he wouldn't have landed where he actually landed mathematically. Because if the earth was spinning and he was way beyond up in the sky, and you're talking about like this conservation of energy and all this shit, bullshit, it doesn't even equate. It literally mathematically doesn't equate to when he fell, or should I say landed. It doesn't represent a true distance for the earth spinning in your own
Because
paradigm.
you're spinning with it, bro.
Exactly. With that being implemented too, you're spinning with the globe. But you have to understand that the farther away you get from your spinning globe, you would not be at the same position mathematically when you landed. Do you understand that? He would have been
too advanced,
many more
dude.
miles. He would have been so many miles off of the position. But mathematically, he did.
Hey, Bob, you've got to back this back, man. Fucking crayons and an A3 piece of paper. That's the level you need.
Yeah,
you're right.
Okay, wait. I have another question. I'm not even. I'm literally just asking a question. I don't know why.
Did you watch the video that he shared for you, Impact?
I did. Yeah, I saw that.
Okay, what's your thoughts on that?
Ooh,
I mean, it doesn't prove that the Earth is flat, but
we're not. Oh,
do you think
my
Neil deGrasse
God.
Tyson thinks that?
No, dude, you
Oh,
guys
that's
are so fucking stupid. I'm so
Okay,
sorry.
I have
You guys
another
are
question.
fucking
I have a
retarded,
question. I
dude.
have a question.
No, we're
Bro,
gonna
why
stop
are you
right here.
dissing
We're gonna
me?
stop.
Stop dissing
hold
me,
on.
bro.
We're gonna
Why
stop
you
right here.
dissing me, bro?
We're not trying to say that Neil deGrasse Tyson is saying the Earth is flat. We're trying to correct you when you say that you saw curvature from either a balloon, a building, or whatever. Even your own scientists, like Neil deGrasse Tyson, are telling you that you're not going to see curvature from these altitudes. We're not trying to prove to you that Neil deGrasse Tyson thinks that the Earth is flat. He's correcting your dumbass when you say you see
Don't you
curvature.
think that Neil deGrasse Tyson's also?
Hold on, dude. Why are you yapping?
Well, I know.
Again,
The thing is, you're explaining this to me, but I already know it.
One more
I already
time.
know
One
what
more
you're
time.
talking about.
One more
I
time.
understand what you're talking about.
We're correcting your.
No, I understand it.
dumbass.
I understand that, bro. I understand that. Yes.
How do you understand it when you just 2 seconds ago you just said you saw
Thank you for
curvature
explaining
from
to me
a balloon?
again, bro. Oh my gosh, I need
All right,
that.
tell me.
I
Tell
need
me.
that so much, bro. Holy.
All right. What did Neil
Hey,
deGrasse Tyson
Impact,
do?
the passive aggressive,
Neil
I'm a
deGrasse
little
Tyson said you
soft,
can't
lip
observe
wrist
a
doesn't
curvature
really
of the
go
Earth
well.
from the height
So
of
then why the
that
fuck
the balloon
did you
is
bring
up.
up a balloon?
Because I didn't know that. Oh my, holy fuck!
All right,
Wait,
then how did you know?
holy
How do you
fuck.
know that so quickly?
Because you sent me a video. Do you think I'm
Okay.
like in here like trying to
And why
debate
are you
you? No,
yapping?
all I said is asking a question. Are you fucking retarded, bro?
No,
I'm just
Impact.
asking
You
a
are.
question.
You're yapping, nigga.
You're fucking retarded, thinking I'm trying to debate
your
you. I'm not debating
question.
you, bro.
Oh, nigga,
I'm not
shut
debating you.
Impact.
I'm not
Mind
debating
the
you,
N word,
dumbass.
please.
Yeah, shut your bitch ass up.
Just
Yeah,
real quick.
so-
Impact. Oh, go ahead,
Hey,
go
Box,
ahead.
no.
There isn't a whistle.
Yeah, don't. I fucking hate doing that, but yeah, to get attention. Now,
Let's keep
Impact,
it under control here.
less N-bombs, guys. If I have to start
Let's
hitting
just keep it
people,
under
that's
control.
not
Now,
cool.
the young man himself, you know, the distance of that altitude balloon was 24 miles off the Earth's surface. Okay. Now, depending on where he is, that Earth should have been spinning at least, if he was look over New Mexico, he would have been spinning at least 800 miles per hour. Right. And seeing he's 24 miles up and then he dropped off and he had to break the sound barrier, he could never have landed in still in New Mexico. No way. He was in another country.
That was my point. Exactly. That was my original point.
Can I assist you in your argument? So
Go
not
ahead,
only did he not land 2,400 miles away from his original destination, he landed 80 miles in the opposite direction against the spin.
Exactly. Hey, thank you, Hank, for pointing that out. The spin of the Earth had nothing to do with the way he landed. I fucking love it.
Land
I
on the
love
wrong
it.
side of the spin.
Exactly. That's such a good point.
That's gotta suck.
Such a good point.
What was Impact's next question?
Yeah, Impact, you can now have your next question. Now
Are
we'll
you just
wreck
gonna
that
diss me
one.
when I ask it again, or are you guys just gonna ask it?
No one's
If you, Impact, if you carry on like a small child, then they will diss you. If you just spit your question out and get it over and done with, you'll probably find they'll answer it.
No one's dissing you, man. Get on with it.
Sure.
I'll do so.
So, wait. So why does like the phases of the moon change for like each side?
Oh
Does that prove the shape of the Earth? Does the
Got nothing to do with the shape of the ground.
Hang on, yeah. it's got
Next
nothing to do
question.
with the shape of the Earth. Please
No,
don't
because if
look
the-
up. Look down.
Wait.
Concentrate on the ground, please.
Wait.
Let me
Okay,
understand this.
Impact. Have a quick think for yourself. How does the phase of the moon have anything to do with the shape of the ground?
Because maybe what I'm thinking here is that
Is
like,
B or
the
maybe?
other planets outside.
No, we're not talking about other planets. We're talking about the moon in comparison to the ground. How does the moon
other objects
dictate the shape of the ground?
Other objects, right? Other objects in our
The moon,
right? They observe to be.
No, we're not talking about other objects. We're talking specifically about the moon. You brought up the moon.
Object of
That's
the
what
moon,
we're talking about.
right? Wouldn't it make more sense for it to be a sphere? It has like
It hasn't been proven.
Not at
They
all.
haven't been proven.
Okay, hold on. No, let's do it the easy way. Fuck it. The moon is a sphere. How does that prove the shape of the ground?
Yeah. Exactly. You're still
Because then you can look at others.
See, that's what I was saying to you, asking you, impact. That's why I was questioning you on how the moon proves the shape of the ground. It doesn't, because it's not the ground.
Let me give him an analogy real quick. Let me give him an analogy.
Wait,
It's stereotyping.
Let me give an analogy real quick.
Make it quick.
Let me give an analogy, okay? If we had a big, humongous ball, okay, above a football field, does that represent the shape of the football field?
No.
No,
I
exactly.
agree. There you go. Thank you.
Right. So you can't look at the moon and equivalent what the moon is to the Earth. Two separate things, right?
Hey,
The
he
Earth
said
has
it.
life.
He said it.
The moon
He
is
said it.
devoid of life. Yeah,
He
nothing's
admitted it.
moving on the moon.
Okay, I have
Hey, you asked two questions, Impact. I'd like to ask you one, all right?
Sure.
So you're on the edge of a 10-mile wide lake. Your friend is on the other side, right? How much curve do you think the globe requires across that 10-mile wide lake? Do you think you should be able to see your friend, or will there be like inches of curve in the way? Hundreds of feet? What do you think?
Ooh.
I don't know, honestly. I wouldn't know.
Just take a guess. Just think of the last time you went to the beach and you're out looking across the water. Do you think you should be able to see across to the other side of a 10-mile wide beach, calm lake?
You're allowed to use binoculars. We'll give you a set of those.
Sure.
He said sure.
Okay, so if you could see to the other side of across the lake, there'd be a couple feet of curve, maybe? Anything more than that, you wouldn't be able to see the lake. You wouldn't be able to see the beach if there's anything more than a couple feet of curve.
Oh, okay.
I mean, is that what you think?
The answer is 800 feet. The answer is 800 feet of drop from one another.
No,
You understand
that's
that, right?
not correct. Not with 10 miles. If he
10
was
miles, 60 foot.
If he had his eyes on the surface of the water, it would be 66.6 feet.
It's 800 inches of feet, not feet. Did that surprise you, Impact, that there should be 66 feet of curving drop, or the 7-story building's worth of curve across a 10-mile wide lake?
Yeah, sure.
Well, it surprised us too, because that's a shitload of curve. And when we go out to bodies of water near us and look for it, we can with optics, we can look across these 10-mile wide lakes and see the other sides. There's not 7-story buildings worth of curve in the way. That's why flat earthers exist. There's no curve.
Oh, okay.
See, the difference is you can go to the lake, right, or salt flat or whatever, but what you can't do is go halfway to the moon. So you have to turn on your TV, and all we have to do is go outside.
Yeah. Okay, wait. So
yeah, and
if we observe that we're in like a solar system, how does that work?
Well, we're not in a solar system.
So looking up, hold on. You're looking up away from the ground. How's that going to prove the shape of the ground?
Yeah.
Because if we look at other planets like us,
so you're looking away from the ground is going to prove the shape of the ground. Okay,
that's
I'll
the
go
wrong
with
direction.
that.
It's the wrong direction, and it's a false equivalence fallacy because you don't know what you're looking up in the sky at night. You don't know what they are, so they cannot be the same as us. You know what the Earth is. You live on it. Okay, so then you measure the Earth's surface where you are. You don't look up and start saying we're spherical. That's not accurate. That's wrong. There's no integrity there. You've got to measure the surface you're on.
Okay, then I have a question pertaining to the Earth. Like, what about seasons? How is that explained?
What? How does that? Seasons are easily to explain because the sun, as it orbits the Earth around us, okay, as time passes, the phases change, don't they? Okay, that's not proof. Season's not proving a shape, is it? Again, that's not proving a shape, is it?
But then the southern and northern hemisphere
okay.
have
For
different
instance, let me answer real quick.
hell.
Do you understand that the sun directly above us represents summer, and then as it transverses further away, it creates in its farthest position, it's now winter. And then we do have fall and spring in between that transition.
Yeah.
But it's not. It's represented by the distance of how the sun is heating up above us. This is how we calculate it. Do you understand that?
That's a time mechanism that switches on spring, and then you have your summer, and then you have your autumn, and then you have your. That's a time mechanism that the Creator has done. Doesn't prove the shape of the Earth, though. That's the point. Seasons do not prove shape.
And my apologies. I said 800 feet, but it actually meant 800 inches. And 800 inches is 66 feet. This is what Hank corrected me on. So I do want to just put that out there. I did misspeak. I misspoke.
It's all right.
I said 800. I said 800 feet, but I meant 800 inches.
That's right. I do want to point out that every time we start bringing up like measuring the surface directly, he kind of has like a I don't know, I don't care attitude. But like anytime he could have like a red herring, like, oh, look at the kitty, the sun, moon, the stars, the eclipses, anything but the surface, right? He's not interested in that. He has no interest in finding out for himself.
Yeah.
As soon as he said that there's like a couple feet of curve across a 10-mile wide lake, he instantly says, "But what about the solar system?"
Yeah, straight
You
to the
gotta look
sky.
down
Don't go
if
to
you
the
want to know
sky.
what you live on.
Yeah. The sky is not going to help me at all to know the shape of the Earth. So I don't look at the sky. I don't say to children, look up because we're on a globe. No, we don't do that. We measure, We measure, and then we find that there is no curvature. That's the gold standard. That's the standard of integrity. That's honor. You honor the thing you're on by measuring it. You don't look up. It's the wrong direction.
Can you imagine if we was using his flawed logic and said, space is flat, therefore the Earth is flat? That would be a fucking terrible argument to make. But that's what his Google is feeding him. These fucking terrible arguments with baked-in logic. The premise that the Earth is a globe is baked in. Hey, how come the other planets, the idea of other planet, your premise is baked in that the Earth, the dirt beneath your feet, is a wandering star. When have you ever seen dirt beneath your feet wandering in the sky like Venus or Neptune?
Yeah. No, it's just all wrong, The wrong methodology. You've got to measure the ground under your feet, and we've done that. That's why we can speak. You haven't done that yourself yet. Impact, you haven't gone out to check whether or not the Earth is curving. So you can't say we're wrong, and you can't be offering us things that we know are not the same, like planets. It's got nothing to do with the shape. So apply yourself practically on the surface you live on. Now, have you measured the curvature? No, you haven't. Go and measure it. Then come back and say, these are my findings. You're wrong because of this, this, and this. That's what you do, you see. Okay?
Well,
Does that make sense?
Mainstream science says the universe is flat. So by that line of thinking, the Earth is flat too.
Yes, because they do say it's flat, don't they? In that documentary called The Principle. I remember I fell out laughing when I heard it. The universe is flat. That's what they said.
Well, the funny thing is that they still like they can't understand how a lot of our systems that we use here on Earth are going to give it a central position and fixed. It's not moving. And a lot of our systems are like they are adherent to that. This is how they can introduce this Cartesian coordinate system XYZ, and everything around us is based upon that. Yes, everything around that is based upon that. Exactly.
Yeah,
and
that's how they know where they are.
They don't get that.
Yeah, that's exactly how they know where they are. Otherwise, like you said, they'd be losing all the wars. You know, your war would be over if you didn't know where you are to use that system to actually hit your targets.
Exactly.
You'd be a loser in any battle. Yeah. So impact, does that make sense that you need to go out and measure the curvature? Then that way you will know either way, yeah? Because it cannot be you don't care, because you do care what clothes you wear, what shoes you put on, what food you eat. I mean, I used to hope that. So if you care about that, then you can easily, it's even easier to just go out and check that the earth is curving or not. You've got the numbers, go and confirm them. It's easy. Yeah? Does that make sense, Impact? You're not speaking, man.
Is he still here? I don't think he's here.
No,
I think he left.
He's gone.
He left.
Oh, right. All right. Okay. Well, he left. You know, that's what happens, ladies and gentlemen. The pressure becomes too much. The realization that he's wrong. Yeah, it's too much. He doesn't even have the decency to say goodbye because he's embarrassed. He embarrassed himself. Remember, he offered up the high altitude balloon. He didn't know the altitude of the balloon. He spoke about the Empire State Building. He didn't know the height of that. The man didn't know anything. Just didn't know anything.
He got wrecked.
All belief. Yeah. Yeah. That's what happens when you're just believing in everything, because you don't know anything when you're believing.
Are there any Globers here in the chat right now that want to try to present an argument against? Go ahead. Anybody?
Please, if you've got your proof, then bring it forward. We could be wrong, yeah?
I guess not. I guess there's nobody here right now. I guess they all fluttered away.
Yeah, that's right. At the moment, they'll come back. But yeah, you know, who was that individual who was hanging on to the moon landings like they were real? Got hit with the media telling him it's not real. Main media telling you that. Oh, that's a slap, man. And then Hank dropped the bomb. Well, the guy landed backwards. He landed behind where he should have been. Felix Pagano landed behind. Wow, that's an embarrassment in itself.
So he landed 2,480 miles from where he should have landed. Because he was 80 miles in the opposite direction.
Wow. So he debunked.
I knew he only went 80 miles.
Right there.
I knew he only went 80 miles, but I didn't realise it was way. Holy shit balls. That's crazy.
Yeah. Totally debunking the rotation of the Earth right there. And then he debunked the curvature of the Earth through his own gondola, and that porthole that we looked through, that was a perfectly straight, leveled horizon. He then steps out onto the platform, everything's curving at an instant. Yeah. Planet New Mexico, as Apocryphon said. That was funny.
I watched that live.
Oh, did you? Yeah? Oh, no, I didn't watch it live. Oh, no. Yeah, he broke the sound barrier, apparently, as he fell. He got over 760 odd miles per hour. If you can believe that.
I don't know how much I believe, but I remember he was spinning because there wasn't enough atmosphere.
He was tumbling. He was tumbling.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah,
there wasn't enough atmosphere for him to hold a steady position. So, like a plane, you know, that flew too high, like the fins and the rudders, they're not working.
Yeah. He tumbled. He dropped for a while, right? He dropped for a while, didn't he? Straight, and then he started tumbling, and then there was a slight communication error, slight visibility error because his advisor was all steaming up as well. He said, right?
Well, he lost consciousness. He passed out.
Oh,
allegedly.
right.
Yeah, he was spinning so fast the blood went to his head, and he lost consciousness. And then once he started reaching the lower parts of the atmosphere, it slowed down the spin, and he regained consciousness, allegedly.
Right. And during all that period, he also broke the sound barrier as well. All in 24 miles. And then still managed to land perfectly, like nothing happened. When he landed in his parachute, he had that well under control.
And then when he landed, he threw up the devil horns sign.
Yes, he did, yeah.
Is the government lying to us?
That just means I love you with your thumb out. If he had his thumb out, that just means I love you guys.
Yeah, or aloha in Hawaii. That's what that is as well. But carry on. Sorry, someone's saying, is the government lying to us? The government's lying every day of the week, yes, of course. Every day.
What don't they?
When don't they lie is the question. Because they lie every day.
But you think that just because you've got a position of political power that you're sort of immune to immorality?
Yeah. Suddenly you're holier than thou. You're a saint. No. Perfect conditions for corruption. That's why they're there, stealing your money.
AI said Felix did 13 flips in 13 seconds and then stabled out. That, I think, would make somebody pass out.
Yeah. Especially at the drop rate as well. Unfortunately for him, he passed away. He had that accident, didn't he, in the microlight, and crashed.
But you know who else that happened to was King of Random. Yeah, he died under similar circumstances.
Ah, right.
Yeah, King of Random. It was just showing people how to make laser guided blow darts that could put what do they call them? Those builder screws, from 100 yards away into a brick wall. The blowpipe, man. He's teaching people how to make battery-less electric torches and just all sorts of stuff. He was really awesome, man. He'd do things with vacuums and gases and stuff. Now he's his family, his brother-in-law and sister or something, is taken over the channel, and they kind of tried to, honor his
honor his work. His works, yeah.
But they do some interesting stuff, but it's just not the same. He was awesome, man. Yeah.
Yeah. When did he pass away? Then when?
It's 2007. I don't know. Yeah, before 2020, I think. Yeah, a while back. But yeah, similar. It was a paraglider or parachute or something like that. But yeah, he was amateur man, venturer. So it's experimenter and and DIY influencer.
What's this guy's name?
King of Random.
Yeah, King of Random.
Oh, okay, yeah. Cool. Yeah.
What a shame. Yeah, you see, when you're going to do the parachute, you see, in the military, you check everything. You know, you check everything before you even begin to go out there. You know, now you can trust that the people who have packed it is that you're still checking, but you know you're relying on the fact that it was properly packed. But if you're doing it yourself, then yeah, you got to make sure. You got to make sure. So you want that thing to deploy properly. Yeah, same with the guy called Mad Mike Hughes, who back in 20, I think it was either 2017 or 18, he died. He was a stuntman, and he had this steam powered rocket. Basically, the steam would be pressurized, and then you release it, boom, and it shoots the rocket up, and it will go up as high as it can, and then parachute deploys, and he comes back down gently. Well, on the last time he did it, somehow the parachute was jammed in there, and as the rocket took off, the parachute was sheared off. So he went up without a parachute, basically. And then that ended his life, because he's going to come back down to an almighty bang, and that was the end of his life. Yeah. As soon as he took off, you could see that the parachute was left behind. It was torn away. And I thought, how could the parachute be stuck with the release mechanism? They're two separate things. The parachute be in its own case, in its own package compartment, locked away. And then you slide it down on the rails, and then you've got your release separate. What happened? Definitely sabotage. Because I don't think a stuntman is going to be that negligent on his equipment that he has to operate and maintain. You know, especially, and the funny thing was, prior to that jump, maybe three or launch, should I say, launches, 2 launches before that, only 1 parachute deployed. So he came down, but it was still a hard bang, and it hurt his legs and everything. All right, silly ass of a man. So you think after that problem with the second parachute not deploying, so only 1 deployed, you'd be double checking and making sure everything is well greased, so there's no slip-ups. I just don't understand that stupid man. Or either that or someone sabotaged him. He was in his 60s. I tend to feel that when I'm in my 60s now, I'm thinking more about safety all the time, not less. So I don't know how he could be in that situation. So yeah, there's been some strange deaths, I'll have to admit. Unnecessary ones.
So I got an argument for you guys. I was arguing with Gemini earlier today, and came up with this idea that they call it observational science. Well, we know what a grammatical qualifier is, right? Like if I say man, we all know what I mean, right? But if I say good man, that totally changes the definition of the word, right?
Right.
We can have like a 10-hour philosophical conversation about what a good man is, what it means to us, right? But we all know what a man is. So when they say observational science, whoop, they change the definition. No longer talking about regular science, because they qualified it as observational science. So observational science is double speak for pseudoscience. And then here's Sabine Hassenpfeffer, a renowned physicist, talking about for the past decades they've been doing pseudoscience. Thanks.
But ours is qualified too. It's natural science.
Truly amazing.
And, you know, they're always like, why wouldn't the other scientists call them out? And they appeal to majority and stuff like that, when the scientists themselves don't even agree on everything. It's the difference between Newtonian, Einsteinian, and Malbromian gravity. They're all, you know, doing different types of gravity. So, according to Professor Pavel Krupa, like, dark matter is debunked with a certainty of 5 sigma. So, snap back to reality, whoop, there goes gravity. Like, Einstein's gravity is out the door if dark matter is debunked with a certainty of 5 sigma. So, go ahead and ask, I dare you, Globers, go ahead and ask your AI about that. But Gemini, why would Sabine say something like that? She's a doctor. She's a physicist. Why would she say that they're doing pseudoscience? Because when people are pissed off, they tell the truth. That's why. Earlier, for the first time, I got the AI to agree with me, like totally, for the first time ever. And it was the argument of, who's right? Is it Einstein or Milgram? Who has the correct gravity? And as I was attacking Einsteinian gravity, it started attacking MOND, which is, modified Newtonian dynamics, Milgramian gravity. And I said both models are incomplete, therefore they're both equally unjustified to be true and fit. And the only problem is that you're stuck in the old paradigm. The majority of people are stuck in the old paradigm. And it's only a sociological thing as to why we haven't switched over to a new paradigm. And then it completely agreed with me. I was like, what the fuck? It agreed with me? Because usually it's a total glober. But it agreed with me on the Thomas Kuhn cycle.
Yeah,
that's what it agreed with me on.
Right. I'm not aware of the Thomas Kuhn cycle. What is that?
So Kuhn cycle is where you have the old paradigm, right? So the old paradigm, the Earth is a globe or whatever, and they get stuck in a science, or it's pre-science, then post-science. That's when they start making up like dark matter and dark energy, and then there's a paradigm shift, and some people get left behind. So you ever heard the term paradigm shift? He's the one that coined the phrase.
Ah, okay.
Professor Thomas Kuhn, Kuhn.
Oh yeah, the name sounds familiar now. Yeah. Yeah.
And he was a professor at the same college as Professor Dickey with an E at the end, not EY, Dickey. And he was the one that discovered the crisis in cosmology. So those two guys were basically noticing the same thing. They were kind of
real
working together.
pseudoscience enthusiasts. That's what I'll call them. Cool, Bennett. Honestly, nothing's based in reality at all.
I wish I could have been there in the late 90s when they were like, oh, the expansion of the universe should be slowing down. Like, oh, fuck, it's speeding up. What are we going to do now? I don't know. Dark energy, man. Dark energy all the way. It has to be.
Is that really the claim? Isn't that kind of like shooting a rifle and then the bullet speeds up as it gets further from the gun? Is that what's going on?
Yeah. Except for in this case, there's gravity constricting the whole universe at the same time. Because space-time. So it's doing the opposite of what they predict.
Yeah, wow, I didn't know that. The one that blew my mind was how they say that galaxies, when they're spinning, that, as something spins, it would seem to be like water going down a drain. It would get faster as the water got closer to the drain, right? But on these galaxies, the arms themselves are spinning
faster than the center of the galaxy. They're not. They're moving as one unit. The arms aren't trailing behind and going slower the further it gets from the center, which I found mind blowing. Like, what? How's that possible?
Yeah, so that's the dark matter theory.
Like the sky.
Yeah, I tend to talk about the sky a lot. I apologize.
No. I'm just saying, like what Travis just said. A bit like what we observe the stars do.
Oh, 100%. Absolutely. They do, don't they?
Yeah. Right. And according to some time-lapse photography, even the moon. Like, people are taking time-lapse photography and are finding it very difficult to actually find any like parallax or speed difference. But of course, I think there has to be, right? But it doesn't look like there is. I don't know. It's weird. It's like you try to measure it and you can't. Strange. But yeah, I don't think anybody's actually seen spinning. Like, how do they even come to that conclusion that they think that they have? Like, I don't think it's like they take a snapshot of it and they go, oh, it's in this orientation, and take another snapshot of it later and go, oh, now it's in a different orientation. It's obviously moved, like it's spun around. Now that arm seems to be facing that other way. Like, I don't think that they do that.
I still love talking to the people that think that Newton is right. The fundamentalists, the people that think gravity is a fundamental force. And then once they graduate from, okay, maybe Newton didn't get it right, the perihelion of Mercury, the orbit of the moon, okay, Newton didn't get it right. Okay, so Einstein. So basically, wherever you put your reference frame, that's what's going on. It's all relative, man. There is no absolute motion. Oh, so the Earth's not orbiting the sun? Yes, it is. Oh, you said there's no absolute motion, then it's all relative. Like, they think they can have it both ways. And then they blame me, like, oh, why are you always trying to get me in a gotcha? Like, I'm not trying to make you contradict yourself. I'm just helping you illustrate that you're double thinking all over the place. Kind of like the math is science. Does math prove things? Yes. Does science prove things? No. But math is science. Okay. Sure, buddy.
It's called a construct.
Called bullshitting.
Yeah, when you have the construct to use that math as a tool, then apply it to science, like they're just all fucktard retarded, because you can't do that, but they do.
It's called bullshitting. That's the geezer just said it. Brilliant. Bullshitting. I love it.
That's why I like using their math to destroy their math. It's funny. And when you present it to them, they negate it, and they cannot agree with it because it destroys their own position.
Yeah, you take their sword and run them through with their own sword. Brilliant.
As I did earlier when we talked about the radius.
Yeah.
That's why I do that. Destroys it.
And he knew you did it well.
Actually, Jen, we're not taking their own sword and letting them get through with it. We're taking their own sword off them so they don't get hurt.
Yeah. Actually, that's even better. Yeah. We're actually doing them a service.
But they don't see it that way. We're trying to help them, right? But they don't see it that way. They rather stab themselves with that sword. It's funny.
Yeah.
Put a cork on the fork.
Oh, you missed it, Crit. I used their own math to debunk them. It was hilarious. It was glorious, bro.
Have a go at this special ed. You can literally look out of the window of a plane and see the Earth spinning underneath you. Oh my God. Yep, that's right, APOC. That was worthy of another beer.
So the plane just hovers there and the Earth turns underneath it. Waits till the land comes to it.
I'm on
If that's the case, me flying from Sydney to Perth, the little plane would take off and it would just do circles, round and round and round, and the ball tard would rotate underneath it at about 600 miles an hour. So slightly faster, I'll get it out, slightly faster than what the plane would be going anyways.
Hey, Matrix, I'm on 44. I'm trying to break my record tonight. We'll see where we get.
You ought to be careful doing that, mate. It'll fuck you up when you get older.
Well, I am older. We'll see what happens.
How about you can take it from experience? It messes with your balance and all shit.
Nah, that's for sure.
I used to drink a carton a day, 24 every day, without a problem.
Yeah, like the doctor would tell you, you got a drinking problem. You tell the doctor, no, I don't. I can drink a whole case and not get sick.
I'm good, bro. Like, I don't
You got a drinking, you got a drinking problem. No, the problem starts when people tell me or take them off me. That's when we have a problem. But no, in all seriousness, bro, back off on them because in a couple of years, it'll hit you like a freight train. Your balance will be messed up just doing dumb shit. Bend over to tie your shoelaces up and you'll kiss the ground. Just weird shit like that, man. Climbing up ladders. Stuff that you just take for granted. Wheel up a ladder. Next thing you'll get to about 4 steps up and you'll freeze up because your balance is all shot. You don't know which way you're going. It'll fry you. So I'm only telling you what's going to happen. You don't have to believe me.
I believe you. People trip out how I can still stand after so many. I laugh at them.
Yeah, but you've conditioned yourself to do so.
I say it's years of experience, brother.
The worst part about drinking grog is your body actually produces a chemical to counteract the alcohol. That stuff is more dangerous than the alcohol itself. So if you ever do decide to stop drinking and go cold turkey, you will find yourself exceptionally ill.
I've heard about that. I heard about people like in their older age. I heard about that, bro. Like I heard about people that they stop drinking at an older age and they realize they get more sick. It's almost like the alcohol kept them alive, bro. That's what's weird, right?
No, when you go, so what happens is your body produces this counteractant to alcohol. If you could drink consistently every day, so say every day at 10, you grab yourself a 1 litre, what we call Goonie bag or cask wine, you drink that every single day religiously, no problem. Your body automatically just starts producing this stuff because it knows at 10 o'clock every day you are going to be drinking. So you're a full-blown alco, you start drinking at 10, you drink right through till it's bedtime, you go to sleep, wake up, start again. The issue is when you go cold turkey, your body still goes, hey, I'm expecting alcohol at X time, and it starts producing its chemical to counteract it. That's what wrecks people. So yeah, be careful, please.
Yeah, for sure. Well, I don't think I'm gonna break my record tonight because I'm getting really, really sleepy. I'm on my 44th, so I don't think I'm gonna break my record tonight, bro. It's okay though.
What is that? About 3 gallons? 44 times 12 something? 12 ounces?
Yeah, I don't know how many ounces
Out
is
of
one
beer.
beer. How many ounces of Modelo? I don't even know, to be honest. Yeah, 12 fluid ounces. Yeah, you're right. Ugh. Yeah, it's all right.
How are you counting after like 30?
I have all my bottles lined up. I was keeping count because my personal record is 53 beers. So I was just trying to keep record to break it. But
can you imagine drinking 53 Pepsis?
Whoa, no.
Why not just drink like liquor,
After about
tequila?
20, I'm thinking like 25 looks like 50.
When I drink liquor, like hard liquor, I black out. So I'm a lightweight to liquor, like hardcore liquor, like vodka or rum or any of those things. I can't drink a lot of that. If I drink a little of that, like I've been around friends, right, and they'll break out a bottle. I'll take 3 shots. I'm done. That's it. It's a wrap. I'll black out. But when it comes to beer, bro, like bottles of beer, I could go all fucking night, bro. It's weird,
So
but
I got mates that are complete opposite. They'll have 2 or 3 beers, and you've got to actually hold them up because they're that wrecked. But you give them a bottle of rum, and they'll drink that shit like it's water.
exactly, bro. It's like a whole nother level, bro. I have friends like that too. He'll drink a whole fucking bottle to himself of some vodka. It'll still be fine. I don't get it. I can't do that. But I'll tell you what, though, if the conversation gets spicy, I might break my record tonight, bro, because it just makes me drink more.
Here, I'll spice it up for a second. Hey, Glober, is your house moving right now?
How fast is your house moving right now?
So what percentage alcohol is that crap you're drinking?
Modelo's? I don't know. What is the percent? I don't know what the percentage is.
Modelo is around 3%. Mexican beer is real low. But if you got some domestic stuff, would be a little bit higher. But Mexican beer is always cheap.
Yeah, the facts.
That's why you can drink like 30 of them. If you drink 30,
hey, bro, Modelo's is like water, bro. Oh, no, what's even worse is Bud Light, bro. Bud Light, that is, you could drink that all fucking night and not be drunk. It's like water.
What was the one when I was over in the States? Was it Bud Light Platinum or Bud Light Premium or something like that?
Yeah,
and it had a high percentage. What was that? Sorry.
Yeah, Platinum.
Are they in a blue bottle?
Yeah, they're blue. Yeah.
Because those were going down pretty good when I was over there, and a couple of nights there, I drank a full carton of those things, and I was wrecked. They were great.
Yeah. So if you go to Texas, like you can have 15% alcohol per volume, so you can get like 4 Locos, and I don't recommend that you drink a full can of that shit. You take shots.
Dude, I remember when they banned Four Locals, bro. Like I remember that. They were saying it was too strong and too like bad. And then like literally Four Locals had to change up their position to even be like sold in the stores. They had to decrease it. I remember that,
Dude,
bro. That
I got a funny story. Funny story. So I get off early one night, and my friend's like, "Hey, go pick me up some beer," because he stayed, past midnight, and they don't sell it after midnight, so he was stuck at work. So I go pick up like 4 Locos, and the two people selling me the beer, they're like, "Hey, buddy, go get some help. Like, we want you to live." And I'm like, "What the fuck?" Like, they're telling me to go to Alcoholics Anonymous because I picked up like four Locos. They're like, "Really, man? Go seek some help."
That's funny, dude. Yeah, I remember when Four Locals first came out, dude. Man, people were getting turned on that, dude. It was so strong. And then I remember they banned them. Like
What is
stores
it?
literally had to
15% and
stop.
it's strong.
What?
What is it? Percentage? 15 or 16, something like that.
I don't remember the percentage, but I just remember they got you turned, dude. Like you drink like 2 of those and you're gone. You're toast after that, bro. That's a wrap.
Because one of the bars that I went to, they were selling a Dutch beer, and it's 28%. Tastes like shit, but yeah, one of those and you're off tap. They're great fun, but yeah, absolutely putrid. Like I don't know why they or how. It's just nasty. But yeah, there's plenty of higher percentages than that.
One night I was partying with one of my buddies, Albert, and he drinks Guinness.
Yeah,
and,
I don't mind a Guinness or 3.
Yeah, dude, I was trying to fuck with him, right? Like, all right, cool, fuck it, let's do this. Dude, Guinness fucked me up, bro, in no time. Like that shit, I couldn't drink a lot of it
because
bro.
you're used to drinking light beers. Guinness is full strength.
Exactly, bro. Like I was gone, bro. Like after a few, I was as a wrap, bro, for sure. Yeah. but like Modelo's, Bud Light, Ultras,
light beers, all light beers. Yep.
Yeah, all those beers, they're water, bro, and I could drink a shitload of those, bro. Like I said, bro. Like this Modelo right here. This is number 44, and it's weird because I know I have a high tolerance.
Yeah.
I have a high tolerance though in that aspect, but that's only because I've been drinking since I was 14 years old. So you literally like do build up to that though. Like I know that if I was partying with somebody, like they wouldn't be able to outdrink me at all in this aspect. But if they introduce shots or like IPAs, they'd take me out, bro. Like I wouldn't be able to keep
IPAs are putrid. I don't know how people drink them. Hey, here's a great idea. We've fucked up our recipe. Fill it with hops. She'll be all right, mate. Oh, nasty. Like I get the purpose of it. Hops is a preservative. So when you're transporting them over long range, I get the original idea behind it. But we've got a lot of little craft places that have popped up here and there, and they're just. I'm not a fan of really hoppy beers, so you go there and it's like, okay, mate, what's the one with the least? Oh, this one's called Red Rhino. Try this, and we'll see how that goes.
Hey, dude, talking about red, my most favorite beer out of all beers that I've ever tasted. We have a restaurant here in the States. It's called BJ's. And BJ's restaurant, they brew their own beer, and they have this one beer called Jeremiah Red. Bro, that is my absolute favorite, bro. It's called Jeremiah Red, and it's so fucking tasty, dude. Now I could pound those too. Like I could throw those back. But I will get fucked up off of those, bro. But BJ's is the only place that makes those. They're the only place.
One place in the States I did get to go to was a joint called World of Beer. I went in there and there's just taps. What was there? 27 taps all lined up, and it was only the end 4 that weren't being used. And it's like, okay, where do we start? Just at one end. Just go for it. I got messed up that day. That was great fun.
Wow.
I even took a 6-pack sampler with me afterwards when I went back to the motel. That was a mess up, that episode, eh?
I only drink Great Northern, nothing else.
Yeah, you're soft.
Yeah, mate, only toughies drink Great Northern.
Oh, here we go, Nancy.
I like the Cascade. I like the Tasmanian one, Cascade. Very nice, very frosty and bitey and crispy. I love it.
Cascades, I haven't seen them for a while. Wow.
Full strength, but they're sort of.
I thought you being that extra couple of years older, I thought you were going to into silver bullets. Oh, riches.
Nah, I like Coronas.
Dude, what? Nah, dude, Coronas is like. Remember that scene? I forgot what movie it was, but it was a comedian, and he was like, "Oh, you're drinking Grandpa's medicine," and then he takes a shot of it, but it's his year. Oh, I think it's Dumb and Dumber, and he drinks it, and he's like he's
taking a whiz in the bottle.
Yeah, and then he's like, "Get out of here," because he literally drank piss. Like, bro, I feel like Coronas literally taste like piss, bro. I can't stand Coronas. They're so disgusting, bro. But don't get me wrong. When you're fucked up drunk and that's all that's available, I will drink Coronas, bro. Like, it's beer at this point, and I don't give a fuck.
Yeah, I don't know. I like that cold, sort of bitey sort of thing. Not much.
Tell you what I don't mind. I've got a bit of a sweet tooth. So, like apple cider, pear cider, that type of stuff. I like them. Hot day, smashing one of them down. They go pretty good.
But nothing beats for VB because it's just tasty.
As long as it's cold.
Really tasty. Cold, and it's got that taste.
I normally drink Tooheys New, but I can drink VB, but they've got to be cold. Icy cold.
Well, hold on. Let's get this straight, bro. When you are drinking alcohol and you're an alcoholic, like, as long as it's cold, like, you don't give a fuck. As long as it's cold and refreshing. Like,
Some of our beers over here, VB, if it's super cold, I'm talking to the point of just being off, turning to ice, they are brilliant. But if you get one that's it's cool to the touch, they taste like shit.
Yeah, that's true. There's a lot of beers like that, by the way. That they it's almost like the colder they are, the tastier they are. But if they're like just room temperature or like not as cold, they don't settle right.
But some beers are designed to be poured at room temperature. So if you do go to Europe and that and you end up with a warm beer, don't be offended.
Have you guys ever tried Space Dust? That shit's fucking strong, dude.
Space Dust.
Dude, that will
I don't know what that is.
Up. It's a beer, and I don't know the volume of it in alcohol content, but that is strong, dude. Like, people will get so like hung over from that, bro. Like, that gives me a huge headache. If I've tried Space Dust a couple times, and the taste of it is like is disgusting. But when you're drunk, obviously that fucking don't matter. But the morning after,
IPA.
bro. Yeah, it's an IPA. But the morning after, dude, oh my gosh, that's a horrible experience. Space Dust is strong, dude. Like, that will black you out. It blacks me out, at least. It's equivalent to like alcohol, like vodka or rum or that level. To me, at least personally, to me, like space dust is way too strong for my appetite.
Oh, 8.2%. Extra dry platinums. Yep.
yeah, that'll get you, brother.
Years ago, we used to have these ones, Tui's Extra Dry Platinum. And instead of being a 6-pack, they were an 8-pack. Now, I never ever got to finish a full carton of these things. But anyways, that aside, they knocked the percentage down. So because of the alcohol tax here, someone in their wisdom thought, hey, here's a great idea. Let's knock the alcohol content down so we don't get taxed as much. Well, they knocked the alcohol content down, but what didn't they knock down? The bloody price. Thieving bastards. So they left the price at full tilt, took the alcohol content down, and I'm like, why would I pay $30 more for 2% more than the standard Tui's Extra Dries? Why do I want to pay this premium that much alcohol? Like when they were at full strength, I think they were 8.3%. There was a massive number. And they were rocket fuel, man. They were great stuff. Like, you had 8 of them, you knew you had 8 of them. There was no dodging it. They were crazy good. And they'd go down easy too. Like, you know how some real strong alcohol beers just taste putrid? These had a really good flavour to them. So it was just like, doik, 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 doik. Oh, that went down a bit quick. I might wait for the next one.
Yeah, that's dangerous, bro. When you come across the alcohol, like some beer that's like tasty, like that's what I'm saying. The Jeremiah Reds, they're really delicious, bro. At BJ's, I remember it was like Super Bowl. I forgot what Super Bowl it was, but I think it was like 2018 or 19, and I went to BJ's. Dude, we had pictures of that shit. Dude, Jeremiah Red's so tasty to me, but it's dangerous, bro. Like it's so tasty, like you just keep consuming it, but it's dangerous, bro. Like you got to be careful.
Before we get too drunk talking about beers, anyone got any queries, concerns, curvature proof? Infinite, you do. Come on, don't be shy. The worst we can do is throw a can of beer at you. How's that?
My girlfriend doesn't let me drink beer anymore because she's Muslim.
That's fantastic.
Sounds like she's got a girlfriend.
She also a girlfriend.
It's not just
Burn
beer,
from the
it's
back
all-
of the bus.
It's all alcohol, right? It's not alcohol. It's not haram.
Is your girlfriend also a globe turd?
She is retarded, but not a globe tart.
What about that guy that was a flat earther, but he like proved himself wrong?
Proved himself wrong about what?
Flat earther
There's a lot
that
of
proved
those.
himself wrong.
There's a lot of those types.
Yeah, I mean, what? Okay, hold on a second here. Like, you seem to be in a contradiction.
Like,
What did he prove himself wrong about?
Like,
He proved himself wrong about what?
but if the earth was flat or not.
Okay, so he's a flat earther.
Sounds like you've just heard a cool story, bro.
Yeah, I mean, imagine the mental gymnastics you have to say that sentence out loud. Somebody's a flat earther,
Okay,
check.
I'll pull it up.
But they prove the flat earth wrong, check. And they're a flat earther, check.
Yeah, I know. I'm just. Yeah, hold on.
Yeah, I mean, think about what you say before you say something stupid. If somebody's a flat earther, are they a flat earther or they're not a flat earther?
Well, I just wondered if you guys had heard about him and then, like, what the after story was. But if you guys haven't, then I'll put it up.
What was their name?
Give me a minute.
What was their name?
Flat earther.
He's got to Google
That's just
it now.
some random person thought they proved themselves wrong, and that you really bring that to the discussion. Is that all you got?
Why not just present the proof?
Why not just fart into the microphone next time? It's about the same thing.
That was harsh, bro. What are you talking about? What's going on over here?
What's this? 9 News Australia. Flat Earther proves himself wrong. And all these people reckon it didn't hit the media.
Matrix, I caught a bit of Who Wants to Be a Millionaire, right, with Eddie Maguire, and there was a flat earther on the show. This lady, she had the T-shirt and everything.
Awesome.
But Eddie was really nice. You know, he was really cool. It's like, you're a flat earther, really? Tell us about flat earth. Go on. He said a few things like, you know, we can see too far and this and that. And he's like, oh, good on you, love, you know. He was really cool. He could have been, you know.
He could have been a right dick about it, yeah.
He could have been such a dick, but he wasn't. He's really cool.
Because he's about filling time. Yeah, on you, Eddie.
Mm. But he didn't. He's like, that's all right. If you want to be flattered, don't worry about it. It's all right. Have a go, you know. But he was... and she was so happy too.
She got a 15 seconds of fame.
Oh, yeah. But he didn't give her any crap or anything. She was like, yeah. Big thing with curly hair.
So Infinite posted up someone who's not a flat earther that proved himself wrong as a flat earther.
I just don't get how Globers still defend their position in 2025, to be honest. I don't get it. They're cooked, bro. Like, they're so cooked. I don't even know how they have the audacity to stand up for their nonsense.
So Lucid Dream State, you live over here, do you?
Yes.
It's flat, isn't it?
It's pretty fucking flat.
What parts? Have you driven across the Nullarbor yet?
Still not as flat as my ex.
Have you driven across the Nullarbor yet?
No.
Do yourself a favour. If you get the opportunity, please do it. See that picture that I posted up?
Yeah.
That's the road you'll be going along.
See. I went to the Great
I want to buy land in Antarctica. I feel like it will be a valuable opportunity in the future.
Why? So you can do another TFE so we can all point and laugh at you?
No, like, you know, it's like the last virgin lands, pretty much.
Well, good luck talking to the government about getting a little patch down there.
There's nothing special about it, man.
Especially
how do you know? How do you know it's the last version that lands when you haven't been everywhere?
No one cares.
We haven't been there yet.
Why does it matter?
Been anywhere,
why does it matter? And are you guys even listening? Why does it matter?
Because you can like buy land and maybe like start country down there, you know.
I know, but like, what's so important about it? Why does everybody want to talk about it? I don't get it.
Because it's fascinating.
It's like you talking about Italy or something. Like, oh, we got to move there. It's like, what's so important about a geographic location on Earth? What's so great about it?
Undiscovered land.
Really? Oh, that's not true because people have already named it and people have been there, so it's been discovered. Hello.
Not by most. Most people have never been there.
Dude, isn't it cold as shit? You can't grow anything.
That's different from being undiscovered, and that is true, according to what people are saying about it.
About the only thing he's going to be growing down there is ice cubes.
Yeah. So, I mean, what's so special about it again?
Well, I just think it's very fascinating.
Well, good for you. Maybe you can set up a little hut there and live for the rest of your life.
I want to when I retire. I want to retire.
Yeah, that's great.
Like, if I was really rich, I would try and start my own country there.
Okay. At least you got a 5-year plan. Oh, that's good. Now you want a cookie for that? Are you happy now that you said you're going to live over there?
People used to live there, back in the day when whaling was still a thing. Like, people whale in Antarctica and live there and stuff. It's not inhospitable like people make it out to be.
But I'm still saying, so what? Yeah?
Well, it's just
you're just talking about a place on Earth.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. You're fascinated by Antarctica. Okay, some people are fascinated by, the United States. Some others are fascinated by Australia. Like,
I want to move to the US. I apply for the green card lottery every year.
Well, hopefully that goes good for you.
Thank you.
You gotta find.
I'm just trying to see. Go ahead, Chris.
I was like, you gotta find an American gal to marry you.
Yeah, I mean, the conversation here is always trying to get people to realize what is the context of what you're saying in relation to the topic. Always. We're always trying to do that. Like, well, why do you guys think certain topics are so important? Why do they need to be discussed? We're really trying to get into people's minds because it seems like everybody's convinced that the world is a giant globe. It's a giant spinning ball. That seems to be the issue, right? Like, that's why we're here. And, people lose their ever-loving minds when we start talking about it's not that. And I want to know why. Do you identify as like a, some kind of human being that's hurtling through space on a giant rock?
That's what I've been told.
I don't know. Well, I think it goes deeper than that, to be honest, man, because the people that come in here, they're spitting venom every time they find out that that's not what the case is. They're angry, they're upset, they're stomping, they're going crazy, they're lying, they're deceiving, they're doing all kinds of things because the earth isn't what they've been told. And we're just trying to figure out what's the problem. What's going on? Tell me the real reason why you think the earth is a globe.
Honestly, I can't personally verify either way. It's sort of like saying, do you know the Eiffel Tower is real if you've ever been there before?
Okay, that's great. So you don't know that, you believe it, but once you go there, you're like, oh yeah, I see this wonderful, magnificent structure. It's wonderful. So aside from that, the Earth being a globe, how can we verify that it is such a thing as that? What do you think? What do you think we can do humanly possible?
Well, a lot of the experiments that I've seen that try to see if it's curved or flat, they rely on, looking out onto the horizon on an ocean, and that can be affected by refraction. So I actually don't know what experiment to do.
That's a good place to start.
Live stream.
That's a good place to start, and that's an honest answer for real.
What have you done any experiments yet?
Yeah. So
last week you said you did theodolite reciprocating zenith angles measurements. That was just a blatant lie?
Yeah.
Oh my God. You went on for like an hour about that.
Travis, he's really coming clean with it. Maybe he's just trying to confess,
Were you there for that conversation, AV, when he went on and with all the details of how he rented this theodolite? He did all these measurements, got all these reciprocating zenith angles. Oh, at least you're admitting it was a lie. That's crazy.
Forgive me. Who am I speaking to, anyways? The other guy, not you, Travis.
Ricardo Mipos.
Me. That doesn't solve the issue. I'm driving. All right, it's Ricardo.
Yeah, I know who he is now. You've got that like meme photo of like a Chip and Dale's dancer guy. If I'm thinking the right thing.
It reminds me of Rico Suave. Remember back in the day, Crit? Like the really like silly like rap they used to have back in the late 80s, early 90s. Anyway.
Isn't it the hide your kids, hide your wife, dude?
So, yeah, getting down to brass tacks, man. Like, since you've already come clean and Travis identified you as a guy that says that you did something, now you're backtracking saying, I never said that. I never did that. That's okay by me. All I'm saying is, like, people need to realize, where their limitations are. And that is that you can't tell if the earth is a globe or not. You just believe it. Yeah?
I believe the earth is flat as well.
Well, belief isn't required. But see, the thing is, you should be factoring belief out to get to the fact. Whatever entanglements or whatever things you're using to drive yourself into a belief pipeline versus a knowledge pipeline, that's what you should be doing in terms of science, logic, and reason. Beliefs shouldn't be required.
Good point.
The earth is flat because I went to go hiking and I just saw flatness instead of mountains.
Why do you talk like a cartoon character? He's talking like a cartoon character from like Family Guy or something.
Yeah, it might be because his brain's resetting. So he went hiking and he saw flat Earth. Would that make it flat Earth or not flat if you saw flat?
You go hiking on the moon?
Oh. Well, it was really top. It was on top of everything, and I just saw flat. I don't know why.
Would that be flat or not flat? If flat,
it just looked flat, man.
Dude, I mean, I don't know what's wrong with you guys. Is it possible that on the internet we can have a decent conversation? Probably the answer is no, but anyway, we're gonna try, right?
Yes, sir.
All right, so honestly, because I know I can see right past you, like you're not cloaked to me. So why do you think the Earth is a globe, dude? Like, what's the real reason? Give me the honest reason why. You're not cloaked, dude. So don't that charade you're doing right now. It's not gonna work. Like, if you continue, it's not gonna work.
I am a flat earther.
That's bullshit.
I am.
All right, you're a huge waste of time. Yeah. And we do this like about 1,000 times a day. We deal with idiots.
I am though. Why do you not believe me? I am a flat earther.
Yeah. How are you a flat earther? Yeah. Describe to me.
I believe.
Describe to me what's the reason why you're a flat earther. Go ahead.
Because of the ice wall.
Yeah, I knew it. I broke you, man.
The ice
only
wall.
One question. That's it. You can't
I believe the flat earth because of the ice wall.
The gimmick that you guys do as Globers is you pretend that you try to be a flat earther and you epically fail, like every time. You don't even know how.
Why are you so self-conscious though? I don't get it.
Self-conscious? No, I'm actually
you're boring me.
Yeah, I'm identifying.
Yeah, you're boring.
My beliefs are better than yours anyway.
Really?
Yes.
Hang on. So a wall.
Where's your scientific fact, though? Where's your scientific facts?
A wall tells you it's flat.
Yeah, have a statement.
What you got here is a demonstration of why they would lie. People always asking, I don't get it. I don't get why NASA would lie or why the government would lie about this. It's too big. It's too important.
NASA fake space photos. NASA fake space photos.
So this guy right here is a practical demonstration of why people lie.
You know what he's doing? What he's doing right now, he's projecting to be autistic to say that.
I'm not projecting. I believe in Earth is flat. I believe Earth is flat.
Yeah, shut your bitch ass up.
Why you not believe me? I've been studying this for years.
Yeah, shut your bitch ass up. So all he's gonna do is gonna continue this troll like he's autistic. And
I'm not a troll. I'm real.
Autistic. And the thing is, dude, like if you would ever take this, if you were to take this seriously and actually have a conversation, your whole worldview is just going to crumble because you're going to find out you can't substantiate the Earth being a globe. You can't do it. No one can. That's what we've been asking people for years. And it seems like all you guys got this idiotic troll that you guys do. This not worth our time.
Kick him then.
Yeah, your defense mechanisms are wearing thin.
Nah, they don't have to. See, the easy thing to do is that he's padding our numbers. So it helps the channel when he's in here. Even though as idiotic as he is, we could just mute him. And, people say, hey, man, look, that channel's jumping. So he's contributing to, his contribution is noted.
Yeah, it has to be said, too, because when people ask questions, like, I don't know why government would lie. Well, why did this guy lie?
Yeah, exactly.
No reason. I mean, he probably doesn't even know himself. Yeah. He got this topic. He saw flat Earth. It was an insult to his sensibilities. So rather than articulate for a globe position or articulate why he thinks it's not a flat, he decided to just lie.
And they always say, why would they lie? Why would they lie? Well, look at this guy. Why would he lie? Huh?
So, like, when you want to dissect, you want to figure out what's going on, and there's some you're not sure, and there's some things that seem like they're hurdles to jump past. All you gotta do is just wait around. You'll see some of the most goofy, bizarre behavior, and you can attribute that as some kind of baseline normal. That would be your baseline observation. And then from there, you can start answering your questions.
Yeah, the truth actually shellacks your worldview. Yeah, so you don't want to face that. So you put on this troll, you put your clown makeup on, your clown wig, you come in here with your floppy shoes, and you act like that. And I mean, you gain nothing out of it except for the fact that you don't like the truth. You walk away with just this empty void of you can't produce any evidence that the Earth is a globe. It's like, wow.
Yeah, he answered his own question. Why would they lie? Because they're afraid of the truth. Why did he lie? Because he's afraid of the truth.
Exactly. All he's got to do is put on his honesty hat and say, okay, let's tackle this head on. How do I know the Earth is a globe? Let me look. All right. I was told in 3rd grade by Miss Jenkins, and she said Earth is a globe, and we got all these planets, and that's how I know the Earth is a globe. I mean, it's real, right? But if you don't want to be, he's just going to act like that. So, I don't know. It's kind of like a view into human psychology. You can see the human mind when it can't, actually face the facts or really know what's true. This is the kind of outcome you get.
And you're not really being honest yourself, though, because you don't know if that's true.
Oh yeah, I do.
Yeah, we just demonstrated.
I do. The evidence is the way he's acting and behaving. So if it was true that he could sit there and actually articulate his points like as a normal person, he would do it. But he refuses to. So yeah, because people are afraid. It's a mask people put on, dude. Come on, it's a mask.
Oh, what do you guys have any theories about? Like why they would lie about being a globe?
Yeah.
Yeah, the theory part is easy to come up with. You can come up with all kinds of things. One of my favorite ones is a weapons program.
Oh, I think that's a big one, though. I think that's a huge one. If you're going to say theories, that would be huge. Weapons testing, right under people's noses. Bigger, better, faster killing machines to destroy other humans.
How is that logical?
How is what logical lying?
No,
The better question is, why would they tell the truth? You know that government lies. You know that they lie all the time. You know that there's never any accountability for why government lies. At best, you get them, they just shrug their shoulders and lie again. At worst, they just fundamentally change reality.
You lie to get ahead.
They're already ahead. They're at the top. How could they lie to get ahead if they're already ahead? Well, how does that make sense to you? Why would you say something so stupid?
It goes back like before NASA started.
They're already ahead. Why would they have to lie to get ahead if they're already ahead?
I didn't say that. I just said that that's why that you lie to stay ahead as well.
There's a very a powerful Russian proverb that's a lie can get you ahead or forward, but you can never get back. It's counterintuitive to lie to get ahead. Because sooner or later, you're going to get fucked up and you're going to trip up. And then you're going to fall. You won't be able to keep your lie straight.
Yeah.
So no, people don't lie to get ahead. And if they do, it's not going to turn out well.
I didn't say that.
So you've got government who always lies.
Mm-hmm.
Everything they say is some level of deception, propaganda, whatever. There's never anything truthful coming out from government. And you know that the only people who've ever been to space is the U.S. federal government, the executive branch, the worst of the three branches. Like the most scummy. Oh, go ahead.
I was gonna say, and they're known liars from the as soon as they get up and their feet hit the ground, they're already lying. So why would you trust those guys? So we got Dan Fessler in the chat. Is he even in here?
Don't know. His account's been on for the last couple of days, but I haven't heard him say anything yet.
Yeah, Fessler's like the old anti-flatty. But he's been he's like a Matthew Learns type of character, you know?
Yeah, Dan's back. Wow.
Yeah, Dan since, I don't know, back in the day, man, when we first started all of this. There's a few names, yeah, that do that.
Yeah, we had Talon in here earlier carrying on. All roundabout, run you round and round in circles, bullshit, not answering. I'm a slimy little snake.
X guy? It's been a long time.
Talon X, yeah.
Yeah, he used to come in here a lot, and then they took his room away. Then he boycotted the server for a while.
Yeah, he was a bit of a clown.
Who owns the server?
There's a committee of people.
Oh yeah,
the founders or something like that. They have I think it's founders. I had to look. Yeah, so it was a bunch. I don't know all the lore play by play, but it's there was a bunch of smaller servers that all combined. That they all had some sort of take on politics and discussions and debates and whatnot. And then they all combined into one server with the idea that each one of these groups would have an equal share. And then it worked out okay, but not perfect. So then they kind of pared it down that the founders were going to be kind of separate from the groups. That way they didn't have any sort of infighting between the different groups. And then from there, you've got people who would represent different special interest groups.
I thought Heretic was like one of the owners.
He's the room owner for this room.
Okay.
So that's like kind of, in a way, functions as that sort of, like a founder. Like he's responsible for this room as a founder of this topic.
Yeah.
You got Jedi in here. What's up? What's up, bro?
Morning, mate. Morning, everyone. Hope you're all doing well.
Yeah, we only got like 30 minutes before we get the call to prayer, so just trying to get in as much as I can.
Oh, bloody already. I've only just got back from the last ones. This is hard, man.
Tight schedules and whatnot.
Yep.
Yeah, just nothing really interesting. That's some guy pretending to be autistic and declaring he's a flat earther. And then, I mean,
pretending to be autistic. All right.
Well, you missed nothing. 2 hours to 4 hours ago, the terrific trio: Mansky, JJ Fish, and what's the other muppet that follows them along? Anyways, yeah, usual clown car, and then we had Talon to back them up. So that was our treat for a couple of hours.
They're carpet bombing you with bullshit, huh?
Trying to.
What did they say?
Just the usual shit, going round and round in circles, and you can pick it. How do you prove this? Oh, we do this. Okay. What about long refraction?
Yeah, refraction.
That's their stick. They'll lead you into a conversation, and as soon as you do any long range, mention anything long range, anything laser, anything radio wave, their default get out of jail free card is refraction.
Yeah, India was into it with, I don't know, maybe JJ Fish or whatever.
JJ, yeah.
And it seems like as soon as you get right down to it, they don't know what it is. They're just using the talking points from some of these anti-flat earthers, and they're trying to make their points that way. And it's just like, I mean, it's boring because you're not saying anything, dude. You're just repeating what rhetoric you've heard on some video, and you don't know the finer details. And I think DJ pulls these guys up on them, so it happens all the time.
Well, they're all actually DMing each other, because I've noticed with the three of them, every single one of the arguments that they've brought out are all identical. And it's only three of them that do it. And they all, if you notice, you'll get one will come in, and then about 2 minutes later, another one will sneak on in, and then the third one will slide on in the background, and they'll all be backing each other up. So if you catch all three of them together, red flag 2, and just rail one of them. Then when you finish with him, kick him to the curb and unlock the next one.
Yeah, they talk over each other, and then you answer. If they're all three mics are open, you answer one, and the other one's like, I that's not my point, and they try to do a little confusion tactic, and you know what I mean? Like that's a gimmick right there. You weren't talking to me. There's a bit of that. Oh, shut up, dude.
But it's interesting. I've been listening to them like all last week. Every single argument that each one of them's brought up has been identical to the other one. And it was Mansky the other day when he said something and I grilled him about someone in his DMs. And it was like, oh no, I'm only talking to JJ. I was like, haha, that was easy. It wasn't the one I was expecting, but I knew someone was in his DMs just because of this argument that he brought up. The VLBI thing. Interesting how no one's ever heard of it. Then all of a sudden, there's 3 people within 2 days all saying the same thing.
Yeah, Charmhole is coming in with the megalithic yard and acting like that's actually a point. It's not. And he comes in with is there any honest flat earthers that want to have a discussion? Yeah, always does that bullshit every time he comes in here.
You just mentioned the megalithic yard. I just read the book about that whole thing. That was pretty crazy. How they measured that using Venus, Saturn, or something. And is that what you're talking about?
Yeah.
Yeah, that was a pretty incredible book. Even though it's full of a lot of horse shit about but still that specific the megalithic yard. That guy's a full on glober, but it was still awesome.
Yeah. Yeah. That's a point he's trying to raise.
How does it work in his favor?
That
you need to. Well, I think I'm lagging. Go ahead, Chris.
Yeah, it works in his favor because he says that this topic demonstrates flat earthers aren't honest discussers or the topic discussers. Therefore, if they're not willing to discuss this topic, this megalithic yard, then they're not talking about anything that's honest. And you're like, okay, well, follow the logic. Like, follow that logic. Where do you end up at? Do you end up asking again, or do you bow out of the conversation? And he's like, both. I bow out because you guys are not honest, and I'll ask you again to discuss the topic. So you're like, okay, fine. Let's just get this over with. Let's go through it step by step. You do it. You discuss the whole thing. Then he says you didn't give him an answer, and your answers were dishonest, incorrect, not worth the talking about, la-di-da, the whole thing. And then his next step is to rinse and repeat and start it all over again. It's like that. You remember the TV show or movie with the wizard from MCU, Doctor Strange. He says, "Hey, Mr. Dormammu, I'm here to negotiate," and he got stuck in the time
and he keeps
loop.
dying.
Yeah,
he keeps dying every time.
That's what Charbonneau thinks he's doing here. He thinks he's going to come in, day out. I'm here to he's got some power and control over the space-time continuum. So finally, after a month of him doing this, maybe I don't know, something like that, more than weeks, okay, maybe less than a month, but more than a week. I finally tell him, I got a solution for you. Just start your own channel. Just do that. Just make
a global channel.
Well, no, I mean, there's you can make your own channel on the server. You just click on, there's a little button there that you click, you make your own channel. And if it gets enough traction, enough popularity, then the founders will say, hey, would you like a channel in our guest area? He can't do that, though, apparently. I'm like, well, why can't you just, there's a process here to set up to discuss a topic you want to discuss, and people who are interested could join the discussion by clicking on your channel. And then he says he can't do that either. I'm like, well, have you tried going to other channels to discuss this megalithic yard? Just go into the vegan channel or whatever and see what they have to say and see if you get repeatable results. All the people are unwilling to discuss this topic. So then you've got cross-referenced, because now you go into each channel, you say, hey, I'm here to talk about the megalithic yard, and no one here is willing to talk about it. Go to the next channel. Okay, next channel. He won't do that either. So I said, the only thing you're going to do is join this channel that you think that people here are dishonest, can't answer your questions, but also do answer your questions. But the answers they give you are not answers, and they're answers that you've adjudicated as dishonest, incomplete, non-understanding, avoiding the topic. And he's like, yeah. So I go, now you went from Dormammu to like fucking Groundhog's Day at this point. You know, like he's in a prison of his own. You know, this is like he's mentally locked himself into like a framework that he can't escape. And
it's kind of a research.
One last thing. And the worst part of that is he blames you for that. It's your fault.
Yeah, that megalithic yard topic, it's not something you can really quickly explain to somebody. You really got to do a lot of your own homework on that topic. It's, you know what I mean?
Yeah, one time before I said, just present it. What you got to present? Nothing. I just want to ask people questions about it. I'm like, well, what if they don't know anything about it? Then they're not honest. Okay, well, if they do know something about it and they answer you, well, they're not honest either. I go, so if they answer or don't answer, they're not being honest. And you also answer or don't answer, but you're being honest for some reason. And he's like, yeah. Like, it's a hot mess. Any way you try to dissect what he's trying to offer here, it's like, dude, you are just a hot mess. Just it's this hot garbage was spewing out of your mouth to the point even you don't believe it. If you believed even for like 1%, that is 1% enough reason not to ask again. Or even present again.
Another visitor. Stay a while. Stay forever.
Welcome.
That's very kind.
What brings you here, young fellow?
Well, I was going to ask if anyone here is a Christian.
Off
Well, I
topic.
don't know what that's got to do with the shape of the Earth, but anyways.
Well, it depends, actually. I mean, if you worship a Jew, it makes sense that you would believe that the Earth is flat as well.
So, depending on who I worship, will change the shape of the ground.
It's more like, the brain capacity.
Well, you
So
have a
depending
problem.
on who I worship, will change the shape of the ground.
Well, I think you have a problem here because all the astronauts are right-wing Christian conservatives.
He left.
Oh, okay.
He gone.
Yeah, it's quite interesting. Like this, the concept of the atheism again. Like, dude, your brain is mush. Like, what the fuck?
Well, he's probably going to another channel that will probably have a good conversation about that. I guess in his own mind.
He go through the same channel. Are you a Christian?
Yeah.
Huh?
Yeah, that's the same thing over and over again. I mean, this is like going back to 2016, where the atheists thought they would stay relevant by trying to get a quick win against people they thought were religious.
Now, do you know what I found interesting with that one, Crit? Listen to him talk. He sounded a lot older than normal teenagers we get coming through here carrying on with shit. Why would someone who's older get off on being a complete goose and dropping into channels doing that?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it does highlight the sort of some
Some sort of mental breakdown, yeah. But anyways, now that I've left you with something to think about, you'll have yourselves a great day, and I'll catch you all tomorrow. Peace, guys.
See you, dude.
Run.
Yeah, when you cross people like that, kind of gives confidence. At least my brain isn't that fried.
It's got brain worms, right, Jemsy?
How do you read my mind?
Yeah. We got Dingus that just joined the room. What's up, Dingus?
Hello.
Welcome.
You guys flat earthers? This be?
Yeah, most of us, not everyone.
Yes. What do you think the strongest argument against flat Earth is? What do you think
Against flat Earth?
Like, what's the strongest argument for and the strongest argument against, in your view?
It's measured flat.
Yeah, it's measured flat. That's strongest for, and against 0. There isn't any.
Well, the three main ones that we get in here are why would they lie? A question argument, which is quite irrelevant, really. And then the next one is photographs from space. And then the third one would be just a declaration that anyone in the minority, any opinion or idea or whatever, that's 49% is automatically stupid. And if stupid, therefore wrong. And if wrong, therefore misinformation. And if misinformation, therefore dangerous. And if dangerous, therefore criminal.
Okay. Well,
So that's basically the three arguments that you got.
The best arguments I've heard against flat Earth are how does the north and the southern hemisphere see the sky rotate in different directions, like clockwise versus counterclockwise.
So if globe explained flat Earth, okay, that's pretty bad. That's like I would abort that instantly.
And everyone is looking up at the same direction. They shouldn't see the sky rotating.
So if hemispheres, if globe, how does flat Earth work? If globe, abandon that immediately. Like
wait, hold on. I'm saying
if hemispheres and stars rotate on the globetard, explain it on the flat Earth. Yeah, abandon that immediately. Like throw that in the bin.
What is going on right now? I'm saying that if
I'm giving you feedback.
Australia,
if you're pointing at the sky, that's the wrong. How about this? How about this one?
Okay, that's fine. Can I just give you my three arguments that I heard against flat Earth?
Dude, abort. Your first argument is garbage. You're not even looking in the right direction.
I don't. That's fine. Can I just give my three arguments that I've heard, and then you can respond to them? Thank you.
No, just go one at a time. We're not going to gish gallop here.
Just three. Three is not
okay. One at a time to a full logical conclusion.
Okay. Why are you trying to do what I say? Why are you trying to like control me? I don't get it. So there's.
I'm not trying to control you. It's like let's go step by step. Okay, one at a time.
I just want to respond to my three things I've heard, and then you guys can respond to them. So
we're gonna do one at a time.
You love controlling people. I get it.
No, we're not about controlling. I'm letting you know that this is how we run the play. How we run it here. We go one topic to a full logical conclusion.
Okay.
Think about it like the first page of the book. We're on the first page.
By now.
Okay. Well, what I'm saying is, if I see someone in New York City and they look up and the sky's going counterclockwise, and you go to someone in Argentina and they look up and the sky's going clockwise, like the stars are rotating, that's a little bit strange if they're all looking the same direction up. Because, like, if you put a clock on the ceiling and the clock hand is going clockwise, no matter what angle you stared at it from in the room, it would still look it's going clockwise. The way to make it look like it's going counterclockwise is if you like went on the other side of it.
So that's up. That's looking up. That's the wrong direction. To look at the Earth, you look down.
What? You don't think
Earth is down, not up?
But you don't think indirect evidence can be evidence of things?
So that wouldn't be an argument for flat Earth or against flat Earth. That'd be an argument for a sky, which is not the Earth.
Okay.
So that would be a different topic. That would be a sky topic.
I got a suggestion.
Earth topic.
I got a suggestion. So if you're gonna say them, can you just say the topics of what they are? You don't have to go into them because that engages us. So don't go into them. Just tell us what the 3 points of what you're saying, the arguments you heard. Just talk about the 3 points. Don't go into them. You do that?
Flight times would be one.
Okay.
The other one, and then I already mentioned the sky clockwise, counterclockwise, and then people in Argentina and in Australia being able to see when they're both looking south, being able to see the same object in the sky when they're supposedly on the flat Earth model, looking opposite directions. They're like 180.
All right. You said we don't go into. We know. Okay, 3 points, right? So Jedi, if you want
to. Sorry, dude. Very quickly, what do you think we think the Earth looks like?
A disc with the North Pole at the center and the South Pole of the ring.
Yeah, I get you. No, none of us in this room think that that's what the Earth is, dude. That's a map, right? That's a globe map, actually. That's a globe map that's flattened out from the north, and the southern pole is the circumference of the circle. Now, that's just a map, dude. No flat earther in this room says that is a true depiction of reality. The majority of your questions is to do with that map. We don't proclaim this map, my friend. So it's a straw man argument at best. I think all three were, maybe two.
Yeah, all three were. No, because flight time had to do with the same.
Are you agnostic about the shape of the Earth?
Hold on, Dingus. 1 second. Yeah, we're not talking about a map. Because that's what you're arguing right now. It's not the Earth is what you go outside and view, right? The map is what you were thinking we were actually abiding by. That's not what we're saying the Earth is. What you're declaring what we're saying. It's not it. And Jedi just pointed out the fact. That's not it.
What do you guys think the Earth is looking like?
That's the issue. No one knows, Dingus. Nobody knows. The map projection is giving people an idea of what they think the Earth is. So you might think the Earth is a globe based on something that you were shown, but you can't verify that. And that's what we're asking questions to people, if they can verify the thing they think they live on. And the same, you're trying to ask us the same question, but then Jedi responded with, nobody knows. So now the ball's in your court to say how you know the Earth is what you think it is. Now, how do you know, Dingus, that the Earth is what you think it is?
Yeah, so I mean, one piece of evidence for the Earth curving is just when you look at long distance photography across lakes, that you can see the tops of buildings but not the bottom. Like I saw Chicago across like Lake Michigan or whatever with like long, and you saw the top of the building but not the bottom. That's kind of pretty good. That's reasonable evidence of curvature. Also,
okay, wait, stop. We do have to engage. And now that you're going through your points of why you think the Earth is what you think it is, we're gonna have to talk about each point. Okay, this is the part where Crit was saying we have to like go into it. So this is why we're doing this. The critique right now is internal. So we're listening to what you're saying. Give us a chance to respond to that one thing and see if it doesn't make any sense to you. Okay. So right now we're looking at long distance observations to the Chicago skyline. Is that right?
Yeah.
Okay. So right now you're saying it's an evidence that the Earth is a globe. Now, the distance viewed, what is that distance? What are we talking about in distance wise?
Oh, I don't know.
Okay. Right. Let's just pause for a second. Do you think you need to go do some research and find out the distance? Because we have to find out if the Earth is curving within that distance. It's a very, very important.
Oh, well, I'm just saying that you can see the top and not the bottom. I think that's like a pretty...
That doesn't matter. That doesn't matter. We need to know specifics, brother. Data. You need to support the thing that you think is true with data.
It's cool, though. Sorry, Alfred, to interrupt. It's kind of cool that you understand that when making long-distance observation, there's going to be Earth curvature in a way that is going to stop our ability to see things, right? You understand that at least, yeah?
Just what is your model of why you can see the top and not the bottom?
There was a question there. I thought this was going to be a decent conversation. Obviously, it's not. If I'm going to be ignored, I'll just leave.
Okay, see ya.
Yeah, you can't turn right back around and ask a question when the gentleman was asking you, and you just denied him the answer, and you just went forward and asked your question. You think that's...
I thought it was for you. I thought his question was for you. I thought he was saying...
No, he's asking you. He was asking you.
Okay, well, I misunderstood.
I was literally giving you a compliment because at least you know the premise of the argument. When making long-range observations, the curvature of the Earth is going to get in the way. I was giving you a compliment, dude, and you just literally ignored it and went straight to your model question. So I was impressed that you at least knew that.
Well, I thought that because you were complimenting me, that you were trying to ask them the question of how do you explain...
No, I was telling them that at least you got this far. That was really well done.
Anyway,
if you understand this, right, if we're told the size of the Earth, it's just a mathematical equation to figure out where the horizon should be when you're, say, 6 foot, 10 foot, 20,000 feet above that surface, right? It's just a mathematical calculation.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, and that calculation is 1.225 multiplied by the square root of the observer's height in feet. So keep the math simple. If we're like at the beach and we're laying on the sand and we're looking across the water and we're 1 foot, the distance to the horizon is going to be 1.225 miles. If we're 6 foot, it's 2.48. If we're 8 foot, it's 3.46. This gives us a distance to the horizon where we can make a prediction where we're going to start seeing the boat or the mountains disappear. You understand that, right?
I don't know any of the calculations you're doing, and I don't know if you're like competent enough to make the calculations you're talking about. And my point,
right, okay, dude, you can Google this. It'll be an Earth curve calculator.
My point,
my friend, if you're going to become insulting and saying that I don't know, then this conversation is not going to continue. We're just going to mute you, and you can fuck off.
Why are you talking over me? What is wrong with you? Do you have no self-control?
No, not when people accuse me of being stupid.
I didn't say you are stupid. I said I don't know if you are or not.
Yeah, exactly. And I told you to Google it if you don't trust me. You can Google an Earth curve calculator if you don't trust me. Fuck me, this kid.
Yeah. Anyway, The point I was trying to make was just there is this very basic observation that you can see the top of a building, not the bottom of a building, at long distance photography. And I was curious what your guys' model of why this is the case.
No. Wait, stop. No, you turned it right back around to us. That's a burden of proof reversal that you've just done. I was asking you for specific. I was asking Dingus. I was asking you specifics about that observation, and you didn't come up with anything. You didn't say anything, man. You said I don't know is what your answer was.
I was the one. You're saying I switched to reversal. I was the one.
What the hell is this person's problem?
No. We went back to asking how you know the Earth is a globe, and you said long distance observations, and I asked you for the data to support that, and you did. You said I don't have any. So how do you know the Earth is a globe based on no information to support that claim that you made? I asked you, Dingus.
Yeah, why are you asking? I was the one that started out the question.
Dude, we first because you were talking about. No, listen. You said there's three.
Why do you see the top of the building? No. And you had to answer why. You see the top of the building.
Three strong arguments. You said
answer me questions about this. Inappropriate because then I asked you the question.
No, just mute him. Just mute him. If he's going to act like this on the live stream, then no, mute him.
So you came in with three questions, or excuse me, you said there's three rebuttals that
exactly.
All right, Dingus, just relax. You said there's 3 points that are coming against flat Earth, and you mentioned them, right? So then when we started going into like why, and we said it was a straw man argument because we don't adhere to the AE map, so it doesn't matter about those points. So you said okay. Then I guess those points I can't talk about them. Then I asked you what's important about what you think the Earth being a globe is, and you went into the long distance observations of the Chicago skyline. And then I asked you, what is the distance between the observer to the target distance? And you were like, I don't know. So then I'm asking you, then how can you say the Earth is a globe based on you not having information to support the claim that the Earth is a globe with the Chicago skyline being seen at an unknown distance? Hello?
Oh my God.
Can you support the claim that you see Chicago skyline at an unknown distance and then say it's a globe? Can you support it somehow?
Obviously. But whenever
should you see any of it at all?
Evidence for my claims, you would just say it's a gish gallop. So like,
no,
it's literally tedious.
No, we just want the observer height so we can plug it into the formula that I gave you.
Very controlling of how people talk and how they express.
So Dingus,
oh my God, dude.
The like amount of evidence that I have for my worldview, you would just say this is a gish gallop. Because the idea for you that you could provide lots of evidence for a claim is like
don't mind read. Just give us the information. Let us decide what we say with it. Don't mind read.
Well, whenever I try to say, hey, here's why I think what I think, you just try to control what I say and control.
Dude, would you stop with the meta? Tell us the information. Tell us the information that would support the claim.
Controlling what I say and how I say it.
I'm not controlling. I'm asking for you for information. I'm asking for it. What is the data that supports that the long distance observation of the Chicago skyline is met at any distance? We need to know that information to validate what you're saying.
Yeah. You're just unwilling to hear mountains of evidence because you're controlling.
You haven't said any. You haven't said any mountains of evidence.
Say no, you can't do it.
Hello?
You're not allowed to give more than one.
For God's sakes.
Hello? There's a mathematical equation that gives a distance to the horizon. We first need the observer's height. It's going to make a prediction of how much of the Chicago skyline we should see, if anything. So please, for the love of God, do you know the observer height?
No.
Okay, well, that's a problem then. Because there's a prediction involved because of geometry. The observer's eye height, based on the radius of the Earth, is going to give a distance to the horizon, where you can then make a prediction of how much of the Chicago skyline you should be able to see, if any. So we're going to need to know that. I have, however, posted an observation in the side chat where we do know the observer's eye height, we do know the distances to the oil rigs, and we can make an estimated distance to the horizon, which is well beyond where it should be. But we've got that if you want to see it, if you can't provide the evidence that you suggest.
It's just impossible to talk to you, honestly.
It's not impossible. You just don't want to engage. You don't want to engage with the information.
Off at every turn. It's unbelievable.
Nobody's cutting you off, dude. You're the one that gets hot and bothered because you can't produce evidence of what your claim is supposed to substantiate, which is it's being a globe. And so Jedi's being very specific and what information you should support, and you're not doing it. Now you're whinging about, oh, you're not letting me talk. I can't get any words in. Like, dude, just say what information would support the claim. That's all you have to do. It's pretty simple.
Can I just not be interrupted and say some stuff?
If it's supporting the claim, yes. If it's not, we're probably going to mute you or something.
Okay, so you are controlling. But okay.
Are you going to support the claim or not?
I would like to give a sort of mountain of evidence for my belief, and I would like you guys to not interrupt me.
No. Wait. No. We want to know specifics about the claim you made. If not, abandon the claim and say, I don't have evidence about that claim. That's simple. You're conceding the point. Concede the point.
All I have is prima facie. I've seen long-distance photography where I see the top of Chicago's buildings but not the bottom. Now, a parsimonious explanation for this is that the Earth is curving, and that's why the Earth is occluding the bottom of the building but not the top of the building. That's a
parsimonious.
And then, and if I try to think of like a rival account of why this would be the case, it would need something like, oh, this specific lake has a bulge in it, or
it's just perspective, dude.
There's like mirages going on, or something like that. It's just all these models are like kind of like less plausible than just like the basic one, which is what you see with ships going over the horizon. You see the sails going over the horizon first.
Yeah.
And you see with Chicago.
We all thought that.
Sails don't go first, dude. The hull does.
Hold on. We all thought that though, dude. You're right. This is where we all started making long-distance observations, right? Now, the thing is with this, and the main reason why we're still here, is because when we improve the technology and we've got good atmospheric conditions like a nice clear day, we see exceptionally far. The limitation to our view, if we're on a ball, should always be the curvature of the Earth, right? Doesn't matter how powerful your zoom camera is or your telescope, even the wavelength of light that you use, the limitation to your view should be the curvature of the Earth. We don't observe that, dude, which is what we're trying to point out to you. Even with your Chicago skyline footage, I'll guarantee you we shouldn't be able to see any of it, but you're worried about the bit at the bottom. The bit at the bottom can be explained away and demonstrated on a flat surface where you can make things disappear from the bottom up. It's to do with perspective and how optics work. And obviously, when you're making long-distance observations, there's an awful lot of air that gets in the way, which causes other phenomena. But yeah, this is where we started, long-distance observations. And the long-distance observations that we've got well supersede the curvature of the Earth, which is why we're here.
Yeah.
Why the prediction of the curve should be at a specific...
Why
can't
you see everything from Everest?
But the prediction of the Earth curve should be at a specific location due to the fact that the Earth is a geometric shape, right? So the consequence of it being a shape would be that the surface is curving at a specific rate, which means that Jedi is correct. You'd have to have data, and I was suggesting that as well, for you to support the case that the Earth is a giant sphere, and the rate of distance a drop would have over a long distance would be significant. So you would have to be able to support that with data that we could then have a method to go verify. We'd be able to go outside in the field and test for this.
Why can't you guys see everything from Everest? Everest is the tallest mountain. Why can't you just see the whole world? Now, if you're going to say something like there's clouds in the way, there's probably wavelengths of light that go through.
You're going to slap yourself.
They go through clouds.
Seriously, hold on. You're going to slap yourself.
Why are you controlling right now?
We're not. What
are you doing?
Right. It's because it's so obvious you're going to slap yourself. Please, just let me.
I wasn't done with my
Please, just let me, dude.
Disrespectful. Please don't.
Why are you being so rude? I don't get it.
You were being rude to me. I wasn't done with my sentence.
Dude, I was literally with a big smile on my face saying, like, mate, you're going to slap yourself when I tell you. It's really obvious.
Interrupt me. I don't.
Why are you being an arsehole? I don't get it. I'm trying to be friendly to you.
You were violating my desire to finish my sentence.
Yeah, you asked the question, though. You tried to answer your own question. You asked the question and tried to answer it yourself. That's rude.
There should be telescopes that see through clouds, but not through rock, like certain wavelengths of light. Everyone, and then with those, you should be able to see everywhere on Earth if the Earth is flat. But if it's a globe, you shouldn't be able to do that.
This is pretty idiotic. Let Jedi finish, okay? Because he was interrupting you with very good reason.
No, just never interrupt me. Just don't do it.
We're gonna do it.
If you're gonna act like this, like it's some kind of precious princess, dude, then just fuck off.
I have not been.
We're trying to have a decent conversation with you, but you're acting like you got some kind of privilege.
Control the conversation. You're trying to frame control and control how the conversation goes.
Right.
And
Okay. All right. Let's do this. Do you understand that things appear to get smaller with distance?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So this is perspective, right? So you understand that there's a limit to the human eye how far we can see. That mountain, Everest, looks really, really small over there, but when I get my telescope out, it looks a little bit bigger. Now you understand that optics have an angular resolution limit, so you can be really, really far away from an object and not be able to see it with your eyes, but get a telescope out and there you can see the mountain. So we understand that the reason why things appear to disappear is because of distance and angular reduction because of that distance. Now, theoretically, I guess we can make a really, really powerful telescope, but then we're still going to have a problem. The air that we're looking through, that over a distance of about 200, 300 miles is going to become so opaque the light isn't going to be able to pass through it. That's reflected off of the mountain, for example. So again, we're back to the limitation of the optic being as far as we can see, not the curvature of the Earth.
So I already said that there are probably wavelengths of light that go through clouds, but not
infrared.
Yes. So then you should be able to use infrared cameras.
We do.
To be able to see things like from Everest. You should be able to see, I don't know, Australia.
Okay, there's going to be a limit to how far we can see. I can probably give you high altitude from 35,000 feet with an infrared camera 800 to 1,000 miles, where at that altitude we should only be able to see 220 miles before the horizon. Infrared helps us see further, dude. Again, the limitation to how far we should be able to see would be the curvature of the Earth.
Yeah, you should be only able to see what if the infrared's not going through the rock, you should only be able to see through the air, and then you should be able to see not everything. You shouldn't be able to see the whole Earth. You should only be able to see.
Yeah, you should. Yeah, exactly.
Our telescopes can see the moon. Our telescopes can see like Jupiter and Neptune. I think none of you would deny that the moon and Neptune are farther away from us.
That's fine. Is that looking horizontally through the densest medium of the air that we're breathing, though?
Wait, why? Yeah, well, you have to look through the atmosphere to see up into the sky.
Okay, is that a density gradient when you look up? Does it get thinner?
Yeah, it does get thinner when you look up. Yeah.
Okay, so when you're looking horizontally, does it get thinner?
No.
Right, thank you. So it's kind of not the same thing. I'm trying to point out the attenuation of light through the densest medium when you're looking horizontally at it, like a mountain. We're not looking at the moon, dude.
Now, what I'm saying that if you have light that pierces through air but not rock, it makes two different predictions. One, on a flat Earth, you're going to see everywhere on Earth.
No.
If you're on a curved Earth, you're going to only see the limit of like whatever the angle is of like whatever. Like you can only see, you understand what it would mean on the Earth would be in the way. You couldn't see certain things.
Yeah, we understand that. It's just your first premise of if the Earth was flat, we should be able to see everything. Just spent 5 minutes explaining to you how that's not possibly the case.
I'm talking about wavelengths of light that go.
Yeah, again, infrared still has a limit to how far we can see.
Brother, all wavelengths are absorbed by air. It's just to differing degrees. Okay? The most transparent wavelength is 1550 nanometer. Okay? That's called shortwave infrared. That still would only have a distance of maybe 300 miles tops.
He's actually verifying what you're saying right now.
What wavelength? Good. But not rocks, such that on Everest
I mean, if he sticks around long enough, he's going to realize how wrong he is by all his assumptions.
That's fine.
Do you want the formula? I can give you the formula for the calculation. How tall is the tallest mountain in Australia? Any Aussies know?
Yeah, it's like 7,000 something feet.
7,000 feet from 6,000 miles. What angle is that?
0.0000 something.
You only need a telescope the size of Mount Everest.
You right there, Dingus?
Yeah, I'm just looking up just things like how far can like near infrared light go through the medium of air. How far, in fact, we have seen on Everest, like just stuff like this, just like basic things like
Well,
this.
the reason you can't see far on Everest is because there's other mountains surrounding Everest. You have to be able to see through those. You ever seen a panoramic shot taken from the top of Everest? It's surrounded by mountains. You can't even see the horizon.
You could just then go on whatever mountain is at the ring of the like Himalayas, and then just go from there. It doesn't need to be Everest specifically. It just needs to be a very tall mountain.
Well, how long do you think the furthest photograph distance is from the top of a mountain?
Well, this is saying that 400 kilometers is the furthest visible target on Earth from Everest. That's what it says, that the geometry of Earth is what determines that.
Yeah, it's a cool story.
The geometry of Earth determines how far you can see. Yeah, that's what we were told. But when we look, that's not the obstruction. The only limitation to how far we can see is the optical technology and the atmospheric conditions, the weather.
You guys pick some weird hills to die on. You can really just go in your weather app and look at visibility.
So we cannot see forever.
Do you guys think electrostatics is what keep us stuck to the Earth?
Yeah, but before you go there, can you concede the point at least? If we're going to have an honest conversation, you need to concede something, man. You can't just keep going and asking questions. Say, oh, yeah, you can at least say, yeah, we're right.
No thanks.
That's signifying. Yeah, so you don't see, this is why are you guys so prideful? Why can't you have a little humility in the discussion and say you were wrong? Why?
What was I wrong about?
You're thinking that you could see forever on a flat Earth, and that's not true based on the information that's been given to you, isn't it?
I think you could see if you use the right.
You can't, dude. Like, so Jedi was telling you that you would see the atmosphere being opaque over distance. That means that even the light would obstruct. You couldn't see past the atmosphere. That's a big problem.
I mean, we could use like things like gamma radiation and like really extreme radiation.
Bro, you're not being sensible right now. What has been done to actually see long distance viewing that we could see, like in your imaginary hypothetical right now, you're conjuring up something that's going to give you a way to think that the Earth is still a globe, but there's no way that you could see those long distances based on practical information and what has been done already. You have to concede the point, dude. That's going to show humility on your part to continue the conversation.
I mean, ChatGPT says that the best radio wavelengths, electromagnetic signals, could propagate thousands of kilometers through air. So
fantastic. Okay, so Marconi shot 10,000 miles UK to Australia. Congratulations. Welcome to Flat Earth.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you're okay. So he's now talking about signal propagation versus viewing distance. Those are two different topics.
True. Yes.
Two very different topics. Did you concede on the first one?
No.
And why not?
I think that I mean, it is true that there is going to be a limit to how far you can see with your.
Thank you. That's all. That's it.
Yeah, through the
That's all you got to say.
But that is not the only claim I was making. I was making the claim that using like correct technology, using the correct telescopes, correct wavelengths of light, you should theoretically be able to do things that pierce through.
No. There's not one practical example that you can demonstrate that that's true. Otherwise, you'd be able to prove it right now. If you can prove it, we'll give you that point. Listen, hold on. If you can prove it, we'll give you that point. If you can't prove it, you got to give it to us and concede.
I mean, why would you think that there's no way that it's a light that?
No. Don't ask me a question. Don't ask me a question. Simply answer. If you can prove it, I'll give you the point, or we will give you the point.
Don't tell me what to do.
So you can't prove it, right? That means we're right.
Don't ask me questions.
Dude.
What the fuck?
Everything a flat earther says is wrong syndrome.
Yeah, no, we're not. We're not giving up. We're not going to give up and go to signal propagation when you were talking about viewing distance. You need to concede on this point, dude.
I don't think to do anything.
Yeah, you do. Your whole beef was that we had to accept what you were saying because it was true in your mind. Now you can't verify it in any practical means. That means that you have to concede right now that you're wrong.
I don't have to do anything. You're being really weird.
Just at this point, it's just act like a reasonable human being, I think.
Yeah, he won't even concede that he doesn't concede.
Yeah, I mean, you guys are being like really controlling and telling me what to do.
No, I'm not trying to be controlling, dude. I'm just getting really frustrated with your attitude.
Like, listen, I mean, the thing.
You're in there crash out right now. You're crashing out.
Three things I wanted to talk about was just the clockwise versus counterclockwise thing on Earth.
The sky.
Why people in Australia? Yeah, things about the sky.
Stop. Yeah. I'm gonna have to stop him.
And things about flight times. Now, you guys made up some like really.
No, he's not going to go on and keep continuing because those 3 points were a straw man argument with the AE map projecting onto us. That's the only thing he's talking about right now. He's going back to the very first point where he said, we're not claiming that we're on the AE map. And he wants to talk about that point and engage us on that. We've already said that was a straw man against what we're saying in here. We don't need to engage him on that.
It's a globe. What he wants to talk about is a globe. Here's a globe with a globe projection and a globe map, and he says this map doesn't work. Well, it's tool abuse. You're tool abusing that map and that model. Someone hollering there.
The only reason why I brought up I was just like, hey, I had the 3 things I wanted to talk about. You came up with Cocker, made me reasons why you did.
Look, you're trying to pair other people's arguments. Yeah. First of all, you're measuring on the AE map wrong, just like other globetards. You don't measure point to point on the AE map.
And then why is it the case?
You don't measure point to point on the AE map. I don't know why you guys do this. There's instructions right on it on how to measure distance. So why don't you follow them?
You don't know how to use maps.
They're literally identical to the globe. If it's wrong, the globe is wrong. So complain that they're wrong.
These guys don't know how to use maps. They don't know how to use models. They don't know really anything about the topic at all, which is why they have to run from the topic to discuss the sky instead.
So a couple of things, right? He came in talking about that AE map is wrong. So that's what we said. It's a straw man argument. The second thing was that where the visual distance is able to be seen on a flat Earth forever. He was proven wrong. So there's a lot of things that he's getting wrong. He's not conceding, which I think is a huge problem in a conversation with a person who wants to be an honest character in here.
Well, I think you got the very last part wrong.
And he said that
you want to be an honest character in here.
Sorry.
He left.
I rest my case. You had no intention of being an honest character in here.
He's foisting the AE map onto us and saying, no, take this argument so I can wail on you. Like, no, we're not going to do that.
We have
And he wants to talk
Ricardo
about single
Milos.
propagation without. Go ahead.
We got Ricardo Milos in the side chat. He was waiting for the previous conversation to finish because he is under the assumption that we shouldn't be posting these long distance observations because atmospheric refraction will allow us to see vastly further or closer, depending on the conditions. So he said he can VC. So,
I'll Thundera, give me sight beyond sight of your fucking refraction slider.
He was talking earlier.
Thundercat.
Yeah, go ahead, Ricardo. How can you see with refraction farther? Go ahead.
Right, so he's posted 2 pictures from the Black Swan place, right, with the so-called White Swan and the Black Swan.
Well,
What's your
is he-
argument there, Carter?
Oh, wait, thank you. Someone already posted it. So basically, what I was saying is
neither of those align with the globe, even close.
Yes, that's true. So basically, what I was going to say is a lot of globers, they use ships going over the horizon as proof of a globe Earth, but obviously refraction can change that. But similarly, refraction can change the distance you can see if you want to prove that you can see further than the calculations that you use for the flat Earth.
Ricardo, what is refraction? If we're going to engage you, you have to know what you're talking about.
Refraction? Are you talking about through a different medium?
No. Yeah, well, hold on a second. I'm asking you a question. Just please respond to my question. What is refraction? Tell me what it
different
is.
Types of refraction, some through different mediums and some through
That's great.
in the same medium.
Okay, I agree. But when you say refraction, we don't know which one you're talking about. So go ahead and be specific with us.
Atmospheric refraction like 5 seconds ago.
Okay, is that what you mean?
Yeah.
What is it? What is atmospheric refraction? Tell me what it is.
The light can bend because of the change in the atmosphere.
Okay. Now, what is the data to support that? Go ahead and tell us by how much.
I sent a video of the effects before, and there's pictures someone's just posted in the chat.
Give me the data. By how much?
Okay, it's in the chat. You can read it. You can watch it.
No, I want you to. Are you going to be like this other guy that was not giving us the information to support the claim? Are you going to do that too? That old song and dance is very tired. If you're going to support your claim, do it verbally.
Look, man,
tell us by how much.
Seems like you're not arguing in good faith because I did send it.
You're the one not arguing in good faith, dude. I'm asking you for data. You're not supporting your information, dude. Support the claim right now.
I gave it to you. Now it's up to you to accept it.
No,
When did you send it?
He sent skunk.
I sent a video of the phenomena.
No, I'm asking very specific information. If you're talking about atmospheric refraction, by how much is it bending light? Give me a numeric value.
It depends on the atmospheric conditions, and it's impossible to know.
So it's impossible. So it's impossible to know from a photo. So you can't tell if what you're saying is true or not. Is what you're telling me right now?
Exactly. Therefore, stop sending photos of oil rigs out in the distance.
All right.
So you my own point. Thank you.
No, well, you just select yourself. What do you mean? I proved your own point.
Because you
don't know what you're talking about.
How much refraction is affecting your observations? Therefore, you shouldn't be using.
You just said that. You just said that.
Yeah, you're correct.
Ricardo, we can tell. We actually can tell.
No, you can't. How?
Yeah, we can, because of chromatic aberration, or lack thereof.
That is.
Pardon me?
I don't know what that is.
Okay, so refraction causes different wavelengths of light to take different optical paths. So when you look at something far off in the distance, especially when there's a lot of refraction, or there's a very long optical path, it'll look redder on top and bluer on top and redder on the bottom. So this is known in astronomy. They actually make correctors for this. Like when you look at Jupiter will be bluish on top and reddish on the bottom, and they have a converging mirror which will converge the blue and red light to make a single image. Okay, this would have to be observed if there was a lot of refraction such that you're picking a mountain up from beyond the horizon, 3 miles.
I do like to state
would be bluish on top, and reddish on the bottom. No one's ever observed this. Just a horseshit claim.
I do like to state that I do like to state that when I asked him what atmospheric refraction was, he wasn't able to support what it actually is. So he's bringing up a topic that he doesn't have any knowledge on. He's just posting images like there you be. Like that's disingenuous, I think.
Well, let me ask you this,
Okay,
Ricardo.
Go ahead.
Is there any observation that we could make that can't be explained away by refraction?
That's what I'm asking you guys. Because
what if we saw like 7,000 miles? Would that be explained away by refraction? Could the globe refraction compensate for that? Can we see our own ass with a telescope?
The best way to prove whether it's curved is to not be using observations over a horizon. There must be another way to measure it.
No.
If we do it at a higher altitude.
Dude, bro, you're bringing in things that it's not already. Like, you don't even know what it is. That's the problem. You can't say, well, we got to change. We got to change the way we're doing things. It can't be a long distance observation that proves that the Earth is a globe or not. You can't make that standard, dude. You don't even know what atmospheric refraction is.
So he's complaining about the tools that we use to survey. The tools that we use to survey a line of theodolites or even targeting systems using wavelengths of light. So these are the tools that we use. They're used all of the time by surveyors, professionals. But you're saying that we shouldn't do this because this isn't what?
Okay, what distance are they used?
I can give you distances of 25 miles. Stretches over the English Channel when they're surveying the distances between the coastline of England and the coastline of France when they're building the Channel Tunnel. So this is direct line of sight with lasers and electromagnetic signals over distances of 25 miles, dude.
The longest one I know of is the 3-mountain triangle done with heliotrope. Hold on, bro. Hold on. The longest distance I know of are 3 mountains in California. They made a triangle out of using what's called a heliotrope, which reflects the sun, and it's called a Wild T4 surveying telescope. It's something like 250 miles on one edge and 174 on the other, and like 186 on the other.
Fucking hell. Yeah, I mean, we're just complaining about the tools that are used to survey the land. Apparently, they're now not good enough.
Yeah, I mean, it completely flew over your guys' head. I'm not saying that at all. I'm not talking about theodolites. I'm simply saying that when you take a video of like an oil rig on the horizon, if you
I'm sorry, you can't give us a standard, Ricardo.
I'm not speaking
You cannot give us a standard because you don't even know what it is. So how can you give us a standard of what you think can prove that the Earth is flat? You can't give us a standard. You don't know what it is. How is this not getting through to you? I don't get it.
Because you keep on interrupting me.
Let me help you out.
How else are the other reasons we can know because we would observe other effects. You know, when we make lenses in manufacturing or for whatever purpose, we have to compensate for known effects caused by refraction, right? Such as chromatic aberrations. Well, why do we have to compensate that? Like, we literally have to design a lens specifically to negate this. But somehow when we go out into the world and look around, we don't see it, but it's supposed to be happening everywhere.
Bro, you see it all the time. Have you never seen a mirage?
Oh my God, dude.
Okay.
A mirage is a special weather condition.
If you think other people
causes the visual effects.
Yeah, hey dude, if you think other people shouldn't use long distance photography, why are you using it then?
I'm not using it. That's the point. It doesn't prove the shape of the Earth. There must be a better way.
Well,
and then you guys start talking about theodolites, and then you say that I don't understand refraction. Like, you just make statements without any proof. It doesn't really make any sense what you're saying.
Well, you proved you don't understand refraction. You proved it.
Yeah, that's the most important part here. So you can't set a standard. You can't set a standard what it is that we can prove flat Earth with if you don't even know what it is, dude.
Can you explain why you think that?
Because your evidence of you saying that. Go ahead, Nadio.
No, I was just going to say because he asked you and you couldn't tell him. That's why.
Yeah.
What do you mean? I said, you asked me what is refraction. I said, are you talking about refraction going through two different mediums or the same medium? I said, which one? And then you said, the one that causes atmospheric refraction. And I said, well, there's a gradient in the atmosphere. As the light goes through it, it bends.
Yeah, by how much was it? By how much was the question?
On the conditions of the day.
Look, bro. If you said deflect, I'd have been with you. But when you say bends, I'm not with you.
Okay.
Yeah, but then there's the other thing too. What by how much is how you're going to tell? Like, right? So how would you be able to give a numeric value to what you're seeing? Oh, that's great. I hate when you go you go into ambiguous like reasoning. So what? It varies. It could change. Who cares? But when you see it, when you make an observation, it'll be super important for you to tell us by how much. So in the case of any image that you post, you're gonna have to tell. Well, that's refraction right there. Okay, I'll bite, but by how much?
Well, if you are posting the photo, you should be telling us, right? You should be taking.
No. This is important.
So when you send these photos of oil rigs, why are you not taking into account refraction?
How do we do that?
Exactly, you can't. Therefore, you shouldn't be using.
No. See, you're the one who claims it's existent. Why would I have to justify it? You need to justify it.
Because you just said you know it is a real thing as well. So why are you not taking it into account?
I know refraction as a phenomenon is a real thing. Atmospheric refraction and bending light. Is that a real thing?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Show us. Justify
That's
it.
the part that
I just sent a video before where you can observe it.
No, he's not justifying
No,
it. He's just like saying there it is.
You observe it. You're inferring it. You're saying, hey, what else can this be? It must be refraction, the thing I don't know what it is.
Oh, so
how do you know that's refraction causing that?
Refraction exists.
How do you know that's refraction causing? How do you know that's refraction causing that effect?
So are you saying that you don't believe that refraction?
Why are you asking me a question?
Answer the question. Answer the question.
And you just asked me a question instead of answering my question. So can you please answer it instead of asking me a question?
No, you said look at the video, and I said, how do you know the refraction's causing that effect?
Because you can see it changing over time. That's an observed phenomenon.
Yeah. Okay. Great. We see it changing over time. Descriptively, that's true. How do we know refraction is causing it to change over time? That's the cause.
Because
you know that wind will deflect light, right? Did you know that wind will deflect light in the movement of air?
Refract conditions can affect light. Exactly.
No, wind is not refraction, dude. It's called Fresnel drag or the Foucault effect.
Look, if you really want to know.
Look, maybe you should go back to the drawing board, actually learn how light behaves, and then come back. Because you don't actually know. You're just guessing.
So you're asking me, how do I know it's refraction? Right?
Yeah.
That's your question. Well, then, it's basically explaining a phenomena like I just said before. It's because of the different air all of that. How do you know what you're seeing in front of you is anything? Like, it's like such a dumb question. How do you know it's refraction? Well, obviously, because it's the changing temperature over light, you can see
Not obvious.
So obviously,
it can be reflection, total internal reflection, refraction, deflection of freaking light by wind. Okay,
well,
it also can be caused by the freaking. It can also be caused by what's called sensible heat flux, as in rising air. Okay, so it could be. There's 5 different possible causes right there.
Well, think about it this way though, like if you're looking out into the horizon over a couple of hours and you see the distance change over time, it doesn't matter what's causing it. The reality is it is changing for a reason. Therefore,
yeah, but you're naming it. You're naming it. No, you're naming it. You said atmospheric refraction. Yeah, no, I'm going to mute you. How about that?
So anyway.
Yeah, that dog ain't gonna hunt, dude.
I mean, do you actually want me to explain, or are you just going to interrupt me? Like,
no, how
could you explain anything? You don't know anything. What are you going to explain?
He can't if he's server muted.
How about you could try this? Explain why you think refraction can cause the curve of the Earth to appear above the curve of the Earth.
Yeah, he'll respond to you guys as soon as he unmutes me.
Just typical fudge. You can't know. We can't know. Nobody can know. We could be brains in a jar. I don't have no hands. Like,
well, the thing is, he gave it a standard. He said it's atmospheric refraction. Now he's saying it doesn't matter what it is. Well, I mean,
I love when they say account for it. How? Account means quantify, dude. That means come up with a number. How do we come up with a number, brother?
I'm going to wind up muting him. As soon as he unmutes me, I'll let him off.
Yeah, that's a simple rule here. It's pretty standard across all the channels, too, that you're not supposed to be locally muting people.
Especially mods. How's he supposed to moderate you if he's muted?
Gonna do a voice check as soon as he unmutes me. Then if he hears me, then yeah. I don't mind him continuing, but
no, yeah, you gotta draw a line. When it's called extinction bust. When people start behaving or doing things that are behaviors you don't want them to do, then you don't acknowledge that. So now he knows that this is what the result will be. It's like basically dealing with kids.
Well, there's still a standing question on the table. What observation cannot be explained away by refraction? Like, how far would that be?
When he wants to engage, he'll unmute Alpha and he'll continue. If he doesn't want to engage, then he'll sit on mute and he'll keep other people muted.
Probably wants to be on mute. I would be too after that performance.
And if he starts spazzing in text chat, we'll mute him in text chat too. This is a choice. It's a choose your own adventure. How do you want to participate in this channel?
This is more like Mad Libs, where they just blab it and then insert freaking logic, science, all the scientists, 40,000 mass employees.
What's important is that when I'm trying to keep him focused on the claim that he was making, he doesn't like it. He wants to keep switching to like, oh, well, it doesn't matter what it is. What he was on about like for 10 minutes that it was atmospheric refraction. Now he abandoned the claim and went out to say it doesn't matter what it is when India was saying it could be many different things. So he just wants to like shapeshift into whatever other conversation he can to continue it. Like, that doesn't work. You didn't prove it was the thing you said you came in here to prove that it was. That was your whole point, that it was atmospheric refraction, for sure. Now that India threw that into question, he wasn't able to provide evidence of what it is. So now how can he put a standard to like what we need to do if we're going to make our long distance observations?
I can accept we don't know what it is, but we still would need some. There has to be some observation where we can say, none of these confounding variables have a magnitude great enough to explain this observation. There has to be some distance. How about if we see Australia from Mount Everest? How about that one?
That's where the Rumpus and the Ruhif, they said there isn't a limit. You could see the back of your head or your butt on the Globetard. You'd be able to see all the way around.
Well, I looked at one where you look to see your ass through a telescope, but you strap a mirror to your ass and you look at yourself looking at your own ass through the telescope.
Yeah, in their
I don't think
that's possible. That's their logical conclusion. You could just keep sprinkling refraction until any observation is explained.
Yeah, I don't think it's unreasonable to ask the guy what qualifies that as the thing he thinks it is. I don't think that's unreasonable and holding him to it. But when he shapeshifts into like, well, it doesn't matter what it is. I'm just saying that something's happening. Like, that doesn't work. You're making a very bold claim coming in here and saying it is what I'm saying it is. And then you just abandon it and say, well, it doesn't matter what it is. Like, that bothers me, man. I'm like, dude, then the whole like 15 minutes was just what, nothing?
Well, yeah, you need concession. Well, if it could be anything, then I don't know. It's atmospheric refraction. It could be something else. He could have just conceded that point, and then we could have moved on. And then
No, he decided to shapeshift and say, well, it doesn't matter what it is. Like, no, that's how this works. You're just going to shapeshift and continue the argument. Like, what the hell? Today it's been holding him to qualifying what they're saying. So far, he's number 2 on the list. The other guy just dipped after he couldn't qualify it. I'm pretty sure that's what he did when he muted me. He just wanted to dip. Mic check. Can you hear me? Ricardo, can you hear me? We need confirmation you can hear me, dude. Otherwise, you're going back on server mute.
Hello? Sorry. Oh, I wasn't paying attention.
Test 1 2. Can you hear me?
Yes.
All right. You may proceed. Once again, how are you qualifying that it's atmospheric refraction?
I don't know what it is.
Then why are you saying that it's something that we can't see through and saying that flat earthers can't make long distance observations using it?
Well, because when you make observations of a horizon over a period of time, you can see the distance change. So how can you make any useful observations given that it changes so drastically?
What's the purpose of the observation, Ricardo? What are we going for? What are we trying to test for, and what's the point of the observation?
From my understanding, you're seeing the distance that you can see.
Incorrect.
And what would be the maximum?
It's not a purpose.
So what are you guys looking at then? I thought you were looking at how far away you can see.
Yeah, what's the maximum distance on the globetard?
The reality is it changes. If you look at over a couple hours, it changes how far you can see. So
no, incorrect. The maximum distance would be the physical curve of the Earth. A wall. The curve of the Earth would block your view from the other side.
It's a geometric horizon test, Ricardo. Okay, so on a globe, you would have to have a physical geometric horizon at a certain distance, depending on the height of the observer.
Well, then why doesn't that match real-world observations?
Because there is no geometric horizon, because there's no curvature. So we're able to consistently see magnitudes beyond where the geometric horizon would have to be. And there are none of the optical effects that Indio mentioned are able to reverse engineer the observation to work on a globe. Okay, and there's no observations that validate that such a thing as a geometric horizon exists in the first place. Okay, the horizon is what flat earthers say the horizon is what the definition of horizon is, right? An apparent location where the sky and the ground meet, right? It varies. Okay, it's not something that's concrete like on the globe. It would have to physically be at a certain distance. So what you're claiming would have to be happening is that there's some type of effect happening where it's completely hiding the geometric horizon, right? It's undetectable, and then it's flattening out all of the water and making another horizon pop up, thousands of percent further than what it should on a globe, which is a crazy claim. So how do you know that there's such a thing as a geometric horizon exists in the first place? That's the problem.
Well, you guys still didn't answer my question, though. So basically what I'm asking is, when you do a science experiment, right, you have to account for all variables, right?
Okay.
So
let me. I think I know your question. So what you're saying is, how can you draw conclusions based upon all the confounding variables, right?
Well, no. Well, basically what my question is when you want to observe something, if it's constantly changing, and how can you make any assumptions about the distance if it's constantly changing? You're saying the distance proves this or that. How can you prove anything when it's changing all the time?
The distance we use are the globe geometry distances, and we're testing those. Okay. So of course, hold on. Let me finish. We can conceivably, in our minds, think of some meteorological condition for which we could see our own ass with a telescope. Yeah, we could construct that in our own minds. Okay. But reasonably, can that meteorological condition actually exist, or has it ever been observed? Have we ever seen a freaking 30-degree temperature gradient in 1 foot? No. Okay? We've never actually seen that in nature. Maybe over frickin' a lava field or something like that, but not like, over the ocean or over some land. It's not a normal condition. It would be like a special case, right? We would need but the observations we make, as DJ pointed out, are thousands of percent different. It's not within the variables, the confounding variables can't compensate in such a way as to make that possible, because you need rare, nearly supernatural weather effects.
Look, I feel like you guys are just avoiding the question.
I answered it. There's confounding variables. How are we reaching the conclusions based on confounding variables? I just told you how. Because we're using observations that are way off. Not off a little bit, way off. Do you think the difference between a 1 mile away horizon and a 10 mile away horizon are significant? Say again?
Well, if you look out into the distance and you're using the fact that you can see that far as proof that our calculations of the Earth are wrong, the radius is wrong, or that it's not even a globe in the first place, if those distances are always changing, in my opinion, I don't think that is a valid use of those numbers because they're always changing.
They're not supposed to be changing.
But they do. The distance changes.
Yeah, we know.
How far you can see.
Earth. Yeah, welcome to
That seems to be that's the problem for the globe. That's what we're highlighting. Thank you for elucidating that fact.
I don't believe it is, because you can't make any useful observations when it's constantly changing. If it was
that's exactly what we're saying, dude. That's what we're telling you.
So
that's
therefore, it's not flat or curved.
No. See, there's a geometric, question in mind when people are saying, okay, so if the Earth is a globe, I should only see this far based on the curve of the Earth. It's going to obstruct my view. But because the air in between me and the target distance seems to be fluctuating, then obviously I can't tell if that's true or not. That's what you're saying. That's what we're saying. That's the reason why you can't tell it's an Earth that's a globe. Because how can you tell where that curve is? There's no way to tell.
Yeah, so you should be using a different way to measure how flat or curved.
We're not, dude, this is the thing, right? We could see to an extended distance, and it always changes. But the problem is there's no curvature that needs to be factored in order to see to a long distance. The only reason why we're factoring it is because the Earth would be at a specific predictable distance away if we're looking horizontally across the surface. That's the only reason why we're using it. But obviously, you can see like however far the eye and the optic will allow you to, based on the way optics work and, the air, the ambient temperature outside. That's the reason why we can see at a far enough distance. But there's certain properties that we can tell you about, like water being horizontal on the surface, and it extends into any unlimited distance, right? Those things in conjunction with how far we can see are obviously the ways that we can tell that the Earth is a horizontal plane. So that's why we're telling you what we're saying. But the other side of it is we're testing the globe claim. We're actually verifying that it's not what they're saying it is, based on the predicted amount of Earth curve that should be in the viewing distance that's obstructing things from us to see in the far distance. So we don't see that, right? We don't see that. So you're agreeing with us, because how can you tell if there's fluctuations in the air? Yeah, that's what we're saying. You're agreeing with us essentially.
But that proves that there's fluctuations in the air. That doesn't prove the shape of the Earth. That's the key thing I'm trying to point out here.
We're claiming we're never detecting any curvature in any of these observations, and you're not ever detecting any in any of the observations that you look at. Okay, we're just seeing slightly different distances due to the weather conditions and whatnot, whatever's going on. Okay, there's fluctuation. None of them work on a globe, right? None of them show any curvature. It's not like, oh, sometimes there's curvature and sometimes it's flat. No, it's not that. Yeah. It's always flat. Sometimes we see a little bit further or a little less distance because the horizon's the apparent location. That's what we're claiming.
Yeah.
Okay, we're not making hyper-specific
Didn't you just hear the guy with the Mount Everest, though? This is ironic that the guy with the Mount Everest argued the converse point that you're arguing. He argued the literal opposite.
Yeah, but we're not the same people.
I understand that, but that it should show you that the globe idea is a train wreck.
There's no standard that you could put the Earth being a globe that you could say, okay, we're going to use atmospheric refraction to know that the Earth is a globe. You can't do that based on how you're already telling us there's no way to tell the distance to the horizon. We know that. We get it.
We're saying quite succinctly, how far you can see is based upon meteorological conditions, and that's it. And that's it. And the other guy was like, no, it's not the meteorological conditions. You should be able to see forever, right? You're saying, you're agreeing with us. Hey, it's just the meteorological conditions that you can definitively say determine how much you see. Yeah, great. That's what we say. Congratulations.
All right. Well, I'm happy we found some common ground.
Yeah, that's what we're saying. And like, you would never do a low level observation to prove the Earth is flat or not. We have plenty of higher altitude, 9,000 feet, 27,000 feet, like where these the meteorological conditions are not significant. Well, I mean, we got low level observations where they can't be significant enough. You understand, like the Black Swan, the 10-mile away one, is for that to fit a globe Earth. The globe Earth's circumference would have to be 1.6 million miles. Million. It's not close. The observations we rely on are not close. They're not within on the uncertainty or the measurement error or the precision of the instruments. They're way outside of it. They're orders of magnitude beyond what the globe says is possible. That's why we use them, so we don't end up like this. For instance, Jay Tolan's infrared from 27,000 feet in an airplane, seeing mountains 500 miles away that have to be 9 miles under the horizon.
What happened?
He agreed, I guess. He agreed. Meteorological conditions are a confounding variable, and you can't use the curvature of the Earth to determine how far you can see. Well, rest in peace, sunsets prove the globe. Rest in peace, ships over the horizon prove the globe. Rest in peace. I can't see the bottom of freaking Chicago skyline proves the globe. All that crap. Out the window. Flush it. Circling the drain.
That kind of shifts the burden back over to you, Ricardo, right? If you were claiming that this observation, for example, where we can see, say, 20 miles across a lake and see the shoreline on the other side, if you're claiming that there is some condition that could be present that would make it possible on a globe, right, then go ahead, right, like AV was telling you, and prove your claim. Because it's not possible, and you need to go do more research on the topic.
Well, I'll tell you, none of the data that you can find in the academic literature is going to show that light is curving around a curved surface. You'll never find anything, actual data that supports that claim. That's why we're seeing so far is a spherically symmetric atmosphere that the light is curving around. That claim is just utter horseshit. There's nothing behind that. Like I said, there'd be other effects that we observed that would indicate there's some extreme refraction going on. We don't see them. It's so I'll give you like examples like Dr. John T's laser test, which he invited a bunch of Globers to attend. Shining lasers, a red one and a blue one, right? Different spectrums going in opposite directions, right? One should appear lower than the other. Actually, the The freaking blue one should have never been seen. If you add any of the refraction, well, neither one of them should have been seen. But with refraction, the blue would have been refracted more than the red, right? So it would have appeared higher than the red one. They simultaneously live stream from both ends. Like, I don't know what we got to do, man. Like, do we have to film? And yeah, people film them filming, which is crazy that we have to go to that level. Like, how long is the chain of people filming? Seems calmer in here today. Doesn't seem like there's any spastics.
Yeah, the guy earlier was kind of spazzing out a little bit. Then he came, he got under control, and well, he just left because he couldn't be held accountable. And they don't want to be held accountable. They're just like, I don't want to qualify what I'm saying. I'm just gonna gish gallop to another point, start a whole new point.
Well, they think the flat earthers are the dumbest of the dumb, and then, like, if they're wrong to you, then they're dumber than the dumbest of the dumb, and they can't have that. So they can't concede. Their ego won't let them.
Crit always talks about this point, Indio. Always. He's like, they view flat earthers as the scum of the earth, the bottom of the barrel. So they come in here to punch down, and they find out that they can't because they don't know what they're talking about. So, yeah, it turns reality on its head. So they're just, upset about that.
Turns your delusion on its head. They find out they're not even in the right weight class.
Yeah.
Like, I'm 115 pounds. Why am I fighting heavyweights?
That's generous.
115 pounds.
I was gonna say, is Ricardo even still here, listening to what you had to say?
I mean, he's been around a while. He's heard it all before.
So check this out, Obvious. There was one morning that Ricardo was in here. He's like, I've been listening for 2 weeks, and I just think you guys are wrong. Like, he came in here saying that because he heard some argument. I think it might have been atmospheric refraction. And he was saying that using that against us, saying that he found out that we're wrong and this and that. And I was asking him kind of the same thing. I would grill him every time, like how he knows what we're saying is incorrect, and he doesn't qualify any of the things he says with information that would substantiate the claim that we're saying things wrong. He just can't do it. So he's trying to look for something that, like a chink in the armor, yeah. So he can pinpoint and say, "Aha, you guys right there. That's where you're wrong." Right? Good luck,
Isn't it amazing, like, the different standard we're held to compared to the Globers? You got to get everything exactly correct with no error. Yeah. While they can just be wrong statement after statement after statement after statement after statement, even with the help of ChatGPT, they're still wrong.
Yeah.
And there's no accountability.
Zero. Yeah, the air of arrogance that it takes to just say, well, it's atmospheric refraction. How do you know that? Well, what else could it be? Like, you didn't qualify it, man. You got to at least put some meat on that bone if you want to make it sound like you know what you're saying. They just sit by here and listen to you say, oh, it's atmospheric refraction, therefore you're wrong. Like, that's not going to fly, bro. Maybe in the past, it would fly, and everybody like, okay, I'll grant you saying it's atmospheric refraction, but I don't rock like that, man.
Well, I mean, to be fair, like, we could grant it, and it still wouldn't work. Like, It still wouldn't save the day. Even if we granted it, it still can't exist the way they say it exists. And we know that from data, observation, etc., that it's literally impossible to do it. Like, I mean, think of how absurd what they're saying is. Oh, there's this curved surface, and somehow atmospheric refraction unrolls it. It makes it look flat. That's retarded, dude. No one could demonstrate this. I'll give you a freaking $10,000 to design a lens that'll make a curved surface look flat.
So what I still try to figure out is, I come across stuff every day on the internet that is wrong, of people who come up with all kinds of ignorant shit on Facebook, on YouTube, all kinds of places. Typically, if I say anything, I might say a sentence or two, and I move on with my life. And I still can't figure out what is it about these GTs that has them coming back for year after year after year, NPC resetting, coming in saying the same stuff over and over and over, and then they get angrier and angrier every time they come in. What kind of psychosis must that be?
It's called an identity crisis. Identity crisis.
My bad.
And brainworms. Yeah, they're identifying that they're a human being that's standing on a little tiny speck of dust that's floating around the galaxy, and you take that away from them, and it's like they're naked. They don't know how to explain what reality is. So you're breaking a paradigm in their mind that they've already understood to be the truth. So it's an identity crisis. That's why they keep coming back, because they can't believe what we're saying, because it's breaking their worldview, and they can't accept that. They're just not going to. They want to point out how it's so stupid and retarded and all kinds of stuff. But they can't do it. They fail every time, because we're like, okay, go ahead and show us how we're wrong. Well, you just are. No, that's not going to work.
What about the 123 space agencies?
See, I don't think these people have ever learned how to create their own identity without an external authority. So we come along, you know, tell them this. They're traumatized and they lose their identity, but they don't know how to proceed forward because they don't know how to think for themselves. They never learned that skill. So they get stuck in this fucking perpetual twilight zone, and that's why they're just resetting and spazzing out and never making any progress. It's because once the globe's gone, it's like they have no authority to look forward to tell them what to do next.
Yeah.
And they can't figure it out from themselves either.
Think about it. Every one of those guys who keep or repeat customers, right? They keep coming back and keep coming back. What have they proven ever since their return every single time? Nothing. They just NPC reset back to the same old tired arguments, and like as if nothing ever happened the last time they were here. You know? It's the same thing.
Nothing did happen in their mind because they weren't listening in the first place. Who was the guy yesterday, I asked? What was the very last sentence I said? He was telling me nuh-uh to the sentence he didn't even hear. Just automatically.
Yeah,
whatever I said was incorrect. Even though he didn't know what I said. But it had to be wrong because I said it.
Exactly.
But I
They say things like
that point, dude. We're cutting people's umbilical cords, man, and like they're not ready to be off on their own.
Yeah, just like that scene in The Matrix where Morpheus is like, they're hopelessly inured to the system. Completely hopeless, dude.
They don't want to be unplugged, man.
Because that steak is juicy and delicious.
Yeah.
Exactly. They don't want to eat the mush for the rest of their life like we do, bro. Like we know what the fuck a McDonald's is and what the fuck Wendy's is.
Yeah, gruel. Yeah.
So it's mush.
Hey, you can fucking be a flat earther and cook a goddamn good steak, you know what I mean? You don't have to give up that stuff.
Yeah, it's just the reality in which they live in is a pretend. It's they're playing pretend, right?
The Matrix. That's the Matrix right there. I'm not talking about the wholesome organic meat, right? Just the Matrix.
So they don't want to be held accountable. That's the other big one. The moment you start telling them how they know what they know, just like, they don't want to tell you.
Dude, they actually, when you think about it, and you compare it to like all the people that make the brain in a jar cope, it's not even an argument, it's cope at this point. They're actually advocating for being in the Matrix. I'm not in the real world. I'm in the Matrix. In the Matrix, there's a globe. That's what they're saying. They're saying, there is no real world. We're all just in the Matrix, in this brain. We're brains in jars.
It's funny that you said that because that's what happens the moment they can't explain what's going on with the reality that they think that is a globe. They're like, well, I don't think we can prove anything anyway. Like, you're just like, okay, so what was the whole hour and a half about that you were in here talking about? Like,
earthers. How do you feel about the flat Earth experiment, the final experiment? How do you feel about that?
It's not an experiment, and on top of that, I want you to be able to.
So wait, there's no 24-hour sun in the South Pole.
Yeah, that's great. Let me tell you, what does that have to prove with anything to do with the Earth? Like,
because
what does it prove?
Your model of the flat Earth isn't supposed to have the 24 hours.
What model?
There's no such thing as a model of the flat Earth.
Okay, yeah. So how do you feel about Antarctica and the 24-hour sun? Then
it doesn't. That has nothing. Listen, that has nothing to do.
I'm asking you. How do you feel about it?
I'm telling you, it has nothing to do. That's how I feel about it. It has nothing to do with the conversation of the Earth being a globe or not, or flat or not.
It does.
No, how?
Okay, so what's the universal flat Earth model? So how is it?
No, wait a minute, dude. Wait a minute.
I'm not waiting. I'm waiting to explain your own model. Go.
No.
We're not. Can you answer it?
What's the universal model? Go.
All right. So you're not gonna just keep going with what you're saying when there's no relevance.
If you can't explain yourself, then there's no.
Oh my God, bro!
You won't let him, dude. Shut your mouth.
He has
if there's no relevance. Okay. If there's no relevance to the question being that the Earth is a globe or flat, then it doesn't need to be answered. If there's no relevance, what relevance does it have to the Earth being a globe or flat?
Because most of you clowns would say that there is no 24-hour sun at the South Pole, and now you're full of fucking shit and contradictions.
What relevance does it have?
Contradictions because you're pussies who are not looking for the truth.
Does it have?
You're 5'8", 150 pounds. You have no social life, no women. That's the truth, and you need to find another alternative to feel fulfilled in your life and believing in the flat Earth.
Thank you,
bro. Yeah, hold on a second. Okay, just slow down. Can you
go to Antarctica? Go to Antarctica and shut the fuck up. Go to Antarctica and shut the fuck up. That's it.
Okay, can you post a single flat earther saying there'd be no 24-hour sun in Antarctica? A single person.
Yeah, he's gone.
Yeah,
he gone.
Bitch.
There's no relevance to that. Like, bringing that up is just.
They didn't even go to the South Pole, so.
Ducks like swimming in a pond, not a lake. A pond, I say. Like, yeah, so what? What does it have to do with the Earth and being a globe or flat? Like, well, they don't like swimming in the pond.
Fucking simple-minded these guys are, man.
And that, ladies and gentlemen, is the best that the globe side has to offer.
Yeah, I'm simply asking for the relevant. There has to be some connection as to why he's saying that's important. He's like, oh, it's so important. Okay, then tell me why. Why is it important? Why is the question?
Ironically, he's asking you, he has strong feelings about it, but he's asking you how you feel.
My feeling is that doesn't have any relevance.
What feelings? They were told before they ever did it. You're wasting your time and money.
Didn't even Duffy say like didn't prove the Earth, like the shape of the Earth or something?
Yeah.
Some other thing?
Yeah, he said, why? This is a flat Earth debate. Why are you talking about the sun? Something like that.
At 24 hours sun, yeah.
Well, that right there was the real reason for the final experiment. We know it was just a social experiment. Just to
gang, we have a winner. It's exactly what it was.
I want the Glober to come in here and tell me what relevance the 24-hour sun has to do with the conversation of Glober flat Earth. Someone out there.
So that right there is an example of Globus hystericus. That was a role in the other server. Globus hysterical about the globe.
Can you imagine coming across something on the internet that simply because it exists, that it makes you that angry? Simply because there's somebody who says that the Earth is not a globe, or something, just because there's people who exist who make a certain claim that make you that angry. What kind of life must that be to live?
Yeah, because it makes them feel like idiots. It was like, oh shit, flat earthers are right. That means I've been majorly fooled. The thing I don't understand with Globers is why they have this chip on their shoulder as if they're the most vigilant people regarding the information they consume in this world. You know, like the majority we speak to probably spend like 18 days an hour playing video games. And then they turn around and figure out they've been lied to about something, you know, major or minor, and they're shocked, you know?
Sure, these are the same people that get very angry when there's some update to some video game and they nerf some exploit that they were using. They rant about it for a month. Smash your Xbox controllers.
You know what I'm saying, though? It's like, imagine you at war, right? And you don't give two shits about your front lines, and then the enemy's in your camp, and you're crying about it. We come along, we tell, the enemy's in your camp. Oh, you fucking assholes, how dare you tell me this, you know?
Yeah, I'm in their war room with my legs propped on their war table. I'm eating a turkey dinner.
No, I mean these guys really think just throwing back and forth like shitty fucking political memes and, supporting your candidate and going in the voice channels or on the rest of the server and just, 20 people blabbing it once, for hours on end. That's proper discourse and proper, knowledge generation and all, you know what I mean?
But whoever said it there a moment ago about the globies that come in here play their video games 18 hours a day. I think you're absolutely correct that frankly, I think most of the people who come in here on Discord acting like that they're here so often and they're on Discord hours upon hours upon hours every day. I'm convinced that they must have some disability that prevents them from actually getting out into the world. And so they sit around and they're just kind of sharing a drink called loneliness, but it's better than drinking alone.
No, I mean, why are they all so convinced that they're so immune to indoctrination and propaganda?
Because they've been indoctrinated and they've sucked up every bit of propaganda, so they think that they're that.
Yeah, that's fine. I mean, so were we. We were all Globers at once. We got out of it, and most of us got out of it with, you know, not causing collateral damage by being spazzes about it. We could just accept it's like, oh shit, fuck, you know, this is a big revelation, but makes sense because I didn't pay attention. I didn't check anything. So I find myself in this situation. I've been lied to about something big like this. No surprise. But for them, they can't rationalize like that, you know.
Well, when you never leave your parents' basement, you know, it's kind of hard to be that way. Hey, good morning, sir.
Good morning. How's everyone doing today? I hope everything's been okay.
Yeah, same with you, friend. Yeah, the things I think been well for me, and I hope they are for you too.
Thank you. God bless, brother. I hope everyone knows there's a great awakening happening for a long time. Is this mostly debate, or we could have like discussions too? Because I'm not a hostile person.
No, I would go so far to say that this isn't a place for an argument club, but we do enjoy talking and sharing, and you know, in part of that, we're going to agree on some things and disagree on others. But you know, we try to hold to things we've observed and facts and things of that nature. So, what you got, my friend?
I have more questions because my philosophy with this kind of stuff is I cannot change someone's view, but I can only tell them why I think a certain way, and that helped me negate or de-escalate a lot of arguments. But so I was seeing about this concept of gravitational pulls in Antarctica. Do you know anything about this?
You're asking about gravitational pulls in Antarctica?
Yeah, like how I was reading about how gravitational pulls go to the center of the Earth in Antarctica specifically.
You see, the idea of that would mean that the Earth would have to be a globe for that to be happening, you see. And as we have measured the Earth out there, and it's not a globe, we can't take that to be a serious thing. That would be, for me, I'm skeptical. That would be obviously some piece of deception there. We haven't even proven that gravity is existing. You know, we haven't proven that gravity actually exists. So anything built upon a false premise really has to be seen as null and void at this point. Really, if we're being honest.
I do have another question. That made me have another question. So, if we haven't proved gravity existed, then what kind of knowledge do we base on physics? And so for example, when we drop a bowling ball and a feather, one is falling faster than the other. Is that mostly weight? What is that?
Okay, let me ask you this here. Yeah, hold on a second here, my friend. So you raise a few questions, but let me ask you this before we get into here too much. What is it about these two topics? Are these questions that are leading to another topic because you asked the one and now you're asking a second one? Like, are you trying to lay the framework for a conversation of something, or what? Share with me if you would, just so I can kind of understand where you're.
Oh yeah, of course. Mostly in general, these talks just regard the Earth. In general. So I was wondering because there's a lot of forces at play when it comes to stuff like this. I'm just trying to see what's everyone's perspective of world laws and world physics.
It's pretty simple. People in here are empiricists, right? We like to evaluate information that's been given to us. Now, the standard of evaluation is that you can test, repeat, and or falsify a claim that's being brought forward, right? So in your case, we don't know what standard of evaluation you've given the information you've taken on. I've heard you say something like, I've read something. That's great. I'm glad you can read information. You can also watch videos. All this stuff is great. The standard of evaluation should also transpire to you being able to test the claim of something, like the gravitational understanding that you might have. There needs to be a standard, right? What standard are you giving yourself? Could you tell us? Because we have a standard of evaluation, just like you should. Now, if you don't have a standard of evaluation and you say, I just read something and I believe it, that's not evaluating the information. That's just you taking on a belief system, which we're not, we don't do in here. We're empiricists, like I just told you. You understand?
Yeah, I'm understanding. I'm just taking my time to listen.
All right. So if you're going to propose anything, I think we should be able to hear your evaluation method. What did you do with that information to know that it's true? So go ahead and present what you know, and then let's hear your evaluation method. Can we do that?
Sure.
Go for it.
Simply mathematics, the language of the universe. Am I correct?
Well, I mean, I would like for you to give us a point, like say you want to talk about gravity or the shape of the Earth or whatever it is you want to talk about, and then go into your evaluation method.
Honestly, I should have been more clear. I was trying to see if gravity itself could disprove a globe Earth of some kind. But let me answer what you asked me.
Go for it.
So, have you heard of universal gravitational constant, right?
Yes.
It's primarily based on precision and accuracy.
Well, I mean, that's what you feel right now. I want you to finish. Go ahead and tell me what it is you're proposing. Like I said, just lay it out. What is it you're proposing?
I feel like that a lot of this stuff proves that math is the universal language, and it doesn't lie.
Okay. Math is a universal language, and it doesn't lie. What does that have to do? Is it going to move the needle for empirical information?
Yeah, that's how you store data.
Okay.
That's
how you store data.
Just before you start there, Miggy, can I just give him a quote from Nikola Tesla? Now, Nikola Tesla, speaking about mathematics and mathematical formulas, he stated that the scientists and the mathematicians are moving from one mathematical formula to the next, to the point where these mathematical formulas have no relevance or representation in reality. They don't relate to reality. What do you say about that when you say about maths doesn't lie? Okay? Nikola Tesla said that about mathematics. It can be used to lie. Okay? Bear that in mind, please.
Do you have anywhere I could see this quote? I would like to see it for myself.
Okay, yeah, I will do it. I'll do it for you. It will take me a couple of minutes to get it, but please carry on anyway in the meantime.
All right. So mathematics to you, according to what you're saying, is the standard of evaluation, yes?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so go ahead and propose something that you are going to put forward. Now, give us a proposition. Give us something that you'd say is what you think is true. Doesn't matter what it is.
All right. Let me get a second to think real quick.
Go ahead.
And if I can interject into your thinking process, you made an interesting claim here a moment ago, or well, you started to, and this is where I would like to see you maybe go, is you made a claim that gravity may possibly ultimately prove that the Earth was flat. So was that a claim you were hoping to explore here?
Oh no, no. I was saying, can gravity universally prove either or disprove one or the other?
Okay, before anybody goes on any more tangents, I just go ahead and dig to whatever proposition you want to put forward, and then we're going to see if math can evaluate that proposition. Go ahead.
Has Isaac Newton been brought up a lot in this call?
Well, we haven't talked about it, but I want to hear what you're going to bring forward. So,
oh, okay. So there's a equation regarding Newtonian gravity, which is a force, basically as law. The equation is the force of gravity between two objects. I believe this could be any object. I'm not sure if it's solid. This is where my knowledge lacks of that. Okay. But the equation is F equals G, M1, M2, under R2.
Okay.
F is the force of gravity measured in newtons, by the way.
Okay, so they're measuring something. Okay, so let's do a practical example of that. We're going to evaluate a method. So what practical example can you give us that you can evaluate that this is true using the math? Give us something in practical reality we can evaluate.
What is your perception of practical reality? Just so I could
the real world. The real world. Not imaginary land. Not you thinking of something in your mind, but doing something outside in the field. Right? In a lab.
All right. You don't mind if I think a bit for this?
No.
If anyone else wants to chime in, I'm gonna be.
Well, I mean, this seems to be a standard that you're holding to. That math is supporting empirical information. So we're going to take that to the degree that we should and evaluate your methodology. That's what we're doing right now. And it seems like, well, you don't really have a practical example to give me that demonstrates this. So we're just sitting here, I guess. And if we talk amongst ourselves, we're going to probably be on another tangent. You're going to find your exit through the back door and we'll never see you again.
Well, I'm pretty composed, my good sir. You don't have to worry about me.
Okay.
But I believe our weight itself is a phenomenon of how it simply gravitates between mass, which is M1, and the Earth's mass, M2.
Is this your proposition?
I believe so. Just something simple.
Okay. Right. Well, okay. So demonstrate using math as empirical information that what you're saying is absolutely true.
Okay. I've just posted Isaac Newton's rebuttal against the mass attracting mass, which is what this young man is talking about. I'm still getting the Nikola Tesla. This one came up first. Okay, so that's in the side chat. Okay, what Isaac Newton thought about the mass attracting mass? He said it was an absurd idea. He didn't agree with it. He didn't want his name to be ascribed to that theory, which he never proved. Okay, it's there right now in the side chat. Now I'm going to get the Nikola Tesla. Sorry for
Thank you, Jen. All right, so back to the gentleman. Can you go ahead and give us a practical example of you stating what you said?
How do we hold down?
Yeah, go ahead and give us a practical example. Give us a practical example of how mathematics empirically shows that what you're saying is true.
I got you. This is going to be a bit hard because if I had like a whiteboard, I would be able to like draw it out. But
how about give us a concise summary? Give us a concise summary of how you're going to be able to propose a practical demonstration
of regarding like the mathematics with our weight, which is
yes.
I think. Do you believe that mass is an inherent property?
Well, right now, Yeah, right now, it doesn't matter what I believe. I'm putting your methodology to an evaluation. So I'm trying to see if you're going to be able to give me a practical example of what you're saying solidifies that math empirically shows that the evidence is true. So I want you to propose this practical example and give us a way to demonstrate it. So it doesn't matter what I think. So I'm only going based on what you're saying.
I see. All right. Now this is my responsibility to uphold my own.
Yeah.
Have you ever used a spring scale or a bathroom scale?
Yes.
Do you know how it measures?
Yes.
It measures through force and weight. So I want to define this. I want to define the terms through variables. Mass will be M, weight will be W. The simple equation will be W equals M times G. So basically, your first step would be just to stand still on the scale. The simulated higher G will be the dynamic weight. So when you push down quickly on the scale or even jump, like when you're jumping in an elevator and it's still, you feel that gravity, you feel it going up, you feel the force of it.
Okay. Continue.
Okay. So the simple.
So was that the end? Was that the end?
Yeah, just something real quick, because I don't want to take too much time.
Okay, well, you're not taking up time. This is what we do all day, every day, 24/7. So you're saying that we're taking weight in the idea that you're measuring things on a scale using an equation to evaluate what gravity is? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, it proves that gravity is a force of nature.
Okay, it proves that gravity is a force of nature. Okay, so what is gravity? Because it seems like maybe that's where we're finding out if we're going to evaluate what you think gravity is, and you've already given a demonstration, so we can kind of keep that to the side. But what is gravity?
Because I'm not a professional expert at anything.
No, you don't have to. You don't have to be. We're just going over like our conversation and seeing if it can point something out to everybody listening. Okay, so you've talked about weight, right? You give us a demonstration of a scale. Well, I'm not going to get into that just yet, but now, what is gravity? My question to you.
Gravity is a force beyond our human comprehension that pulls objects with mass towards each other.
Okay, so it's beyond our human comprehension, so we can't know. Is that true?
I mean, we don't see air. Oxygen's beyond our comprehension or perception, but we know it's there.
But you're saying that gravity is beyond our comprehension? Is that true?
Of course, we can't see it physically.
Okay, so we can't describe what it is?
Do you mean describe like as a description of how it looks?
No, a description as to like what are its effects.
Oh, yeah, then you would be able to describe what it does then. Cause and effect.
Okay, cause and effect. So what is the effect?
The effect of a gravitational pull?
Yes.
It's centered mostly on weight mass. If we definitely there's a common misconception also that space or the vacuum doesn't have any gravity or any.
Yeah, we'll get into that in just a moment. Well, what is the effect? What do we see happening?
We see acceleration, we see strength, and we see time.
We see time? I don't know. Like there seems to be a lot of. Okay, so what I mean is in an example of gravity, and I'll refer back to your little example of standing on a scale. Do you think that is the effect? Seeing something give weight on a scale?
Oh, yeah. It caused it to be weight.
It causes weight. Okay. So we see an effect happen. The effect is that somebody stands on a scale and there's numbers that are displayed on that scale based on a pressure compression on the spring that's inside that scale or whatever digital method that is utilized. Okay. So we're at least getting to the fact that you're saying the effect is there's a numeric value given to compression that happens like pressure on a scale. Okay. That's the effect. Now, what is the cause?
The cause?
Yes.
You carried the the weight itself already.
Yeah, let me put it this way. What's giving the object or the person the propensity to move in a direction? What's giving it that propensity?
To move, like the propensity to like are you talking about when like a person like physically moves onto the scale?
Well, no, I mean, what's giving the numeric value on that scale to give any numbers? Like what is causing that? I see the effect. The effect is somebody standing on a scale and numbers are moving. But what is causing that?
That's a good question.
I know.
I like how you make me think, and you don't judge me for it.
Of course.
Well, if I know anything about scales, they're engineered to measure the normal force, Fn.
Right. We're just talking about the effect currently, but we're not diving into the cause of the effect, which is what I want to highlight right now. Because, I mean, obviously you could say, well, it's any theory that I can conjure up, and that's incorrect. Because people have been trying to do that very thing with mass attracts mass. That's a cause. There's the bending and warping of space-time, which is Einstein's gravitational theory. That's a cause. Now, for a cause to be giving an effect, what it does, you'd have to actually know the cause, right?
I think Newtonian physics, would that play a role in there?
Yeah, because mass attracts mass is the cause of the effect of things that are coming close together.
Give me 1 second. I have to use the restroom.
Sure.
Okay. Well, at 13 minutes past the hour, I posted the relevant citations that he would need to know from Nikola Tesla and Sir Isaac Newton. And then at 21 minutes past the hour, I posted what you are doing, Miggy. You're taking him through the scientific method to prove gravity step by step. So that's there as well for him to look at when he gets back. Okay. There you are. 13 minutes past the hour and 21 minutes past the hour. 13, 1, 3, 21, 2, 1. They're there. Okay.
All right. Thanks, Jim.
You are welcome, sir. You're welcome.
And now for the people that are joining, or if you're listening on YouTube, what I'm doing right now is what a lot of people seem to have an assumption of, that we are denying the very thing that they claim is holding us to the earth that we're standing on. Now, the reason why I'm asking him this is because there's obviously an effect that happens that we all agree on. We all see something happening, right? But what's causing that, it seems to be the thing that's in question. So we're diving into that right now, as soon as the gentleman gets back.
Yeah, and that's holding it to the scientific method, because at the end of the day, that's the highest standard that the scientists supposedly use to keep themselves in the realm of integrity. And that's what it's all about here, because you can have so many theories out there, and that's rightly so in itself, because there are so many people. But which one is correct? Are we all just assuming? These are the things we try to iron out. Yeah.
We'll see the conclusion, I guess, if the guy actually is, if he's honest with himself.
Yeah.
He will say that at the very end. But
yeah,
one of two things going to happen. He's either going to concede and say, you know what, I don't know, or he's going to go full on and lean into the fact that he's going to make a claim on something he can't provide evidence for.
Yeah, which could then go several ways. One could be the common one: abuse, ad homs, we're denying science kind of route. Could do, ladies and gentlemen, because that often happens. And it's frustration on their part because they can't prove their case, and they're being revealed in that situation, public. Live stream,
which goes to show that when Jin says gravity is fake, that's the reason why. Because they're claiming that the cause is something that's occurring and making the effect that happen. And they can't prove it.
Yeah.
Nobody can.
What's this guy ultimately trying to claim or have? I don't think I've missed anything, but I've not heard a single entire claim on his part other than that math is a universal language that cannot lie.
Right. So this is going to have to either prove or disprove the very claim of gravity, right?
Yeah.
So if he's saying that it's just showing the effect happening, well, nobody denies that. We all see things happening. The thing is what you're ascribing the math to, which is the cause.
Yeah. I think he's also trying to get a feel at where we're at. What makes us flat earthers? Do we understand about the gravity thing? So he's trying to feed, gather data from our position. That's what he's trying to do as well. Okay, but he's taking a gentle way about it. That's all he's doing. A slow, gentle way about it. But Miggy and I have pulled him up now on the gravity thing, and we've given him citations and the he made some claims and we've held him to that. Now Miggy's putting him through the method of proving gravity now, which is good because he's going to learn now. It's all good stuff.
I've returned.
Oh, welcome back.
Welcome back, friend. Glad to have you back.
Also, Jen, you are correct. I'm simply just here to collect data, as we are biological machines.
Yeah, I gathered that from the beginning, so that's okay, So you carry on gathering the data. You're with Miggy at the moment, AV, and carry on, please.
All right, so we're covering the topic of how you know what the cause is to the effect.
Oh yeah, Newtonian physics.
Okay.
I believe this was before Einstein. I think too. I could be wrong.
Hold on, Lazar. Hold on, Kyle. You're hot micing.
Oh, sorry.
Go ahead, Lazar.
So there's also a great timeline with this because we have great minds like Einstein and Newton. So I'm mostly just going to be talking about Newton right now. The cause of a universal attractive force. Attractive is the language in here is very. This is one of my favorite parts. Is like dissecting the language in this. So with gravitational, there are poles, and with how they describe the cause is an attraction. So I believe when Isaac Newton, he had established that between any two objects, as long as they have mass, an attractive force will be upon each other, and this force is gravity. So how do we know this? Because a lot of times you guys are correct. We are given this information, and a lot of times a lot of people don't question it. So mass itself is the source. As if there was no weight to things, how would gravity affect it?
Okay, that's a kind of like a reversal you've done there. So we're not asking the question about what math is doing. We're asking the question of how you know that the cause is giving that effect what it's doing. So how do you know the cause is linked to the effect? You have to connect the cause and the effect together because they're married, right? Because something's causing that thing to do what you see it doing. So I'm asking for right now the validation of the cause.
Connecting it. Well, with multiple examples we go by every day, we always feel mass and we always feel the acceleration whenever. Well, I'm assuming I'm using a bodybuilding example because I physically can feel when I drop the weight. I can feel the mass when I'm lifting. Muscles contract. But if I don't contract my muscles, it will pull down by itself because of that weight. So there's an attraction to that mass going down to the gravitational pull downwards. And that's what keeps us.
Okay, you're just talking about the effect, though. You're seeing things happen. I've agreed with you that you see things happen. We see things happen. Yeah, but what you're trying to ascribe is what's causing that to happen.
Yeah.
Now, what you're describing currently is kinetic energy, right? Being applied. A person lifting something is putting work into that thing that he's doing. There's muscles that are being expanded and contracted. So that is not the thing that you're speaking of, which is the earth in relation to objects.
Yeah, attracting mass, which if you look in the site chat, I posted this citation from Sir Isaac Newton stating that he did not agree with what you just said that Sir Isaac Newton said, because he didn't say that. He said the opposite to that. Okay, please bear that in mind, that you're carrying some information which is not actually Sir Isaac Newton's position, and the citation is in this server right now. Yeah, I posted it 13 minutes past the hour. So what you said about Sir Isaac Newton claiming that mass attracting mass is not what he said. That was ascribed to him after his
I
death.
don't think I said mass attracts mass. I don't think I've said that.
Okay, so what do you think?
You said mass attracts. You used the word attracts, and mass attracting is what you said. Which is Sir Isaac Newton. It's what you said. You can go back and listen and rewind this conversation.
Okay, so we're building a bridge. Hold on, Lazar. We're building a bridge to your claim that math is empirical and it proves things. So we're going from that to your equation of what you were describing, which is Newtonian physics, right? Isn't that where the direction we're going?
Sure.
Okay, that's why Jin said that you're representing Newton's, gravitational understandings, and he said that Newton didn't say those things. They actually ascribed that to him like years after his passing. So you didn't know that information, I don't think, but he presented that to you in the text chat. Also, we're trying to build a bridge to what you're thinking the effect has in relation to the cause, because we don't have that yet. We don't have that bridge. You haven't made it yet. So we see things happening.
The cause is a great question.
Yeah. No, you believe the cause. But we're saying is, what is the cause in the way you understand it to be? Because the effect, we can all see things happening. You misrepresented the effect also with people lifting weights because they're using kinetic energy. And that's not the same as what you're saying with gravitational attraction. So we need to see something that has pure, just nothing but a gravitational attraction. A demonstration, yeah?
So a pure demonstration of gravitational attraction.
Yes.
You
can also say, Cavendish. Yeah, I've heard it. No, I'm saying you can also say I don't know, which is an intellectually honest position. You don't have to continue to try to give me an answer. I don't want to lay that burden on you, but you can also say I don't know, and I'll accept that too. I'm not going to mock you for it.
No, I like having these discussions. It makes my brain work.
Okay. So proceed.
Let's discuss the Cavendish experiment.
Go ahead. Well, if it's an experiment, what qualifies it as such? Hello?
Wouldn't it not be scientific method, or is that outdated or middle school?
No, that's fine. But using the scientific method, because you have to observe a natural phenomena, right? Something happening in nature. What do we see that shows us that Cavendish is applying the same standard that somebody would say, hey, I see something happening in nature. Now I want to test and manipulate independent variables to see if I can cause a reaction in the dependent variable. So what are they doing out in nature that they witness that they want to question? That they say, okay, let's do this Cavendish experiment. So what do they see out in nature?
So basically, what caused them to create this experimentation? They must have saw something.
Exactly that. Exactly that.
That is a good question. You do have great questions.
Okay.
That is part of cause and effect. It all connects.
Right.
So, I'm not too familiar about this, but I believe they had something to do with like measuring gravitational pull with a mountain. But this is where
remember, I gave you an out. You can say I don't know, because if you start giving me answers, I'm going to question you on that, and if eventually we're going to get to where you say I don't know. So it's better just to start with that instead of me having to go through a line of questioning like a rigmarole, you know?
Well, that's part of human nature. That's the beauty of it. We question.
Yeah, but you have to either be honest with yourself and say I have the answer or I don't. That's also a part of something you got to do.
Oh yeah, I understand, and I know you care, but don't worry. I believe I'm good. There will be a point where Well, I mean, I believe I did mention before that I'm not an expert at this.
Yeah,
But
no one requires that you be an expert.
But I was going to finish
Yeah.
that. All I know is it had something to do with pulling gravitational pulls from a mountain. That I'm not too sure what exactly.
Okay, so we can't.
Yeah.
We can't.
How do we prove
can't
that?
pull you up. We can't pull you up on that because you said you're not able to give us any substantiating information.
Yeah, regarding the cause of that, I don't believe I could.
No. I mean, even describing what they did. Like, I think you could read it right now, but you're just going to learn about it right now. It doesn't do justice to somebody who's done research and come in here and say, I have a position, this is what I know. Because you're not doing, if you look it up on the fly just to save face, that's called human pride. You don't have to do that. You can just say simply, I don't know.
I believe I've done that already, sir.
With this specific topic, because we're going to question you on it, and you're going to be like, I don't know.
Oh yeah, there'll be some things that we lack, but it's also human nature to question. That doesn't bother me, sir.
No. It's not that you're questioning. You're supporting information that you don't have knowledge on, which is the mountain. Oh, you do? Okay, well then go ahead and tell us how they figured out that using the mountain example that details how gravity is being proposed.
I believe you're misconstruing my words, sir. I said that I only had some knowledge regarding this entire generalization of the topic.
So that means that you don't know is the issue. You can't continue. I can't tell you, people can fix cars. And I'm like, okay, that's great. You're telling me people can fix cars. But how do they do that? Well, I don't know that. I just know they do it. Like, that's an issue.
Avi, listen. This is just a harmless discussion.
Yeah, I know. And it seems like you're struggling with being honest within this discussion. You're struggling, dude, and that's human pride.
You must have a lot of mistrust.
No, your human pride right now is, I respect that too, but your human pride right now is not allowing you to be intellectually honest.
Is that an assumption?
No, it's an assessment. That's what I'm seeing.
Because
I'm witnessing
real
that.
Human pride is believing we're alone in this universe and that we are in control of everything.
That's a red herring, tangential to the point. It's not addressing it's not you're doing right now what I know every Glober does when they don't have the answer. You lack humility, dude. You do not want to concede. Me and Jin were even wagering that you were going to go this direction. And sure enough, it reared its ugly head. Now we're here.
I thought you said you wouldn't judge or mock.
It's not. It's an assessment. I see what's happening right now.
You don't see, you hear.
You know what I mean.
Well, I have no animosity towards you, even with your energy. That
I don't care.
Your subconscious.
I don't care. I don't care. I want to know if you're able to substantiate the mountain example that you put forward. And if you cannot, you have to say, I don't know.
Excuse me, Avi. Yeah. I believe that was said already, and you stretched it so far. I also want to thank Jen.
You didn't say that. You didn't say that. You said, I know some things. This is what you said earlier, dude.
Thank you, Jen.
I track with it. Track with the conversation. You said, I know some things.
Hey, Avi, is everything
That's what you said.
Yeah, and we're not mocking you. We haven't mocked you here at all. That's not what we do. It's be very rude of us to be mocking the guests, the ones that we want to help them understand our position. We're not going to mock you. That's the last thing that's on our mind. And we've been extending this olive branch of cordial discussion. That's all. Miggy's just making sure that you understand. To save time, if you don't know something, just say you don't know. That's it. Rather than offer up something that you can't prove. That's all we're saying. Finish.
Oh yeah, of course. I've done that already. Don't worry.
All right. So the mountain example is not evident that mathematics are empirical. That show that whatever example that you're providing is demonstration that you have knowledge that the Earth is what you might think it is. So the position right now is that we're trying to figure out where you're going to build a bridge from mathematics being empirical and what you're going to demonstrate with gravity being something that's an observation that we can say for sure with the cause and effect relationship. So right now, we're trying to figure out what caused the effect that you see in nature.
I believe I'm going to repeat my answer that I don't know.
Okay, then. So the proposition of mathematics being empirical, demonstrating something to show that, is I don't know. Thank you. Now we found out your method of evaluation, and it's very clear to the audience that there isn't any standard that you're holding to what you understand to be true. Just basically things that you know, that you read and you take in.
Is that an opinion or your perspective on it? I would like to hear any second voice.
It's an assessment. It's an assessment of the conversation, of the duration that people have been listening to, and me going back and forth, and what they can gather from what you're putting forward.
I know that you're muted, but dude, I would appreciate any links that you would send me. I also like when you send me stuff outside the server.
Yeah. Remember, we're not here. We're not here to make you look foolish, belittle you, or anything like that. That's not what we're about here. We just want to get.
I don't believe that a second. It's just JV just has a very. I mean, AV has a condescending tone. Like the people's subconscious bleeds out without them knowing.
All right. Yeah. Well, if I'm condescending, that must mean that you're being obstinate right now, and so that's the reason why. So just don't be obstinate. Just be straight up with us and be forthcoming with information. If you know something, say I know. If you don't, just say you don't. Intellectual.
AV, I'm a little confused. I thought that happened already. Why are we keep stretching this?
No, I'm just telling you the response to why you think that I'm being the way I am. Well, I'm like, well, it's just a mirror I'm holding up to you. It's a mirror, sir.
You know, the energy you put out in this world will always come back to you.
Yeah, and it always comes back to Miggy in a good way all the time, because Miggy's not the guy to be rude or condescending unless something happens. If that's not his intention, that's not how Miggy rolls. He doesn't carry himself like that. You know, that's not what it's about. Yeah, it's a misunderstanding you've got there, honestly. Like I've said, I'm trying to speak for Miggy by saying to you that we're not here to make you look silly. We want you to be the best you can be. So we make sure you ask the right questions, you analyze it, because you're intelligent enough. I can tell that you can analyze this stuff. And I know you want the truth. So let's move away from the negative emotional evaluations here, and let's get with the actual meat and potatoes of the situation, yeah? I like your position. You're trying to find out, gather data. I love that. That's what you're doing, and you're doing it okay. Just leave the emotional bit out of it. It's not necessary. We're not here to make you look silly. Remember that. That's not what we're here for. That would make us look bad, actually. Yeah.
One of the things that was brought up in the very beginning of the conversation was that math is some bridge to understanding the nature of reality. Well, we can discover that it can describe some things, but not everything. So this is where it falls short. It falls short where people make assumptions that math is not only a universal language, but can prove things in all cases, which it doesn't do. It doesn't do that.
Right, and that's where the citation from Nikola Tesla proves that point, because he was a very good mathematician, a great scientist himself, better than Albert Einstein said he was the best. Even Albert Einstein said that. So, and he said that the scientists are using pseudoscience maths to fool people. So sometimes maths cannot tell the truth.
Math and substitute an experiment and get lost into things that aren't attached to reality anymore.
Yeah, thank you. There you are.
I thought Tesla criticized Einstein.
Maybe he did, but Einstein bigged up Tesla, because everyone said to Einstein, he was asked, "What's it like being the best scientist in the world?" And he said, "I don't know. You'd better go and ask Nikola Tesla." All right, there you are. What are you to deduce from that statement that Einstein said or made? So he obviously recognizes Tesla as a better scientist, obviously.
Of course, Tesla was murdered for his work and research.
Well, that's a
side issue there. Yeah.
All right. So now I guess we're going to put it to the audience. If anybody has any evidence that the Earth is an actual oblate spheroid or a globe, you can come forward and put your evidence forward. Right now we're speaking to Lazar, who said that math is a description of reality in a way, because it's a universal language. So not in all cases, which is what I'm presenting to him. So like in the case of the Earth being a globe with the size that they say it is, the radius, diameter, circumference, these things are imaginary, and in no way in the physical world can anybody test to see if these things are real.
Right. The numbers are there in black and white, and they've been there for 500 years at least.
Yeah,
you know,
yeah. It's been a while. Yeah,
been a while, right? You know, in fact, 820 odd years. Let me just check. I've got the number written down here on my whiteboard. I did forget it now and again. 482 years. There we are. 482 years from 1543. So 482 years. So not quite 400 years yet. Those numbers have been there, okay? So when we try to take those numbers and confirm them, we find that we cannot confirm those numbers. So there's a case of pseudoscience mathematics, pseudoscience numbers right there. That's our position. That's why we say maths doesn't always represent reality. Yeah.
Someone who has a degree in mathematics, mathematics only describes what the person using it is describing.
Yeah.
Mathematics cannot lie, nor can it tell the truth, because it's not some sort of sentient being. Mathematics is literally how you use numbers to calculate something, so it's not even really a language. I know we kind of informally refer to it as a language, but it's not.
Yeah, you're right there. But it can be used to deceive. It can be used to deceive is the point, which is what Nikola Tesla was saying at the end of the day.
I 100% agree. Everything is weaponized nowadays, almost, it seems.
Well, no, I mean, and you don't have to have an intention to deceive with mathematics. You can truly hold something and just be wrong. And I would posit that in life, more people are just wrong and less people are actually trying to deceive. But with the toxic nature of online discussions, it can become difficult to understand who's actually with the positive intention. But the person with the negative intention may be the one who's right, and the one who has the positive intention may be wrong. So we can't really ascribe anything moral to mathematics. So, I've been listening to you, my friend, go on, and, I'm still not quite so clear as to what you hope to achieve. I hope you'll come around to some and hear some more if your goal, because you said earlier about data collection, if your goal is just to kind of listen and observe, you're at the right place. But here's what's going to happen here. Sometimes it happens beautifully. Sometimes it's not beautifully. Is we're going to challenge you. Anybody who makes a claim, even on our side, if you will, if you call it that, if somebody makes a claim in here, they're going to be challenged. How do you know that to be a fact? And then, especially on Sunday, we do what we call Speculation Sunday. It's not necessarily a free-for-all, but we say that it's more okay to speculate. But virtually, as long as somebody's clear as to, okay, well, I speculate this, or I know this, or, I don't know this, but I do have this question, that's one of our requirements. So, for instance, talking about the mountain, what we typically try to have people do is when you bring a topic up, to know about the topic, okay, well, there's an allegation that there's gravity coming from a mountain, and having said that, I don't know a lot about their claim, but, so where I think you'll find the most positive discussions here is when you're, disclose what you know, what you don't know, what you speculate versus what you observed. And you'll find that people here will put more weight to your observations. and they'll definitely put more weight to your citations as well. So if you have a citation of something, but what they typically will point out is when somebody